Pay attention. In a 21st century internet CAF, Lin Hai was engrossed in a game when a sudden thunderclap transported him to the world of One Piece. After binding to the flamboyant system and opening a gift pack to obtain the space fruit, he found himself in a predicament after detoxifying with no toilet paper, forcing him to remove his underwear. After beating up a celestial dragon in the restroom, he quickly fled, even warning Boa Hancock, and ultimately jumped onto a warship belonging to Garp. In a Shenzhen internet CAF in the 21st century, 19-year-old Lin Hai was staring at the screen, had just finished watching One Piece, and Zoro's epic attack on Kaido was incredibly cool, while Luffy's Conqueror's Haki was flying high. He had just stolen mid-lane Garen and typed furiously, "Brothers, lie down," in the Garen Master. Lighting a cigarette, he fixed his hairstyle in front of the screen. So cool. Suddenly, the three opponents ignored him, and before the minions even left the base, they were destroying towers. Lin Hai was furious. Do they think I'm just a decoration? His speed surged as he clicked E to spin triple kill. Lin Hai laughed maniacally. Is that it? Good looks and skills. He returned to buy 2 Duran's blades and 5 potions 3 Duran's blades to start. And his opponents were all noobs. Outside, thunder crashed, and Lin Hai suddenly felt darkness envelop him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on a toilet seat. Confused, a voice echoed in his mind, ding. Binding flamboyant system. Lin Hai understood immediately. He had crossed over. This was the protagonist's script. Overjoyed, he shouted, "Woohoo, let's take off." Ding. Binding successful. Host has arrived in the One Piece world. Year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar. 1 year before Luffy sets sail. Current location: Sabaody Archipelago. The beginner gift pack has been sent to your space backpack. Check your consciousness to view it. Lin Hai was ecstatic. The system knows me too well. 5-star review. But why is it called the flamboyant system? You're not a beauty. The system retorted. That's just a name. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Hai smiled. It has personality. I like it. Open a gift pack now. Inside his backpack lay a devil fruit, a sword, and a pill. The pill improved his physique, and the devil fruit was the space fruit. It didn't fear sea prism stone or seawater and had no side effects. Lin Hai danced with joy. I love the flamboyant system. It must be 5 stars. He grabbed the pill and swallowed it, then bit into the space fruit. Gulula. Lin Hai froze. This fruit is delicious, sweet, and fragrant, but why does it feel like I've taken laxatives? The system calmly replied, the pill is detoxifying. Lin Hai didn't have time to listen. He quickly lifted the toilet seat. After an unknown amount of time, he was dumbfounded. No toilet paper. He urgently called out to the system. Do you have any tissues? The system replied, host flamboyant coins. 0. 1. Not enough to exchange. Lin Hai was exasperated, thinking hard, and could only take off the underwear he bought from Pinot. Finally, he felt relieved. Lin Hai looked at the pair of underwear that had accompanied him for a long time in the trash can, feeling heartbroken. Flamboyant system. Quickly opened my personal panel. He couldn't afford to be unfamiliar with the system. If he messed up, wouldn't that give the reader something to complain about? The next second, a panel appeared that only he could see. Host. Lin Hai strength. 100 can exert 100 pounds agility. 10 fastest speed. 10 meters per second stamina. 250 flamboyant coins. 0. 1 space backpack. Sword blade system store. Not up to standard. Cannot see. After looking at the panel, Lin Hai was unhappy. Is this it? The rewards are too meager. I must try to milk the system for more benefits. System, think about it. The power levels in One Piece are outrageous. My classmate watched the Marineford War, and when Whitebeard threw a punch, it shattered the screen of his phone. This world is so dangerous. Can't you give me some more life-saving skills? Or at least boost my stats? The flamboyant system immediately shot back. Don't dream, host. This system only assists. You have to train your own skills. Lin Hai wasn't discouraged. Then why isn't Haki on the panel? The system replied. You haven't eaten the pill and the fruit yet right now. You're just a weakling. Haki? Not for now. Flamboyant coins depend on how flamboyant you are in your actions, and the system will reward you. Figure it out yourself. Do you understand why it's called flamboyant? Interesting, I like it. Lin Hai had a great attitude if he didn't have it. So be it. He had already grasped the abilities of the space fruit, which was somewhat similar to Law's Nami. He could create a spatial field and manipulate whatever was inside, but the difference was that this fruit couldn't heal. If he cut with a knife, the opponent would be done for. Just as he was pondering, footsteps echoed outside, and Lin Hai suddenly realized, how could he be so foolish? He had been enjoying himself in the toilet for so long. He pushed open the restroom door and immediately bumped into an annoying face, someone with a bubble wrap around their head, snot dripping from their nose, looking hot and bothered. 2 words popped into Lin Hai's mind. Idiot? Moron? This guy was no ordinary person. He was Saint Charlos, a celestial dragon who claimed to be a descendant of the creator with power beyond measure. destined to be punched away by Luffy a year later. Seeing Lin Hai not kneeling and daring stare at him, St. Charlos exploded in rage, screaming, "You lowly scum! Dare to not kneel before me? Do you believe I will throw you to feed my pet I bought at the auction yesterday? Damn! What the hell?" Lin Hai's anger surged, and without thinking, he slapped him. With that slap, the guy slammed against the wall and fainted. It was only after he came back to his senses that he realized, damn, this is a celestial dragon. No wonder he was so arrogant. Looking at the guy who had fainted, Lin Hai's soul nearly flew away, hitting a celestial dragon. The Navy admirals would be here in an instant. His little skills weren't enough. He had to run immediately. After running a few steps, he stopped. There must be guards outside. Only this idiot had seen him. So he had to get away quickly. With survival instincts kicking in, Lin Hai thought of a plan. His space fruit wasn't just for show. He walked back and spat a thick loogie on his St. Charlos face. "Since I've already hit you, isn't it only fair to disgust you a little, considering my looks and for the readers?" Room. A circular bubble exploded from his palm, enveloping the restroom walls, and with a spatial exchange, Lin Hai instantly teleported outside and ran away. Once outside, he dashed toward the coast. Once the Navy discovered the celestial dragon had been attacked, the Sabati archipelago would definitely be sealed off. If that idiot recognized him, he would be done for. After weaving through the crowd for a while, he spotted a woman walking towards the island. Wasn't that Boa Hancock? The world's most beautiful woman, a big shot among the 7 warlords. Lin Hai knew her background with her temper. Once the island was sealed, she would definitely clash with the Navy. Lin Hai rushed over and shouted, "I just knocked out a celestial dragon. The island is about to be sealed. Don't go in. Hurry and retreat." Without looking back, he dashed towards the coast. Hancock and her sisters were first stunned, then their faces filled with disbelief. Who would dare to hit a celestial dragon? After a moment, Hancock stammered. He just said the green-haired sister pulled her away. "Sister, don't bother. Hurry and get the ship." Reaching the coast, Lin Hai directly used his ability to jump onto a big ship that had just set sail. Wait, something was off. The naval flag and the doghead insignia, it was definitely a warship. On the deck, Garp was chatting with Aokiji, and both big shots sent someone boarding the ship. Had pretty bold. The sailors, seeing Garp move, quickly took their positions. Garp approached Lin Hai, squinting and asking, "Kid, who are you? Dare to board my ship?" Lin Hai was sweating profusely. Garp. This was a legendary figure, but he quickly calmed down. He didn't know that he had just attacked a celestial dragon, and Garp was reasonable. Lin Hai improvised. "I'm called Sleep God, chased by human traffickers, and I hid here in panic." Sleep God? Still a god? Garp's eyes turned dangerous in an instant. Lin Hai's heart sank. This nickname was given by a friend back in school. He had slept through class and dreamed about cough cough. He quickly explained, "Im Huaxia D. Lin Hai, D." Garp cursed, and Wardlithis was troublesome. Anyone with a D was never simple. Lin Hai quickly waved his hand. "None of that matters. Just call me Lin Hai, Vice Admiral Garp." Garp was taken aback. Usually, people trembled in fear at the sight of him. Yet this kid dared to be so bold. Lin Hai walked directly to the deck and said casually, "Vice Admiral Garp, can I have a glass of water? I've been chased all the way here and am dying of thirst." The Admiral Aokiji, lounging on a chair, had a dark expression. "Didn't he see me here? That drink is mine." Lin Hai knew exactly what he was doing. He was familiar with the personalities of these 2 big shots. As long as he didn't lie, didn't become a pirate, and didn't speak ill, he would definitely be fine. Aokiji took off his eye mask and sat up. "Ah, before you drink, shouldn't you ask the host?" Lin Hai took another sip and retorted, "Admiral Aokiji, you're so generous you won't mind, right? I've already drunk it, and you won't drink it either. Since we're both going to drink, asking is pointless." Aokiji was baffled by this logic. "What about courtesy?" "Ha ha ha." Garp laughed out loud, sitting next to Lin Hai, and slapped him on the shoulder. "Kid, come join the Navy. By the way, how did you get on my ship?" Lin Hai grimaced in pain. "Old man, take it easy. Are you trying to kill me?" Garp was picking his nose. "Don't mind the details. Quickly tell me. How did you suddenly appear on my ship?" Lin Hai sneered. "You must be quite ignorant. Do you know about devil fruits?" Garp and Aokiji instantly became interested, with Aokiji asking, "What ability?" Lin Hai casually replied, "I think it's space-related, not quite sure." Aokiji murmured, "That ability is not simple." "Ah." Garp slapped his shoulder again. "Kid, come join the Navy." Lin Hai shook his head like a rattle drum. "Join the Navy? What kind of joke is that? It's impossible in this lifetime. If he really went, he would be recognized by the celestial dragons, and that would be the end." This statement sounded different to Garp and Aokiji. Garp's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You want to be a pirate?" Lin Hai was taken aback and sneered. "Old man Garp, is there anyone in this world besides humans? The rest are all pigs?" Garp nodded. "Aren't they?" Next to him, Akiji, Lin Hai, and the eavesdropping Marines all looked at Garp with strange expressions. Garp realized and became furious. In short, make it clear why you don't want to be in the Navy. Otherwise, you'll be put on the danger list. Lin Hai quickly said, I've said it. Don't hit me. Speak. Lin Hai stood up, looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and slowly said, I think your Navy's justice is too blind. Akiji asked curiously, Era, why do you say that? Lin Hai explained, you shout justice every day. Isn't it to eliminate pirates? Garp retorted, isn't that right? Lin Hai laughed. Have you never doubted yourselves? Do you think all pirates are enemies, all doing evil? But why are there so many pirates? Excluding those who truly do evil, there are definitely some who are forced by you to become pirates, right? For some purpose. And there are some innocent adventurers who have never done anything bad, yet you don't spare them. What can they do? So all this so-called justice of yours is clearly full of bugs. How many people in the Navy don't follow the rules, executing privately based on their preferences, right? Instantly, the ship fell silent. Akainu is a typical example. Lin Hai's words shattered many people's mental barriers like thunder. But once the barrier was broken, a new problem arose. The beliefs held for many years began to waver. Akiji spoke up. What you said does exist, but we can change it, right? Lin Hai looked at him. Mr. Akiji, many people have their own dead-end beliefs, and countless interests are entangled. If we really want to change, the Navy might directly split. Do you understand? Moreover, the Shichibukai system is pure nonsense. On one hand, the Navy exterminates pirates, while on the other hand, it collaborates with them, calling it. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Looking at the silent crowd, Lin Hai became more and more impassioned. The human trafficking market in Sabeti Archipelago is right next to the Navy headquarters. And it's even legal? Don't you find it ironic? And those celestial dragons, shopping while making civilians kneel, directly snatching whoever they want to take home. Ding. Congratulations to the host for forming a belief. Activating Conqueror's Haki. The system prompt sounded, but Lin Hai was passionately speaking and didn't hear it. He suddenly shouted, lives and freedom are being trampled like this? Boom! A terrifying energy exploded from him. A light blue aura instantly enveloped the entire ship, and everyone froze in place. Then, the sailors, as if they had seen a ghost, broke into a sweat. Their eyes rolled back, and one by one, they fainted. What a spectacular scene. Garp and Akiji, who were closest, felt it most intensely. Garp's eyes widened, and Akiji broke out in a cold sweat. These words are the ultimate question pursued by countless people in this world. After a while, Akiji murmured, Hey, Mr. Garp, that was Conqueror's Haki, right? Garp nodded. Ah, that's right. This aura, the kid, is too surprising. Lin Hai awkwardly scratched his head. They fainted. I'll go wake them up. Otherwise, the ship will leave without us. Garp and Akiji looked at his back, and Akiji asked, Will he become an enemy of the Navy? Garp shook his head. Probably not. There is real righteousness in his words. Not too bad. What a pity. Akiji fell silent. The current situation of the Navy indeed can't keep him. The two exchanged glances, and Garp said, We could just ask him later, right? Akiji nodded. On the other side, Lin Hai was sweating coldly. Did I just show off? But it really feels great to show off in front of Garp and Akiji. He quickly adjusted the system panel. Host, Lin Hai strength, 100 agility, 10 stamina, 250 Conqueror's Haki. LV1 can intimidate, freely released, cannot control, cannot entangle attacks, flamboyant coins, 0. One space backpack, sword blade. He secretly glanced at Garp and Akiji's attributes, but all he saw were question marks. After waking up the fainted sailors, Garp shouted, Kid, come here. Lin Hai felt a chill in his heart. If this old man forces me to join the Navy, I'd rather die than go. It's better to go to sea with Luffy, enjoy the scenery along the way, meet beautiful women. Cough, cough, how free and enjoyable that would be. Rarely crossing over. Let others be the saints and heroes. The three sat down, and Garp asked, According to what you said, does the Navy still have any meaning? Akiji also stared at him. This is a matter of belief. Lin Hai was silent for a moment, then smiled. How can it have no meaning? Because of you, the civilians can be a bit more stable. Without you righteous people maintaining balance, wouldn't the sea be in chaos? Instantly, everyone understood. Akiji murmured, Everything has two sides. The Navy and pirates are the same, right, righteous guy? Ha ha. Garp patted Lin Hai's shoulder and laughed heartily. Lin Hai was annoyed. Enough already, old man. That hurts. The sailors ignored his complaints and shouted in unison, Long live justice. Long live justice. After a while, Garp urged again, Kid, come join the Navy. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. It's not that I don't want to go. First of all, I can't get over that mental barrier. Secondly, with my little physique, I wouldn't even know how I'd die if I went. Stop persuading me. Akiji asked curiously. Era, then what do you want to do? Lin Hai secretly reached for Garp Senbei and said leisurely, find a safe place to hide and sleep. Duong, Garp punched him on the head. Angrily, I want to wake you up from this fallen state. Lin Hai held his head and shouted angrily, smelly old man, sooner or later, you'll knock me silly. Is your fist made of iron? It hurts so much, woo woo woo. Garp awkwardly scratched his head and asked Akiji, did I use too much strength just now? The sailors stifled their laughter. Lin Hai was crying while secretly eating Garp Senbei. Garp realized and screamed, my Senbei, pulu pulu. The phone bug on the ship rang. Akiji asked, should we answer it, Mr. Garp? Garp waved his hand. It must be that bastard Sengoku complaining about me. I already said I want to take a vacation. Ignore him. Ha ha. At the Navy headquarters, a cup fell to the ground and rolled to Kizaru's feet. Kizaru said, Marshal Sengoku, do you want me to go? Sengoku was furious. That bastard Garp isn't answering the phone again. Akiji should be on his ship. I originally called him to handle this. Forget it, Kizaru. He looked at Kizaru. The meaning was obvious. Kizaru's glasses glinted as he slowly said, I heard the celestial dragons on Sabiti Archipelago were knocked out, and the guards were all confused when they found out. Someone really dared to hit the celestial dragons. The Navy headquarters can't ignore this, right, Marshal? Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Sengoku. Then I'll trouble you with this. Back to Lin Hai's side. On the ship, Lin Hai asked curiously, Old man Garp, where's this ship going? Garp's eyes lit up. This kid doesn't want to be in the Navy, so it's just right to drop him off at Windmill Village to keep Luffy company. Who knows? They might become friends. Luffy is quite lonely alone. He casually said, I'm going to take a vacation to see my grandson. How about you? Lin Hai's eyes widened. Staying with the main character, Luffy? Life would definitely be explosive. With the system and being a transmigrator, this life is destined to be anything but ordinary. The readers wouldn't allow it either. He quickly said, is it safe? If it's safe, I'll go. By the way, is Admiral Akiji going too? Akiji waved his hand. I'm just catching a ride. I still have things to do along the way. Lin Hai rubbed his hands. Admiral Akiji, you're tall and handsome. Can you lend me some berries? I'm broke. Akiji's face darkened. Flattering someone like this, how could he refuse? But he was experienced and immediately shifted. Why don't you borrow from Garp? Garp's face also darkened, glaring at Akiji fiercely. Lin Hai added, this old man looks like he is not serious. How could he have berries? Hit. I wouldn't believe it even if I died, Duong. Garp swung a punch. Lin Hai got angry. Smelly old man. Did I say something wrong? Do you have berries? Ha ha. Garp said seriously, no. Lin Hai was frustrated. No, and still hit me, TSK. Ada. Ada. Akiji helplessly. All right, I have 250 berries, take it. I'm not lending you money. Huh? I've tasted Garp's punches. They can smash mountains and shake the earth. It's an incredible experience. After receiving 250 berries, Lin Hai was overjoyed. Thank you. By the way, when do we eat? I am starving. Ding. Activating the flamboyant function. Completed the flashy operation of borrowing money from the Admiral. Reward. 250 flamboyant coins. All attributes 50. First forced increase in stamina. Check the panel. The system suddenly prompted. So this is how the flamboyant system works. Lin Hai quickly opened the panel. Host. Lin Hai strength. 100 agility. 10 stamina. 300, 250, 50. Conqueror's Haki. LV1 can intimidate. Freely release. Cannot control. Cannot entangle. Flamboyant coins. 250. One space backpack. Knife. Sword. Lin Hai was breathing rapidly. This is too amazing. System. First time reward. Normal operation. Seeing everyone busy with their own things, Lin Hai couldn't wait, wanting to enjoy it again. He boasted to the system. Back then, I was both literate and martial. In LOL, I could mock teammates while idling, and in combat, I could send people to their doom in anger. The sky is as high as my flamboyance. Too bad there's no place for heroes here. System, you're quite flamboyant, but you chose the wrong target. No reward. Lin Hai slapped himself, damn. No reward. It seems I have to perform flashy operations on people. Before he could think more, Garp burst out laughing. You think I'm not serious? You're the one being serious. Haven't you seen a fool hitting himself? Ha ha ha. Lin Hai's face darkened, stubbornly saying, is it wrong to swat mosquitoes? Garp directly picked him up. Go help in the kitchen. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. All attributes 40. Flamboyant coins 400. The system prompt sounded. Lin Hai was stunned and quickly asked the system, how are these reward calculated? The next day, Lin Hai was awakened by the noise outside. When he stepped out, he saw Garp and Akiji there. He yawned. Another day of being awakened by my own handsomeness. Being handsome is really troublesome. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. All attributes 40. Flamboyant coins 400. The system prompt exploded. Lin Hai instantly woke up. This just happened? I must be flamboyant to the sky. Ignoring the dark expressions of the few people nearby, he continued to show off. Why are you all looking at me like that? Being handsome is not my fault. I'm also quite troubled, you know? Ding. Complete another flashy operation. All attributes 40. Flamboyant coins 400. Garp clenched his fist, holding back, while Akiji was emitting cold air. This guy's too asking for a beating. He had already scammed 250 berries yesterday, and it looked like he had no intention of paying it back. Lin Hai pressed on. Mr. Garp, Mr. Akiji, with my handsomeness. Will I be envied and attacked? Back in my hometown, a reader was chased for 3 days and nights because he was too handsome, and another girl crashed into a telephone pole because of my looks and was taken away. Turns out being handsome is also a crime. Ding. Flamboyant to the sky. Triple critical hit. All attributes 120. Flamboyant coins 1200. Before Lin Hai could finish celebrating, bang, bang. Garp and Akiji's fists simultaneously came down. Garp snorted. This kid is asking for a beating early in the morning. Akiji quickly said, Garp, I'm saying goodbye here. He pulled out a bicycle and used his ice-size fruit ability to glide away on the sea. If I don't leave, I'm going to go crazy. Garp waved his hand, ignoring Lin Hai, who was lying on the ship's deck, and went to drink tea in a recliner. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his panel. Host. Lin Hai strength. 150, 150 agility, 100, 1090 stamina, 400, 300, 100 conquerors hockey. LV1 can intimidate, freely release, cannot control. Cannot entangle, flamboyant coins, 2650. One space backpack, knife, sword. After distributing the attributes, he felt his body had changed. Running from the first floor to the 5th floor, no soreness. No breathlessness. After a while, Garp wondered, hey, with just one punch, it can't be that exaggerated, right? Lin Hai sprang up. Am I okay? Where's Admiral Akiji? Garp pinched his nose. Out on business. Lin Hai asked, are we going to your hometown? Where is it? Garp answered, we're almost there. East Blue, Windmill Village. Lin Hai tried to check Garp's attributes, but it was still a bunch of question marks. Too much of a gap. He wanted to brush some more attributes. But he had no inspiration. Flashy operations depend entirely on bursts of inspiration. Not knowing how long it had been, the warship sailed into the harbor of Windmill Village. Following behind Garp, Lin Hai couldn't help but complain. Garp, you're an admiral in the Navy. You have a reputation. Why is your hometown in such a remote valley? Others might think we're here to hide from enemies in the deep mountains. So embarrassing. Garp turned his head with a black line. Do you have a problem, kid? TCH. Lin Hai muttered. I only have 250 berries on me, and you took 200. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Aha! Garp's face changed instantly. Don't mind the details. Lin Hai, later I'll introduce you to my grandson Luffy. You two will definitely get along. Lin Hai helplessly followed along. What else could he do? That 200 berries. It's not that he's stingy. The system shop needs the panel to meet the standards to open. Flamboyant coins are just numbers now. Before long, they saw a house. Garp knocked on the door but got no response, so he knocked harder. An angry roar came from inside. Who the hell is disturbing my nap? Garp's face darkened. It's me, got a problem? Dayton opened the door, and upon seeing Garp, sweat beaded on her forehead. Mr. Garp, what brings you here? Just then, Luffy returned, shouting, Grandpa, why are you here? Garp was about to speak when Lin Hai interrupted, pointing at Dayton. Who's this fat lady? Is she that Straw Hat Punk's mom? Dayton glared. What did you say, kid? Lin Hai grinned. Well, that's pretty normal, being angry if insulted. Unlike this old man Garp. He doesn't care if I scold him. He's beyond saving. Bang! Garp snorted. This kid is too asking for a beating. Is it really that serious, just for taking 200 berries to buy snacks? Luffy rolled on the ground, holding his stomach. Huh? Who is this person? So funny. Woos! Bang! Garp quickly gave Luffy a hit. Luffy cried out, Grandpa, why did you hit me? It wasn't me who said that. Garp ignored him and asked Dayton, Is there food? I am hungry. Dayton retorted, Eating at this time? Go find it yourself in the village. Sigh. Garp looked at Lin Hai. Stinky kid, come here, let me introduce you. Dayton exclaimed, Garp, is this your grandson again? Is this a daycare? Enough is enough. Lin Hai laughed. Do you have a problem with your eyesight? With my handsomeness. How could I be that old lecher's grandson? Get lost. Bang. Garp picked Lin Hai up and put him next to Luffy. All right, you two introduce yourselves, I'm leaving. Luffy exclaimed in delight. Really? That's great. Bang. Garp hit him again. Grandpa is leaving. Shouldn't you be reluctant? You can't wait for me to leave. Is that the attitude of a grandson towards his grandfather? Luffy covered his head. Sorry, Grandpa. Safe travels. Garp was satisfied. You two get along well. Dayton looked at Garp's back and didn't dare to speak. This old man is too scary. His punches are painfully huge. She shouted outside. You two brats find your own food. Don't disturb my sleep. Bang. The door closed. Lin Hai and Luffy exchanged glances, and Lin Hai said, My name is Lin Hai. What's your name? Luffy grinned. I'm called. Lin Hai interrupted directly. Monkey D. Luffy, right? Who doesn't know? Hurry up, I'm starving. Luffy was momentarily stunned, then laughed. You're really interesting. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal. Lin Hai's eyes sparkled. You're really a living bodhisattva. Ha ha. Luffy laughed. No need to be polite. As they walked, Luffy curiously asked, Are you also my grandpa's grandson? Lin Hai was taken aback and teased him on purpose. Yeah, so you should call me brother. Luffy looked confused. Why? Lin Hai replied, I'm 19, how about you? Luffy said, 16. Lin Hai shrugged. That settles it, I'm older than you. Luffy nodded. Oh, I see. While chatting, Lin Hai pulled up Luffy's panel. Monkey D. Luffy, protagonist, strength, 1600 agility, 150 stamina, 3000 devil fruit, gum fruit, mythical Zoanica form, has a protagonist halo, explosive potential, gets stronger when facing strong opponents, turns misfortune into fortune. Lin Hai exclaimed, wow. Looking at his own panel, he instantly felt less impressive. After walking for a while, Lin Hai complained. The feast you mentioned, it won't be hunting in the forest, right? Luffy nodded. Yeah. Bear meat is super delicious. And there's tiger meat. Lin Hai jumped back. Wipe your drool first. Are you trying to drown the ants? Shouldn't we eat out? Do I have to do it myself? That's too much. Luffy suddenly became serious. Look over there. A giant bear was approaching, and Luffy said gravely, This guy is not easy to deal with. Lin Hai stepped forward. Luffy, watch closely. Let me show you my non-combat strength. Luffy got anxious. It's dangerous. That bear is super tough. Before he could finish, Lin Hai activated his Conqueror's Haki. A light blue aura instantly enveloped the area, and the giant bear froze on the spot, sweating profusely, then rolled its eyes and fainted. Luffy wiped his sweat. This aura, it's similar to Shanks and Grandpa. Teach me, Lin Hai. Lin Hai pressed his hand down. Let's eat first. We'll talk about the rest later. After finishing their meal, Lin Hai looked gloomy. I only took one bite, and you ate it all? What about the next meal? Luffy shrugged. As long as it's delicious. We can get more next time. Lin Hai lay on the ground thinking. Luffy's eating method is like returning life. I must learn it. But right now, the most important thing is to train my body. Otherwise, with these attributes, I can't survive. While he was thinking, Luffy suddenly said, Lin Hai, I'm going to set sail next year. How about you? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Set sail? Luffy nodded. I made a promise to someone to become the Pirate King, and then return this hat to him. Come sail with me? Lin Hai grinned. Sail with you? Then I'll be the captain? Luffy quickly waved his hands. No way. The captain must be me. Lin Hai asked. Then what will I be? Luffy thought for a moment. His eyes lit up. You could be the first mate. Lin Hai waved his hand. Anything works, since you invited me. Let's sail together. Let's have an explosive adventure. Luffy nodded. An explosive adventure? Ha ha, super excited. I really want time to fly faster. Ace has been at sea for 2 years. I wonder how he's doing. Lin Hai interrupted him. Luffy, your fighting skills are not good right now, and I'm also weak. We need to train for a while. Luffy protested. Do you dare look down on me? Lin Hai, aren't you going to be the Pirate King? If you were really strong, how come when you meet your grandpa, you can only take a beating? You're a rubber man. Logically, it shouldn't hurt when you get hit. Why does it hurt when your grandpa hits you? Luffy was confused. Why? Lin Hai explained. That's Haki. There are 3 types. The first is Conqueror's Haki, which I just used, and you felt it. The second is Observation Haki, which can predict the opponent's movements. If you can't use it, you'll just get beaten by someone who can. The third is Armament Haki, which can be applied to your body or weapons to increase attack and defense. If it hurts when others hit you, it's because they use this move, got it? I won't talk about the more advanced stuff for now. First, we need to strengthen our bodies. That's the foundation. Luffy was sweating and super excited. I see. When can I learn it? Lin Hai shook his head. Not sure. Maybe you'll awaken it when your body is strong enough or when you encounter something special. If you want to be the Pirate King, you have to understand these things. You might learn it one day. Enough talk. I need to train. I'm too weak right now. Luffy was puzzled. You're still weak? I think you're really strong. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and train. So Lin Hai started doing sit-ups, squats, and frog jumps. Luffy complained. Can this stuff really improve fighting ability? Lin Hai laughed. You'll find out later. After practicing for a while, he took out a knife from his spatial backpack. It's very similar to Zoro's sword, completely snow white, simple and understated, and the grip felt amazing. It didn't have a name yet, so Lin Hai named it Galfone. He couldn't think of a better one. Luffy saw him conjure a knife out of thin air and asked curiously, Lin Hai, how did you do that? Lin Hai replied, I ate the space fruit. So I have a spatial backpack. The knife came from there. Luffy's eyes lit up. That's fun. Can you take me to play? Lin Hai was speechless. Living things can't go in. Luffy complained. TSH, the space fruit is really trash. Lin Hai, you're just jealous. Watch closely, Luffy. Room. A circular membrane expanded from his palm, wrapping around a nearby tree. One sword style, cake cutting. A flash of white light passed, and the tree was sliced in half. Lin Hai turned his head and raised an eyebrow. How about that? Luffy exclaimed. That's super cool. Do it again. That's awesome. A few days later, in the forest, Lin Hai complained. This grilled meat is too bland without any seasoning. Luffy smiled. What can we do? Lin Hai, after Ace set sail. I've been living alone in the forest. It was so lonely. Luckily you came. Finally someone to chat with. It's so great. Lin Hai, indeed. Being alone in the deep mountains is tough. But soon, we'll be able to roam the seas. By the way, do you really want to be the Pirate King? Just for a promise? Luffy shook his head. A promise is a promise. Wanting to be the Pirate King is what I want. Ace wanted it too. We want to be the freest people on the sea. The freest people? Lin Hai muttered. Everything is dualistic. How can there be absolute freedom? Ding. Congratulations to the host for understanding the truth. Conqueror's Haki has leveled up. The system notification sound rang out. Lin Hai quickly checked his panel. Host. Lin Hai strength. 300, 150, agility. 110 stamina. 500 for 100. Conqueror's Haki. LV2 can control release. Directly stun those with weak will. Foam saw coins. 3,000. One spatial backpack. Knife. Galfone. The progress was too rapid. Lin Hai was delighted, stood up, and asked, do you want to eat something good? Luffy immediately perked up. Yes. Super want. Lin Hai, come with me to the junkyard. I'll treat you to a feast. Luffy was dumbfounded. Isn't it super expensive there? Do you have belly? Lin Hai looked down on him. Have you forgotten my ability? Luffy immediately protested. Lin Hai, you're actually that kind of person. Lin Hai glared at him. Just asking if you want to eat. Ahaha. Luffy backed down. Don't be fierce, I'll go. Okay. Lin Hai said seriously. If you want to be the captain, you need to know when to joke and when not to. Once we set sail, every decision could affect the lives of our companions, understand? Luffy, who had just been joking, suddenly became serious, pressed down his hat, and nodded. I understand, thanks. Lin Hai knew he had great wisdom. He just loved to mess around. Otherwise, how could the Straw Hat crew have such good luck? He hooked his arm around Luffy's shoulder. By the way, are you interested in beautiful women? Luffy pondered. I have a goal. I can't get distracted. Lin Hai not that. Ambito. Then I won't have to worry about you competing with me. Luffy nanny. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai laughed. Forget about that. Let's go eat a feast. Don't mess around, or it'll be a big trouble, got it? Luffy asked. Should we bring some back for Dayton and the others? Lin Hai sneered. With your appetite, you would bring some? Luffy patted his chest. No way. Ha ha. In the end, they still brought some back. Bang bang bang. Shouts came from inside. Which bastard disturbed my sleep again? Dayton opened the door and saw the two, frowning. What do you two little brats want? Without waiting for Luffy to speak, Lin Hai shot back. It's almost dark and you're still sleeping? It's a miracle you haven't starved to death as a mountain bandit. Dayton was furious. You little brat. Lin Hai handed over the food. Hurry up and eat. We're leaving. Luffy stepped forward. Haha, Dayton, eat quickly. This is what we got from the noble kitchen. Lin Hai quickly covered his mouth, threw the food to Dayton, and dragged Luffy away. Lin Hai shouted. Didn't you promise not to tell anyone? Luffy. Lin Hai nodded. Dayton can't either. Let's go. Luffy. Dayton was confused. How did Lin Hai understand Luffy? They actually dared to go to the nobles and came back unscathed? Garp really brought back a couple of monsters. The next day, in the forest, Lin Hai and Luffy practiced against each other for a while. Lin Hai couldn't beat him, but his skills crushed Luffy. After all, he was a time traveler, having seen all the tricks in One Piece, plus the knowledge of the 21st century. Lin Hai said, Luffy, you're wasting a lot of energy in many places. Remember, you're rubber. You have to utilize the properties of rubber. Also, when fighting, you must defend against lethal attacks. Getting hit would be disastrous. Luffy was confused. Lethal attack? Seeing that he was ignorant, Lin Hai picked up a stick. Want to try again? Luffy was eager to try, but Lin Hai directly unleashed a killing move. Room. A circular membrane instantly enveloped Luffy. Just as Luffy was about to attack, the stick had already slammed into his stomach, sending him flying. Luffy shouted angrily, "Damn it!" He wanted to go again, but Lin Hai shouted, "Stop. Did you see the move just now?" Luffy angrily said, "Again. I won T lose." Lin Hai was headache. "We're not competing to win. What are you thinking? Just now I was using a knife. How would you handle it now?" Only then did Luffy feel a sense of fear, but he stubbornly said, "Your ability is too unfair." Lin Hai laughed. "Once we set sail, it's about life and death. There is no such thing as unfair." Luffy recalled what had just happened. "Did my position seem to change?" Lin Hai nodded. "I moved you to a place where the stick could hit you." Luffy was frustrated. "This is unsolvable." Lin Hai shook his head. "Those who understand my ability, react quickly, and have enough experience can block. Those who can use observation hockey can also block. Many things are just not thought of." Luffy nodded. "I was too ignorant. Let us keep practicing." Lin Hai reminded, "You rubber bastard, be gentle. The place I got hit yesterday still hurts. Let's chit-chat. Take this." Days passed. Lin Hai and Luffy practiced every day to build strength for their upcoming voyage. Garp would never have imagined that he just wanted to find someone to accompany his grandson, but ended up with a troublesome guy who would give him both headaches and relief. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, which was the second year after Lin Hai crossed into the pirate world, far from Windmill Village, Lin Hai, who had become much sturdier, heard the voice of the flirtatious system in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the system store." Lin Hai excitedly opened the panel. "Host, Lin Hai strength, 1200 agility, 120 stamina, 2100 conqueror's hockey. LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled for release. Directly stuns those with weak will. Flirtatious coins, 6000. One space backpack, knife, sword, alias, high wind system all. Restart doll, 450, TT 45. Instant noodles, 8. In the system store, eggs, ham sausage, 2. Shave, 100000. Life return, 100000. Moonwalk, 100,000. Duga 9 swords, 1 million. Meteor sword technique, 1 million. I have a sword, 100 million. Special note, except for daily necessities, other items cannot be used by others. Lin Hai stared at the screen, feeling unsettled. System, I'm a serious person. What kind of store is this? System, if you don't buy, then forget it, refusing to answer. Hee hee. Lin Hai was excited. Such personality. But I have a sword costs 100 million? Are you crazy? Luffy rushed over. You're using your ability to cheat. That's not counted as losing. Lin Hai looked at his overwhelming attributes and thought, it's still faster to level up by fighting pirate crews. Flashy operations yield high returns. Going out to sea tomorrow? Lin Hai asked. Luffy jumped up. I'm going crazy. I'll definitely become the pirate king. Lin Hai, you're making great progress. But I really don't want to leave. The two sat on a rock, facing the sea breeze, their minds filled with future adventures, unknown journeys, fresh people, explosive events. After living here for over a decade, shouldn't they say goodbye? Lin Hai teased him. Luffy, with dreams ahead, be decisive. Lin Hai shot back. We're not fighting today. You can't beat me anyway. Luffy exploded. You're cheating. Lin Hai poked his face. ISNT the space fruit ability? Luffy pouted. I hate the space fruit. Lin Hai laughed. I had some good wine, let us go. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Is there meat? Glutton. Originally, Luffy didn't drink, but he grew to love it because of Lin Hai. How can there be pirate spirit without alcohol? The next day, at the port of Windmill Village, the two were on the boat, which was a bit larger than in the original, with 2 empty wooden barrels placed. Lin Hai had already thought of hiding in them during a storm. All the food was stuffed into the space backpack. Luffy shouted, Goodbye, everyone. Villagers responded, Fair winds. Can this boat make it? Suddenly, something big was under the boat. The two stared at the bubbling sea surface. Lin Hai, this stinky fish occasionally gets eaten. I'll get rid of it. Luffy grabbed, I can do it too. Old rules. Lin Hai raised his hand. The villagers on the shore were dumbfounded. They actually saw the two playing rock, paper, scissors on the boat. And the near sea king that bit off Shanks' arm had already leaped out of the water. What were they doing? Luffy, Lin Hai, watch out behind you. You all run away. On the boat, Lin Hai said, Luffy, I won. Room. Clang. Before everyone could react, a white light flashed. And the near sea king's head flew straight off. Lin Hai leaped, grabbing the fish's body with one hand, shouting, Go Pikachu! The giant fish crashed heavily onto the shore. And as the smoke cleared, the villagers swallowed hard. Is this what he threw over with one hand? So fierce. It just popped up and it was gone. Are these two monsters? Lin Hai teleported back to the boat, and Luffy pouted and turned his head. What What is so great about it? I can throw too. Lin Hai tossed over a chicken leg. Here, yours. Luffy instantly lit up. My chicken leg. Lin Hai, you're so nice. The small boat drifted away from Windmill Village, surrounded by the sea and sky, indistinguishable in direction. Lin Hai asked, just drifting like this, where are we going? Luffy didn't care. We'll get there eventually. Lin Hai laughed. Why don't you say we'll drift straight to the Grand Line? Luffy was excited. Can we really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Nonsense. If a storm hits, guess who will drown first? Luffy exclaimed. What should we do then? Lin Hai said, once we get to a place, we need to find a navigator quickly. Otherwise, we'll be like headless flies. Luffy nodded. I'll listen to you. Let us find a navigator first. Lin Hai leaned against the side of the boat. It's a bit boring. Luffy grinned. Don't worry. We'll get there eventually. They didn't know how long it had been when the two sensed something was wrong, exchanged glances, and Lin Hai shouted, row quickly. We're going to fall into a whirlpool. Luffy was flustered. Oh. A towering wave dozens of meters high crashed in, and the small boat fell apart instantly. Lin Hai clung to a piece of wood, and he and Luffy, who had hidden in a barrel, were immediately separated. Somewhere in the East Sea, it had just been thunder and lightning, but in the blink of an eye, the weather turned sunny and pleasant. The weather at sea changed faster than a woman's mood. A barrel floated on the surface of the sea, and inside was Luffy. At that moment, Lin Hai had used his ability to steer the ship away from the whirlpool, but the massive waves overwhelmed them, and the two were separated. A merchant ship passed by, and the crew spotted the barrel, thinking it might contain treasure or wine, and quickly pulled it aboard. Not far away, a pirate ship suddenly appeared. A female voice called from the bow. Kobe, who is the most beautiful person on the sea. A short boy with pink hair and glasses. Kobe answered, of course, it's Captain Aurita. Ha ha ha. The heavily built Aurita, with a face full of freckles, who was quite uniquely unattractive, laughed. Good answer. Kobe said, thank you. A crew member interjected. Captain Aurita, this is a fat sheep. Aurita responded, that's right. Let's rob the ship. The crew cheered, and cannon fire erupted. Aurita fixed her gaze on the luxurious merchant ship. You guys, let them see the might of Iron Rod Aurita. The crew rushed up the ropes to board the merchant ship, while Kobe hesitated, gripping the rope. Aurita scolded, Kobe, what are you doing? Kobe replied, I'm scared. Dare to disobey orders? Aurita kicked him overboard, then jumped onto the ship. Hey haha, I'm here. At that moment, Lin Hai was still floating on his piece of wood. After being swept into the depths of the sea by the massive waves, he was definitely not calm. Fortunately, his mental fortitude held steady, and he managed not to panic. Hearing the cheering, Lin Hai immediately perked up and paddled closer. 2 ships ahead. Room. He dodged onto the deck. His clothes were still wet, and he saw Luffy being chased by a group of people, who were all knocked away by a counterattack. Lin Hai smiled. Hey Luffy, looks like you're having a blast. Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Lin Hai, I knew you were okay. Ha ha. Aurita approached with a spike club, and Lin Hai's eyes lit up. System. It's time to show off. He asked, are these pirates? Aurita quickly replied, yes. I am Captain Aurita. Who are you? Luffy said, I'm Luffy, and this is my companion Lin Hai. We are also pirates. Aurita asked, are you here to steal treasure? Lin Hai interjected, yes, hand it over. Luffy was confused. When did we decide to steal treasure? Lin Hai gave him a reassuring look and turned to Aurita. Lin Hai flirtatiously ran his hand through his hair. What are you looking at? Don't fall in love with me. I'm handsome and dashing, but a chicken can't match a phoenix. No use thinking about it. It's a crime to even think it. Don't think I don't know you're trying to flirt for an opportunity. No way. Just a pirate captain. I'm not interested. The entire crew was dumbfounded, and Aurita lowered her head, her expression darkening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. The system notification sounded. Lin Hai became even more energetic. Why aren't you looking? I didn't insult you. Not looking means you have ulterior motives. Aurita, unable to endure any longer, raised her club with killing intent. You bastard, you tricked me. Luffy shouted. Lin Hai duck. After spending so much time together, they had developed a strong mutual understanding. Lin Hai immediately knew what Luffy was about to do. As soon as he crouched down, Luffy's extended arm smashed into Aurita's stomach. The plump Aurita was sent flying. Kobe, who had just been kicked onto the ship, stuttered S. Country 1. Lin Hai ignored him and looked at the remaining crew. Is there a small boat? The crew quickly nodded. Yes. Lin Hai glared. Why aren't you leading the way? Luffy was confused. What do we need a small boat for? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Our ship was washed away by the waves. How else are we going to go out to sea? Luffy suddenly realized, Lin Hai, your brain works too well. Lin Hai laughed. Hurry up. Kobe stopped him. The next stop is Shell's Town. Take me with you? I want to be a Navy. There's a base there. Lin Hai said, I have no objections. Ask our captain. He opened the panel. Host. Lin Hai strength. 1300, 1200, 100 agility. 130, 120, 10 stamina. 2300, 2100, 200 Conqueror's Haki. LV2 control release, stun weaklings, flirtation coins. 6800, 6000. 1-800 space backpack, knife, high wind. Lin Hai was amazed. Indeed, defeating pirates' rewards were even better. Soon, the three of them boarded a small boat, next to which was another ship, with orange hair and an incredible figure. It was none other than Nami. Lin Hai and Nami locked eyes, and he thought to himself, Nami is really beautiful. That figure, cough cough. He spoke up. Hi, beautiful, going to Shell's Town? Nami replied, yes. Lin Hai leaped onto her ship, causing it to shake violently. Nami exclaimed, you have a ship. What are you doing here? Lin Hai wrapped his arms around her waist. That boat is too small. 3 people can't lie down. Once the boat stabilized, Nami's expression darkened. Was it too much to hug so tightly on their first meeting? She raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to let go? Do you want to hug until the end of time? Lin Hai released her and looked up at the sky. The weather was absolutely perfect, with not a cloud in sight. Ding. Completed a flirtatious operation. Reward. TT a box. Lin Hai's expression darkened. What does the system mean? Am I that kind of person? On the other ship, Luffy was rolling with laughter. Lin Hai, your brain is too sharp. Lin Hai waved his hand. You're not bad either. The two of them exchanged wild laughter, while Kobe and Nami looked at each other, puzzled. Were these two really not sick? After the ship set sail, Lin Hai shouted, Luffy, keep up with that ship. Luffy asked why. Lin Hai replied, can you sail? Luffy directly said no. Nami criticized. You say that so confidently even though you can't? Lin Hai pointed at Nami. She understands sailing. The destination is the same. Let her take us. He introduced, my name is Lin Hai. The pink-haired one on that ship is Kobe, and the other is Luffy. And you? Knowing it was Nami, he couldn't directly say it, lest he be misunderstood. Nami replied, my name is Nami. You guys are quite capable. I saw you knock the pirate captain away just now. Lin Hai glanced at the bag next to her, pretending not to see it. He couldn't let her think he was eyeing her treasure, or he would be sent back. Luffy suddenly shouted, Nami, you're a navigator, right? Nami was taken aback. No, but my skills are decent. Luffy exclaimed, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I want to be the pirate king. Come be my ship's navigator. Nami frowned. You guys are pirates? No thanks. I hate pirates the most. Luffy didn't press the issue after being rejected and sat back on the ship. Lin Hai leaned against the edge of the boat. He knew that as long as Nami's hometown issues weren't resolved, she wouldn't board the ship. Kobe suddenly said, Luffy, there's a pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, in Shell's Town. Luffy was confused. A pirate hunter? Is he strong? Nami became interested. She had heard that name before. Kobe replied, super strong. He's called a beast in human skin. Oh, Luffy adjusted his hat. If he's a good guy, I'll invite him to be my partner. Kobe was shocked. Partner? He's a pirate hunter. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? Luffy laughed. I'm very strong. Plus Lin Hai, he can't beat us. Nami's eye twitched as she glanced at Lin Hai, who was sleeping on her ship. Inviting a pirate hunter to be a pirate? This was truly a rare sight. As they chatted, the small boat entered the port of Shell's Town. Nami said, I have something to do. Let's part ways here. Lin Hai shrugged. If fate allows. We'll meet again. Luffy asked, should we go find Zoro first? Kobe was anxious. Mr. Luffy, I just said that for nothing. Lin Hai laughed. You just judge based on rumors? How can you be a good Navy like that? Kobe was speechless and had to follow them to find Zoro. After some inquiries, they arrived at the Navy base. In the training ground, a strong young man with a black headscarf was tied to a 2-meter-long cross. Under the blazing sun, he exuded a fierce aura that made people afraid to approach. Luffy climbed over the wall and sighed. Is this the legendary beast? The man on the cross noticed them and shouted, you guys are in the way. Get lost. Lin Hai was troubled. How could he communicate with someone like this? Only Luffy had the patience for it. At that moment, a little girl clumsily climbed the stairs trying to get over the wall. Lin Hai helplessly said, room? He used his ability to send the little girl into the base. The little girl suddenly appeared inside, looking confused as she glanced around. Lin Hai shouted from the wall, stop looking. Hurry up and do what you need to do, then come back quickly. The little girl forgot how she got in and ran to Zoro's side. Big brother, you haven't eaten in a long time. Here is the rice ball I made. Eat it. just as Zoro was about to tell her to leave quickly to avoid being executed by Mayor Monka as a rebel. Lin Hai had already used his ability to flash to the little girl's side. Lin Hai took the rice ball and smiled. How can he eat with his hands tied? Zoro glanced at him. I'm not hungry. Take her away. Lin Hai nodded. Let us eat first. Before Zoro could say anything, Lin Hai directly stuffed the rice ball into his mouth. Mm. Lin Hai said, let us go have a big meal first. We can talk later. Room. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Lin Hai was confused. What was flashy about that? Suddenly, the little girl outside the base asked, Big brother, did you do this? Lin Hai nodded. Yeah, where's the restaurant? Let's go eat first. He turned to Luffy, who had just come down from the wall. Right, Luffy? Upon hearing about food, Luffy forgot everything else, his eyes shining. Food? That's the most important thing. Let us hurry. Inside the base, Zoro finally swallowed the rice ball. Gritting his teeth, he was definitely going to chop that guy later. At the restaurant in Shell's Town, after eating for a while, Luffy exclaimed, Boss lady, your cooking is amazing. Lin Hai interjected. Of course it tastes good when you're getting it for free. The boss lady laughed. You should thank you for saving my daughter. I'll cover the meal. After chatting for a while, Luffy asked curiously. Then why was the pirate hunter Zoro captured? Didn't he pay for the meal? Everyone's faces turned dark. The little girl was anxious. That's not it. Big brother, didn't he get caught for that? The boss lady explained. More than 20 days ago, Mayor Monka's son, Barumabur, came to eat with a dog. The dog tried to bite my daughter, and Zoro beat the dog, offending Barumabur. Barumabur said his father's authority was challenged and wanted to execute us. Zoro volunteered to be locked up for a month, so Barumabur would cause us trouble. At this moment, Nami angrily scolded. You jerk! You have food in your bowl, but still steal mine. Lin Hai swallowed his food. It's rare to see each other again. Don't be stingy. A cocky guy walked into the restaurant, and it instantly fell silent. With blonde hair, dressed in a suit, walking with a swagger, and a smug expression, this was Barumabur. The marine behind him said, Young master, that pirate hunter hasn't eaten in over 20 days, but he looks pretty good. Barumabur smirked. What is there to be afraid of? He'll be executed tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luffy threw a punch in anger. Do you treat the agreement like it's nothing? Barumabur covered his face. I'll tell my dad and have all of you executed. Luffy shouted angrily. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Barumabur, just wait. I'll go back and make sure you all die. After Barumabur left with his men, the boss lady hesitated to speak, and Lin Hai comforted her. Don't worry, I'll go to the Navy base and beat that guy Monko up. I guarantee he won't dare to cause trouble. The boss lady sighed. Monka has an army. You all should escape quickly. Lin Hai didn't explain and asked, Luffy, are you full? At the Navy base, Luffy walked up to Zoro. You're amazing, holding up after not eating for so many days. Zoro replied, I have something I must accomplish. I can't just collapse like this. Luffy declared, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I want to be the Pirate King. This is Lin Hai, my partner. Come be my partner too. Zoro looked up. Pirate King? Do you know the way to those 3 words? Luffy smiled. It means Pirate King. I'll untie your ropes and make you my partner. Zoro protested. Pirates are all bad people. I want to hang out with you. Luffy countered. Don't others think you're a bad person too? Zoro replied. I don't care what others think, as long as I'm true to myself. Luffy declared. Then I made up my mind. You're my partner. Zoro yelled. Don't take it upon yourself. Lin Hai walked over. Zoro, that idiot son is planning to execute you tomorrow. Do you still naively think you can last a month? Zoro was shocked. What did you say? Lin Hai poked his forehead. Barumabur said in the restaurant that they'll deal with you tomorrow. You fool. Zoro was frustrated. You bastard. Luffy said, the Navy wants to execute you. If you resist, you're an enemy, and if you don't resist, you'll be killed. So, let us be pirates together. Zoro helplessly asked, Are you a devil? Luffy laughed. Ha, did you agree? Zoro said, I have no choice. If I'm going to be a pirate, then so be it. Even if my reputation is ruined, I want my name to echo throughout the world. But we agreed. I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. If you delay me, I'll commit seppuku to make amends. Luffy exclaimed, The world's greatest swordsman? That's how a partner of the Pirate King should be. Zoro said, My sword was taken by that idiot. It's in the building next door. Luffy said, I'll go get it. Zoro reminded, You're going the wrong way. Luffy ignored him, ran outside the base, grabbed the railing, and with a rubber arm springing back, flew directly to the top of the Navy building. Zoro looked at the elongated arm. What kind of monster is he? Lin Hai poked his forehead again. He ate a devil fruit. He-s a rubber man. With this little ability, you still want to be the world's greatest swordsman? People nearby were speechless. Zoro gritted his teeth. You bastard, I'll chop you up sooner or later. Lin Hai crossed his arms and stood in front of him. I'm right here, come chop me. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Zoro stared at him. You bastard. Lin Hai continued. Come on, if you're a partner, then come chop me. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Kobe's eye twitched, reminding Lin Hai. Should you untie Zoro's ropes first? Lin Hai pretended to be scared. What if I untie him and he really chops me? If I get chopped, won't you become the executioner? You're supposed to be a just Navy, Kobe. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Huh. Why no triple hit? What a loss. It's rare to have a burst of inspiration. Before he could feel frustrated, a bunch of Marines poured out from the Navy building. Zoro saw Lieutenant Monka and panicked. Hey, hurry and untie my ropes. Lin Hai ignored him, his attention fully drawn to Monka, over 2 meters tall, wearing a white coat, wielding a big axe, and had a small door attached to his mouth. He curiously said, Hey, big guy from the kingdom of Sinai. Come join our ship as a chef. Save on knives. Do you use the axe to scrape when you go to the bathroom? Ding. Completed the flashy operation. The whole place was petrified, and Zoro even forgot to urge for his ropes to be untied. The Marines looked at Monka in fear. This expression clearly indicated he was about to go berserk. Lin Hai continued to provoke. Monka, right? Your mouth may look ugly, but we want to laugh at you. However, there is no need for self-harm. It doesn't look good to put this thing on your mouth. Your body and skin are given by your parents. This is a great disrespect. He even broke into song. Child, why do you self-harm? Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Monka could no longer hold back. What are you standing around for? Shoot. Execute these rebels. The Navy immediately raised their guns at Lin Hai. Zoro was sweating. Is this the end? Lin Hai turned around. Look at how cowardly you are. Watch closely. He took off his flip-flops. These flip-flops are from Windmill Village in the EC. Damn. Before he could finish his sentence, bullets were already flying towards him. Room change. Lin Hai activated his ability, and with a flick of his hand, all the bullets ricocheted back to the feet of the Navy. With a whoosh, he disappeared. As everyone was searching for him, Monka let out a scream. Lin Hai slapped him in the face with his flip-flop. You think you're tough? Interrupting others while they speak is very rude. Do you know I was almost scared to death by you? Slap. Slap. The sound of the flip-flop hitting his face was incredibly crisp. Monka was stunned. How did this guy appear? And his strength is so great. Crash. The glass on the roof of the Navy building shattered as Luffy, who had gone to get a knife, jumped down. He saw Lin Hai hitting someone with a flip-flop and asked Zoro in confusion. What's wrong with Lin Hai? Huh? You're actually bullying the weak. I want to challenge you to a duel. Luffy blew out 2 streams of air from his nostrils, and everyone turned mechanically to look at this oddball. Lin Hai stopped. Monka was already knocked out. Luffy actually came to pick a fight. It seems I need to give him a few hits too. Lin Hai stood up, pointing his flip-flop at Luffy. What do you want? Do you believe I will beat you? Luffy was eager to try. Who's afraid of whom? Come on. Kobe quickly hugged Luffy's waist and explained what had just happened. Ah. Luffy scratched his head awkwardly and said, So that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Hai is indeed a good person. Zoro, on the side, had a face full of black lines, shouting angrily. You two, enough already. Quickly untie me. The Navy seemed not to hear and stared at the unconscious Monka, suddenly bursting into cheers. Tyrant Monka has been defeated. We are free. Is this a dream? Try hitting me. Finally, we don't have to do things against our will anymore. Lin Hai brought up the system interface. Host. Lin Hai strength. 1400, 1300, 100 agility. 140, 130, 10 stamina. 2700, 2300, 400 Conqueror's Haki. LV2 can control release. Stun weaklings. Flamboyant coins. 7800. 1 6800. 1 1000 spatial backpack. Knife. High wind. System prompt. Keep it up flamboyance to the sky. He then looked at Luffy and Zoro's stats. Luffy. Strength 2000. Agility 155. Stamina 3700. Potential. Stronger when encountering strong opponents. Unlimited. Turns misfortune into fortune. Zoro. Strength 1500. Agility 130. Stamina 2500. Potential. Stronger when encountering strong opponents. Unlimited. Berserk. Has a chance to slap back when mocked. Lin Hai gasped. These two are truly monsters. But why doesn't Team My Panel have potential? Before he could think too much, Luffy untied the ropes. And Zoro fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Hai leaned over. Zoro, I heard you've been tied up for over 20 days. What did you do when you needed to pee or go to the bathroom? Everyone curiously stared at Zoro. Zoro's face turned red from holding it in, angrily shouting, Lin Hai, you bastard. I'm going to chop you up. Nami, who was at the building, heard this and paused for a moment, covering her mouth and chuckling. In a restaurant in Shellstown, after dealing with Monka, Lin Hai and the others accepted the invitation of a little girl to have a meal. I'm so full. After all, I haven't eaten for several days. Zoro rubbed his bulging belly. Seeing a pile of empty bowls in front of Lin Hai and Luffy, he wondered, how come you two ate more than I did? Luffy laughed, because it's delicious. Lin Hai explained, Luffy can eat a lot. He was kicked out of the village and had no choice but to become a pirate. Puffed. Kobe sprayed his orange drink out of his nose, exclaiming, is that so? So he was betting his life on it just to fool me? Lin Hai nodded, yes. You were fooled by him. Ha ha. Zoro echoed, I think Lin Hai is right. Luffy was kicked out. By the way, what about you? Me? Lin Hai pointed to himself, and everyone's gaze suddenly focused on him, curiosity burning brightly. Watch closely. He flamboyantly styled his hair, boasting, I'm so handsome. The girls surrounded me, and I couldn't resist but run away with Luffy. Luffy, no problem, right? Just as Luffy was about to retort, he was stuffed with a chicken leg to silence him, moving so fast. Zoro's head was aching. Luffy, how many tough guys have you recruited to become the Pirate King? Luffy swallowed the chicken leg, without chewing. Just the three of us. 3? Zoro's face turned as dark as a frying pan. Is this what you call a pirate crew? Playing house. Luffy pounded his chest. Why not? Our combat power is maxed out. We could defeat anyone. Zoro, where's the ship? Are we going to row a bathtub to sea? Here comes the high energy. Lin Hai pointed out the window. A dog was peeing on their ship. Lin Hai and Luffy, shouting, how dare you? Get lost. Luffy waved his hand. Small matter, why bother? Lin Hai grabbed his collar. The ship is our face. Someone is peeing on it. Can you just stand by? Luffy rolled up his sleeves. Let us take care of it. Zoro slapped his forehead. I got on the wrong ship. What a scam. Kobe joined the Navy, and they parted ways. After boarding the ship, Lin Hai was confused. Where's Nami? How do we leave the island? Where's the navigator? Luffy shook his head. We just drift. We'll get there eventually. Huh? Zoro twitched. Is that even possible? Lin Hai laughed until he crowed. Last time we drifted, we almost drowned. Luffy patted him. If you didn't die, what is there to fear? You have a strong life. Zoro was anxious. Are you going to hand your life over to the sea? I'm getting off the ship. Let us dock. The small boat entered the sea, and Luffy bounced and said, we need to find a musician. Musician? Zoro widened his eyes. Are you treating sailing like a concert? Lin Hai explained. To be a flashy pirate, you must have a BGM. Play the fiery song when fighting. It LL raised the bar. Right? Luffy's eyes sparkled. BGM. So fiery. Zoro shouted. You two idiots, enough already. If you shake the boat again, it LL capsize. Lin Hai patted Zoro on the shoulder, conjuring tea out of thin air. So cool. The process is more delightful than the result. Beautiful girls, all mine. Luffy drooled. Give me a cup. E.M. starving. Zoro stared at the teacup in shock. Where did the tea come from? You teleported from the Navy base. Are you also a devil fruit user? Lin Hai tossed 2 cups over, being incredibly cool. Spatial fruit. My ability is explosive, but it's weak against seawater. If I fall in and no one saves me, I'll be done for, like splashing into the sea. No need to jump for real. Zoro's words got stuck. Lin Hai swam better than a fish and even better than a seal. Zoro grabbed Luffy's head, pointing at Lin Hai in the sea, shouting to create waves. So tell me, what's going on here? Luffy's eyes were blazing. Lin Hai, hurry back. Be careful not to cramp your legs and drown. Zoro's face was as dark as ink. Is there someone who curses their partner like this? Hurry up and say, he is clearly a devil fruit user. Why can he swim better than a fish? Lin Hai climbed back onto the ship and briefly explained the weaknesses of devil fruit users to Zoro. But Zoro stared at this exception, nearly exploding. Zoro finally managed to say, Luffy is right. Why aren't your legs cramping? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, being wildly confident. Jealousy makes you lose your mind? There's nothing I can do. I'm so outstanding that even the heavens favor me. Drown? What a joke. Zoro, pushed to his limits, shouted, Luffy, let go of me. I'm going to chop this bastard. Luffy held on to him tightly. Calm down. We're partners. Lin Hai was still adding fuel to the fire. I'm right here. If you have guts, come chop me. If you're a partner, come chop me. Watch closely. The ship was almost falling apart. This farce was unprecedented. The 3 of them crazily made a scene, finally passing the boring sailing time. Suddenly, Luffy pointed into the distance. Look, it seems like there are 3 people in trouble. Should we save them? Zoro nodded, but Lin Hai sneered. By their attire, they are clearly the lackeys of Buggy the Clown. However, they had no idea how to get to Orange Town, so the navigation that came to their door was too good to pass up. The three clowns had just boarded the ship and said thank you when they suddenly drew their swords. This ship belongs to the buggy pirate crew now. If you know what's good for you, get lost. With a loud bang. The next moment, the three of them were kneeling and begging for mercy, their faces changing faster than flipping a book. Lin Hai was speechless and twitching. What are you acting for? Weren't you just tough? Making it seem like we're bullying you. He changed his tone. Are you for Buggy's crew? Where's that guy? Take us to find him. Luffy was confused. You know that guy? Lin Hai shook his head. I heard he loves to rob civilians' treasures and destroy their houses. Don't you think he deserves a beating? Zoro's expression turned cold. Trash that bullies ordinary people should be beaten. Luffy rolled up his sleeves. Let's go. I want to knock Buggy out. The three lackeys on the side were secretly laughing. Wait until Boss Buggy deals with you. There's going to be a good show. Lin Hai suddenly frowned. Wait. This reason won't do. Luffy and Zoro asked in unison. Why? Lin Hai's logic output. What status do we have? Pirates. When we get to the town, even a place to drink water has been destroyed by him. How can we be happy about that? As free-spirited pirates, do we need a reason to beat him up? Bang! Luffy punched his palm, and a light bulb seemed to light up on his head. Zoro's eyes sparkled. Being a pirate really seems enjoyable, but in the next second, he wanted to jump into the sea. Lin Hai and Luffy put their arms around each other's shoulders and shouted wildly. Free and unrestrained. Free and unrestrained. The ship shook like it was about to fall apart, and Zoro roared. You two idiots, stop it. If you shake the ship anymore, we'll capsize. Lin Hai had a space backpack, and there was plenty of food. Luffy didn't even get swallowed by the big bird. That part of the plot was skipped. How refreshing. Orange Town was right in front of them. When they landed, Lin Hai exploded. This broken place is so desolate, there's not a single person in sight. I'm furious. I'm going to settle the score with Buggy, and I want my good mood back. Zoro raised an eyebrow. How much are you going to extort? Lin Hai replied fiercely. We're pirates. Demanding compensation is only right. If we don't rob him of his belly, then this outfit would be an insult. Zoro was shocked. You're a real demon. Luffy rushed ahead. Let's go. Steal all his belly. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Little thief cat, stop. Hand over the nautical chart. Captain Buggy nose will be chopped into 8 pieces. This woman has guts. She's waiting to be beaten. The three stopped. It was Nami being chased. Nami was running frantically, and Lin Hai waved. Hey Nami, you've got trouble. I'm leaving. The whole scene was stunned. No hero saving the beauty? Luffy was anxious. She's the navigator we're looking for. We have to save her. Zoro pointed ahead. They're charging at us. Lin Hai laughed. They came here to fight. His men, just beat them up. Without waiting for Nami to ask for help, Luffy threw punches and kicks, taking down the pursuers in an instant. Nami looked stunned. Wow. Nami instantly turned into a negotiation expert. How about a deal? I'll temporarily act as your navigator and help you steal Buggy's treasure. Luffy waved his hand. Not interested. Lin Hai, we're pirates, not thieves. Do you know where Buggy is? Nami beamed. I know. Follow me. Buggy has a bounty of 12 million. We need to strategize. Luffy, let's knock him out. Zoro, cut him down. Lin Hai, smash him. Yosh. The three shouted in unison. Nami facepalmed. Forget it, be careful. Lin Hai was wildly confident. What are you worried about? We're super strong. Luffy can swallow a cow. Zoro can chug a barrel of wine. And I wake up every day looking handsome. The three behind him stumbled, almost falling over. Nami led the way to Buggy's main base. Good heavens. The Buggy crew was holding a banquet, looking just like a circus. Luffy rushed over, mixing with Buggy's men, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Nami looked at Lin Hai and Zoro in confusion, her eyes clearly saying, Is this guy your captain? Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Zoro. Their cheeks flushed. So embarrassing. The one who came to cause trouble was actually going to eat and drink with the enemy. Can't there be a bit of backbone? Forget it. Lin Hai shouted, Hey you. The whole venue instantly froze, all eyes glaring at him. Lin Hai walked over to Luffy, chewing on a drumstick while saying, Can I borrow your flip-flops? Luffy handed over the flip-flops, continuing to gorge on food. Lin Hai held the flip-flops, pointing at Buggy in the center of the tent. That guy called Buggy, stop looking, I'm talking about you. Buggy exploded. I'm Buggy. Buggy, don't get it wrong. Pay attention. Lin Hai spun the flip-flops 360 degrees and pointed at Buggy, shouting, Who cares who you are? Did you destroy this town? Making it so we can't even get a drink. I'm super angry now. Hand over the treasure and get out of Orange Town, or I'll knock that big round red nose of yours into the sea. The entire place was stunned. Who doesn't know that Buggy hates it when people mention his nose? Is this guy here to deliver his head? Crack, crack, crack. Buggy was so angry he was shaking all over. Who the hell are you? Godi be outi fully. Buggy spun his blades. Room. Lin Hai instantly disappeared, and the next second, he hit Buggy hard in the face with the flip-flops. Buggy let out a scream and flew out, knocking over the food on the table with a loud crash. Nami looked stunned. How'd he just teleport? Luffy finally stopped talking and walked over to Lin Hai, complaining. I should have knocked Buggy out. Lin Hai shrugged, sure. As the dust settled, Buggy stood there unharmed, with two subordinates beside him, Kabeji and Moji. Zoro's eyes lit up when he saw Kabeji riding a bicycle with a sword. Luffy, that swordsman is mine. Luffy nodded. Okay. Buggy stared at the three of them. Are you bounty hunters? Luffy waved his hand. We're pirates. These two are my partners. Oh. Buggy's eyes turned dangerous. Here to steal my treasure? Or just like that flip-flop guy said. Suddenly, an armored old man rushed out. Buggy, I want to duel with you. Buggy roared angrily. Who asked that old man? Don't interrupt me. The old man, with red eyes. This town was built by us over decades, and you actually destroyed it. Ha ha ha. Buggy laughed wildly. What SA house? Only treasure is a treasure. The old man shouted angrily. Come, let's fight to the death. Before the old man could make a move, Lin Hai delivered a hand chop to his neck, knocking him out on the spot. Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Luffy simply and brutally said, he was in the way. Zoro explained, if we don't knock him out, he'll just go to his death. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You think too much. I just didn't like him interrupting me. Nami shot him a glance, muttering, always so stubborn. Luffy adjusted his hat, took a deep breath, and shouted three words, Big Red Nose. The echo carried far. The sound lingered. It was amazing. Crack, crack, crack. Buggy's eyes widened like copper bells. Hat feeling brat. Goody beauty fully. The next second, Luffy clashed with Buggy. Zoro faced off against Kabeji, and Moji actually chose Lin Hai as his opponent. Nami? She had already slipped away to steal the treasure, clear as day. Moji shouted, Ricky. A lion the size of a house sprang out from the shadows, looking fierce. Moji ordered, flatten him. Watch closely. Lin Hai just glared at the lion, and that big guy was so frightened it kept retreating, wishing it had 8 legs to run away, too cowardly to look at. Machi was confused and was about to chase after the lion when Lin Hai suddenly appeared beside him, grabbing his shoulder and shouting, Go Pikachu! Bang! Machi collided precisely with the fleeing lion, and both flew out together, instantly knocked out. Lin Hai pouted, a bit disappointed. Is that it? Not even enough practice. What a waste of my upgraded abilities. When he looked around, he saw Buggy's crew lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and Lin Hai lazily ignored them. If you want to pretend, go ahead. In the distance, Zoro was engaged in a fierce fight with Kurizumi. Lin Hai shook his head and commented, These two flashy ones. Are they really lacking in strength and just relying on flashy moves? Unable to watch any longer, he decided to focus on Luffy beating up Buggy instead. Just as he approached, he saw Nami sneaking out with 2 large bags, returning with a full load. Lin Hai went up to her. Little thief cat, share the spoils. Nami tightly hugged her bags and warned. What do you mean, share? These are all mine. Bullshit. That's my treasure. Buggy angrily charged over, his eyes red. Nami stood her ground. I stole it, so it's mine. Lin Hai chimed in. Yours? Ask the treasure if it agrees. Buggy's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. What kind of upbringing do you have? Stealing and still having the nerve to argue? TCH. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Your upbringing is good? Specializing in robbing the poor? Nami burst out laughing. Pirate education for thieves? That's hilarious. Crack. Buggy pulled out a small knife, ready to explode. You two brats, give me a glorious. Before he could finish a sentence, a long fist flew in. Luffy roared, bastard. Your opponent is me. Bang. Buggy was punched into the wall, and Nami was stunned. Buggy lost? How was that possible? Buggy, the great man, got back up and started fighting Luffy again. But while fighting, he chased after Nami, his eyes full of treasure. Fighting while distracted is a dead end. As expected, Buggy was blasted away, completely out of commission. Lin Hai sat on the side, applauding and mocking. Luffy, you're hitting way too slowly. Luffy explained. That guy's a monster. He keeps splitting into a bunch of pieces. If I hadn't found his weakness, his feet can't leave the ground, I really couldn't take him down. Joe. Zoro walked over. Looks like you guys have it handled. At this moment, a group of townsfolk rushed over. Someone shouted. Have you seen our mayor? Lin Hai pointed under the house. The townsfolk surged over, shouting, Is the mayor still alive? Who dares to touch our mayor? It must be pirates. Let's fight them. Nami quickly shouted. Your mayor is fine, just passed out. The townsfolk asked. How do you know, little girl? Who are you? Luffy innocently smiled. We're pirates. The mayor was knocked out by Lin Hai at that time. He continued embellishing the story. not noticing the twitching of the people around him. The townsfolk exploded upon hearing this. You're pirates? And you hurt the mayor. As the townsfolk picked up their weapons, glaring fiercely at Lin Hai pushed Luffy forward. What are you angry about? I knocked out the mayor, but he is my captain. If you have a problem, talk to him. My captain is going to be the Pirate King. Be careful. If he becomes the Pirate King, he'll come back to beat you up. If you're not afraid, come on, you filthy townsfolk. Just as those words fell, Lin Hai picked up Nami and ran off. As fast as a tornado, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zoro was almost caught off guard, regaining his composure to ask, What now? My captain. Haha. Luffy turned around and ran. Let us hurry and escape. Nani. Finally shaking off the townsfolk, they borrowed Buggy's big ship. Luffy's little ship was just too small. Soon, the ship was far from the island, safe at last. Nami suddenly asked, Lin Hai, did you just pinch my butt? Zoro and Luffy instantly perked up, their ears standing like radar. Lin Hai hurriedly waved his hands. No, I ran too fast and accidentally bumped into it. Nami crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Once or twice is an accident. What about the 8 times? Luffy looked down on him. Lin Hai, so you're that kind of person? Zoro added. I knew you were a pervert. Lin Hai cursed in his heart, kicking someone while they're down. They must be getting back at me for leaving them behind just now. Nami stared at him. No way, I'm at a loss. You have to pay me 800. 000 berries. Lin Hai was shocked. Who do you think you are? I just saved you. 800. 000. Nami nodded. 800. 000. I don't have it now, but I will pay you back later. Damn, how shameless can you be? Lin Hai stepped forward. Nami, I don't have that many berries. How about I give myself to you to settle the debt? Uffed. Ha ha. Lin Hai, you're too shameless. You're killing me with laughter. Even though Nami was experienced, she was still a 17-year-old girl and was so embarrassed by his words that her face turned red, glaring at him in annoyance. The three immediately shut up and sat properly. Meanwhile, Lin Hai quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Host. Lin Hai strength. 1700, 1400, 300, agility. 160, 140, 20, stamina. 3200, 2700, 500, conquerors haki. LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled. Directly stuns those with weak will. Flirt coins. 9300. 1, 7800. 1, 1500, space backpack. Knife, sword, alias. High wind system friendly reminder. Please continue to work hard. Be as flirty as possible. The ship had just set sail for a while when Nami caught a glimpse of the treasure bags. Immediately noticing something was off. Why was there only one bag left? Where's the other one? Luffy leaned over. What is wrong, Nami? Nami let out a sharp scream. There were 2 bags of treasure, and one is missing. Lin Hai dug at his ear. I returned 1 bag to the villagers. Nami exploded. That's mine. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. That's the townsfolk's hard-earned money. Yours? You have some nerve. Before he could finish, Nami directly pushed Lin Hai into the sea. Lin Hai floundered. Stop. Do you want to drown me? We're partners. Nami, furious. Who is your partner? I'm going to drown you now. Luffy interjected. Nami, since you like it so much, we can go back and get it. Luffy was also dragged into the water. Luffy shouted in panic. I can't swim. I'll die. Why didn't he do it? Let go. Nami sneered. Not being able to swim is exactly why I'm drowning you. You're his captain. He's doing the work. You can't run away. Haha. Zoro laughed so hard at the 2 clowns' predicament that he couldn't straighten up. Thankfully, after venting her anger, Nami let go. Lin Hai immediately pulled out a mirror and comb from the system, frantically fixing his hairstyle. It was messed up from being dunked. Zoro curiously asked, What are you doing? Lin Hai said seriously, A hairstyle is a man's soul. My hometown says the head can be severed and blood can flow, but the hairstyle must not be messed up. Understand? TCH. Zoro turned away mumbling, bored, just doing unnecessary things. Nami couldn't help but frown, but Luffy's eyes sparkled. Is this the romance of men? Lin Hai, give me one too. Zoro pretended to be disdainful, but secretly glanced over. Soon, Lin Hai styled his hair in a side part, while Luffy opted for a slicked back look. Lin Hai then pulled out 2 pairs of sunglasses, and the 2 put them on, draping their arms over each other and shouting, Romance. Romance. Duong duong. Nami angrily slapped the ship's deck. Trying to flip the ship? Ha ha. Zoro laughed so hard he held his stomach, but when Nami glared at him, he immediately shut up and pretended to be a quail. Lin Hai was furious. His freshly styled hair was messed up again. Nami, don't think just because you're a girl I 1T hit you. I'm scared of my own anger. You better not move again. Try it. Move if you dare. Damn, don't hit my face. Nami clapped her hands and raised her eyebrows at Luffy. Luffy quickly pouted and looked at the sky, and Zoro followed suit, turning his head to gaze at the heavens. After sailing for a while, Lin Hai, forgetting his pain after getting better, leaned over to put his arm around Nami's shoulder. Nami, how long until we leave the island? Nami shot him a glance. Let go. Lin Hai quickly withdrew his hand and scratched his head. I couldn't help it. Who told you your figure is so top-notch? Luffy, pervert. Zoro, so embarrassing. Lin Hai exploded. Better than you two. One's a glutton and the other's a drunkard. What did you say? The two said in unison. Lin Hai rolled up his sleeves. Want to fight? Be careful not to get knocked out. Zoro sneered. Oh, just like how you begged for mercy earlier? Digging up old wounds? Lin Hai got angry. Say that again? Nami interjected. Stop arguing. It's still half a day until we reach the next island. Once we find a new navigator, our agreement will be over. Upon hearing they would be parting ways, the three fell silent instantly. Lin Hai seized the opportunity to hug Nami's waist and pretended to cry. Nami, be our navigator? Without you, I have no hope in life. Zoro scoffed. That is a bit too fake, right? Lin Hai changed his expression. What is it to you? Get lost. He started to cry again. Nami, do you know? Ever since I met you, I just can't let go of my nun. Just like Shimin Qing met Pan Jinlian, Tang Sung met the spider spirit. Inner monologue. Why didn't I remember more sweet words in my past life? Nami looked down at his performance, amused. Keep going, I'm listening. Ugh. Zoro turned away. What a mess. But Luffy's eyes sparkled. Silk cake. Lin Hai felt uneasy under Nami's gaze. Let go, and looked at the sky. Ah, the sky is so blue today. Ah, the sea is all water. Ah. Nami exploded. What are you ing about? Keep it up, and I'll throw you into the sea. TCH, how can we pass half a day without joking? Bored. Lin Hai had no choice but to lean against the side and sleep. Soon he fell into a dream. The execution square was bustling with activity, and people were discussing, how could such a powerful person be captured by the Navy? What a shame. Where is the Pirate King's treasure? If we find it, we won't have to worry anymore. I heard Fire Fist Ace captured him, fought for 10 days and nights, and Ace won. You know, the Navy's hero, Fire Fist Ace. Lin Hai was confused. Navy hero Fire Fist Ace? What a joke. Following the gaze towards the execution platform, it was Blackbeard Teach. Even more of a joke. Before the execution, the square was very quiet. Someone shouted, Pirate King, where's your treasure? One Piece. Blackbeard smirked, laughing grandly. He, want Nami-S photos? Robin-S stockings? The Empress-S lace? Go ahead, I've left everything there. Oh no. Lin Hai woke up, unable to help but laugh. What a joke. Waking up felt great, the sea breeze rippling, like Lin Fan's unrestrained heart. Nami saw him looking at her. Glared. What are you looking at? Like a pig. Lin Fan quickly shook his head. This woman is beautiful, but her personality is terrible. Absolutely cannot be a partner. Suddenly, Luffy exclaimed from the bow of the ship. Look, there's an island ahead. Instantly, everyone perked up. Finally, they could go ashore. As soon as they set foot on land, Zoro couldn't help but exclaim, the ground feels solid. Lin Fan laughed. Of course, we could buy drinks soon. Luffy got anxious. What are we waiting for? Let's eat. Nami was speechless. Shouldn't you find a boat first? That broken ship won't last long. After walking a few steps, Zoro suddenly shouted, Luffy, be careful. Bayou. A few marbles hit the ground. Room. The one firing the marbles was Usopp, the long-nosed liar from this village, who suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan. Usopp was still dazed, and Lin Fan flicked his nose. Come and see. His nose is real. Hey, where did you get it done? The other's expressions darkened, and 3 kids in the woods were so scared they dropped Usopp and ran away. It turned out Usopp saw Luffy's pirate flag and thought it was a pirate invasion, so he was discussing with the kids about how to scare them off. As soon as he fired the slingshot, he inexplicably appeared in front of Lin Fan. Usopp ignored Lin Fan's words, looking at the cliff and then at them, forcing himself to calm down. What did you do to me? I have 80 million subordinates. If you don't leave, I'll let them take action. Luffy stepped forward. You're Usopp, right? Your dad is Yasopp. Isn't? Usopp was shocked. How do you know my dad? His name is indeed Yasopp. Luffy laughed. I knew him when I was a kid. He was on Shank's ship. Nostalgic. The moment I saw you, I guess you were his son. You look just like him. Usopp was overjoyed. Really? My dad was on such a powerful pirate ship? Is he still there? Luffy shook his head. Haven't seen him in years, but he should still be around. Ha ha ha. Usopp waved his hand, since you know my dad. You're friends. I'll treat you to a meal. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Really? You're so great, Usopp. Nami quickly moved away. What's up with this guy? As they walked forward, Usopp suddenly asked Lin Fan, "How did you turn me around? Are you a monster?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "I ate the space fruit. In my ability field, whether it's a person or an object, I can move it around freely. Except for Luffy, everyone else was left speechless." Usopp gasped. "This ability is too overpowered. Isn't it? Aren't you invincible?" Lin Fan laughed. "Invincible my ass. There are many more powerful abilities out there. It's too troublesome to explain. You'll see for yourselves." Usopp sighed. "The sea is truly amazing. The devil fruit really exists." Nami smiled. "You're easily surprised. Luffy is also an ability user." Luffy stretched his cheeks. "I hate the gum-gum fruit." "Nanny." Usopp jumped in shock. Lin Fan added, "What are you making a big deal about? Zoro can wield 3 swords at the same time." Usopp examined Zoro, one in each hand. "How do you use the third?" Zoro rolled his eyes. "So annoying. Hurry up and get into the village." Lin Fan leaned towards Usopp's ear. "You bite it with your mouth to fight, surprised?" "Brat." Zoro glared at the two. "Do you believe I'll chop you up?" "Haha." Cheers. Usopp took everyone to a small shop in the village for a meal, and the atmosphere was lively. Usopp's eyes widened. "Zoro, you're that super famous pirate hunter? Silk Cake." Zoro waved his hand. "Not anymore. I'm just hanging out with him now." Nami asked, "Does your village have anyone who can navigate or a big ship?" Usopp shrugged. "It's a small village. You might be disappointed." Zoro raised an eyebrow. "What about that big villa on the hill?" Nami's eyes lit up. "Your friend? Can he fork out some money?" Usopp jumped up. "I have something urgent. You guys eat freely, I'm off." Nami looked at the 3 showing off. Unable to help, but ask, "Aren't you worried about not having a ship or navigator?" Luffy stuffed his mouth with meat. "There will definitely be a ship. Eat first." Lin Fan, that's my drumstick." Zoro slammed the table. "Lin Fan, you bastard. Get your own drinks." Nami slapped her forehead. "So exhausted. I'm stuffed." 3 kids rushed in from the coast. "What did you do to Captain Usopp?" The 3 looked at Luffy's belly. Their faces turned pale. "You didn't eat him, did you?" Zoro grinned. "Exactly, we shared him. Ah, monster." The 3 kids screamed and huddled together. "Shut up," Nami yelled. The 3 kids were even more scared. "Ah, Mother Yasha. Ha ha ha." Luffy explained that Usopp had left in the middle of the meal. Onion Head asked, "Really?" Garlic Head clapped. "You want to tell Miss Kaya a story?" Luffy scoffed, forgetting friends for beauty. Green Pepper Head got anxious. Kaya's parents passed away, and Usopp's stories made her feel better. Garlic Head agreed. "Don't say anything bad about the captain." Luffy's eyes lit up. "So Usopp is a great person." Lin Hai patted him. "Your acceptance is too fast, like a gust of wind." Nami quickly asked, "Does Kaya live in a big house on the hillside?" The 3 kids nodded, and Nami said, "Can you take us to find Usopp?" "Sure." Luffy clapped. "Yoshi, let's go find Usopp." On the hillside, Kaya's villa was super impressive. Kaya was standing by the window, listening to Usopp on a tree branch, passionately telling stories about the most handsome men we've seen over the years. Usopp stood on the tree branch, bursting with confidence. "Kaya, that man is charming and graceful, with piercing eyes and an impressive nose, absolutely stunning. With one sword, he can move mountains and seas, breaking rivers and establishing the world. That's the author. So handsome, he is dazzling, handsome enough to be targeted." Kaya's eyes sparkled, nodding furiously. "Uh-huh," Usopp said mysteriously. "But there's someone even more handsome. Do you know who it is?" Kaya gasped. "There's someone more handsome? What must he look like? Tell me." Usopp said seriously, "It's the readers. I've seen one before. So handsome it blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. They punched the 4 emperors and kicked the navy, making the 5 elders kneel. Remember, better to kill celestial dragons than to offend the readers." He wiped his sweat, patting his chest, still shaken. Kaya was grateful. "Thank you for telling me." She looked into the distance, imagining meeting the readers, suddenly feeling shy. Ah. Just then, Luffy and the others arrived, having heard the legend of the handsome man. Lin Hai was stunned. The author is already so handsome. Can the readers be even better? Where do I rank? As long as I don't steal the beauties, I'm fine. He felt relieved. Luffy and the 3 kids' eyes sparkled. Brighter than car headlights. So handsome. I really want to meet the readers. Zoro muttered. We really should meet them if we get the chance. Kaya, standing by the window, smiled and asked, Who are you? Nami jumped in. We are friends of Usopp, just passing by. We want to ask if you have a spare ship you could give us. Lin Hai was shocked. Asking for a ship on the first meeting? What audacity. Eavesdropping. Clabotter exploded. That ship will be mine sooner or later. Why give it away? He rushed out to interrupt. No boat. Usopp, get down from that tree. You're not welcome here. You boastful liar. Usopp was unhappy. I admit I boast normally, but what I just said is all true. Clapbotter scoffed. Really? The author can be that handsome? The readers, even more so? Who are you fooling? Usopp retorted. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. Stop whining if you have no dreams. Usopp fell to the ground with his tools. Clapbotter sneered. Who doesn't know you want to impress the young lady and scheme for her fortune? After being insulted repeatedly, Usopp couldn't hold back and punched Clapbotter down. You know nothing about romance. Shut up. Humph. Clapbotter spat and sneered. A pirate is just a pirate. Your father is a pirate. Do you carry violent genes in your bones? Can't win an argument, so you resort to violence? What did you say? Usopp clenched his fist, ready to strike again. Kai suddenly shouted. Enough, Usopp. Don't use violence. It won't solve anything. You should go back first. Usopp's heart felt pierced. Those words from Kaya hurt too much. Clapbotter stood up and shouted. Get lost. You're not allowed to get close to the young lady. You lot. Get lost too. Zoro yelled. Don't stop me. I want to hit him. How dare that stinky butler insult the author and the readers? I'll knock him out. Luffy was held back by Zoro, kicking and struggling. Zoro advised. Don't do anything reckless. It'll just make things worse. Lin Hai stared at Clapbotter. He is the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. But now is not the time to act. We should retreat. Leaving the villa, Usopp was downcast. I'll go for a walk to calm down. Anyone could see he was severely affected. Walking to the wild fence, Luffy had disappeared. Nami asked, where do we go now? Zoro, with Luffy gone, let us wait here. Lin Hai suddenly pointed. Look at that bad guy over there, walking backwards and doing the moonwalk. The group silently watched as the man approached. Lin Hai recognized him as the acting captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zango. Zango stopped. I don't blame you. Not at all. A kid asked, who are you? My name is Zango, hypnotist. Hypnotist? The three kids got excited. Show us a trick. Lin Hai muttered. Kids are kids. What kind of trick can he show? Nami rolled her eyes. You obviously want to see too. Lin Hai grabbed Zango and Woon T let go. He was super curious about hypnosis, not believing he could be hypnotized. Zango pushed his hand away. We're not familiar. Why should I show you? Saying this, he took out a watch. Look at this watch. I'll count to 1, 2, Django, and you all fall asleep. 1, 2, Django. Z. In an instant, Zango, Lin Hai, and the three kids all fell into a deep sleep. Hey. Zoro was stunned. Just like that? Nami slapped her forehead and asked Zoro, is this your partner? Zoro's face turned red. I was pulling them to the side. This is right in the middle of the street. They wake up fast. Zango had already slipped away. Lin Hai felt embarrassed under Zoro and Nami's gaze. Justifying. That guy really has some skills. Just by swinging the watch, it made them fall asleep. Right? Yes. The three kids said in unison. Zoro couldn't be bothered. Asking, where to now? Where did Luffy run off to? Lin Hai suggested. Let us go back to the snack shop. Nami agreed. It's better than drinking the northwest wind out here. On the other side, Usopp was sitting under a tall tree on the cliff, staring blankly at the sea, startled by Luffy suddenly jumping down from the tree. They hadn't tea-chatted long before they stumbled upon Clapbotter and Zango scheming. It turned out Clapbotter was the big pirate Kuro from 3 years ago, and Zango was his first mate. The two planned, tomorrow at dawn, Zango will lead the pirates to attack the village, then hypnotize Kaya to make a will, giving all her inheritance to Kuro. Luffy exploded after hearing this. Standing up abruptly, hey, don't harm the villagers. Kuro, realizing he was exposed, shouted for Zango to act. Luffy fell off the cliff under hypnosis, and Usopp narrowly avoided a hidden weapon. Kuro sneered. No need to chase Usopp. No one believes what he says. The villagers don't trust him. It was indeed true. Usopp tried to persuade the whole village, but all he received were insults, and even Kaya was more disappointed in him. Disheartened, Usopp returned to the snack shop, only to find Luffy and the others gorging on food. He exclaimed, Luffy, didn't you die? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Yes, rubber. Have you ever seen rubber die from falling? Usopp sighed and sat down. I see. Lin Hai shot back. What is wrong with you? You're too fragile. Still talking about being a brave warrior at sea? Looking like this, you're just as hypocritical as that butler. Only good at boasting. Nami wanted to advise, but Lin Hai waved. Can we stick to the facts? Usopp suddenly stood up. What can I do? They are real pirates. But I can't let the villagers suffer. I'll risk my life tomorrow. Luffy laughed. Hey Usopp, we're here too. Usopp cried out in excitement. You guys are willing to help me? That's great. Woo. Lin Hai pushed him away. Don't wipe your snot on me. I never said I'd help you. Looking at you makes me feel sick. Luffy wondered. Lin Hai, you're not fighting tomorrow? Lin Hai shook his head. We are pirates, not saints. Is the food in the shop good? Good. Lin Hai clapped his hands. Isn't that settled then? We benefit from the shopkeeper's kindness. Can we let him get beaten up? If those pirates dare to touch him, we'll smash them. Oh no, Usopp whispered, but I paid for it. Lin Hai was taken aback. This slap came out of nowhere. He glared at Usopp. Do I not care about my face? Say that again if you dare. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Nami said, always so stubborn. Usopp hugged Lin Hai and shouted, Arigato. Hey, don't wipe your snot on me, disgusting. Lin Hai was exasperated. Usopp, why don't you hug them? Is this your revenge for what I just said? Ah, you found out. Usopp replied. Damn. Ha ha. After some teasing, Zoro was sleeping on the side, and Lin Hai and Luffy caught Usopp. Lin Hai stared at Usopp's long nose. Luffy, look, his nose is so long. Could get blocked by boogers? Usopp was shocked. Don't scare me. Who gets suffocated by their own boogers? Luffy scratched his head and looked at the ceiling. Then turned to Nami. Nami, do you think Usopp will? Nami was furious. Pirates are invading tomorrow, and you guys are discussing this? Even the captain is like this. She directly gave the three of them a smack, and seeing Zoro sleeping, she gave him one too. Zoro groggily woke up. Huh? Is it time to eat? Nami twitched her eye. They're all like this. Lin Hai stepped forward. Nami, your temper has been explosive lately. Is it that time of the month? What time? X3 Zoro thought she was talking about pirates. What is there to be afraid of? The more they come, the more we chop. Nami slapped her forehead, glaring at Lin Hai. The pirates are coming tomorrow. They are real pirates. People will die. Aren't you worried? Luffy put his hands on his hips. What is there to be afraid of? We'll beat them up. Zoro will chop them. Lin Hai will smash them. Usopp, ahaha. I'm easygoing. I'll leave it to you. Hey. Nami was weak with anger. Do you know where they're coming from? Shouldn't we prepare and make a plan? Nami, Luffy laughed. Don't worry. If they dare to come tomorrow, I'll... Bang. Nami punched him. Seriously? I want to care about you. Though she said that, how could she really not care? Lin Hai and the others also stopped joking. Soon, Usopp led everyone to the coastal port. We'll wait for the pirates here. I'll set up traps first. Lin Hai waved his hand. I'll take a nap. Wake me up when it's time. The sound of the waves was too hypnotic, and Lin Hai fell asleep in seconds. When he woke up, it was already bright out. Who am I? Where's this? Where's everyone? There were shouts in the distance. Lin Hai slapped his forehead. Usopp, this idiot chose the wrong coast. Why didn't he call me? He hurriedly used his powers to rush to the source of the sound. Don't let the battle end. I haven't shown off my skills yet. At the port where the pirates invaded, the battle was fierce. When Lin Hai arrived, Luffy was injured, and Kuro was slashing at him rapidly. Luffy didn't even react. I am impressed. Lin Hai ku set in wali room. He instantly appeared next to Kuro and punched him away. Boom! The huge sound startled the pirates back to their senses. And after the smoke cleared, Kuro lay on the ground motionless. The pirates went uproar. No way. That kid knocked Captain Kuro away. Must be luck, right? How could anyone keep up with Captain Kuro's speed and hit him? Who the hell is this guy? He has too amazing. Sneaking onto the pirate ship, Nami was dumbfounded. Those pirates wailing just now were actually done by Kuro. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe this was real. Lin Hai knocked Kuro away, turned around, and looked disdainfully at Luffy. You've been practicing for so long, and you can't even keep up with the speed? Just as Luffy was about to speak, Kuro got up from the ground. Who are you? My speed is so fast I can't even control it. You're just lucky. Don't get cocky. Saying that, he adjusted his slick back hair. Huh. Lin Hai turned his head, didn't he speak, and took out his sword, Gao Foam, from his space. Room. One sword style. Cut the cake. Clang. The sound of the sword was piercing, and everyone felt a flash of white light above their heads. And the next second they were all dazed. The huge cliff nearby was actually cut in half by a single stroke. Kuro turned his head blankly. What was that flying mountain? Cut by a sword? Can a person do that? After a long time, the pirates were in an uproar. What happened? Did he cut that? Ha ha ha. I must be dreaming. Someone tell me. So scary. Is this a person or a ghost? Nami on the pirate ship almost fainted. That cliff, like a small mountain from so far away, was actually cut open. Is he a monster? Is he so powerful? Can he help me defeat the fisherman pirate crew and save my hometown? At this moment, in Nami's desperate heart, a wave of hope inexplicably rose as she looked at Lin Hai's figure. Lin Hai timely spoke, looking at Kuro. Captain Kuro, what were you just saying? Kuro looked at him in terror, completely speechless. This was a crushing display of strength. There was no way to respond. Luffy Gomlai, Lin Hai. He asked my opponent. Don't interfere. Lin Hai waved his hand. All right, I won team medal. Turning to Kuro, he said, Captain Kuro, good luck. I'm rooting for you. Go kill that rubber idiot. Nanny, everyone exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed. How could I die? I'm going to be the Pirate King. Lin Hai looked down on him. What is so great about being the Pirate King? I want to be the Sea King. Sea King? What king is that? I've never heard of it. With his strength, he might really be able to do it? Hey, are we talking about this now? Is he really not going to intervene? The pirates discussed among themselves, but Lin Hai couldn't be bothered. He was just happy. The system rewarded him with basic observation haki and armament haki. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Nami on the pirate ship, and he directly flashed over to wrap his arms around her waist. Nami, is your shoulder okay? Why are you so careless? Does it hurt? Nami rolled her eyes. Let go. Lin Hai scratched his head. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Nami smiled playfully. It's fine. 100, 000, bury each time. You owe me a total of 900, 000. Lin Hai exclaimed. Are you kidding me? How can it be like this? Nami retorted. Who told you to take advantage of me? Lin Hai leaned in close. How much was it that night? Smack. Nami blushed and slapped him, you. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You brought up money first. Over there, the fight resumed, and the pirates screamed. Ah. Captain Kuro, stop. Quickly call that big guy from earlier. Only he can stop him. Nami was anxious. Is Luffy okay? Why is he injured? Lin Hai explained. Kuro is so fast he can't be seen. Nami pushed him. Aren't you going to help? Will Luffy? Lin Hai pulled her into his arms. What is there to panic about in a small scene? You have to trust your companions to go far. Nami realized she was taken advantage of again. Lin Hai asked, You're working so hard to earn money. Is your family in debt? Or, bang. Nami gave him a smack. Where did so many oars come from? The two chatted for a while, and Luffy finished his fight. Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist. See, Luffy did well, right? Room. He teleported to Luffy's side. Nami, still not letting go, not missing any opportunity. Luffy was exhausted, and Lin Hai hardened his armament haki and patted him. That hurts, Luffy shouted. Nami was puzzled. How can a rubber man feel pain? Luffy was shocked. Lin Hai, you learn haki? Lin Hai looked up at the sky. A genius, huh? Woke up and could use all 3 types of haki. What can I say? Luffy pouted. I'll get there eventually. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Nami was confused. What is haki? Lin Hai, let's find Zoro and the others first. I'll explain later. As the 3 looked for Zoro, Lin Hai checked the system. Host. Lin Hai strength. 2,000, 1,700, 300 agility. 180, 160, 20 stamina. 3,800, 3,200, 600 Conqueror's haki. LV2 intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled. Directly knocks out the weak-willed. Armament haki. LV1 observation haki. LV1 flamboyant coins, 10,000. 1, 9,300. 1, 1,700 space backpack, sword, alias. Gaofeng, system-friendly reminder. Please keep up the good work, be flamboyant to the sky. Hitting mountains actually rewards haki. What a profit. Over 10,000 flamboyant coins. I need to see if there's a realistic Nami. The road ahead is long and arduous. I seek the way on the sea. After all, being a young person full of blood and vigor, there are always things hard to resist. Lin Hai scrolled through the system, unable to help but complain. Flamboyant system. What is this? Not even any replicas? Still calling it a flamboyant system. Flamboyant system. The group returned to the snack shop, showing off wildly. Nami spoke up. Lin Hai, can you explain what haki is now? Haki? Zoro and Usopp looked bewildered. Lin Hai brushed his hair and waved. Sit down. There are 3 types of haki. After a lengthy explanation, aside from Luffy, the other 3 were left in shock. There is such power in the world? Lin Hai laughed. Don't believe me? I'll show you a little. He released a slight Conqueror's haki, and Nami, Usopp, and Zoro were instantly suppressed, their eyes filled with fear. Is this mental pressure? Lin Hai was proud. This is just the surface level. If I applied more force, you'd all be knocked out. Being too excellent is also a burden. The expressions of the 3 darkened. He's showing off again. Zoro was unhappy. What's so great about it? I'll be able to do it too. Lin Hai sneered. Sure. 3-sword style. Zoro exploded. Bastard, do you want to fight? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Come on, let you see observation haki. Luffy clapped his hands. Hurry up and fight. I want to watch. Lin Hai slipped out the door. Go on and fight. Don't break anything. Or else some greedy ghosts will be heartbroken. Nami yelled, what did you say? Lin Hai took off running. Arguing with Nami? Is he asking for a beating? Outside, no matter how Zoro swung his sword, he couldn't hit Lin Hai. Usopp exclaimed, no way. This power is too freakish. Nami added, what's even crazier is he split a cliff in half at the coast. Usopp was dumbfounded. He had been chasing after Zoro's praise at that time, How could he have known Lin Hai was this strong? Zoro was sweating profusely, feeling like he was being crushed. Lin Hai walked over to a large rock, watched closely, armament hockey. Boom! His arm was covered in black armor, and he smashed the rock to pieces. What? X3 Luffy scoffed. What's so great about that? I could do it too. But Zoro's eyes lit up. My hawk must also have this power. The strongest is the only challenge. It's exciting. The group returned to the shop, and Kaya had also arrived. With her tea-colored hair and thin women's suit, she was very tasteful. Kaya smiled gently. Thank you all for saving. Lin Hai stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her waist. Miss Kaya, you look so good in that outfit. It's just my type. Miss Kaya, ever since I met you, I can't let go of the nun. We're just like Shiman Qing meeting Pan Jinlian, or Tang Sung meeting the spider spirit. Zoro rolled his eyes and complained. Here we go again. Pervert. Nami and Luffy shouted in unison. Usopp jumped up anxiously. Hey, Lin Hai, let go of Kaya. Lin Hai glanced disdainfully at Usopp. Look at his shabby outfit. Then at Kaya's exquisite look. I senti this just a goddess with a loser. Kaya was being held by a man for the first time. Her face turned completely red, and she stammered. Thank you for your compliment, but I don't understand the rest. Lin Hai reluctantly let go. He only remembered Sanji saying romantic things about the sea. Everything else was forgotten. When he meets Sanji, he must ask properly. He started to fantasize. If I learn how to speak romantically, the beauties of the sea. Wow, this guy was drooling and grinning foolishly, while the others directly ignored him. Kaya cleared her throat. Aren't you guys short on a ship? To thank you, I'll give you one. Luffy jumped up instantly. Really? Thank you. You're such a good person. Kaya said the ship would need a few days to be repaired and went back to arrange it. Usopp angrily slapped Lin Hai. You bastard. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. How am I a bastard? Is Kaya your girlfriend? Usopp shook his head. Lin Hai scoffed. Then what does it matter if I hold her waist? If you have the guts, go hold her too. Usopp didn't dare. His face turned red. Zoro coldly laughed. Usopp isn't as shameless as you, Lin Hai. TCH pure jealousy. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered. He looked at Nami, who seemed to want to say something, and leaned closer. What do you want to say? You've had that constipated look since we came back from the coast. Nami angrily hit him. You're the one who is constipated. Can't you speak properly? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't tell me you want me to pay you back. I tell you, I don't have it. Not a berry. Nami wasn't in the mood for jokes. Her voice trembling. What if there's a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries? Or even stronger, could you all handle it? The shadow of Arlong had been engraved in her bones since childhood. She always thought Arlong was invincible. But after witnessing Lin Hai split a mountain, she dared to ask this question. She really didn't want to lead anyone to their deaths again. She had tried before, and the people who went didn't come back. She had long lost confidence. Lin Hai poked Luffy's forehead and laughed. Aren't you going to be the Pirate King? If you're struggling against a pirate with a bounty of 16 million, when you meet someone with a bounty of 16 billion, wouldn't you be turned to dust? All you know is eating, you silly fool. After training with me for so long, was it all for nothing? Luffy exploded. Bastard, do you want to fight? He turned to Nami and shouted, take me to find that 20 million bounty pirate. I'll definitely beat him up. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Nami still looked at him skeptically. Lin Hai put his hand on Nami's shoulder. Your expression looks constipated. It makes my stomach hurt. To be honest, if a 200 million bounty pirate came now, I could smash him. That 20 million you mentioned, even if underestimated, I could knock him out with a glare. And if not, just finish him off with a slash. Who in East Blue can block that slash at the coast? Zoro jealously scoffed. And Luffy nodded. Lin Hai can really do it. Usopp was astonished. Is he that explosive? Lin Hai shot him a glance, looking at Nami, who seemed to have made a decision. She looked at her arm tattoo, her expression pained, and everyone instantly became serious. Everyone. Nami's voice trembled. My hometown. Kokoyashi village was occupied by the Fishman pirate crew 8 years ago, and their captain is Arlong. He demands the villagers pay his survival fee every year, and my family couldn't afford it. My adoptive mother, Belmere, fought against Arlong to save me and my sister, but she was shot to death by him. Everyone fell silent, Nami fiercely pinching her arm tattoo, and Lin Hai didn't stop her. Belmere was once in the Navy, rescued me and my sister, but later resigned to raise us, but she, sniff. Nami broke down crying. She leaned on Lin Hai's shoulder and cried for a while, gradually calming down. Lin Hai softly said, so that is why you love money so much? If you had money back then, your mother wouldn't have left. You must have loved her very much. She must have been amazing. Nami recalled Belmere's last smile. Nami no Jiko, I can't say you are my children. From now on, Live with a smile, I love you. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Belmere fell. Nami trembled all over. That was the pain of witnessing a loved one forever farewell. Lin Hai embraced her. The past can't be changed. It's cruel, but think about it. You have many friends now. If you dwell too much on the past, you'll lose the future. Be strong. In his embrace, Nami suddenly felt an unusual warmth. However, Lin Hai wanted to slash Luffy with his sword. This guy actually shouted, "Where's Arlong? I can't hold back. I want to beat him up." "Nami, take us there quickly," Zoro complained. "How do we get there? The ship won't be ready for a few days." Luffy seemed out of his mind. "No matter. We need to go beat up Arlong now." Usopp was speechless. Hey, are you even listening?" Nami was still sad when Luffy's yelling pulled her back to reality, and she realized she was buried in Lin Hai's arms. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly broke free. "Luffy, calm down. I have something to say. I made a promise to Arlong that once I earn 100 million berries, I'll buy back the village." Lin Hai poked her head in disdain. "Are you crazy, you violent girl? 100 million berries for the enemy who killed your mother? Ridiculous." "Duong." Nami hit him, her face dark. "What can I do? Although Arlong is scum, he values promises." Lin Hai stood up and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Trusting that scoundrel is worse than trusting Luffy not to eat." Duong. Another hit, and Nami was furious. "Can you not be so annoying when you speak?" "Ahem." Lin Hai wrapped his arm around her waist. "Nami, that fool won't keep his promise. Didn't you say he colluded with Captain Mouse? Stop dreaming. Take us to Kokoyashi Village, and let's crush the Fishman pirates directly. Why should the berries you earned with your life go to him?" Luffy interjected, "I don't care about the rest. I must beat up Arlong." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Suit yourself. But we still need to stay here for a few days. Where are we going to play now? Sleep?" Nami shot back. "What are you sleeping for in broad daylight? Are you a pig?" Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "If we're not sleeping, we can make people." Usopp spat out his drink and laughed wildly. "Ha ha." Usopp looked at the two of them strangely, and Luffy pretended to be dumb. "Make people? Is that fun? I want to do it too." "Duong. Duong." Nami's face turned red, hitting both of them, and glared fiercely at Lin Hai. Lin Hai lay on the ground. "Unhappy? Why are you joining in? Go eat your meat. Can your stinky rubber get involved in that?" Luffy mumbled, "Greedy. How about going out to fight?" "Fight?" Usopp was confused. "You guys are too energetic." Lin Hai's eyes lit up. "Luffy always ruins good things. I'll give him a hit with hockey later." Zoro swallowed. "Hey, what bad idea are you hiding this time? He has been tricked several times." Lin Hai adjusted his expression, tidied his hairstyle, and smiled like the sun with my handsome, sunny appearance, healthy thoughts, and charm that captivates thousands of girls. I've broken many hearts. Usopp interrupted. Hey, you can brag better than I can." Zoro teased. "You look more like a pervert." Lin Hai glared at Usopp. "Do you think your nose is too long? Do you want me to help you fix it?" Usopp exploded. "Bastard, do you want to fight?" He pulled Luffy over. "Come on." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Luffy, Usopp's long nose is a feature. Are you not inviting him to join?" Nami complained. "Are you inviting him just because he looks unique?" Lin Hai explained this way. "It makes everyone's nose appear more coordinated and better looking." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Usopp exploded. "Lin Hai, you bastard. I want to challenge you to a duel." Soon, Usopp joined the Straw Hat crew, and after a lot of noise, everyone went their separate ways. At the coast, Nami gazed at the horizon alone, perhaps thinking of her hometown. Lin Hai walked over and sat beside her. "Still worried about your hometown?" Nami nodded. "I lack confidence. I've looked for bounty hunters and righteous people before, but they were all defeated by Arlong's crew." Lin Hai leaned closer and wrapped his arm around her waist. "You've had a tough time these years, right?" Nami gave him a glare. This guy always wraps his arms around her. She didn't have the mood to argue, shaking her head. "Am I tired? Perhaps it's a belief in saving the villagers that keeps me going." Lin Hai stared into her eyes. "Why don't you sound like a young person full of vitality?" "Nami, you should hope again, be more positive. Life is inevitably tough, but we have to face it with a smile." The two fell silent. Nami saw Belmere's shadow in his eyes, the kind of positive and optimistic spirit. Looking at the sunny him in front of her, Nami was momentarily lost. This smile. She hadn't seen it in a long time. For 8 years, she had walked numbly, long forgetting Belmere's words. Hey. Lin Hai gently shook her. "Are you okay?" "Huh?" Nami came back to her senses, her face flushed as she turned her head, muttering, "Who do you think you are? A self-indulgent pirate. Stop lecturing me." The coast fell silent again, only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the wind. After a while, Nami spoke. "Lin Hai, thank you for making me remember some things. I feel much better." Lin Hai turned his head and wrapped his arm around her waist again. Nami exclaimed in anger. Why do you always like to hug me? Lin Hai shamelessly replied. Who told you to have a good figure? It's windy. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Nami's face darkened. On such a hot day, how refreshing is the wind? Catch a cold? Nonsense. She suddenly smirked. Hugging is fine, but it costs 100,000 berries each time. You owe me 1,000,000. Lin Hai exclaimed. Do you think I'm a fool? I have no money, but I'm here. Feel free to deal with me. Nami stood up. Who wants you? I like berries. Where are they? What are they doing? Lin Hai followed her gloomily. What are we going back for? What's so fun about that noisy bunch? Unexpectedly, Nami turned back and kissed him on the cheek. Are you satisfied now? Lin Hai instantly perked up. Nami, do you dare take advantage of me? No way. I want to kiss you back. The coast echoed with Nami's angry scolding. Lin Hai, you bastard. A few days later, on the Azure Sea, the Going Merry sailed through the waves. It's the new ship that Kai has sent. Everyone curiously examined the equipment, and Lin Fan came out to find Luffy sulking, likely having been scolded by Nami. Zoro leaned against the ship's pole sleeping. Usopp was fiddling with things, and Nami stood on the ship's board looking at the sea. Her orange hair fluttering, her figure stunning. Lin Fan sighed. Nami, you're really beautiful. Luffy exploded. What a joke. She's both greedy and violent, and Duong. Nami punched him, and Luffy winced in pain. Zoro snorted, and Nami shot him a glance. Got a problem? Zoro turned away in defeat. Luffy suddenly proposed. Fishing competition. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. You with your hyperactivity can fish? Luffy retorted. Don't underestimate me. What's the wager? Whoever catches more gets to eat more. Usopp complained. That's like saying nothing. He joined in too. Lin Fan sat on the railing and sang. Little fish, come on the hook. There's something delicious in the bucket. One after another, the bucket was filling up quickly. Luffy and Usopp tried for half the day, but their fishing rods had no action. Luffy threw down his rod. Why do you have so many? Lin Fan looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Fishing requires patience still as a maiden. He couldn't continue. Usopp and Luffy's eyes lit up. Sissies. Zoro snorted, pretending. Nami wanted to hit him. Lin Fan said, no big deal. I need to use the restroom. Standing at the edge of the railing, Usopp was surprised. You're here? Convenient, huh? Luffy insisted. I don't believe you can win. Still competing? Of course. Usopp, are you in? Let's go. Nami blushed and slipped away. Lin Fan and Luffy looked down on Usopp, and Usopp angrily said, I will definitely grow up in the future. Lin Fan laughed. Luffy wants to be the pirate king, and Zoro wants to be the greatest swordsman. Usopp was frustrated. You bastard. Luffy's energy is not just talk. Lin Fan had just fallen asleep when the outside noise became unbearable. It turned out that he and Usopp had used a cannon to bombard the small island, and on the other side of the island, Zoro's friends Johnny and Joseph were resting. Both of them had previously been bounty hunters like Zoro. Johnny boarded the ship and started cursing, waking Lin Fan up. Who wanted to chop him down? Looking at the damaged railing, Lin Fan's face turned dark. If you keep making noise, I'll throw you into the sea. He didn't use Conqueror's haki, but his aura was frightening. Johnny swallowed hard. My companion is sick because of you guys. Nami rolled her eyes. He is sick. There's a food shortage at sea. Many people have this illness. Joseph woke up and then collapsed again. Zoro asked, Johnny, is there a chef nearby? Johnny laughed. I've been a bounty hunter for years, of course I know. Following Johnny, the group headed to the Bartai restaurant. The Mary hadn't arrived yet when a Navy warship approached. Lieutenant Hobity was up to no good, aiming the cannon at the Mary to sink it. Nami panicked. Where's Lin Fan? Usopp, he is sleeping. Nami complained. Still sleeping. Hurry and think of a way. Luffy laughed. Leave it to me. As a result, just like in the original story, Luffy smashed a hole in the roof of Bartai. Zoro had to step up to clean up the mess. Nami angrily rushed into Lin Fan's room, wanting to wake him up, but Lin Fan was dreaming. In a daze, he saw Nami and thought he was still dreaming, pulling her in, resulting in their lips meeting. Huh, why does this feel so real? After a while, Lin Fan's hand began to wander. Nami realized what was happening and suddenly sat up. Bastard, wake up. Lin Fan awkwardly said, Nami, I was dreaming, you have to understand. Nami rolled her eyes at him. Didn't they kiss last time in Syrup Village? She didn't hold it against him and quickly said, we're being attacked by a warship outside. Lin Fan instantly woke up. This is outrageous. Let us go. He grabbed Nami and ran. Nami exclaimed, Bastard, where are you grabbing? Ah, unexpected. Purely accidental. The Navy is just too ridiculous. Don't slap my face. When Lin Hai and Nami came out, Zoro had already driven the Navy back, and Luffy was being pulled by the chef to work, who told him to break the roof. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, they saw Sanji dragging Lieutenant Hobity. Lin Hai was speechless. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. I woke up hungry. Nami rolled her eyes at him, but Lin Hai wasn't afraid, raising an eyebrow at her. Nami thought about what had just happened. Her cheeks flushed and quickly said, "Let us go in." A feast was served, and while they were eating, Luffy came down the stairs and exploded on the spot. "You guys are eating well while I'm not here. Too much. Too much." Lin Hai angrily grabbed his collar. "Are you still talking about too much? Don't you want to be the pirate king? Yet you go and do chores. Bastard. Pirates are supposed to be free. How can you be so indecisive? Such a promising career, and you've messed it up like this. It's simply a disgrace to the industry." Ha ha ha. Luffy was left speechless by Lin Hai's words, and everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pirates have a future? Disgrace to the industry? Nami laughed so hard she held her stomach and patted the table, which attracted the attention of Sanji, the pervert. Sanji dashed in front of Nami, knelt on one knee, and passionately declared, "Oh, see, thank you for granting me this encounter today. Love, mock me, this person who cannot help but suffer. With you, I accept even the pirate devil." Everyone had a blank expression. This guy can compete with Lin Hai. Lin Hai was just pulling out paper and pen from the system, standing nearby, taking notes furiously. What happens next? Hurry up and say it. I'll have lines ready for when I see beautiful women in the future. Sanji noticed a more handsome guy next to him and grumpily said, "Who are you? Are you making fun of me?" Ha ha. Luffy laughed out loud. Zoro and Usopp quickly looked at each other. It's like they're the same. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Who is the same as this perverted chef? Sanji exploded. Watch your mouth. Do you want to get beaten? Restaurant owner Zeph stepped forward. Sanji, are you going to beat up a customer again? Just go join that straw hat kid and become a pirate. We don't need you here. Sanji angrily said, "Old man, I'm the sous chef, and besides." Zeph ignored him and returned to the kitchen to cook. Luffy leaned forward. Sanji, he agreed. Come be a pirate with me. Sanji waved his hand. Forget it. I have my reasons to stay. After chatting for a while, Luffy forgot he was supposed to be working and started playing around with everyone, getting knocked down by Sanji with a kick and dragged back to the kitchen. Lin Hai smacked his lips. Is this Luffy's advantage? Nami was speechless. What kind of advantage is this? Lin Hai wrapped his arm around her waist. He could get along with anyone. If it were me, I'd have chopped that perverted chef by now. How dare he tease you, right? Everyone's faces darkened. You're not any better. Lin Hai didn't care. Grinning. Don't be stingy. The food in this restaurant is really delicious. Before he could finish, a bleeding Marine rushed in, shouting at Hobity, "Not good. Captain Algin of the Click Pirates has escaped." Hobity broke out in a sweat. Impossible. He was starving and caught. He's been given food. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The Marine who brought the news fell down, and standing at the door was the tall and skinny Algin. Lin Hai was stunned. People just disappeared like that. The restaurant folks were surprisingly indifferent. He fell in a deep thought. Something's not right in this world. But he didn't take action. Algin was just a small fry. Click was the real big fish. Algin was arrogant, even pointing a gun at the waiter, Patty, for help. As a result, Patty slammed him to the ground. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Well done. Keep beating him. Want some help?" Zoro, Usopp, and the others looked confused. What is going on here? Patty, who had a jaw bigger than his head, turned around and smiled. This little matter doesn't require your help, young man. I'm a waiter at the Bartai restaurant. Don't underestimate me. Lin Hai waved his hand. I really want to kick him a few times. Is that Marine still alive? Someone from a distance replied. He's already dead. Nami was puzzled. You're a pirate. Why do you care about a Marine? Cough, cough. Lin Hai cleared his throat, instantly attracting the attention of the entire restaurant. He instinctively looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Time to put on a show. Zoro scoffed quietly, and Usopp and Nami felt this scene was super familiar. Everyone in the restaurant was waiting for him to speak. This young man looked quite compassionate. The atmosphere was just right, and Lin Hai spoke passionately. Do you know? That Marine was the pride of the whole village. He was honest, helped old ladies cross the street, gave old men back rubs, and was overflowing with a sense of justice. This world has too many bad pirates, for the sake of peace, for a better life, so that people are not persecuted. That day he set foot on the path of justice, and he hadn't even touched a girl's hand, yet resolutely became a Marine. Every day he trained hard, setting an example full of kindness. But right in front of me, he was shot by that guy in the headscarf. Before he could finish, the restaurant was filled with cries, and the system prompted, ding. Host's dramatic performance has exploded the scene, rewarding the lonely 9 swords. Lin Hai was overjoyed, hearing everyone shout. So this Marine is so great. Heaven is jealous of talent. Boo-hoo. We can't just cry. We have to do something for him. Beat him up. The guests all rushed up to beat Algin, all being led astray by Lin Hai. Hobity sat on the ground in a daze. Was this Marine really that great? No way. Zoro stepped forward and pushed Lin Hai, admiringly saying, "It's such a pity he died. Are you for his hometown?" Usopp was in tears. "I'm so impressed. I want revenge." Nami muttered, "Pirates just take what others love. They're trash of the world." Lin Hai was just happy about the lonely 9 swords and blurted out, "What? I just made all that up, and you guys believed it? Made up?" Zoro's face turned red with anger. "Lin Hai, I'm going to chop you up." Usopp cried as he walked towards Ajin, but suddenly the mechanical head turned, looking at Lin Hai in confusion. Nami, with a face full of black lines, looked down. Lin Hai continued to provoke. "Why are you all so naive? I'm just annoyed by Ajin. Bang, bang, bang. Don't slap my face. Nami, are you using high heels? Usopp, you remember this." "Oh, I was wrong." Zoro, Nami, and Usopp beat Lin Hai up, and their anger dissipated. Lin Hai sat up, fixed his hairstyle, and glared at Zoro. "You're tough. You were the one who hit the hardest just now, right? Do you believe I'll sell your sword and not give you a single cent?" Nami's eyes lit up instantly. "I want 90%. Zoro panicked. "You have some nerve. Want to try? Don't think I can't beat you. I'll chop you up sooner or later." Tisish. Lin Hai rolled his eyes, turned to hold Nami's hand, and pretended to be pitiful. "Nami, I was heavily injured. Can you give me some money for medical treatment?" Nami couldn't stand his expression and threw him 250 berries. "Get lost." Zoro and Usopp were dumbfounded. Nami actually gave him money? Lin Hai instantly perked up with the money, tidied his clothes in 3 seconds, and rushed to the female companion of Hobity faster than Sanji. The female companion had long red hair, a long red dress, high heels, and an amazing figure. Lin Hai held her fair hand, speaking affectionately. "Oh, great ocean, thank you for this encounter today. Love, mock me, the one who can't help but suffer. Beautiful lady, would you like a drink?" "Eh." The female companion nodded blankly. "Sure." Zoro turned to ask Nami, "Why does that sound so familiar?" Usopp nodded. "I think so too." Nami, with a face full of black lines. "That's what Sanji just said." Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai is a genius, right? What a silk cake." Zoro scoffed. "Genius? TCH, just a color pervert." Usopp patted him. "Look how close they are, like lovers. I'm so envious." Nami glared at the two leaning together in the distance, furious. "He's using my money to treat someone else to a meal?" Zoro puzzled. "Is 250 berries enough?" Usopp dropped his jaw. "What the? He actually kissed that beauty?" Nami looked dangerously at Usopp. "Do you want to learn? I can give you money." Usopp shivered. No, I can't do that." TCH. Zoro sat back down, doing boring things. Usopp whispered, "You're jealous, right?" Zoro exploded. "What did you say?" Usopp weakly, "Nothing." Nami softly, "Usopp, what are you thinking? Speak up." Usopp quickly changed the subject. "Where's Ajin?" "He was just here. Why is he gone?" Zoro asked. "Is Luffy going to work here for a long time? Should we go back to the ship or look for him?" Nami replied, "Who told him to mess around? Let's go back to the ship. It's super expensive to stay here." Lantwai turned and pointed at the Going Merry. "Is that your ship?" Lin Hai nodded. "The one wearing a straw hat is my captain. I don't know when we will set sail." Lantwai gently, "Life is like duckweed, drifting with the current." Lin Hai wrapped his arm around her waist. "Why so suddenly sentimental?" Lantwai shook her head. "I'm leaving tomorrow. Weak women aren't suitable for long voyages." Lin Hai asked, "So soon?" Lantwai, "I originally wanted to take the Navy captain's ship, but I didn't expect him to be that kind of person." Hee. Lin Hai let her lean on his shoulder. "Can we not talk about him?" Lantwai chuckled. "Okay." "Ahem." Lin Hai said, "It's windy. Should we go back to the ship?" Lantwai looked at him playfully and followed him onto the ship. She felt Lin Hai's mischievous hand and laughed. "Don't mess around. I'm ticklish." Lin Hai laughed. "Ticklish? I'll help you. You won't be ticklish in a while." "A bad guy." The sea breeze continued to blow, and the restaurant on the sea was filled with the sound of chefs arguing. But Lin Hai's small boat had a strange sobbing sound that lingered. The next morning, sunlight spread across the sea, and the restaurant became lively. Lin Hai woke up, and Lantwai was already gone, like a dream, feeling a bit lost. But for the dream, he couldn't stop, especially that someone from the daughter country, stepping onto the restaurant. Usopp, feeling jealous, ran over. "How did you sleep last night?" Seeing Nami looking at him playfully, Lin Hai acted dumb. "What are you saying? I got drunk, and you didn't help me. I was blown all night. Achoo, I might have caught a cold." Zoro rolled his eyes. "Is that so?" Lin Hai exploded. "What do you mean? Want to fight?" Zoro pretended to draw his sword. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Nami face-bombed. Enough, let's eat. Lin Hai instantly hugged her waist. The morning you, still so gentle. Damn, I meant to say that to Lantwai. How did it come out for Nami? Nami was surprised, almost laughing. Someone actually said she was gentle? Remembering how close he was with that beauty yesterday, she teased. You should say that to that woman. Usopp interjected. How long is Luffy going to stay here? Huh? Did you call me? Seeing them come in, Luffy said, Oh, it's Usopp. Lin Hai looked up. Luffy, how long are you going to stay? Luffy pouted, waiting for that old man to let me go. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow dashed in front of Nami. It was Sanji. He enthusiastically said, Good morning, Miss Nami. What do you want to eat? It's on me, free for you. His face instantly changed to Lin Hai and the others. You all pay full price. Nami smiled. Arigato, Mr. Sanji. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. No need to be polite, Miss Nami. Lin Hai pointed at Sanji and asked Patty, Chef, why do you have this weird creature in your restaurant? Shouldn't you take him to see a doctor? Before he finished speaking, Sanji kicked. This speed in front of Lin Hai was just too slow. Lin Hai easily blocked it. The people around couldn't help but laugh. Zoro, haha, color chef. Kick him to death. Patty covered his mouth laughing. Sanji, come back. Let me take you to the doctor. Ha ha. Sanji glared at Lin Hai with a black line on his forehead. You guy. Lin Hai laughed. Your kicking power is not enough. Sanji exploded. What did you say? Nami quickly advised. Mr. Sanji, for my sake, can we not fight? Sanji's face changed instantly, his eyes sparkling with hearts. At your command, Miss Nami. Lin Hai looked at this behavior. Definitely has a problem. He flatters beauties for a purpose, while Sanji is just instinct. One is controllable, the other is uncontrollable. Feeling sorry for Sanji for 3 seconds. After a sweet dream last night, Lin Hai was too lazy to care and sat at the dining table. Zoro immediately asked for alcohol. Lin Hai retorted, Bad youths drink every day. Aren't you afraid of alcohol poisoning? Waiter, bring a bottle of wine. Zoro's face darkened. This guy is still so annoying. While chatting, the restaurant suddenly exploded with noise. Someone screamed, Chef Zeph. Kira came. As soon as they heard that name, the entire place fell silent. All eyes turned to the entrance. They saw Ajin supporting a tall figure entering, wrapped in golden armor. It was Kirok. It really is the great pirate Kirok. What is he doing here? It was said he brought thousands of subordinates to raid the Grand Line. Could be false. Now, they should be concerned about what he came here for. Amidst the murmurs, Ajin helped Kirok walk in. Chef Zeph stepped forward. What are you doing here? Kirok smiled falsely. Just came to eat, nothing else. Sanji wanted to cook, but Patty stopped him. Are you stupid? He's notorious for going back on his word. Do you trust him? Sanji took a puff of smoke. So what? Someone is hungry, and chefs should feed them. Patty anxiously. What if he eats and then robs the restaurant? Sanji insisted. We'll talk about it then. We are the chefs of the sea restaurant. Luffy's eyes sparkled. No wonder I like him. Sanji is really a great chef. Lin Hai sneered. Is there something wrong with his head? Are you going to be foolish too? The restaurant was quiet, and these words were heard clearly. Sanji glared over. Who are you calling crazy? Lin Hai stood up. Expressionless. You. Sanji retorted. Is there something wrong with feeding hungry people? Do you know what it feels like to be on the verge of starving? Lin Hai laughed. So you give him food, let him fill up, and then rob others? Sanji pondered. I'm just a chef. It's my duty to provide food, and I don't care about anything else. Luffy shouted. So cool. Sanji, be my partner. Not care. What a great phrase. Lin Hai sneered. Sanji, I understand your experience. But Click has countless lives on his hands. How many families have been destroyed? Does such a scum deserve to be helped? You can't represent others. If he fills up and kills people, and in the future someone suffers because of him, does that sin not count as yours? A person's life is worth less than your broken belief. Just like that day, Akin said killing is just killing. Reason? Treasure hunting? Dreams? Ha ha. So ridiculous. Lin Hai walked up to Akin, twisting his head. Can you not insult dreams? Bringing someone who should be in prison to eat, do you think you deserve it? The restaurant fell silent instantly, and everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Our values are about to be shattered. After staring at Akin and Click for a few seconds, Lin Hai let go. System task requires letting him go to lure Hawkeye here. After all, Click would understand after finishing his meal and would definitely bring his men to rob the restaurant. Lin Hai shrugged. The food is yours. I'm just venting my frustration. Feel free. He sat back down beside Nami, too lazy to care. Zeph and Sanji pondered for a long time and actually went to cook for Click. Lin Hai frowned. It's really scary when ideologies clash. So annoying. The people nearby felt his low pressure. Nami laughed. Aren't you the one who causes a scene? If Click dares to make a move. Were you afraid of with you guys around? Luffy chimed in, exactly. Don't worry, Lin Hai. Lin Hai swatted his hand away. Luffy, you are the captain. Important decisions are up to you. Be smart. Our lives are entrusted to you. Usopp was confused. Is it that serious? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Not serious? We enter the Grand Line, and pirates are much more ruthless than this. We're not playing house. Luffy adjusted his hat and said seriously, I understand now. Lin Hai suddenly punched him. Don't be so serious. You're making me nervous. Luffy exploded. You bastard dared to hit me. The two instantly got into a scuffle. Ha ha. Nami covered her mouth and laughed. Two silly boys. Zoro had a face full of black lines. These two are hopeless. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Click finished his meal and punched Sanji flying. Lin Hai exhaled. Nice hit. Not listening to advice deserves it. Zoro asked. The worry has come. Will you make a move? Luffy adjusted his hat. Let us wait and see. Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I'm not afraid of the end of the world. Just find a hole to hide in. Nami shot him a look, not saying anything. What to do when you're used to being hugged. Next, Lin Hai was stunned. Click wanted food for 100 people, and Zeph actually made it. He leaned close to Nami's ear and kissed her. Don't be so silly in the future. Nami instantly blushed. Luffy and Zoro remained silent. No one knew what they were thinking, but everyone was clear. There was about to be a fight. The atmosphere in the restaurant was tense. And Sanji shouted, What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, let us smash them. At this point, regret is useless. The employees united. What has Click as pirate crew? We are the battle-hardened chefs of the sea restaurant. Woo, let us have a big fight. Show them our strength. Luffy excitedly jumped out. Count me in. Ha ha ha. Almost forgot. He is still a restaurant employee. Lin Hai said to Nami, Stand next to me later. I guarantee your safety. Usopp grabbed his arm. I'm in too. Please protect me. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be a brave sea warrior? Fine. Zoro, do you want protection? Just call me brother. Zoro's eyelids twitched. Bastard. I don't need your protection, but I feel something is going to happen. Everyone be careful. Before he finished speaking, there was a huge rumble outside. What happened? The restaurant shook violently. A tsunami? Don't ask. Hurry and check it out. It turned out Click had fed his men well and was about to rob the restaurant, but his big ship was cut in half by someone with a sword. Everyone stared in shock. Never seen this operation before. Such a big ship just like that? How did the ship become like this? The cut is super smooth. Cut by someone? What a joke. Who is that strong? Stop talking. Quickly lower the gangplank. The waves are going to flood the restaurant. Nami asked Lin Hai. Can you do it? Lin Hai smiled. Of course. You don't know my abilities? Usopp thought of the high cliffs on his hometown's coast. Angry. What did you do to my hometown? Lin Hai pointed in the distance. Let's not talk about that for now. Look over there. Someone is coming. Usopp was confused. There really is. Zoro excitedly stepped forward. Muttering, It's him. It's him. Luffy asked, Who? Lin Hai joked. Owe you money? So happy. Zoro swallowed. I want to see to find him. The world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman? Nami turned and asked, How did you fare against him? Lin Hai admitted, In a life-and-death fight, I will be taken out in an instant. Nami exclaimed, No way. You're so lacking in confidence? That is not like you. Luffy also asked, Is the gap really that big? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. How many years has he been out there? How much has he experienced? How can we newbies compare? Usopp didn't believe it. You're underestimating yourself too much, right? Lin Hai waved his hand. If you want to climb to the peak, you must first recognize your strength. Only by understanding how strong the peak is can you improve. I'm not a teacher. Go away. Luffy pouted. Lin Hai. You stingy guy. After a few exchanges, pay attention. The mist from the waves cleared, and a coffin-like small boat emerged. Lit by candles and floating with green fire, creepy enough to give goosebumps. On the boat sat a person, short beard with a black top hat, eye-catching white fur trim, wine-red patterned shirt with a black coat, a cross hanging on his chest, and a long knife glimmering coldly on his back. He sat there with his legs crossed, not moving, and the oppressive feeling made it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Click's men exploded. What do we do to provoke you? Chased here from the Grand Line. Are you crazy? Hawkeye didn't even lift his eyelids and said, Bored, just passing time. Just this? Cutting people's ships out of boredom and chasing halfway across the sea? Click was furious. His dream of domination shattered by this ridiculous reason. All his efforts wasted. He exchanged glances, and the snipers aimed their guns at Hawkeye and fired bang bang. You would never guess. Hawkeye drew his sword and swung lightly. The bullets were directly deflected. The sniper rubbed his eyes in confusion. Impossible. I aim perfectly. Zoro untied his bandana and tied it around his head. He blocked it with his sword. The sniper asked, "Who are you?" Zoro ignored him and walked straight towards Hawkeye. This is going to be trouble. Nami panicked. Didn't you say he is super strong? Are you really sending Zoro to give him a head? Luffy adjusted his hat. That is his dream. Why stop him? Lin Hai nodded. Nami, think about it. If Zoro backs down, how can he be the world's #1? We should cheer for him. Well, #1 or not. Nami rolled her eyes. A bunch of lunatics. Whatever. Usopp swallowed. This ship is probably on the wrong one. Too scary. Lin Hai pulled Nami aside. Stay here and don't run around. Nami looked at him. Are you going to challenge my hawk too? Lin Hai laughed. He's not stupid. He's just going to show off some skills. The guy carries 3 swords? That's the East Blue bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. So he's Zoro. Who do you think will win? Amidst the discussions, Zoro drew his sword and pointed it at Mihawk. I've never seen such a soft sword. Mihawk replied indifferently. It's not the hardness of the sword that matters. Zoro pressed on. Did you cut that ship? Mihawk, that's right. The audience gasped. This strength is insane. Zoro grinned. As expected, you are the strongest. I set sail just to find you. Mihawk raised an eyebrow. What is your goal? Zoro shouted. To become the strongest. Mihawk snorted, foolish. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword. Are you bored? Let us fight. Mihawk jumped to Zoro's side, disdainfully saying, Sad weakling. A top swordsman should understand the gap. To draw your sword, is it ignorance or courage? TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Hai suddenly interjected, holding a flamboyant sword. He demonstrated some swordplay. Even if you were the world's #1, without the courage to challenge, how can you be a top swordsman? Mihawk turned his head. Who are you? You're challenged too? No, Lin Hai shook his head. Hwashiadi. Lin Hai, I can't beat you, but I have something to say. Seeing everyone looking over, he raised his sword proudly. This sword is called Gaofeng. It's 33 meters long and weighs 3 kilograms. Made of cold ice from the heavens, it can cut hair. In short, it's the best in my heart. Ding. Flamboyant reward received. /. 1 month cooldown. Has side effects. Use with caution. Lin Hai's heart sank. He almost said killing chickens and sheep. Will the swordsman world hunt me down? Mihawk stared at him. Are you toying with me? Do you know the consequences? Lin Hai immediately backed down. I dare not. Just give my sword a proper name. You all continue. Taking advantage of Mihawk turning to look at Zoro, he quickly slipped away to study the new skill. // is super cool. He clenched his fist and held up 2 fingers to his chest. A bowl-sized space vortex appeared on the left side, and the sword slowly emerged. Ignoring Haki, just cut and it's done. Much more powerful than the slash in the space field, but it might be dodged. Before he could finish his research, Luffy shot out to fight Mihawk. Zoro was slashed into the sea. Mihawk calmly stated, he's not dead, just unconscious. He looked at Zoro, who was being pulled up. Recognize yourself. Understand the world. Become stronger and surpass me. I'll be waiting for you at the strongest position. Zoro drew his remaining sword and shouted, Luffy, I want to lose again before I defeat him. Do you have any objections? Pirate King. Luffy laughed, none. Mihawk glanced at Luffy's straw hat. Just like Shanks. He said, becoming the Pirate King is much harder than surpassing me. Luffy stuck out his tongue. I don't care. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King. Mihawk smirked and was about to leave when Kuro jumped out. This isn't over. Want to leave? Mihawk replied indifferently. I'm done playing, going home to sleep. Kuro brandished his weapon with a cold laugh. Let's see you die once first. He wildly fired bullets, and smoke erupted around Mihawk. As the smoke cleared, Mihawk was already gone. TCH, unable to find Mihawk. Kuro turned and yelled at his crew. What are you dawdling for? Have you forgotten the goal? Seize the sea restaurant bar tie. Leave it to us. Kuro the Admiral, the strongest leader. Even Mihawk wouldn't dare take us on. Seizing the restaurant to solve food issues, the leader will definitely become the Pirate King. Luffy jumped onto the railing and asked Zeph, if we scare them away, do we not have to work? Zeph smiled. Sure, if you can do it. Before Luffy could move, Lin Hai had already started his antics. He wanted to quickly use his flamboyant moves to get stronger, so he could be carefree at sea. After all, that night of tenderness was still fresh in his mind. Everyone was instantly attracted to him. This guy had changed into a bizarre outfit. Everyone looked over. Lin Hai stood on the deck with long hair flowing, facing the wind, his face as white as jade, eyes bright as stars, his long robe rustling in the wind, exuding a fairy-like aura, capable of enchanting thousands of girls. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, are you a fairy? Silky. Nami stared at his profile in a daze. This guy is actually so handsome? I can't handle it. The restaurant staff and pirates were all dumbfounded, forgetting what they were supposed to do. Sanji looked at his outfit, felt it was familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen it. Luffy couldn't help it anymore, sweating profusely, his eyes shining like light bulbs, rushed to Lin Hai's side. So cool. He looked him up and down, thought the hair looked off, and grabbed it. The scene instantly became awkwardly frozen. Lin Hai's long hair was a wig bought with flamboyant coins. His white face was due to makeup, and the outfit was made from curtains he took from Sanji's room. The system clothes were too expensive. Luffy held the wig in his hand, staring wide-eyed at Lin Hai. Nanny, so it was fake. I thought it was a fairy. I told you. Fairies are all legends. The noise pulled Lin Hai back to reality. He glared at Luffy and snatched the wig back to put on. Don't mess around. Luffy nodded. Make me a set 2 later. So cool. Lin Hai waved his hand. All right, go aside. He repositioned himself and demonstrated some swordplay. I have a sword that can move mountains, can part the seas, can. Oh no, I forgot what Usopp said. And got stuck. What was it? Don't tell me I'm lying again. Hearing the teasing, Lin Hai's cheeks flushed red, awkwardly turned to Usopp. What's next? Usopp replied in a daze. Break mountains and rivers, establish the universe. Lin Hai remembered, excitedly said, break mountains and rivers, establish the universe. This guy was so full of himself he forgot the lines. It's hilarious. Can't even boast properly, still dare to show off. Silly. Do you want me to teach you how to say it? Sanji, chewing on a cigarette, asked Luffy. Is your ship full of these weirdos? The mocking voices hit Lin Hai like needles. His face turned beet red. How many flamboyant coins did he spend on this operation? Wig, foundation, makeup, all arranged. Only to be met with a bunch of laughter. He completely exploded, yanking off the wig and smashing it to the ground, tearing off the long robe and tossing it aside. Sanji, seeing the fabric pattern, instantly went berserk. Lin Hai, you bastard. That was my curtain. He was furious. What is he trying to do? Why do I feel chills on my back? Pay attention. The next part is going to be explosive. Lin Hai clenched his fist with one hand, raising his index and middle fingers to his chin as if chanting a spell. Suddenly, a transparent vortex appeared on the left side, and Galfong slowly floated out. What kind of trick is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Hai raised his sword and shouted, Space slash. One sword parts the sea. Clang. The sound of the sword echoed painfully in the ears. A bright light flashed, and the surroundings instantly darkened by 8 degrees. Kuro's men and the restaurant staff were all frozen, mechanically turning their heads to see the sword slashing from below. The sea was split apart, 10 times more ferocious than Mihawk's strike. Kuro didn't take care that the ship was split into 4 segments. He screamed, Quickly save the ship. A huge whirlpool is forming. Stop the infighting. If the ship can't stay steady, we'll all be fish food. This guy's a monster, my god. So terrifying. And Lin Hai? He couldn't control the space fruit, and used too much force, directly fainting. Before losing consciousness, he cursed, Flamboyant system, you're useless. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nami leaning by the bed. Where's Kuro? What happened to Luffy and the others? As he moved, Nami woke up, saw he was fine, and reached out to twist his ear. You idiot, messing around. We almost got you killed. I was wrong. Lin Hai quickly begged for mercy. Please let go, it hurts. After Nami let go, Lin Hai realized that it was particularly quiet around them, and outside, seagulls were calling. Quite comfortable. He held Nami's hand and asked, Is Luffy and the others okay? Lin Hai then realized and said to Nami, I'm sorry for dragging this out for so long. I was supposed to go to your hometown. Nami shook her head. It's been so many years. I don't care about these few days. But you're too worrisome. Don't use that trick to make me faint again. Lin Hai sat up and pulled Nami in his arms. I won't. The first time I was inexperienced and used too much force. Ha. Nami pouted. You always take advantage of me. Lin Hai ignored her and said seriously, Nami, trust us a little more. You'll be free soon. Free? Nami looked up at him. Lin Hai nodded. If we defeat Arlong, you can do what you love. Nami was excited. Will there really be such a day? Lin Hai reassured her, Don't worry, it's coming soon. Lin Hai, you bastard. Let go of Miss Nami. A loud voice came from outside. Nami quickly got out his arms. And Lin Hai glared at Sanji. This guy came to bring food for Nami. Lin Hai snatched the food and started eating, while Sanji exploded, That is not for you. Nami asked, What about Luffy and the others? Sanji's eyes instantly lit up with hearts. They're right outside, Miss Nami. Luffy and the others rushed in. With Luffy laughing, Lin Hai, you're useless. You didn't even fight anyone and fainted for 3 days, weakling. Lin Hai didn't have the mood to argue. He noticed Zoro wrapped in bandages and frowned. Zoro, is that how you're treating your wound? Zoro was confused. Is there a problem? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. There's a big problem. He asked Sanji, do you have high concentration alcohol? Sanji replied, yes, what do you need it for? Lin Hai smiled, to treat this idiot's wound. It's still bleeding. Don't you have a doctor? Sanji said, there is, but he ran away. Zoro waved his hand. A few good sleeps will be fine. Lin Hai exclaimed, you shameless fool. A wound infection can rot, inflame, and cause a high fever. And you say it's fine? Luffy asked confusedly. Is it that serious? Lin Hai was annoyed. Forget it, I'm starving. Luffy suddenly said, by the way, Sanji agreed to join us. We have 6 members now. Lin Hai glanced at Sanji and replied indifferently, oh. Sanji was furious. What kind of reaction is that? Lin Hai asked, what reaction do you want? Sanji posed, boasting. Aren't you supposed to be happy? A genius like me joining. Lin Hai interrupted, Sanji. Sanji asked him. Lin Hai said seriously, you need to take your medicine. Ha ha ha. Zoro added, Sanji, you really need to take your medicine. Sanji blushed and yelled, Lin Hai, I'm going to kill you. After dealing with everything, Sanji said goodbye to the restaurant staff, and everyone boarded the Going Merry. Cheers. Welcome our new member, Sanji. Zoro, you're injured. You can't drink. Stop nagging, a little 1T hurt. After some playful banter, Luffy and Usopp ran to Lin Hai's side, and Luffy asked, Lin Hai, can you use that trick from the other day again? What was it called? Usopp chimed in, I think it's called Space Slash. So cool. Luffy nodded, yes, yes. Show us again. As he spoke, he mimicked Lin Hai's pose of summoning the gale, making everyone laugh. Sanji kicked him, don't listen to them. If you create a huge wave, it might be hard to get to Nami's hometown. Right, beautiful Nami? As soon as he finished, he stuck to Nami's side, trying to curry favor. Zoro stepped forward. What is up with that trick of yours? How is your space ability so strong? Lin Hai said proudly, I don't know. Anyway, the space fruit is just awesome. Awesome to the sky. You guy. Zoro was speechless. Can I take a look at your sword? Lin Hai took out the gale from space and tossed it to him, then turned to Nami. How long will it take to get to your hometown? Nami replied, about a day. But we need to plan how to deal with the Arlong pirates. Luffy interrupted, beat him up. Zoro added, cut him. Sanji chimed in, kick him. Lin Hai said, crush him. Everyone looked at Usopp, who stammered, I'll cheer from the sidelines. Nami facepalmed. What do you all understand? The Arlong pirates are super strong. They're not on the same level as before. Lin Hai interrupted, what are you afraid of? With just one glare from me, they either faint or obediently lie down. Luffy quickly interjected, no. I have to be the one to beat Arlong. Lin Hai was annoyed, fine, it's yours. Duong. Nami angrily slapped each of them. Fishmen's strength is 10 times greater than humans. Do you understand? Not to mention Arlong. Lin Hai stood up and gave her a look. Luffy is going to be the Pirate King. Luffy's eyes lit up, right? I want to be the Pirate King. Arlong is nothing. Duong. Another slap. Sanji instantly had hearts in his eyes. Angry Nami is also super beautiful. Zoro commented, perverted cook. Sanji glared, what did you say? Zoro repeated, perverted cook. Sanji retorted, you got beaten up once, and your temper has grown. Zoro shot back. What did you say? Sanji challenged, do you want to fight? Nami facepalmed. This pirate crew is hopeless. Cough, cough. Lin Hai was choked by smoke and said helplessly, what kind of smoke is this? It's hard to smoke. Sanji angrily said, you can't smoke and still grab a whole pack? Are you sick? Lin Hai shot back. I'm not used to this crappy air. What is wrong with that? Duong. Nami put her hands on her hips and shouted, all of you need to be taught a lesson. After a while, Lin Hai suggested, how about this? Nami goes with Luffy to the village to attract the fishmen to Arlong's base. I'll go with the others to provoke them. And when they return to their nest, we'll take them all out. Sanji sat up and nodded, this plan works. Luffy is perfect for causing trouble. Luffy complained, why do I have to team up with Nami? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Do you know where the fishmen are? Luffy decisively shook his head. No. Lin Hai spread his hands, then that's settled. He ran to Zoro's side and shook his shoulder. Why don't you say something? Acting cool, all day, for whom? Ouch. Zoro angrily said, let go. Do you believe I'll cut you? Lin Hai gently poked his wound. Zoro broke out in a cold sweat. You bastard. Ha. The atmosphere suddenly lightened. Sanji leaned over. Lin Hai, can you give me your look from that day? Luffy also leaned over, shouting, I want it too. Lin Hai was annoyed. That's natural. Haven't you heard the saying? Zoro asked, confused, what saying? Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Here we go again. Everyone's faces darkened, but they strangely felt it was cool. He slowly said, a monkey in a crown. Nami asked, what does that mean? Lin Hai replied, It means that no matter how well a monkey dresses, it's still. What the hell? What are you doing? Don't hit my face. Sanji shouted. Why is your mouth so annoying? Luffy exclaimed. Are you calling me a monkey? Zoro laughed. Ha ha ha, beat him up. On the deck, Luffy shouted. Nami, how much longer until we arrive? I'm so bored. Nami looked in the direction. Tomorrow should be about right. What? Luffy slumped down on the deck. Nami asked, why don't you go find Lin Hai and the others to play? Usopp, who makes weapons, pointed to the distance. They're over there napping. Sanji came out from the kitchen. Dinner is ready. Luffy suddenly jumped up. Food. Food. Lin Hai pulled Zoro awake. If we don't go now, there'll be nothing left. Zoro, let's go, let's go. Lin Hai suddenly said, wait. Something is coming up. Everyone was confused. What thing? A water column suddenly erupted from the sea surface, and a sea beast the size of small boat emerged, staring at the kitchen. Nami was taken aback. It's Arlong's sea cow. Usopp was scared silly. What is that? It's too big. Zoro, what does it want? Luffy, if it dares to come, I'll punch it away. Lin Hai, how about I stun it with a glare? Sanji didn't understand. It seems hungry. Luffy, dare to steal food? Punch it. Sanji kicked him away. It's just hungry. After saying that, he went back to the kitchen and brought out a piece of meat. Lin Hai was speechless. Be careful. Don't let it swallow you along with the meat. Sanji kicked the sea beast's chin, exclaiming, it really dares to bite. Damn. Everyone's faces instantly darkened. Luffy's eyes lit up. How about letting this sea beast pull the ship? What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Sanji was stunned. How is that possible? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You really think so? I oppose. If it pulls the ship and breaks it, don't regret it. Usopp quickly chimed in. Luffy, give it up. It's too dangerous. Lin Hai suddenly said, I'm going to unleash my conqueror's haki. Do you want to feel it? Luffy and Zoro had no objections. But Nami and Usopp waved their hands in fear. Last time that pressure was terrifying. Sanji didn't understand, and as a powerful, suffocating aura slammed down, he almost passed out on the spot. After reacting, Sanji grabbed Lin Hai by the collar. What the hell are you? Is this strength something a human can have? Lin Hai pushed his hand away, disdainfully. You're not even human. This is called Conqueror's Haki. Sanji was confused. What is that? Lin Hai waved his hand. Let us eat while we talk. Before they knew it, the Going Merry arrived near Kokoyashi village, where they were stopped by the Arlong pirates. The leading fisherman captain came forward. Nami is back. You must have gained a lot this time, right? This annoying guy, Luffy and the others stayed silent as agreed. Nami stepped forward. Not bad. Where's Arlong? Behind me is the Straw Hat Pirates. They found treasure and want to cooperate with Arlong to take us to see him. The captain suspiciously asked, treasure? They will share? You're not up to anything. Are you? Up to something? Lin Hai pulled out the injured Zoro. This is our crew member Zoro. He has hurt like this because we couldn't eat. Nami told me your Arlong crew is super strong, capable of fighting the sky and the earth, so we came to cooperate. Hurry up and lead the way. You can't decide. Report to Arlong that a big deal is here. The fishmen exchanged glances and decided to lead the way. After all, fishmen are super strong in sea battles, and they need to guard against surprises. The ship docked, and Nami said, I'll go home first, and then I'll go see Arlong. Lin Hai, Luffy, go with Nami. Luffy must not be allowed to speak. Otherwise, the plan will be exposed. The first step was completed, and the rest would be easy. Want to leave Arlong for Luffy? Dream on. The guiding fisherman said, you wait here. I'll go in and report. Lin Hai directly glared, stunning these little henchmen. Usopp exclaimed, your ability is so convenient. Lin Hai smiled, it's okay. Sanji, aren't you supposed to make a cool entrance? Kick the door down. Zoro mocked. Colorful cook, the door is pretty thick. Don't break your foot. Sanji angrily retorted. What did you say? Lin Hai was speechless. You didn't kick me up. Sanji quickly stopped. Wait, don't use your ability. Let's have some fun first. Lin Hai was speechless. All right, I'll let you. Boom. Arlong was sitting in his castle chair resting when he was suddenly startled by a loud noise, shouting towards the door. Shio, what the hell is going on? As the smoke cleared, Lin Hai and the others appeared. Arlong immediately stood up, and his subordinates took their positions, coldly asking, who are you? What do you want? Waha. Lin Hai, Sanji, and Usopp's eyes lit up while Zoro hid to the side. So embarrassing. The three of them struck a pose like in a movie and shouted in unison. We are the three heroes of the East. The three heroes of the East? Arlong turned to look at his companions, all of them confused. He replied, never heard of it. What do you want? Actually, they just wanted to be flashy and practice their fighting skills. Otherwise, they could have settled it with just a glare. This couldn't be let known to Luffy. Lin Hai signaled. Sanji, you say it. Cough, cough. Sanji posed, pointing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. For world peace. For gender harmony. For people not being oppressed. Today we represent freedom, and we will crush you. He pointed his cigarette at Arlong's group, and Lin Hai and Usopp echoed. Representing freedom, we will crush you. Usopp was sweating at his nose, and Zoro's face turned red. How did he end up on this broken ship? Arlong stared at them for a long time, his face dark as a pot bottom. You're mocking me? Good, you've successfully angered me. Blackbeard quickly stopped. Don't fight. The amusement park will be ruined. Shio echoed. Big brother, leave it to us. We'll finish it in a few minutes. All right, I'm counting on you. Arlong sat back in his chair. Blackbeard and Shio approached, and Shio said, Your ambitions are quite great, but this is Arlong Park, so you are not allowed to act recklessly. Lin Hai nodded. That's right. Unlike you stinky fish who don't stay in the water, running on land to bully people, aren't you afraid of getting sunburned in a dried fish? As soon as he finished speaking, a dense rain of water droplets shot towards them like bullets. Lin Hai took the opportunity to practice dodging, evading up, down, left, and right, but still got hit by 2 drops, too dense. Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro were all hit, and with the power of this machine gun-like attack, the 3 of them instantly fell flat. The water droplets were thrown by Arlong, who was furious after being scolded by Lin Hai. Arlong approached with bloodshot eyes. Lowly humans. You can't even withstand a few drops of water, and you dare to chatter? Lin Hai glanced at the people beside him. He didn't help them block. He just wanted them to feel the terror of a master. He disdainfully said, Lowly? You dumb fish only dare to hide in corners and bully civilians, satisfying your own self-deceiving vanity. Arlong looked at him like he was dead. I hope you can still talk tough later. Just as Lin Hai was about to retort, he heard a noise, rocket launcher. Luffy arrived, but his attack was dodged by Arlong, and Luffy, along with a small henchman, flew out from the opposite wall. Everyone was confused. What is going on? Boom! The surrounding wall was smashed open, and everyone looked over. Except for Lin Hai, Arlong, Zoro, and Sanji. Everyone else was in a daze. What happened? Just now, a shadow flew past. Who was it? Was it their ally? Arlong looked at the amusement park that had been smashed. These bastards. I will kill them. Blackbeard quickly held him back. Calm down. If you strike, the amusement park will be ruined. In the distance, the villagers' angry and determined voices could be heard. Arlong looked toward the door. Let go. A 1T strike. What do the villagers want? The wall-crashing Luffy returned, grinning. That scared me. Luckily someone helped me block it. What a good person. The Arlong pirates looked toward the hole. Their comrade was lying unconscious on the ground. Arlong mumbled. Lowly humans, dare to hurt my compatriots? He turned to the aggressive villagers. What do you want? Villager A. Jin stepped forward. Arlong, today we are going to crush you. Lin Hai clapped. Exactly. How can a 7-foot man be oppressed by bandits? Go for it, village chief. Nami hit him on the head. What do you mean? Lin Hai wrapped his arms around her waist. Don't worry, I got this. Nami sighed in relief. A Jin fighting Arlong was just sending vegetables. Sanji, who finally calmed down, saw Lin Hai hugging Nami and exploded. Let go of Miss Nami. Lin Hai sneered. Just a little splash of water, and you're in a hurry? Why don't you find a hole to hide in? You bastard. Arlong, who was ignored, had a dark expression. Are you going to resist? The villagers shouted in unison. We've had enough. If it weren't for Nami still holding on to hope, we would have rebelled long ago. We won't accept your rule, even if we die today. Arlong looked at Lin Hai. What is your goal? Lin Hai pulled the trembling Nami forward. To kill you. You smelly fish. Arlong's eyes turned red. Nami, is that what you mean too? Nami panicked. Lin Hai was speechless. What are you thinking? The revenge for my mother. Being exploited for 8 years. Ask your heart. After some internal struggle, Nami smiled. Sorry, I won't yield anymore. I should have done this long ago. Nami, you've worked hard all these years. We have long been aware. Nami couldn't hold back and cried. Lin Hai took out a cigarette, didn't have a lighter, his eyes lit up, and walked over to Xiaoba. Can I borrow fire? Huh? Xiaoba shook his head. I don't smoke. Asked Xiao. He has one. Realizing what was happening, Xiaoba jumped back and pointed at him. Bastard. I won't lend it. We are enemies. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. It's just borrowing a fire. Making a big deal out of nothing. Go play somewhere else. Xiaoba bowed. I'm sorry. Lin Hai waved his hand. You're welcome. Everyone was collectively petrified. What are these two doing? Arlong's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Shouting, Xiaoba, what are you doing? Xiaoba, realizing what was happening, got furious, pointing at Lin Hai. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, Xiaoba rushed into the room, pulled out 6 knives, and pointed them at Lin Hai. You destroyed my paradise, hurt my compatriots, insulted my big brother. I'm going to kill you. Lin Hai exclaimed, wait, you can actually wield 6 knives? That's terrifying. Zoro, save me. Everyone's faces turned dark. Wasn't it you who shouted to fight just now? And now you're pretending to be weak? Is this it? Zoro didn't care, holding 3 knives and stepping forward. 6-sword style? Interesting. Xiao Ba was stunned. You're the pirate hunter Roronoa, Zoro? Lin Hai interjected. That's right. I was afraid I would kill you with 1 punch. That's why I didn't make a move. Don't you thank me? Unexpectedly, Xiao Ba bowed. Thank you. Everyone collectively gasped. This plot is toxic. Lin Hai patted Usopp. Did you learn anything? Usopp shook his head like a rattle, doubting life. Although they were playing around, Arlong stepped forward and stared at Lin Hai. You can dodge my water attack. You have the qualifications to be my opponent. Your opponent is me? Luffy jumped out to interrupt. Arlong angrily asked, who are you? Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Pirate King? Ha ha ha. Arlong laughed wildly. Lowly humans are really ignorant. What do you want? Luffy, you made my navigator cry. Arlong was puzzled. Your navigator? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. It's Nami, you stupid fish. Arlong exploded, punching Lin Hai. Lowly humans dare to insult me repeatedly. Luffy blocked the punch. Your opponent is me. Arlong said ominously. Don't worry. I will kill you all one by one, including the villagers. Luffy, if you have the ability, try it. The black belt also rushed up but was stopped by Sanji. The battle erupted. Lin Hai realized he could only be a bystander, but hugging Nami didn't seem so bad. Zoro was previously injured, so it was a bit difficult to fight Xiao Ba. Nami worriedly asked, Lin Hai, aren't you going to help Zoro? Lin Hai smiled. Have a little confidence in your partner. If he wants to be the world's greatest swordsman, he should be able to handle this little situation, or he might as well go home and sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro untied his armband and tied it on his head, smiled at Lin Hai, and said to Xiao Ba, Octopus, let you see what real swordsmanship is. 3-sword style, secret technique, tornado. Xiao Ba was immediately knocked down. Lin Hai secretly curled his lips. Zoro really can brag. He didn't even show off his swordsmanship, and he dares to say this level is good? Nami asked in confusion. Why are you curling your lips? Ah ha ha. Lin Hai laughed it off. That 6-sword style is too weak. Pathetic. Suddenly, a water bubble shot over, and Lin Hai slapped it away. It was Chio doing it. Lin Hai exclaimed, smelly fish. How can you be so inconsiderate? Attacking with saliva? That's disgusting. Chio's face turned red. That's a water bubble, not saliva. Lin Hai shouted that. Oops, so. Usopp was confused. What? Lin Hai, this guy is up to you. Practice well. I believe you can do it. Usopp was excited. I can really? Thank you for trusting me. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp turned and ran. What? Everyone was collectively confused. Chio laughed disdainfully. Lowly humans so cowardly? Pooh. A fireball shot over. Chio instinctively used his hand to block, and, as a result, his arm caught fire. He screamed, I'm going to become dried fish. Hot, hot, hot. Usopp, wearing goggles, grinned. Smelly fish, your opponent is me. Everyone's faces turned dark. This guy has some deep tricks. After the fire was extinguished, Chio was furious. If you have the guts, don't run. Usopp ran while sneak attacking, making Chio furious and chase after him. Lin Hai smiled. Did you see that? You should learn this tactic, Nami. Nami shivered all over. Lin Hai's hands weren't being honest. Her face turned red as she turned her head. Let go. Lin Hai quickly released her. How did he get carried away just now? Sanji had already taken down the black belt. His kicking skills were more than enough to deal with such small fry. The remaining hard battle was between Luffy and Arlong. Seeing his compatriots falling one by one, Arlong was about to explode with rage. Suddenly, Luffy was punched into the sea by Arlong. Lin Hai could no longer just stand by. He jumped up to block Arlong, who was trying to jump into the sea to finish Luffy off. Arlong's face darkened. Get out of the way. Lin Hai sneered. Are you stupid? Sanji, get Luffy up. It's my turn now. Arlong glared at Lin Hai. Are you eager to die? Then I'll grant you that. Shark flying arrow. Just the speed? Weakling. Lin Hai didn't hold back, wanting to practice in actual combat, and punched Arlong on the shoulder. Boom! Arlong was blasted into the castle, dust flying everywhere. The villagers exclaimed, Who is this young man? What a show of strength. Brought back by Nami. Can humans really have this kind of power? Nami looked at the overwhelming scene, her heart filled with joy. Can the village and herself really be free from Arlong? Zoro, lying on the ground, unexpectedly glanced at Lin Hai. Arlong's strength was not bad, but he didn't expect him to be beaten so easily. Looks like I need to train harder. After the smoke cleared, Arlong rushed out holding a large serrated sword, roaring, Lowly humans. Today, I'll slaughter you all. Lin Hai suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, there are cows flying in the sky. Everyone looked over, and after realizing it, they stifled their laughter at the furious Arlong. Arlong walked up to Lin Hai, his voice heavy. Just wait. I'll see how you talk tough later. Lin Hai was speechless. If you're going to fight, just fight. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Hai, step aside. He's mine, Luffy shouted, who was rescued by Sanji. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You've already had your turn. Now it's my turn. TCH. Ha ha ha. Arlong, furious, laughed. Lowly humans, all of you come at me. Today I will. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hai punched him back into the castle again. Lin Hai dug in his ears, pointed in confusion. Where did this crazy fish come from? Did he run out of mental hospital? Everyone's eyes twitched. Luffy was furious. Lin Hai, didn't we agree that Arlong was mine? Why did you make a move? Lin Hai was speechless. Who told you to be so unserious all the time? After training for so long, you can't even beat a fish? Get out of the way. Before he finished speaking, Arlong, who was buried in the rubble, charged over with his nose. Lowly human. I cannot be defeated. D. With observation Haki already warning him. Lin Hai didn't dare to relax until he confirmed his opponent was out of commission. Luffy pushed away, and he followed through with a hook shot, directly kicking it onto Arlong's head. Boom! A huge pit exploded on the field. The loud noise startled everyone. What happened? This commotion is too intense. I think I heard Arlong's voice. There's a big pit ahead. Who did this? As the smoke cleared, Lin Hai stood in the field, with Luffy sitting beside him. Luffy rushed over angrily. Lin Hai, I have to beat Arlong. Lin Hai nodded. All right, I won't interfere. Luffy was overjoyed. Arlong, come out. I'm going to beat you up. Sanji had already seen Arlong unconscious in the pit and reminded. He's right there. What are you shouting at the building for? Luffy saw Arlong in the pit. He's already gone. Should I wake him up to fight? He instantly fell silent. Lin Hai teased him. Hurry and beat him up. He's right there. Give it your all. The villagers reacted, ecstatic. This can't be a dream, right? Pinch me. Arlong's nightmare is over. We're free. Quickly inform the other villages. Nami cried tears of joy. Boo-hoo, Belmere. Lin Hai didn't comfort her. This wound, she has to heal herself. Villager Aegean stepped forward. Everyone, what should we do with Arlong? Kill him. He has tormented us for too long. Nami has suffered the most. Let her decide. Lin Hai directly pulled Arlong out of the pit and presented him to the villagers. Nami gripped a dagger, her hand trembling, but ultimately she threw it away. Sanji's eyes sparkled. Miss Nami is both beautiful and kind. I love you. Luffy patted her shoulder. I agree. Don't let hatred trap you. The villagers echoed in agreement. Lin Hai suddenly shouted, I oppose. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Lin Hai lifted Arlong. I know you're kind-hearted, but kindness is relative. How many lives has this guy taken? How many years did he enslave you? Talking about forgiveness for such scum means you've suffered in vain all these years. Nanny. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Hai ignored them and shouted, debts must be repaid. That's only right. The grudge of a murdered mother cannot be forgiven. Nami, you're not a saint. Don't force yourself to be one. If you don't take the scum down, can you really be happy? Be strong. You're Belmere's daughter. You should do something for her. Use Arlong's life to pay tribute to her. If you can't do it, should I help you? Everyone looked at Nami. The grudge of a murdered mother must be avenged. First, take him down, then worry about being blinded by hatred. Nami thought for a moment, smiled at the villagers, and without hesitation, picked up the dagger and stabbed it towards Arlong. The villagers had been thinking the same thing, and with Lin Hai's little push, they became even more resolute, and the base erupted in cheers. Sanji leaned over and whispered, Don't pollute Nami's pure heart. Lin Hai countered, What if someone killed Zeph? What would you do? Sanji blurted out, Kill them all. Lin Hai scoffed. Isn't that it? Why should Nami forgive? Forgiveness is a matter for the divine. What Nami needs to do is send him to meet God. Luffy exclaimed, I see. Nami walked over to Lin Hai, looked at him for a while, and bowed to everyone. Thank you. Lin Hai said, Nami, let me give you a gift. He waved his hand. Everyone stepped back. Get away from the base. Room scan. That's right. He learned Law's technique. Space abilities are so easy to learn. The field instantly piled up with a mountain of treasure, all from Arlong's castle. The villagers were dumbfounded. They had never seen a devil fruit, and thought it was a miracle. How did so much treasure suddenly appear? Was it that young man who did it? Is this for Nami? Luffy pouted. I thought it was something delicious. Sanji poked his head. Idiot. With treasure, you could buy countless delicious things. Really? Luffy clasped his hands together, eyes shining, asking Nami, Can you give me some? Nami was already mesmerized. her eyes filled with. Zoro saw that Lin Hai hadn't released his ability and wondered, "What else do you want to do?" Lin Hai smiled, "You'll find out soon. One sword style. Chrysanthemum slash." He slashed at Arlong's castle, and the castle instantly crumbled into pieces, dust filling the sky. Cough, cough, cough. "What now? You scare me. This young man causes too much trouble. Look, Arlong's castle has turned into ruins. Wow, that's incredible." However, seeing Luffy playing with Usopp and the others with that hat on his head, Lin Hai suddenly felt mischievous. Cough, cough. Lin Hai crouched down gently to stroke the little boy's hair, chuckling softly. "Wait a moment, okay?" After saying that, Lin Hai quickly exchanged a fake mustache from the system and stuck it to his lips. Then he released a bit of Conqueror's Haki, making everyone unable to help but look over. Lin Hai asked gently, "What's your name?" Luffy ran over and interrupted Lin Hai. "Huh? Who are you? Where's Lin Hai?" Lin Hai kicked Luffy away, placed his hand on the little boy's shoulder, and continued smiling. "Let's not mind him. What's your name?" The little boy, confused, replied, "My name is Kuroshi." Lin Hai put on the expression Shanks had when he handed the straw hat to Luffy and said, "Kuroshi, you're still too young. We won't take you out to sea." After saying that, Lin Hai exchanged an Adidas hat from the system, white one. Lin Hai placed the hat on Kuroshi's head and said, "Kuroshi, I heard your parents were persecuted by Arlong a few years ago, so you need to be strong. Here, this hat is my most precious treasure. Its quality is guaranteed. Cough. Well, this hat has accompanied me through many crises, experienced countless battles. And when Luffy asked me for it, I never had the heart to give it to him. Now I'm entrusting it to you. Kuroshi, this is not just an ordinary hat. When you're lonely, this hat will be your companion. I hope it can accompany you through tough times. When you're confused, this hat will be your guiding light. When you're in pain, this hat will be the remedy to soothe your wounds. Kuroshi, when you become an excellent lady killer, an excellent adventurer in the future, I'll ask for it back. We can agree on that." Luffy, on the side, was full of black lines. He was familiar with this scene. Lin Hai was too mischievous. But was what Lin Hai said true? Boo-hoo, Lin Hai, you're so great. Luffy was suddenly moved by Lin Hai. At this moment, many villagers also started crying. Boo-hoo, this is too touching, too romantic. Wow, Lin Hai, you are a real man. What a touching speech. It's truly moving. What happened? Lin Hai was puzzled. The villagers were so excited that it almost made him believe it himself. At this moment, Kuroshi raised his head, now with a face full of tears, and firmly said, "Lin Hai, we made a pact. I will take good care of this hat. I will treat it as my companion. Before I return this hat to you, I will definitely keep it safe." Lin Hai nodded, smiling silently, then stood up and waved, leaving Kuroshi with the back of a true man. Lin Hai was very satisfied with this. After a while, Kuroshi shouted at Lin Hai's back, "Lin Hai, I've decided. In the future, I want to become the king of adventure." Lin Hai almost stumbled. Wow, he got too into character. If he said he was just joking with him now, it would cause some psychological trauma. Lin Hai felt that he was not doing well at all. There was no other way. He could only keep pretending. Lin Hai once again showed a warm smile and turned back to say, "Oh, the Adventure King? So you're saying you want to surpass us?" Cloxy nodded firmly and said, "Yes. I will find companions even better than you and then surpass you. I will definitely become the Adventure King." Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and the others gave a strange look at Luffy. The Pirate King? The Adventure King? This is interesting. Luffy, who was originally touched, now had a face full of black lines. Imitating is shameful. Strictly forbidden to pirate. Must protest. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was feeling very distressed. From Cloxy's words, Lin Hai knew this little brat was serious. But with his ordinary body, wouldn't he just drown in the sea? Lin Hai really wanted to give him an amazing skill, but unfortunately, the system rules stated that items like devil fruits and techniques cannot be used by anyone other than the host. Lin Hai could only continue to pretend and smile. "I believe you can do it." Just then, an untimely laugh rang out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. "Are you all pirates? All that treasure is confiscated." Approaching them was Colonel Mouse, who was in charge of this sea area. He had originally come to negotiate with Arlong, but unexpectedly gained a lot today. At this moment, Colonel Mouse was leading his subordinates, all surrounding them. How could they not take such a large amount of treasure? Nami was the first to step forward, saying, "This treasure belongs to the villagers. You have no right to deal with it." Lin Hai quickly nudged the still-dazed Luffy. "Luffy, if you want to become famous, quickly step forward and introduce yourself. Then beat that Colonel Mouse to ensure your name spreads far and wide." Luffy's eyes lit up, and he rushed to Nami's side. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." "Who are you?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Colonel Mouse replied, "Pirate King? Chirp, chirp, chirp. You really don't know the height of the sky. That Arlong was defeated by you?" Luffy nodded, that's right. Usopp wanted to chime in, but was pulled back by Lin Hai, who whispered, why are you so clueless about the rules? Let the captain show off first. Sanji asked in confusion. If we beat him, can we become famous too, aside from the captain? Lin Hai nodded, just do as I say later. And I guarantee you will all have bounties. Nami said, speechlessly, do you all know how serious things can get once you're on the wanted list? Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist and smiled. As pirates, if we don't have a bounty, where do we put our face? At this moment, Colonel Mouse had already ordered his subordinates to point their guns at Luffy. Lin Hai, Sanji, and Usopp stepped behind Luffy, and both sides formed a standoff again. If it went according to Luffy's wishes, only he would be the one with a bounty, so Lin Hai glared. And his conqueror's haki knocked out all the lackeys with guns. Then Lin Hai shouted, everyone, beat him up. I told you, chirp, 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 you stinky mouse. I'll let you come to steal my treasure. This treasure is all mine. Hey, stinky mouse, look clearly, my name is Sanji, and it's me who will beat you up. Colonel Mouse wailed, I don't want that treasure anymore. It doesn't matter how it goes. Please let me go. Lin Hai shouted, then hurry and scram. Remember, it's our straw hat pirates who beat you up. The fleeing Colonel Mouse turned back and threatened. I remember you all, straw hat pirates. You've gotten yourselves into big trouble. Just wait and see, I will come back. Lin Hai picked up Arlong's shoes, aimed at Colonel Mouse, and shouted, go, Pikachu. Bingo. Chapter 41. Is Nami lonely? We drove away Colonel Mouse. Will he come back to take revenge on this village? Huh, no way, right? What if he comes back for revenge? That Colonel Mouse is really a bully who fears the strong. We shouldn't have let him go just now. Seeing Nami's worry, Lin Hai chuckled and said, you're worrying unnecessarily. We were the ones who attacked him. The villagers didn't lay a finger on him. Besides, with that cowardice of Colonel Mouse, he wouldn't dare to trouble the villagers. As for what happens later, we'll talk about it then. Anyway, the Arlong pirates have been defeated, haha. Let's hold a feast to celebrate. Thus, to celebrate the end of years of nightmares, everyone began to cheer. Lin Hai walked over to the village chief, a Jien, and spoke to the doctor beside him. One of my friends is seriously injured. Can you help him? The old doctor replied, of course, no problem. Which one is injured? Luffy asked in confusion. Is anyone among us seriously injured? I didn't know. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. We don't know how to treat Zoro's wound. We only disinfected it before. We need to treat it quickly, or the consequences will be severe. Zoro questioned. I don't need it. I just need to sleep a few times, and I'll be fine. Lin Hai nodded. Oh, is that so? Then it's fine. Zoro got angry. Lin Hai, you jerk. I'm really fine. Let go of me. It hurts. Don't touch my wound. At night, only Lin Hai lay on one side in the house, while Zoro's wails echoed in the room. The doctor treating Zoro couldn't help but murmur, lie still. Don't you have a ship's doctor on your ship? This is really chaotic. The wounds from a few days ago will become more painful to treat, causing Zoro to move around, mainly due to his body's instinctive response. Outside the window, Lin Hai gleefully said, a wound on the back is a swordsman's shame? Shout out loud if it feels good. No, you should shout loudly. It feels good. Zoro's face darkened. Lin Hai, you bastard. Just then, Luffy ran over, saying, Lin Hai, why are you lying here? There's so many delicious things over there. Aren't you going to eat? Lin Hai turned to the side and waved his hand. Eat, eat, eat. Where do you put all that food? Wasn't there too much trouble when you fought Arlong? Luffy asked in confusion. What do you mean? Lin Hai replied speechlessly. If I had acted, Arlong would have been an easy punch. You fought for so long and almost drowned yourself. You have a big problem. Luffy shrugged. Is that so? By the way, where did Nami go? Aren't you going to comfort her? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Comfort what? She should be feeling a mix of emotions right now. It's better not to disturb her. Seeing Luffy preparing to run out to eat again, Lin Hai quickly asked, when are we setting sail? Luffy thought for a moment and replied, that depends on Nami. Lin Hai nodded. Zoro also needs a few days to recuperate, so let's wait until after this feast. After Luffy left, Zoro wondered, Lin Hai, why aren't you going to find those girls to play? This isn't like you. Damn, find what? If I mess around here, how will the villagers look at Nami? They really are a bunch of people who don't understand human feelings. Lin Hai does like girls, but he won't be like Sanji. That's just sick. Lin Hai got up and replied, forget it, I'm going back to the ship to sleep. It's too noisy here, especially with that guy's voice. It sounds like a pig being slaughtered. Zoro angrily said, you bastard. I'm going to chop you up. Doctor, don't move around. Zoro, it hurts. Be gentle, doctor. On the ship, only Lin Hai remained, looking at the distant village illuminated by lights, like a treasure emerging from the sea. A scene he had never seen before, making him look a few more times. After lying on his bed, Lin Hai quickly pulled up his personal panel. Because he had fainted in the sea restaurant, the system began optimizing, resulting in changes to his data. Flamboyant system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 5, top level 10. Observation Haki. Level 1 armament Haki. Level 1 conqueror's Haki. Level 2 can freely control and intimidate targets. Skill 1. 1. Establish spatial field 2. 1 sword style 3. Spatial slash. Advanced application of space fruit. On cooldown, skill 2. Duga 9 swords. Borrowed. System store. Open. Flamboyant coins. 25 note. Combat power is no longer presented in numerical form. Personal combat power is primarily assessed by comprehensive ability. Numerical mode can no longer serve as a reference. Seeing this content, Lin Hai understood that with mastery of the 3 types of Haki and possessing spatial abilities, the system could no longer assess whether he had the strength of a lieutenant or a major, or even higher. Because in life-and-death confrontations, Lin Hai, with these abilities, could potentially counterkill anyone stronger than him, as long as their strength was not vastly different. As for Duga 9 swords, Lin Hai was speechless. In this world, the power system was different, and he found he couldn't cultivate it all because there was no concept of internal energy in the pirate world. Lin Hai quickly communicated with the system. What do you mean? I thought you gave me a peerless sword technique, but it turns out to be this? Flamboyant system. Because the host started learning swordsmanship midway, the Duga 9 swords technique is most suitable for the host. Do you want to learn the sword moves and understand the philosophy of the manual? This indeed suits him. After closing the system, listening to the sound of waves outside the ship and the distant sounds of celebration from the village, Lin Hai began to question his heart about what he really wanted. Becoming the Pirate King or something, Lin Hai was very certain that he had no real interest in becoming the Pirate King. But he was a bit curious about what the One Piece was. Since so many people were pursuing it, Lin Hai also wanted to see. After a long time, Lin Hai realized that what he liked and was most interested in was still beautiful women. Before Lin Hai could continue thinking, he suddenly noticed someone boarding the ship. Lin Hai quickly released his observation Haki. It was Nami's presence. What's she doing here? Could it be that she is lonely? Chapter 42. Waves upon waves stepping out of the room. Lin Hai saw Nami approaching and asked, "What are you doing here?" Nami rolled her eyes and replied, "Of course I'm here to see you. Everyone else is at the banquet, but you went off to sleep on the ship by yourself?" Lin Hai responded, "Let's go tomorrow." Looking at their enthusiasm, this banquet won't end for a few days and nights. Saying this, Lin Hai sat at the edge of the deck, gazing at the starry sky, while Nami sat beside him. Following Lin Hai's gaze, Nami looked up at the sky and discovered how beautiful it was. Nami exclaimed, "I didn't know the night sky here was so beautiful." Lin Hai replied, "Yet didn't you know before?" Nami shook her head and said, "I didn't have this feeling before." Lin Hai sighed. The waves continued to roll, stirring up the undying turmoil of life. "It's so intriguing." Nami said, puzzled, "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Lin Hai teased, "Who asked you not to study properly before? Always just thinking about belly? Now you don't understand. Whose fault is that?" Nami retorted, "You jerk, you always talk like that, as if you've read a lot of books." After a moment of silence, Nami softly said, "Lin Hai, thank you for saving Cocoa Village this time." Lin Hai quickly interrupted, "Stop right there. Everyone wanted to beat Arlong. It has nothing to do with saving you. You can only be considered collateral damage." Nami, feeling frustrated, pressed Lin Hai down. "You jerk. Is it so hard to say it was for me? You have to say it in such an annoying way. I'm a girl too. I need comfort, you know?" Lin Hai replied speechlessly, "Let's not mix feelings into our partnership, or I'm afraid you'll think we're just pitying you, which would make our future interactions uncomfortable." Nami shot back, "Who cares about that? Just say it." Lin Hai asked, "Say what?" Nami said, "Say you defeated Arlong for me." "For you?" Lin Hai said, "No, stop flattering yourself. I'm not saying it. If you don't let go of me, I might have to fight back." Nami teased, "Do you dare hit me?" In a swift motion, Lin Hai flipped over, and the situation suddenly reversed, with Lin Hai pinning Nami down. The two looked at each other for a moment. Looking at her beautiful face, Lin Hai couldn't help but think of Nami's past. She was a strong, brave, yet pitiful woman. Thinking about himself, would he be willing to keep Nami to himself? The answer was definitely no. Lin Hai was sure of this. Lin Hai quickly stood up and said, "It's getting late. You should go back to sleep." Nami smiled brightly. "This isn't like you. Weren't you always trying to take advantage of me before? What's wrong now?" Lin Hai had to confess, "I'm afraid I might hurt you. Are you going back to the village or staying here to sleep?" Nami didn't answer but hugged Lin Hai from behind and softly said, "Do you know, I never thought I could feel this free before. I was like a straw about to be submerged by water, and you saved me." Lin Hai replied helplessly, "It's everyone. Can you let go of me? This is too much. You're 7 meters tall and 36. Feeling Lin Hai's unsteady breath, Nami gleefully said, "Since I'm here, I'm not planning to go back." Lin Hai asked, "Are you planning to repay me, or is there another reason?" Nami replied, "Both. Who told you to always take advantage of me before?" Lin Hai looked into Nami's eyes and said, "Since you don't regret it, then I won't hold back." Lin Hai picked up Nami and returned to the room. The next morning, Nami felt that this was the most peaceful sleep she had in years. When she woke up, she quickly realized the situation. What time is it?" Nami asked. Lin Hai replied, "Who knows? The villagers are still having a banquet, so let us cherish this time." Nami said speechlessly, "No, I need to go back and tidy things up." Lin Hai was going to listen to Nami. He praised, "Anyway, it doesn't hurt to take a bit more time, right?" After some time, Nami shot Lin Hai a glance. "I'll go back first. You wait a bit before going in." Lin Hai replied, "I'll listen to you." At Cocoa Village, from the start of the banquet yesterday until now, the villagers were still joyfully singing and dancing, showing no signs of fatigue. Usopp had set up a high platform with stools and tables, standing on it and boasting. Luffy, on the other hand, seemed to be stuffing food into his mouth nonstop, not knowing how much he had eaten. Sanji was cooking nearby, surrounded by a group of children, each one exclaiming in amazement at his speed. And Zoro was actually drinking in a corner. Seeing Lin Hai approach, Zoro smiled and said, "Hey Lin Hai, the wine here is pretty good. Do you want to have some?" Lin Hai replied, "You just got your wound treated, and you're drinking?" Zoro asked in confusion, "What's wrong with that?" Lin Hai couldn't be bothered with him. This group of guys was really speechless. This was a big problem. He definitely shouldn't drink. Lin Hai pointed at Usopp on the platform and asked Zoro, "Has Usopp been shouting like that since last night? Isn't his throat going to give out?" Zoro shook his head. "Not sure. He was already there when I came out." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You guys are a bunch of monsters. So scary." Zoro sneered. "Aren't you the weirdest one here?" Ignoring Zoro's question, Lin Hai looked at the sword at Zoro's waist and suggested, "I think you should practice your swordsmanship a bit." Zoro asked in confusion, "Why?" Lin Hai laughed, "Because your swordsmanship really sucks." Zoro hated it most when others said he was weaker than someone else. Now that Lin Hai said this, he immediately got angry. "What did you say? Do you want to compete now?" Lin Hai waved his hand. "Forget it. A swordsman without wounds." Zoro's face turned red with anger. "You bastard. Do you want to compete now?" Lin Hai quickly ran away, joking around. The banquet was still going on, and he hadn't eaten yet. He was almost starving. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Haiwan Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Haiwan Novel app. The site provides the fastest updates on Pirate Crossing. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 42, Waves Upon Waves for free reading. Chapter 43, Lin Hai became withdrawn after defeating alone. The villagers of Kokoyasi Village and neighboring villagers gathered in Kokoyasi Village for a banquet that lasted 3 days and nights. People were finally unable to bear it, and the feast came to an end. The next day, under the bright sun and gentle breeze at the coast, many villagers gathered to send off the Straw Hat crew. On the going merry, Sanji did not see Nami and couldn't help but ask Lin Hai, "Where's Miss Nami? She would not come, right?" Lin Hai shook his head and replied, "How would I know?" Luffy, still in a daze from the banquet, asked Sanji, "Where can I find that ham melon?" Everyone was too lazy to pay attention to Luffy, and Usopp answered, "Nami probably won't come. After all, her village has been saved. She has no reason to go to sea with us and live such a risky life." Sanji exclaimed, "How can that be? If Nami doesn't come, then I've lost 72 of my purpose on this ship." After saying this, Sanji seemed to remember something and turned to Zoro, asking, "It must be you who said something to Nami, which is why she isn't coming, right?" Zoro, confused, replied, "Why would I do that?" Sanji said, "You're jealous of how close Nami and I are, so you did this, definitely. Are you an idiot? What are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Damn. These two." Lin Hai immediately sat to the side, enjoying the spectacle, one hand holding a drumstick and the other a small drink, savoring it. "Upso et gleam, Lin Hai. Where did you get that stuff in your hands?" Before Lin Hai could respond, a shout from the shore interrupted. "Set sail." Following that, Nami started running. Usopp on the Mary was puzzled. What does Nami mean by that? Luffy laughed. "It means we're setting sail." A moment later, Nami jumped from the shore, and Lin Hai exclaimed, "If Nami were in Huaxia, she would definitely win the long jump championship." The villagers on the shore instantly understood Nami's action. Could it be that Nami is planning to bid farewell to us like this? No way. How could she say goodbye so hastily? Huh, what is Nami doing? At that moment, Nami on the deck lifted her clothes, and her wallet fell out with a clatter. As if that wasn't enough, Nami displayed a large bill, kissed it, and said with a smile, "Take care, everyone." On the ship, Usopp, Zoro, and Lin Hai were left speechless at Nami's antics. On the shore, the villagers erupted into mixed voices. What great audacity! Quickly return the wallet, you little thief. Come back, Nami. You can't say goodbye so hastily. You must take care of yourself. Nami, goodbye. Soon, the Going Merry sailed out of the waters near Kokoyasi village. The noise of the banquet still echoed in their minds. Even though they had only stayed in Kokoyasi village for a few days, they had developed some feelings. Particularly when Lin Hai looked at Nami, who was lying on a bench reading a newspaper, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The charm of that night still lingered in his mind. Nami noticed Lin Hai looking at her, but didn't pay much attention and continued reading the newspaper. At that moment, Luffy was kicked by Sanji onto the deck. Luffy said, "It's just one orange, you stingy Sanji." Sanji protested, "That's Nami's treasure. You can't eat even one." "Ah, Lin Hai, when did you steal that orange? Are you asking for a beating?" Lin Hai scoffed, "This orange was brought from the village, okay?" Suddenly, several wanted posters fell from the newspaper in Nami's hands onto the deck, and everyone looked over curiously. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Hai saw his handsome photo on one of the posters, showing him striking a pose and turning back. It turned out to be taken when he was talking to Hawkeye at the sea restaurant, and Lin Hai's flirtation had been captured. Lin Hai was very satisfied with the handsome photo, but when he saw the reward amount below, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. The others on the ship noticed Lin Hai's strange behavior, and Zoro asked, "What's wrong with that guy Lin Hai?" Usopp, holding Luffy's wanted poster, exclaimed, "Wow. Luffy's first bounty is 30 million berries. That's incredible." "Yaha." Luffy laughed. 30 million. 30 million. Lin Hai, you have a bounty too? Zoro took the wanted poster from Lin Hai's hand, and the others looked at the bounty amount, all stunned. Ha ha, Lin Hai. What kind of outrageous deeds have you done to deserve this? Nami asked, "Sanji, what's wrong? Why are you like Lin Hai?" It turned out Sanji's wanted poster had a silly face, with yellow hair, curly eyebrows, blank eyes, and thick lips. It was such a stark contrast to Sanji himself. And Lin Hai, his photo was fine, but the bounty amount was only 250 berries. Lin Hai was completely dejected. 250 berries, not 20 million or 200 million. What can 250 berries do? It might not even be enough to buy one of their shoes. Sanji's bounty amount was 800,000 berries. Although he didn't care much about the amount, the picture was something he couldn't accept. Zoro's bounty was 10 million berries. Usopp's was 5 million berries, and Nami had no bounty at all. For a moment, seeing these figures, everyone had different reactions. Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp were happy. Sanji knelt on the deck like a statue, while Lin Hai was completely withdrawn. People's happiness is indeed different. Lin Hai squatted in the corner of the ship, drawing unknown circles. Why is it only 250 berries? If I run into pirates in the future, won't I be laughed at to death? What went wrong? Why is there such a ridiculous bounty? It must be that damn mouse colonel. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Nami, turn the ship around. I want to go back and deal with that mouse colonel for giving me such an outrageous bounty." Usopp quickly got Lin Hai, calm down. Having a bounty is already good. I don't even have one, ha ha ha. Lin Hai angrily said before dealing with the mouse colonel. "I'll deal with you first for laughing at me." "Ah, help me. Lin Hai is going to kill someone." Ha ha. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate with my stylish system update. Chapter 43. Lin Hai has become reclusive. Available for free reading. Chapter 44. Fruit development at first. When Colonel Mouse faxed the photos of the Straw Hat crew, he exaggerated their deeds and the level of danger they posed. Originally, Lin Hai's bounty wasn't 250 berries. What was frustrating was that Lin Hai's bounty notice was seen by the passing Navy Admiral Akiji. It was truly a case of fate, as Akiji hadn't forgotten that Lin Hai had borrowed 250 berries from him back then. Thus, Akiji, with a sense of mischief, personally set this amount. After all, that annoying Lin Hai had made him so angry back then. When Akiji handed Lin Hai's bounty notice to Garp, Garp gave all his sunbae to Admiral Sengoku. Because Garp was full, he remembered that Garp and Akiji had laughed at Lin Hai's bounty notice for several hours. If Lin Hai knew this was Akiji's doing, he would definitely train hard and then go to the Navy headquarters to find Akiji for a good sparring session on swordsmanship. At this moment, on the Going Merry, Lin Hai couldn't eat nor enjoy the beauty, still hiding on the deck drawing inexplicable circles, cursing Colonel Mouse for having as much hair as his beard. Meanwhile, Sanji found it amusing. Luffy laughed and said, "Sanji, don't be unhappy. Having an 8 million berries bounty for your first time is pretty good." Sanji pointed at the photo on his bounty notice and asked, "Is this me? Why does my photo look like this? Now I must be the laughingstock of all the beauties in the world." Luffy took Sanji's bounty notice for a look and replied, "This is your photo. It looks just like you." "Ha ha ha." Zoro echoed, "Yeah, it looks just like you, ha ha." Sanji retorted, "What does it look just like me?" "That damn navy. By the way, where's Lin Hai?" Luffy replied, "He's over there." Sanji looked in the direction Luffy pointed, puzzled. What's wrong with Lin Hai? Usopp covered his mouth and handed Lin Hai's bounty notice to Sanji. After Sanji saw it, he instantly felt balanced. Ha ha ha. Sanji then realized that the world could have such bizarre things. 250 berries. Sanji clutched his belly and rolled on the deck. Lin Hai suppressed the impulse to take these guys down and continued his circles. After a long time, once the novelty wore off, Luffy couldn't hold back anymore and started shouting to play with him. Luffy ran over to Lin Hai excitedly. "Lin Hai, let's play hide and seek." Lin Hai doubted his ears. "What did you just say?" Luffy smiled. "Hide and seek." Usopp shouted from the side, "Count me in." Lin Hai quickly refused. "What's fun about that? It's broad daylight. How can we play?" "Go play with Zoro, Sanji, or someone else. I need to think about my abilities." As soon as Zoro heard about playing hide and seek, he exclaimed, "How old are you? That's a child's game." Usopp sneered, "I think you're just afraid of losing." "What did you say?" Zoro's major weakness was his competitiveness, which was also his strength. Provoked by Usopp, Zoro actually began to play with them. Sitting on the deck, Lin Hai ignored them and focused on studying his spatial abilities. Otherwise, if he used a spatial slash again and fainted for 3 days, that would be embarrassing. Now, the problem arose. Lin Hai's physical strength had already reached the level of CP9's leader Lucci, and it was no longer easy to improve. So now, he should focus on hockey and fruit abilities. As for the fruit abilities, Lin Hai's was the Paramecia-type space fruit. How should he develop it? Like Doflamingo, influencing and assimilating surrounding objects for his use. This was clearly infeasible. Doflamingo's powers were strings, while Lin Hai's was space. Or like Katakuri, who developed his Paramecia into a Logia type. This was indeed a direction for development, merging himself into space, but Lin Hai wasn't at that level yet. That should be an awakened state. Damn, this was so confusing. Difficult tasks must start from the easy ones. Let's begin with the basics. Currently, Lin Hai could create a spatial field where he could freely manipulate people and objects inside. This ability relied on strangeness and mental capability. Because in the spatial field, even if the opponent has observation haki, if they are unaware, Lin Hai could switch spaces and strike, and the opponent might be caught off guard. Thus, this emphasized a person's speed and mental capability. Also, this application could be used to dodge the opponent's attacks. Spatial switching was also a direction for development. Another aspect was the cutting ability within the spatial field. Although Lin Hai's cutting ability was greatly enhanced inside the field, he wasn't invincible. For example, if Kaido and Big Mom were to attack Lin Hai, he wouldn't be able to cut them down, just like when Luffy, Law, and Kid challenged Kaido. Law had explicitly stated that his cutting ability couldn't harm those two emperors. Similarly, Lin Hai didn't think he was currently stronger than Law at that time. In that case, he should first practice swordsmanship and spatial transformation in the spatial field, especially since last time, when dodging Arlong's water attack, he got hit twice due to insufficient mental ability. If he made such mistakes during a duel with a master, it would disrupt all his subsequent actions, fall into the opponent's rhythm, and result in getting beaten up. If the opponent's attacks were strong, that would be the end, just like Admiral Kizaru's lasers, or Admiral Akainu's fists. Thinking of this, Lin Hai felt somewhat uneasy. Seeing Luffy and the others playing around, Lin Hai interrupted, "Stop playing, Luffy. Let's practice." Luffy, being someone who pursued new experiences, immediately became interested upon hearing that Lin Hai wanted to practice with him, and the others also wanted to see Lin Hai's abilities. Everyone made space in the center for Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai said, "Luffy, use your machine gun technique to hit me, but be careful not to damage the ship." Luffy rubbed his fingers and smiled. "You better be careful, right? Here I come, machine gun." Lin Hai playfully glanced at Luffy, calmly dodging each of Luffy's punches. Sanji couldn't help but mutter, "Is this what Lin Hai calls observation haki?" Zoro remained silent, but his expression became particularly serious. Usopp opened his mouth, speechless. Nami looked at Luffy and Lin Hai, truly unsure what kind of monsters they were. Chapter 45, Second Gear, Olala. Luffy kept attacking, but found he couldn't hit Lin Hai at all, and suddenly he said angrily, "I'm not fighting anymore, Lin Hai. You're cheating." Lin Hai remained with his arms crossed, teasingly saying, "Keep going." Luffy pouted. "Using observation haki is just cheating." Lin Hai laughed. "All right, How about I don't dodge at all? Really? Luffy's eyes lit up. Lin Hai, puzzled, asked, what kind of expression is that? Are you really that happy to hit me? Luffy glanced at the horizon and replied, I'm not. Hey, that's too fake, right? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Go ahead, I won't move. Luffy unleashed a flurry of punches at Lin Hai, drawing gas from those nearby. Sanji quickly asked, hey, is this really okay? Zoro uncertainly replied, it should be fine. Otherwise Lin Hai wouldn't let Luffy hit him like this. Usopp was sweating, thinking, if I were hit by Luffy like this, I can't even imagine. After a while, Luffy stopped punching. In the arena, Lin Hai yawned, completely unharmed, and then said in a teasing tone, ah, that really hurt. Luffy felt offended and exclaimed, Lin Hai, you bastard, I want to challenge you to a duel. Usopp quickly hugged Luffy's waist, saying, you can't beat him, calm down. Calm down. Luffy stubbornly replied, so what? Even if I can't win, I still want to fight. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You all saw it. Watch what speed looks like, Shave. Suddenly, the deck was filled with Lin Hai's afterimages, and Nami felt as if someone had kissed her cheek. Lying back on the deck, Lin Hai said, you guys can take a look at this technique. Whether you can learn it depends on your luck. Sanziet Gleam, Lin Hai. How on earth did you do that? Luffy stepped forward to explain. It's using your feet to rapidly stomp on the ground to move, right? Usopp thought for a moment. I feel like I've seen Lin Hai's movement style somewhere before. Luffy replied, it's very similar to Crocodile's silent step, but his speed isn't as fast as Lin Hai's. Zoro couldn't help but say, are all the opponents we meet in the future going to be this strong? Usopp exclaimed, this is too scary. Lin Hai laughed. Don't you all want to improve? Learning this isn't romantic at all? Romantic? Luffy laughed. It really is romantic. Everyone, I think I've learned this move. Nanny, is that true? No way, Luffy. I feel like the gap between us is getting bigger. Suddenly, Luffy squatted in a horse stance on the deck, one hand pressed to the ground. Second gear. Steam rose from Luffy's body, and his skin turned red. Whoosh! Luffy suddenly disappeared from the deck and reappeared, fist to fist with Lin Hai. The force was so strong that a shockwave expanded outward from the two of them. Ah! Nami exclaimed, startled by the sudden scene. Zoro and Sanji squinted. The speeds of both Lin Hai and Luffy made it hard for them to keep up, and they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Usopp exclaimed, Luffy, you learn it so quickly. I'm so envious. Woo. Luffy released his second gear state and said, somewhat frustrated, Lin Hai, your speed is way too fast. But I learned this move. Lin Hai disdainfully said, I learned it back in the village. What is there to be proud of? Without hockey. Entering the new world will only make you cannon fodder, understand? Luffy patted Lin Hai on the shoulder, unbothered. Don't be so serious, relax a bit. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King. Lin Hai kicked Luffy away. You bastard, why are you hitting me so hard? It hurts. Sanji, that excuse is too fake, right? Zoro replied. We need to train hard too, or we won't catch up to them. At this moment, Lin Hai said, Luffy, you're using the properties of rubber to accelerate your blood burning. That way, it's easy to exhaust your stamina in a fight. If it's a prolonged battle, the burden on your body will be great. You must learn to use Shave without using second gear. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Luffy sat up, confused. Is that so? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You should strengthen your physical quality. You need to think about how to deliver a fatal blow in second gear, understand? Sanji couldn't help but reply. So the strengths are also weaknesses? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. That depends on the situation. If Luffy's physical quality isn't up to par, daring to use second gear to fight. Luffy interrupted. Everyone, I have an even more interesting technique. That should be third gear. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Not interested. Let's go fishing first for tonight's dinner. Before Lin Hai finished speaking, Usopp and Luffy quickly took out fishing rods and handed them all to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, puzzled, said, I only need one. Why are you giving me so many? Because you're a fishing expert. Get lost. The noise eventually returned to silence. Under the blue sky, a lonely little boat floated. That guy Zoro was sleeping again, and Nami lay on chair. Sanji, coming out of the kitchen, got excited again upon seeing Nami. Sanji placed a drink next to Nami and said, Dear Miss Nami, try the new drink I made for you. Nami replied, Arigato. Sanji looked towards the side of the boat and curiously asked, Are they fishing? Nami replied, speechless. They're having a fishing competition. The three by the fishing rod sang while fishing, little fish, come on hook, come into my bucket, la 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 Damesha. What kind of song is this? Can this catch fish? Sanji couldn't help but walk over to see what these three were up to. At that moment, Lin Hai said, It's coming. You guys help me hold the fishing rod. Luffy, confused, asked, You can't even pull up a single fish, can you? Lin Hai had no time to pay attention to Luffy. This big fish was too much for the fishing rod's line to handle. Sanji grabbed Lin Hai's fishing rod. Puzzled, what is this? Lin Hai explained, there's a big fish. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai had already jumped into the sea. Chapter 46. Dashki on the deck. Zoro was sleeping soundly when suddenly, a large fish fell from the sky. Startled and angry from his dream, Zoro opened his eyes to see it was indeed a big fish. This fish had been knocked out by Lin Hai with a punch and thrown up here. Definitely not intentionally thrown at Zoro by Lin Hai. After a while, seeing Zoro still angry, Lin Hai had no choice but to toss him a bottle of beer to calm him down. A bottle of beer from a flirty system cost $5, quite expensive. Just as Zoro was enjoying his drink, he suddenly noticed that Lin Hai was using his own sword as a fish spear to grill the fish. Zoro immediately lost his composure and bewilderedly asked, Lin Hai, how can you use your own sword like that? Lin Hai, going forward, replied, isn't it okay to use it this way? Zoro angrily said, you idiot, don't you know that a sword is an important companion to a swordsman? Lin Hai tossed another bottle of beer over and rolled his eyes. Just eat your food. My realm is something you ordinary folks can't understand. Sanji chuckled. Like what? Lin Hai's eyes lit up, handed the barbecue to Sanji, and then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, making everyone twitch at the corners of their eyes. Indeed, Lin Hai sighed. When I fish, I train my observation haki and control power. Using a sword to grill fish is because everyone was puzzled. In fact, Lin Hai forgot the next line and quickly took out his notebook, then cheerfully said, using a sword to grill fish is actually to prove that my sword can move mountains, part seas, kill fish, and grill. This guy. Everyone facepalmed, utterly speechless. Amidst the commotion, they had unknowingly arrived at Low Town, the birthplace and execution place of the pirate king soul.The, Roger. When Luffy heard this was where Roger was born and died, he immediately rushed to see the execution platform. Lin Hai felt speechless about this. Wasn't it just about reaching that place and being crowned the title of Pirate King by the world? Seeing everyone worshipping him like this was truly baffling. Perhaps it's a difference in worldview. Instead of worshipping Roger, it would be better to search for the one piece left behind by soul.The, Roger. At that moment, Zoro said, Nami, give me some money to buy a sword. Nami replied, sure, but you'll have to pay me back 3 times the amount later. Zoro, we're so familiar. Do we really need interest? Nami disagreed. No way. Helpless, Zoro had to borrow 200,000 berries from Nami. When it was Lin Hai's turn, he stepped forward and said, Nami, give me some berries to buy food. Nami asked, you want to borrow 2? You still owe me 1,000,000 berries. Lin Hai, confused, said, what 1,000,000 berries? When we were in Cocoa Village, I scavenged so much for you from Arlong, and you're still counting that. Nami replied, that was the villagers' money. How can that count? Lin Hai said speechlessly, you're really a nasty woman. Forget it. Soon, everyone went off to do their own things. Luffy ran to find the execution platform, Sanji went to buy ingredients, Zoro went to buy swords, Usopp went to buy weapons, and Lin Hai went to appreciate the local customs. Not far away, it was quite noisy because 2 thugs were blocking a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was none other than Dashki. As for whether she was Zoro's CP, Lin Hai couldn't care less. Did Dashki have any connection with Zoro? At least they didn't know each other now, so why couldn't he pursue her? At that moment, not far away, one of the tall thugs said to Dashki, our boss is the one you sent to jail, right? Dashki, wearing black glasses and holding a knife wrapped in cloth, replied, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Another thug said, yeah, we can't swallow this anger like this. One of them echoed, we want to throw your corpse in front of him. Lin Hai knew the opportunity had come. It was time to show his real skills. Therefore, without waiting for Dashki to speak, Lin Hai ran directly in front of her and said passionately, oh, Earth, thank you for granting me this encounter today. Love, mock me if you can't bear this pain. Huh? Dashki looked a bit confused. Who are you? Lin Hai kissed the back of Dashki's hand and replied, who am I? I am me, a different kind of firework, blooming with beauty for you in this fleeting moment. Dashki's face turned red, and she replied, I'm sorry, thank you for your affection, but I'm not planning to date. The 2 thugs beside them were immediately furious. They came to cause trouble, and yet they were being ignored. One of them drew his knife and angrily pointed it at Lin Hai. Who the hell are you? Don't get in the way. Only then did Lin Hai turn to look at the 2 thugs and exclaimed, wow. I have to say your outfit is really flashy. Those 2 braids on your head are so interesting. And hey, your belly is so big. My pig at home doesn't weigh as much as you. Ha! Dashki couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at Lin Hai's teasing. You 2 bastards, you're gonna die. One thug could no longer contain himself and was about to jump up and slash at Lin Hai when he suddenly found Lin Hai glaring at him. The two thugs, mid-jump, seemed to lose their energy and fell straight down, unconscious. Dashki, standing aside, was somewhat confused. What just happened? What is wrong with them? Lin Hai shook his head. How would I know? Just as Lin Hai turned around, he didn't expect Dashki to be so clumsy. She tripped over her own foot with the knife in her hands and almost fell. Lin Hai instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. For a moment, on the street, a man was holding a woman who was about to fall, and they looked at each other. Recovering, Dashki quickly said, "Ah, how embarrassing. Help me up." Watching Dashki tidy her clothes, Lin Hai couldn't help but say, "What's so embarrassing about it? Don't you think what we just did was very romantic?" Dashki, with a serious face, said, You should really find a decent job and not try to be a love saint. Looking at you, you probably don't have any assets. Right? Assets? Lin Hai was just a pirate. Or would he have assets? So he replied, "Yeah, how do you know?" If he had known Dashki's thought process, Lin Hai would have never asked that question. Chapter 47. Buggy and Lin Hai. When Dashki saw Lin Hai asking how she knew he had no assets, she thought it was simple. So she stepped forward and explained, "Looking at your previous actions, it's clear you're the type who idles away their days. Judging by your clothes, it's obvious you don't have much money. Do you have an elderly person sick at home? Or did your wife leave, and now you have to raise several hungry children alone? In any case, I won't pry too much. Just come with me, and I'll introduce you to a job. As long as you're diligent, supporting them shouldn't be a problem." Damn, this woman must encounter such situations often, and perhaps she even classifies herself among them. But what kind of question is that? For a moment, Lin Hai was left speechless by Dashki's probing. Oh my. Lin Hai was starting to feel overwhelmed. Realizing what was happening, he quickly said, "I'm single. I don't need your introduction. Goodbye, no. Don't say goodbye." Lin Hai hurriedly fled, and he could still hear Dashki chasing after him, saying, "You don't need to be so shy. It's nothing to be embarrassed about for a young person to go astray. As long as you face life bravely, it's never too late." Hey, where did he go? Hiding in an alley, Lin Hai gasped for breath. Damn, this woman was too sharp. He quickly noted down her words to let others experience his current bewilderment later. Just as he finished taking notes, a strong man with white hair walked towards him from the other end of the alley. Isn't that Smoker? Smoker had heard from his subordinate that the Straw Hat Pirates had landed on this island, and although the bounty notice had come from the Navy headquarters, he looked at it and had rushed out to catch people. Therefore, he didn't know Lin Hai was one of the Straw Hats. At this moment, seeing Lin Hai so serious and taking notes, Smoker thought he must be an intellectual. So, Smoker greeted, "You're really diligent, keep it up." Lin Hai was taken aback for a moment and smiled. "Thanks. Can I borrow a cigarette?" Before Smoker could respond, Lin Hai had already taken 3 cigars from his collar, placing one between each ear and biting down on one with his mouth. These cigars are expensive. Although Smoker felt a pang of regret, he wasn't a stingy person. Taking a deep drag from the cigar, Lin Hai said, "Wow, your cigars are really good. But smoking is harmful to your health, so you should smoke less, especially 2 at a time." Now it was Smoker's turn to be stunned. An intellectual caring about others? He felt this kind of concern in a long time. It felt pretty nice. Those 3 cigars were considered a treat, and he no longer felt regret. Smoker waved his hand, saying, "Stop babbling. I have things to do. I'm off." "Goodbye." Lin Hai replied, "Take care." Watching Smoker leave, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile. He wondered what expression Smoker would have when he found out he was a pirate. Would he chase him to the ends of the earth? Damn, there's actually that possibility. Thinking of this, Lin Hai shivered and quickly looked for a place to drink some strong liquor to calm his nerves. Should he use observation hockey? Otherwise, who knows what strange people he might run into? Forget it. If he knew everything, what was the point of going to sea? Would it still be an adventure? Soon, Lin Hai forgot what had just happened. In an old-fashioned bar, a few people were sitting, and one of them was none other than Buggy, who had come to seek revenge on Luffy and his crew. At this moment, Buggy was doing some fortune-telling. He chuckled. According to the divination, the Straw Hat crew has landed on this island, and the time for revenge is about to arrive in all its glory. Arlita, who had eaten the slip fruit and turned into a beautiful woman, stepped forward and asked, "So, will you be able to take his life smoothly?" Buggy replied, "Of course, the one who will die is." As he said this, Buggy revealed the last card, which turned out to be himself. Arlita exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this you?" Buggy gasped and laid his head on the table. Just then, a carefree song began to play, "La la la, Demetia. La la la, Lue." Who else could it be but Lin Hai coming in? Seeing Buggy sitting there, Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly greeted, Yo, Buggy, wow, it's been a while. Seeing you again feels so familiar. Buggy responded, oh, it's you. It's really been a long time, hello. Nearby, Buggy's crew, Moji and Arlita, looked at Buggy strangely. Realizing the situation, Buggy angrily said, you bastard, you made us search so hard for you. Do you know? Ever since the day I was knocked away, I returned to my companions solely driven by revenge. It was quite an adventure, and with my body missing parts, I went through a bittersweet journey filled with friendship and a little Buggy adventure. But little Buggy, as he spoke, Buggy realized he seemed to have gone off topic and got even angrier. What are you making me talk about, you bastard? Lin Hai replied, speechlessly. Aren't you the one who has been talking? By the way, your cape looks quite fashionable. Isn't it hot? Buggy replied, it can't be helped. After all, a colonel from the Navy headquarters has come to this town, and his strength is too great. Realizing, Buggy got angry again, you bastard. Who are you calling fashionable? For revenge, I've teamed up with this beautiful Miss Arlita, so just stand there and accept our punishment, haha. Buggy was quite amusing. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and laughed. That's all ancient history. As pirates, how can we still be hung up on such trivial matters? You're really a petty person. Buggy angrily said, what did you say? Lin Hai casually took a sip from a cup and said, did I knock you away? If you're so unhappy about it, go find Luffy. Come on, can't you all lighten up a bit? It's rare to meet again. The bond of the sea is truly marvelous. We're all children of the sea, so let us toast. Buggy couldn't help but mutter, children of the sea? Even so, I won't forgive you. Lin Hai put his arm around Buggy's shoulder and laughed. Stop getting hung up on those little things. Let's drink a few first. Later, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. That should be okay, right? Buggy replied, since you're being so understanding. If I keep pestering you, I'll become a petty person. But that bastard Luffy, I still haven't forgiven him. Lin Hai interrupted directly. Cheers. Little did Buggy know, he was about to be tricked again. The internet provides you with the fastest way to traverse pirates. I have a stylish system update. Chapter 47, Buggy and Lin Hai free reading. Chapter 48, Buggy got tricked after having a drink with Buggy. Lin Fan noticed that the nearby Eureka was looking at him discontentedly. Lin Fan smiled and said, beautiful miss, shall we have a drink too? Hee. Eureka replied, finally noticed me. Where's that Luffy? His punch back then was truly unforgettable. Thinking of the Eureka, who hadn't eaten a devil fruit in her weight, Lin Fan secretly rejoiced that he hadn't made a move on her. At the right moment, Lin Fan said, let's go. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you all to a meal. Buggy laughed and said, how can I accept that? Lin Fan replied, this is a meal as an apology. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Ah, Buggy said, you're not bad. Huh? Eureka responded, I'm not going. I'm going to find that man. Lin Fan secretly smiled, wishing her success. At a restaurant, Lin Fan generously ordered a large table of dishes and a few bottles of wine. Lin Fan raised his glass and asked, where's Machi, that guy with a knife? Machi replied, you mean Kabaji? He's chasing after the straw hat. Buggy laughed and said, don't talk about that, let's drink. Today is really a happy day. I didn't expect you, Lin Fan, to be such an interesting person. Lin Fan patted Buggy's shoulder and smiled, you're not bad either. By the way, that Eureka is really beautiful. Are you interested in marrying her? Buggy pondered for a moment, thinking, well, we pirates pursue wealth, what use is a wife? Lin Fan replied helplessly, how could it be useless? I think you two would really make a good match. Just think about it. If you marry the most beautiful woman in the East Blue, wouldn't that show how extraordinary you, Buggy, are? Plus, marrying her wouldn't affect your pursuit of wealth, right? Buggy pondered and was increasingly tempted by Lin Fan's words. Suddenly, Buggy slammed the table and laughed. Then it's decided. I'll work hard to make Eureka my wife. Yahaha, today is really happy. Just as they were drinking a few more sips, Luffy and Zoro also entered the restaurant. Because Buggy and Machi were cloaked, Luffy and Zoro didn't realize it was Buggy. As soon as Luffy saw Lin Fan, he exclaimed, yo Lin Fan, you're eating such good food. Before he finished speaking, Luffy rushed over to Lin Fan's table and started gobbling down the food. Buggy, still not reacting, joyfully said, Lin Fan, are they your companions? Since you know each other, eat freely. I forgot, you're the host, you should say that. Lin Fan smiled and said, we're free-spirited pirates. No need to be so formal. After saying that, Lin Fan quickly leaned closer to Zoro's ear and whispered, eat quickly, don't ask. As they were eating, Buggy suddenly realized that straw hat-wearing brat is right in front of him. Buggy took off his cloak and pointed at Luffy, saying, you brat in the straw hat, I've finally found you. Luffy looked up in confusion and asked, who are you? Seeing Luffy still eating, Buggy angrily shouted, stop eating. You haven't forgotten who I am, have you? Luffy, while eating. Exclaimed, "Wow, your nose is so red and round. That annoying straw hat brat, still so rude." Buggy pulled out his dagger. Just as Buggy was about to say more, Lin Fan interrupted. "Buggy, Luffy is my captain. I can't let you hurt him. And you're my friend. I don't want to hurt you. So I'm taking Luffy and the others away." Buggy was stunned and immediately exclaimed, "Lin Fan, you truly are a person of loyalty. It's an honor to be your friend." Woo woo woo. Machi quickly reminded Buggy, "Captain Buggy, they have already run away." Buggy then reacted, "Quick, chase after them. We can't let that brat straw hat escape." "Yes, Captain Buggy." Just as the two were about to get up, they were stopped by the restaurant owner. "You two, you haven't paid the bill yet." Buggy and Machi exchanged glances. Wasn't it agreed that Lin Fan would treat them? Now it seemed like they were treating instead. And that straw hat brat ate the most, right? Lin Fan, Luffy, and Zoro came out of the restaurant. And when they reached a safe place, Luffy complained, "I'm still not full." Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind blew and blew away Luffy's straw hat. Luffy quickly ran to chase after the hat. And Zoro went after Luffy. The wind was too strange. Lin Fan quickly released his observation haki. And sure enough, not far away, there was a powerful aura. Following that aura, he saw a figure cloaked in green standing there. Lin Fan quickly realized it was Luffy's father, Dragon. Seeing that he didn't seem to intend to avoid Lin Fan stepped forward and asked, "That wind just now was your doing, right?" Dragon turned around and nodded. "Yes, Luffy's friend." Lin Fan asked in confusion, "Where are you planning to take him?" Dragon replied, "Let him see the place where the pirate King Roger was executed. This is where everything began, and that is where it ends. Let him feel it. It may not be a bad thing. This is where everything began." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be right. The true beginning should be when the celestial dragons claimed to be gods. Since the celestial dragons took power, everything has deviated from the original point. Freedom and human life are no longer precious. Chaos began to unfold, and those with aspirations started to seek answers." Dragon looked at Lin Fan with great surprise, trying to see something from him. After a while, Dragon asked, "You know quite a lot." Lin Fan shook his head. "It's all hearsay. By the way, your observation haki is really impressive. And your ability, is it a Logia type, the hurricane fruit?" Dragon did not answer Lin Fan's question, but instead said, "What do you think of this world?" "Me?" Lin Fan replied helplessly. "What can I think? Just do what I want to do." "Oh," Dragon asked curiously, "can you tell me what you want to do the most?" Lin Fan coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sailing with Luffy, having adventures while chasing girls, and drinking some wine." "Ha ha." Dragon shook his head and laughed. "Your pursuits shouldn't be like this." Lin Fan quickly interrupted. "Don't try to advise me. I don't want to be a hero because I don't have that kind of good temperament. It's already destined." "Is that so?" Dragon felt a bit regretful and said, "Then I wish you a pleasant journey." Dragon moved like the wind, his feet not even moving, constantly changing positions. That mysterious footwork was really cool. I must learn it. It's a great tool for showing off. Chapter 49. Life is full of surprises. Watching Dorag head towards the execution platform of the Pirate King, it seemed he was going to test Luffy, letting him experience the true resolve of risking his life. Lin Hai thought for a moment and decided not to go for now. If Luffy discovered him, would he still face life and death? With Lin Hai's abilities, Luffy surely wouldn't believe he couldn't save him, so he would watch from the shadows, observing that carefree smile. In the square, Luffy was currently restrained on the execution platform by Buggy, who was brandishing a knife, ready to execute him. The atmospheric pressure in the sky was rising increasingly, seemingly controlled by Dorag, whose mastery over his abilities was truly astonishing. Moreover, with Dorag's exceptional Kinbunchika haki, if the world government could capture him, it would be a miracle. On the execution platform, Buggy, holding a curved knife, laughed loudly. "Monkey D, Luffy, you really have some guts, daring to offend me. Buggy the Clown, do you know what I've been through since you knocked me away and left me missing body parts?" Woo-woo. As he spoke, Buggy couldn't help but cry when he thought of his past experiences. Luffy, feeling anxious, shouted, "Let me go, please. Aren't you good friends with Lin Hai?" Realizing this, Buggy laughed. "How could I let you go, you idiot? Although Lin Hai is my friend, oh. Speaking of Lin Hai, he's much more sensible than you. In all my time as a pirate, you're the first to invite me to a meal. It's really heartwarming." As he spoke, Buggy realized he had digressed and angrily exclaimed, "Is this the time to talk about that? Monkey D, Luffy, do you have any last words before you die?" "Yaha." Luffy also realized he seemed to be out of options and loudly declared, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." The square instantly fell silent, everyone watching Luffy in fear of his impending execution, with only Luffy's voice echoing. At this moment, Zoro and Sanji rushed over to save Luffy. But with their non-devil fruit user levels, it was clear they couldn't rescue him. Luffy understood the situation now. In a critical moment, as Buggy was about to strike, Luffy calmly looked up and flashed a smile that could make flowers bloom. "Sorry everyone, I'm going to die." This scene shocked the crowd, watching from below the execution platform. Facing death so calmly, Smoker in the shadows felt a few cold sweats. It seemed that this smile was too unusual. Shouldn't a person facing death show despair or fear? Unlike Luffy, who dared to declare he would become the Pirate King in the very place where Pirate King Roger was executed. Knowing death was imminent, he could still smile, as if it were unstoppable, like he was destined to become the Pirate King. Smoker looked in amazement at the execution platform. Regardless of how things ended for Straw Hat Luffy, at this moment, that guy already had the qualifications to become the Pirate King. Just then, as Buggy's knife was about to reach Luffy, a blinding lightning bolt struck down from above, smashing the execution platform. The outcome was clear. Luffy was alive. "Ahaha! I really didn't die, what a gain." Luffy picked up his hat and put it on, smiling contentedly, completely unaware he had just come back from the brink of death. Zoro and Sanji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier scene had shocked Sanji so much that he didn't even notice he dropped his cigarette, finally asking Zoro foolishly, "Do you believe in gods in this world? Don't say stupid things." After saying that, Zoro turned to Luffy and complained, "Luffy, that was a bit too much." Luffy smiled, "Huh? Saw the. At that moment, Lin Hai walked over to Luffy, pondering the earlier scene. If it were him, would he remain calm? Lin Hai asked himself, and the answer was yes. Looking at the now chaotic square, Lin Hai said, "Let's set sail quickly." Okay. However, just as they were halfway out, trouble appeared again. In the center of the street stood a super cool motorcycle, with Smoker and Tashigi in front of it. Lin Hai inwardly cursed. These two were troublesome. After being stopped, Smoker said, "With me here, your journey ends here." Luffy retorted, "No way, I still want to set sail and become the Pirate King." Smoker mocked, "With your strength, you can't even defeat me. Your so-called dream ends here." At that moment, Lin Hai suddenly got an idea and immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Hai stepped forward. "Cha-ha-ha, cha-ha-ha, chi-ha-ha-ha-ha." That's right, Lin Hai mimicked Blackbeard teach. Everyone was drawn in by Lin Hai's laughter, which rose from low to high, then filled with grandeur. Lin Hai spread his arms and said, "Smoker, a person's dream will never end, will it?" Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a stylish operation. The host's armament hockey has been upgraded by 1 level. Please keep up the good work. It's coming. It's coming. The hockey upgrade is the hardest part. Unexpectedly, there was this reward, and Lin Hai immediately felt his waist wasn't sore, and his legs weren't tired anymore. At this moment, hearing Lin Hai's words, Smoker's pupils constricted. How did it feel like this guy was not simple? Moreover, this guy had just deceived his feelings, making Smoker lose 3 cigars. This cannot be tolerated. Just as Smoker was about to speak, Tashigi had already come forward with Lin Hai's bounty notice, saying, "Despicable Lin Hai, how dare you deceive me before? I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person." After saying that, Tashigi revealed Lin Hai's bounty. Now, it was Lin Hai's turn to have his pupils constrict. Wasn't it 250 berries? How to become a 300 million bounty? "Nanny!" Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. Looking at Lin Hai, Zoro also looked at Lin Hai, thinking the change in bounty was too drastic. Sanji, feeling jealous, grabbed Lin Hai's collar and exclaimed, "What the hell did you do to deserve such a notorious bounty? How'd it get so high?" The change in bounty was primarily because the celestial dragon Lin Hai had recognized his face while shopping. Originally, that celestial dragon, Saint Charlos, wanted to set Lin Hai's bounty even higher, but the incident of hitting a celestial dragon was too severe. So after discussions among the Gorosei, they set this amount. But the reasons were not made public. After all, the celestial dragons value their face above all. At this time, Zoro, feeling a bit jealous, said, "Lin Hai, what exactly did you?" Before he could finish, Lin Hai suddenly shouted, "Ah," and then did 20 backflips, landing against the wall. "Ouch, that hurts." The few people on the street all turned dark-faced upon seeing Lin Hai's antics. Luffy felt that his 30 million bounty suddenly didn't feel appealing anymore. And Zoro, with just that 10 million berries, how many times lower was that compared to 300 million berries? Zoro felt a bit depressed. And Sanji? He has been squatting in one place, drawing circles. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 49. Life is full of surprises, free to read. Chapter 50. The system's waste was dodged. Smoker's face darkened as he said, Lin Hai, I originally thought you were a scholar, but I didn't expect you to be a ruthless pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you here. Tashigi also drew her sword and pointed it at Luffy's group, saying, I will also bet on the name of the Navy to block you here. Damn, I got a bit carried away just now. Lin Hai quickly tidied his hairstyle and put on a sympathetic expression as he approached, saying, How can you treat me like this? Do you know why I have such a high bounty? Why? X5 Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, shedding a sincere tear, and slowly said, Last year, it was a beautiful autumn evening. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. Occasionally, a light breeze passed by. Like a mother's gentle embrace, it was truly nostalgic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a suave operation, rewarding the host with an improvement in physical condition. Smoker's face darkened as he angrily shouted, Get to the point. Cough, cough, I was just setting the mood. Lin Hai awkwardly waved his hand and continued. That evening, I was helping a retired Navy officer with limited mobility cross the street. You don't know, he had a better-than-mother at home. His wife had left him, and there were several hungry children waiting for him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a 3-hit suave operation. Physical condition improved. Tashigi felt that this sentence sounded so familiar, while Luffy and Sanji were already in tears, sadly saying, He is so pitiful, woo woo woo. Smoker drew his cross-shaped finger at Lin Hai and said, You bastard, what exactly do you want to say? Cough, cough. Lin Hai quickly explained, When I was helping him cross the street, unexpectedly, we encountered a passing celestial dragon. Seeing that we didn't kneel to greet him, that snotty celestial dragon actually pulled out a gun and wanted to execute us on the spot. Even ants cling to life, let alone us. Of course, I wouldn't just sit and wait for death. So I slapped him, who knew that guy was so weak he fainted. That's why I was given such a high bounty. Smoker, I ask you, what crime did I commit? How could I be inexplicably labeled a criminal? Why should a young man like me, full of justice, endure this pain that I shouldn't have to bear? If helping a retired Navy officer with limited mobility cross the street and preventing him from being harmed is a crime, then just arrest me. I won't resist. Ding. The host's operation dodged the suave system's waste. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-level application of Space Slash. No longer on cooldown. 5 lakes, take off. Woo woo woo. At this moment, after hearing Lin Hai's touching speech, Tashigi stepped forward and said to Smoker, He is so pitiful, woo woo woo. Zoro remained silent on the side, while Sanji and Luffy were wiping tears and snot on Lin Hai. Woo woo woo. I didn't expect Lin Hai to have such a past. It's so touching. Woo woo woo. Lin Hai, it turns out you're such a great person, you guy. Woo wah wah. Looking at Luffy and Sanji, Lin Hai really wanted to kick them both. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Hai directly pushed Luffy and Sanji away in anger, shouting, You're filthy. Enough already. You two bastards. After a moment of silence, Smoker finally said, What you said is open to discussion. You come with me to the Navy base. If things are really as he said. Damn, is Smoker really that stubborn? Lin Hai didn't want to waste any more words with him. He had already said that, and he still didn't believe it. After going through so much trouble to come up with this story, was it easy for him, Lin Hai? Room, armament hockey hardening. Lin Hai instantly appeared beside Smoker, grabbed Tashigi and Smoker, and directly threw them toward Smoker's office. Everything happened too fast, like a tornado. While Luffy and Sanji were still moved to tears, Zoro asked in confusion, What about those 2 Navy guys? Lin Hai exhaled through his nostrils and replied, I threw them away. Do you still want to set sail? Stop crying, hurry up and run. If that annoying Smoker catches up, we won't be able to leave. In Smoker's office, Tashigi landed safely, while Smoker's head was stuck in a nearby wardrobe. At this moment, Tashigi was confused, wondering where they were and what had happened. After a long time, Smoker finally pulled his head out, lit another cigarette, and with a dark expression said, Tashigi, are you going with me to the Grand Line? This despicable Straw Hat crew actually dared to mock the Navy is truly unforgivable. Tashigi weakly said, What if what he said is true? Smoker angrily replied, Even if it is true, based on his behavior just now, I still have to teach him a lesson. Wait a minute. Tashigi hurriedly grabbed Smoker, reminding him, How do we get back here? If we encounter them again, we seem to be no match for them at all. Smoker angrily said, Tashigi, are we going to back down just because we can't beat them? If we don't dare to pursue them, then what are we even doing as Navy? Tashigi quickly stood up straight and replied, I'm going with you to the Grand Line to capture the Straw Hat crew. In the shadows, observing Luffy's crew, Dragon initially thought they had nothing to fear with Smoker, who possessed the Logia-type devil fruit and wanted to help them, but almost got confused by Lin Hai's actions. Standing on the rooftop against the wind, Dragon suddenly turned red. If what Lin Hai said was a lie, then the anger he felt earlier would be a joke, right? In the end, Dragon shook his head, chuckling softly, and muttered, "Go on, kids. If this is your pursuit, then go ahead and sail the seas. A person's dreams never end?" Quite interesting, but given the situation, I might as well help you out a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wind suddenly swept through several streets of Lowtown. Chapter 51. As Lin Hai and Luffy arrived at the coast, they saw a group of Navy soldiers shooting at the Mary. Just as Lin Hai was about to take action, a powerful wind suddenly swept through. Lin Hai looked speechlessly in the direction of Dragon, thinking it was unnecessary. After the strong wind passed, the Navy's formation was disrupted, and the artillery was blown away by the wind. Who would believe this? On the ship, Nami suddenly jumped at Lin Hai, and he naturally accepted it with pleasure. Sanji was envious. "Lin Hai, you jerk, let go of Miss Nami." Zoro said, "You guys need to focus, we're still in danger." Only then did everyone realize that it was still pouring rain. After an unknown amount of time, the Golden Mary had sailed out of the waters of Road Town. But the dark clouds above had not dissipated, and the heavy rain continued to fall. At this moment, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the turbulent sea surface. The waves seemed like they could swallow the Mary whole. Lin Hai sighed. "This heavy rain seems to have lasted a long time, right?" Zoro nodded. "Yeah, it's been a while." Luffy asked, "Are we going to be swallowed by these waves?" The three had not noticed that Nami behind them was fuming with rage. Nami shouted angrily, "You three are so idle. Do you know we're almost overwhelmed here?" Just then, Usopp exclaimed in terror, "Nami, the ship is going to crash into that mountain. Think of something quick." Nami ordered, "Sanji, take the helm, turn 60 degrees to the left." Sanji replied, "No way, Miss Nami, the current is too strong, we can't turn at all." At this moment, Lin Hai said, "It's my turn to step in." Zoro asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Lin Hai replied, "Cut it." Nami grabbed Lin Hai's head and pointed at the mountain, incredulously saying, "Look clearly. How are you going to cut that?" Lin Hai said, "Let go of me, or it will be too late." He then struck a pose, extending one hand with his index and middle fingers aligned with his chest and chin. Suddenly, a small spatial vortex appeared on Lin Hai's left side, and a sword slowly emerged from it. The high wind generated from this method turned the sword into a double-edged blade, no longer a single-edged sword in normal conditions. Lin Hai grasped the sword hilt and shouted, "One sword to split the mountain." Clang! Instantly, a flash of white light, like lightning, passed through, and the sea in front of the Mary was split in two by Lin Hai's sword. A massive crack appeared before them, accompanied by a tremendous sound of waves. This time, Lin Hai had learned from his previous experience, and he wouldn't simply slash from below upwards, creating a space area in the middle that would draw the water in and form a whirlpool. Instead, he slashed at a 30-degree angle to the right of the Mary towards the mountain. This way, he could use the massive wave on the right to push the ship out. Lin Hai suddenly realized that if he split the mountain, the bottom of the ship would still hit the rocks. Although he would avoid crashing into the mountain, the ship's bottom would be ruined. Everyone was stunned by Lin Hai's actions, and he quickly reminded, "Nami, start directing. Don't just stand there, you should know what to do now." Nami finally reacted and hurriedly ordered, "Zoro, lower the sails first. Luffy, keep an eye on the waves on the left. Report any changes immediately. Usopp, Sanji, turn 60 degrees to the right. Lin Hai, leave the front to you." The Mary narrowly scraped past one side of the mountain, almost crashing into it. After a lot of effort, they finally escaped the danger of crashing into the mountain. At this moment, the heavy rain stopped and the sky cleared up. Everyone lay on the deck, gasping for breath. The power of nature was truly astonishing. After a while, Lin Hai smiled at Nami. "Not bad, Nami. Your navigation skills are truly the best in the world. You're a genius among geniuses. Even the navigator from the Pirate King's ship couldn't compare to you." Zoro said, Hey, you're exaggerating too much." Sanji, with hard eyes, said, "Miss Nami, I love you." Usopp marveled, "Nami, you're really something." "Ha ha." Luffy got up, patting Nami's shoulder, saying, "Nami, you guy." Nami punched Luffy away and shyly said, "Actually, I'm not as amazing as you guys say, but I'll accept your compliments." "TCH, shameless," Zoro muttered. Nami dangerously looked at Zoro and curiously asked, "Zoro, what did you say?" Zoro hurriedly changed the subject. "Lin Hai, didn't you say last time that using that move would make you faint? Why didn't it happen this time?" "Yeah." Everyone looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Lin Hai shrugged and explained, "That's just how geniuses are. I think anything a genius does shouldn't be questioned because it can't be explained. How can I explain this to you? This guy was as annoying as ever. I regret asking him anything. By the way, you guys probably don't know that Lin Hai's bounty has become 300 million, right? 300 million. Usopp asked in shock, what happened? Lin Hai, how did your bounty become so outrageous? Nami exclaimed, 300 million? What did Lin Hai do to be rewarded so high? Lin Hai helplessly thought that in order to raise his prestige, he would have to continue lying, repeating the same story he had used to fool Smoker. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, you're really impressive. Nami agreed. So, Lin Hai, you're also an orphan? Lin Hai glanced at Nami awkwardly. Forget it, this was a competition, even if he had to pretend to cry. So, Lin Hai pulled out a guitar from the system. Luffy's eyes lit up. Lin Hai, you're a musician. Sanji spat out smoke, pretending to be cool, knowing he couldn't play. Zoro laughed. Are you just jealous of him? Sanji angrily replied. Who is jealous of him? Do you believe I'll kick your ass? Zoro shot back. If you have the guts, come at me. I'll cut you first. Nami slapped her forehead, exasperated. Can you two stop trying to fight all the time? Sanji quickly flattered. I'll listen to you, Miss Nami. At this moment, Lin Hai had already started playing, and everyone quieted down, looking at Lin Hai, wondering what kind of tune he would play. Chapter 52. Slapped again, Lin Hai picked up the guitar and strummed a few chords, immediately feeling awkward. Didn't he know how to play? Didn't he even have enough flirty coins to buy the skill for playing guitar? Moreover, didn't he understand sheet music at all? Thus, Lin Hai could only fake it by randomly strumming a few notes and then sang. The autumn wind rises, yesterday's dreams. Flowers bloom and fall, looking back is empty. Yearning for the sea, when will it end? Many years later, yet in a hurry, Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, what are you saying? Usopp shook his head in confusion, indicating he didn't understand. Zoro added, Lin Hai, you can't play guitar, right? How intolerable. Is it that easy to show off? Lin Hai racked his brain and cobbled together a few words that fit the moment, only to be mocked by these guys. Lin Hai shouted angrily, what do you ignorant fools know? Sanji turned to Zoro and asked, is he angry out of shame? Haha, Lin Hai, you're so interesting. What a fool he... Thus, Lin Hai fell into silence again. Forget it. He decided to squat in a corner and start drawing circles again. After sailing for a while on the merry-go, Lin Hai suddenly remembered that he had received many rewards in Lowtown and quickly called up the system panel. Flirty system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7, top level 10. Observation hockey. Level 2 armament hockey. Level 2 conquerors hockey. Level 2 can control and intimidate targets freely. Skill 1. Establish space field 2. One sword style 3. Space slash. Advanced use of space fruit. Depending on stamina. Skill 2. Duga 9 swords inspired. System store. Open. Flirty coins. 250 after browsing through the system panel. Lin Hai's mood was initially good. But upon seeing the flirty coins, he immediately felt depressed. Lin Hai. Flirty system, are you toxic? Flirty system. The host needs poison, which can be purchased in the system store. Would the host like to open the system store? Lin Hai replied, irritably, no need. Soon, Nami gathered everyone and spread a navigation chart she had taken from Buggy on the table, pointing to a spot on the map and saying, everyone, the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Sanji said in confusion, how is that possible? Usopp nodded and said, if the entrance is a mountain, how do we get in? Do we just crash into it? Luffy laughed, just charge through. Nami slapped her forehead and replied, that is how it's marked on the map. Zoro asked, Nami, this map was taken from Buggy. Could it be fake? Lin Hai looked disdainfully at everyone and mocked. A bunch of illiterates. Didn't you notice the contour lines on the map? Contour lines? What is that? Yeah? Sounds impressive. Oh, I know. It's the incredible contour lines. Nami kicked Luffy away and asked, Lin Hai, do you know how to get there? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow at the group and said, this map actually presents three-dimensional space in a two-dimensional way. Look, these data points are evidence. Fortunately, he had been forced to learn this in high school by his geography teacher. Seeing that everyone except Nami looked puzzled, Lin Hai had to explain to Nami, look at this red Earth continent that spans across. There should be a special water current flowing from the sea up to the mountain, carrying the ship upwards. Then, the ship can flow to the other side of the red Earth continent along the current. Nami clapped her hands and exclaimed, I see. Truly an incredible nature. Hangdu, mu. Seeing this, Sanji dropped to the deck, repeatedly banging on it. Why not me? Why not me? Luffy looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes. Lin Hai, you can do that too, you guy. Bang. Luffy was pushed away by Lin Hai. Lin Hai proudly raised an eyebrow at Zoro. TCH. Zoro turned his face away and muttered, what is so great about that? No more writing about the thousand-year dragon plot. It's long and boring. Finally, the Golden Mary was nearing the red Earth continent. Just then, the previously clear sky turned dark with heavy clouds and continuous rain. Nami, who was about to rally everyone at work, suddenly noticed Lin Hai was about to draw his sword, and couldn't he help but ask Lin Hai, "What are you doing? Is there an enemy?" Lin Hai turned slowly and said, "I'm not happy with all those dark clouds in the sky. I'm going to chop them." Zoro chuckled with interest. "Can you actually do that?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Really? You can split the clouds?" Usopp exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense. How is that possible?" At this moment, Lin Hai slowly drew his sword. Duong. X3 Nami, unable to hold back, knocked out Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro with a punch each. Nami angrily said, "Ah, really, all of you are like this. Do you even know what is happening right now? Have you seen that lighthouse? Quickly lower the sails. We're about to enter the Grand Line." Boom! A flash of white light crossed the sky, and a lightning bolt struck Lin Hai, who had just stood up because he was pointing his sword at the sky. Nami turned her head mechanically and weakly asked, "Lin Hai, are you okay?" Lin Hai felt it was strange. Being struck by lightning with a level 7 physique, didn't he harm him? If this were on Blue Star, he couldn't imagine. Lin Hai quickly put away his sword and then opened his pants. Thankfully, he was fine. The others immediately understood Lin Hai's intention, and all turned pale. At this time, Luffy took out a barrel and placed it in the middle of the deck. Then said, "Everyone, we're about to enter the Grand Line. Let us share our dreams." After saying that, Luffy put his heel on the barrel. "I want to become the Pirate King." Lin Hai, "I want to become the most flirty wave bro." Wave bro? Based on Lin Hai's past behavior, everyone understood. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, all blue. Nami, "I want to draw a world map." Usopp hesitated for a moment and then said, "I want to become a brave sea warrior." Grand Line, here we come. Under this stormy sky, no one could have imagined that the future world would become rich and colorful because of these few young people who were just starting out, especially that man who wanted to flirt to the sky. Chapter 53. Sailing into the whale's belly. Quick, pull down the sails. We're about to enter the entrance with the current. Nami hurriedly commanded. Usopp looked ahead in terror and said, "Isn't that entrance too small? The ship is going to crash. You guys need to think of something." Sanji angrily shouted, "Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro, you three idiots, the ship is going to crash, and you're still drinking tea." Lin Hai disdainfully glanced at Sanji and said, "What's with all the shouting? Damn it, room." Lin Hai quickly used his ability to change the ship's course, avoiding the collision. The entrance flew past them in the corner of their eyes. Once the danger passed, Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar and shouted, "You idiot! You should have acted sooner. You scared me to death just now, do you know that?" Zoro praised, "Lin Hai, your ability is really amazing." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Of course, what geniuses possess is just that cool." Luffy scoffed, "What's so great about it? My rubber can expand and shrink and can stretch." Lin Hai snapped back, "Shut up, stinky rubber. Do you think being a pile of rubber is cool?" Luffy retorted, "The gum fruit is the coolest." Lin Hai shot back, "Cool my ass, garbage rubber." Luffy shouted, "What did you say?" Duong. X2 Nami, feeling helpless, said, "Can you guys stop messing around? The danger isn't over yet. Focus." Things came and went quickly. Luffy and Lin Hai soon stood shoulder to shoulder, enjoying the splashes of water flying behind them. Because the ship was sailing upward, everyone felt an overwhelming sensation, something they had never experienced before. "Wow, what a beautiful view. Do you guys feel different?" Cough, cough. "I have motion sickness medicine here. Who wants it? 1,000,000 berries a pill." Stinky Lin Hai, "Do you think we're pigs?" Just as everyone was experiencing the feeling of flying, the ship suddenly soared. Due to inertia, they had reached the top of the ship's path. What is happening? The ship seems to be flying. What do we do? What do we do? We're going to die. The ship is going to be destroyed. Luffy, Lin Hai, you guys think of something or we're going to. Lin Hai deadpanned. Everyone hold on tight. This is a normal phenomenon. Damn it. Wow, what an incredible current. So interesting. Interesting my ass. Hold on tight or you'll be thrown out. Due to the ship's drop from a height, everyone hadn't reacted yet from the previous overwhelming state. They now experienced a weightlessness that felt like a terrifying roller coaster in an amusement park. It was thrilling enough to make one shout for their mother. Once the ship stabilized and flowed downstream, Lin Hai's observation Haki clearly sensed a large object at the lower end of the ship's path. It must be the legendary Laboon. Whatever it is, if it dares to block our ship, then it's getting chopped. Seeing Lin Hai take a combat stance at the ship's front, Zoro couldn't help but ask, "Lin Hai, what are you doing? Is there an enemy?" Lin Hai explained, "There's a big whale down there, and if we don't chop it, our ship will crash into it." Luffy interrupted, "Lin Hai, don't just chop randomly. There will be a way. Usopp chimed in Lin Hai. How did you become so keen on chopping things? Lin Hai replied, you guys have no idea how big that whale is. Oh. Suddenly, an extremely loud sound wave, which was the whale's call, echoed. Were they about to crash into it? Everyone on the merry-go covered their ears. Perhaps Luffy, who seemed to have a hint of the ability to hear the voices of all things, sensed loneliness and solitude from the whale's cry and firmly refused to let Lin Hai chop it. Lin Hai helplessly said, since you all oppose, then be prepared for what comes after. We need to figure out how to stop the ship. Otherwise, we'll crash. Zoro asked in confusion. Can't you teleport the ship away? Lin Hai replied, have you learned about the conservation of momentum? FTMV, if I suddenly stop the ship, then the impact force it receives would pretty much tear it apart. Luffy slapped his left hand with his right. Oh, so it's the incredible conservation of momentum. Nami directly punched Luffy, anxiously saying, you guys need to think of something quickly. We're going to crash. Lin Hai said, everyone don't panic. Once we enter the whale's belly, if we can't get out, I'll just make a hole in its belly. After saying that, Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist and smiled. Don't worry, Nami. Even if this whale wants to eat, it will eat them first. If the whale gets full, then. Nami exclaimed in horror. What time is it? And you still have a mood to joke. Seeing Lin Hai holding Nami, Sanji, forgetting his fear, flared up. Lin Hai, let go of Nami. Suddenly, the whale opened its mouth wide, and then the ship was swallowed by the whale. Inside the whale's belly, oh, so this is the inside of a whale? So interesting. Hey, what is going on with the blue sky and seagulls up there? They must be painted. Nami anxiously said, I'm telling you, is this the time to care about that? Hurry up and think a way to get out. Lin Hai pointed to a small island nearby and said, there should be people living there, so everyone relax. The most important thing now is to barbecue. It seems Lin Hai took out the fish he had brought from his space and leisurely started grilling it with his sword. As soon as Luffy saw food, he forgot everything else and shouted, Lin Hai's grilled food isn't as good as Sanji's. Sanji, barbecue. Nami facepalmed, I'm telling you. Sanji comforted. Miss Nami, since we don't know what to do for now, why not eat something first? Zoro sat down next to Lin Hai with interest and said, Lin Hai, bring me a bottle of beer. Luffy chimed in, Lin Hai's beer is the best, cold and exciting. Nami also said, give me a bottle too. Lin Hai teased, what's this, not shouting for help anymore? Nami directly twisted Lin Hai's ear, you guy. Sanji knelt down again, banging on the ship's board. Lin Hai, I envy you so much. Just as the fire was starting, the door of a house on the island opened. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The fastest updates for traversing the pirate world. I have a charming system. Chapter 53, Sailing into the Whale's Belly, are available for free reading. Chapter 54, Want Beer? Pay for it after the door of the house on the small island opened. An old man walked out. His hair was quite special. He was bald on top, and the hair around the front was fanned out like a peacock's tail. At this moment, the old man was glaring at the straw hat crew with fierce eyes, not even looking at the ground, yet managing to find his way to a chair. When he finally sat down, he remained silent, just staring at the straw hat crew. Everyone was intimidated by the old man's aura and fell silent. Usopp couldn't take it anymore and threatened, what are you looking at? Do you want to fight? The old man replied in a low tone, I advise you not to, or someone will die. Zoro, who couldn't stand being provoked, retorted, oh? Who's going to die? The old man fiercely replied, it's me. Sanji was almost triggered, realizing it was him. Ha ha! Luffy laughed, holding his stomach. You're so interesting. Zoro felt like he was being toyed with and grumpily asked, who exactly are you? The old man responded, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first before asking others? Oh, sorry, Just as Zoro was about to introduce himself, he was interrupted by the old man, who introduced himself. My name is Clacka's. I'm 71 years old, and I'm a doctor. Seeing Zoro about to explode, Lin Hai quickly pulled him away and tossed him a bottle of beer. Clacka's was previously the ship's doctor on soul.The, Roger's ship. Although the original work did not show his combat power, Lin Hai's observation haki indicated that this old man was very strong. The old man had been staring at Luffy's hat for a while, and now he was staring at Lin Hai. Lin Hai said, what are you looking at? If you want a drink, pay 20 berries per bottle. Duong. Lin Hai was hit on the head by Nami, who took the beer from his hand and laughed. He's just joking, go on. Clacka said while drinking, I didn't ask you for beer. You offer it yourselves. Oh, this beer is really good. Can I have another bottle? Lin Hai retorted, another bottle? Do you think this is a lottery? Pay up. Nami, I don't care. You can cover this berry. Ha ha. Luffy couldn't help but say, Uncle, you're really interesting. By the way, Can you tell us how to get out of here? Claucus pointed to a spot by the door and said, you can go out from there. At that moment, the whale suddenly rolled over. Claucus understood what was happening and immediately got angry. It must be the Baroque Works people trying to mess with Laboon again. This is outrageous. Lin Hai pointed at the man and woman on his ship and asked, are you talking about them? The man and woman who jumped onto the Mary were actually Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. Mr. Wednesday is the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, Nefertari Vivi. Looking at the two who boarded with such arrogance, they were immediately knocked down by Luffy. After that, under Claucus's guidance, everyone came out from the belly of the giant whale Laboon. At this moment, Nami looked at her chaotic compass and couldn't help but ask, Uncle, is my compass broken? Claucus replied, in this sea area, all common knowledge doesn't apply. That compass isn't broken. Nami immediately understood and tentatively asked, so, is it the magnetic field? Looking at Luffy's straw hat, Claucus had a deep connection with its owner, Roger. Plus the straw hat crew didn't seem like bad people, and he had just drunk their stuff. Therefore, Claucus didn't mind helping them and explained that's right. Because the islands in the Grand Line contain a lot of magnetic minerals, the magnetic field of the entire route is very abnormal. And the ocean currents and winds are unpredictable. If you're a navigator, you should understand the terrifying aspects of this. Nami, indeed, without a means to indicate direction, it would be utterly despairing. Claucus smiled and said, if you want to sail on the Grand Line, you need a log pose. Nami, log pose? I've never heard of that. Claucus explained, it's a special compass that can record magnetic force. After Nami clarified the situation, it was time to deal with those two from Baroque Works. They wanted to return to Whiskey Peak, but had no ship, so they could only take the Mary. Usopp asked them, who exactly are you? Mr. 9, please take us to Whiskey Peak. Nami asked, where is that? Mr. 9, it's the town we live in. Nami, what about your own ship? Vivi, it broke down. Nami, you're really selfish, aren't you? Mr. 9, weren't you just thinking about killing the whale? Usopp asked again, who are you really? Mr. 9, I'm the king. Lin Hai laughed, great, then we'll just throw you into the sea. Vivi quickly stopped, I can't say. Mr. 9, however, we want to return to town. We don't want to be sneaky. Vivi, no matter how you put it, our company's principle is mystery. Mr. 9, so we can't say anything. Vivi, we came to ask for your help because we value your character. Mr. 9, we will definitely repay this kindness. Wow. Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaim, these two guys are really clever. Are they doing a stand-up routine? Claucus said, don't mind them. No matter what they say, these two are not good people. After thinking for a while, Luffy said, all right, you can board the ship. You said you want to go to Whiskey Peak, right? Then let's go there. Usopp, really? Are you going to take these two shady characters with you? Luffy replied, what's the problem? Don't sweat the small stuff. Lin Hai said, since the captain has decided, then let's go there, but that Mr. Whatever, you have that log pose, right? Mr. 9 carefully took out his log pose and instructed, you need to take good care of it. It's the last one we have. If it breaks. Nami snatched the log pose from him, saying, you're so annoying. Oh! Another roar from the giant whale Laboon, and everyone instinctively covered their ears. It seemed that the whale was quite irritable. It looked like it was about to crash into a mountain. Chapter 55, Loneliness. Isn't it kind of romance? Seeing that Laboon was about to start going crazy again, Luffy couldn't help but ask, Uncle, why does it want to headbutt that big mountain? Is the food here not to its taste? The others' faces darkened, and Zoro couldn't help but retort, do you think everyone is like you? Lin Hai added, no. It should be that Luffy thinks that animal is like Luffy. Usopp chimed in, Luffy's appetite seems to be better than that animal's, right? Seeing Luffy being retorted by his crew, Mr. 9 couldn't help but ask Mr. Wednesday, is he really the captain? Mr. Wednesday replied confusedly, should be, I guess. Sanji laughed, Luffy, you should pay attention. People say you don't look like a captain. Yah ha ha, you all are so interesting, Luffy said nonchalantly. At the right moment, Crocus explained, 50 years ago, a pirate crew brought Laboon here. Because Laboon was too small, the crew couldn't take it on adventures and had to leave it here. In the end, they made a promise to come back and take it away after circling the world. Unfortunately, that pirate crew hasn't returned even after 50 years, so Laboon. Luffy asked in confusion, didn't you tell it that the pirate crew has perished? Crocus replied, I did, but unfortunately it didn't listen. Seeing Laboon about to crash into the mountain again, Luffy suddenly thought of a way. He actually broke a pole from his ship and stuck it on Laboon's head. Lin Hai was quite upset, thinking if it wants to die, let it die. Breaking the ship's pole? How can he still be the captain? His brain is in his butt. Usopp angrily said, Luffy, you bastard. Lin Hai said speechlessly, why bother with that animal? I wanted to butcher it for a long time. By the way, how much can such a big whale sell for? Mr. 9 beside him exclaimed, A whale that big can sell for a lot of berries. I have a channel, so... At that moment, Croca's, Luffy, Nami, and the others all stared wide-eyed at Lin Hai and Mr. Nine, while Mr. Wednesday hid in fear. Facing these people, Lin Hai didn't actually make a move and retorted. Is it a crime to think? Is it a sin to think? A bunch of fools. Damn it, don't make a move. At that moment, Luffy fought with the whale for 2 rounds and said, our duel this time is a tie. Now, let's make a promise. After our ship sails around the world, we will have a giant duel, okay? Although everyone couldn't understand what the giant whale said, they all understood that it agreed. However, after being hit a few times by everyone, Lin Hai said unhappily, hey, that stinky fish, don't look around. I'm talking about you, you bastard fish. Do you know that our ship almost had a maritime accident because of you? Remember this. The world doesn't revolve around you. And life isn't lived simply because of a promise. You can dive to the bottom of the sea to find a female whale to play with, you fool. If you're not interested, then just accept your loneliness, because loneliness isn't a kind of romance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant operation, rewarding the host with a level increase in Conqueror's Haki. The surprise came too fast, like a whirlwind. Suddenly overwhelmed with joy, Lin Hai did dozens of backflips. Excited, he noticed a fish tank nearby, so he grabbed the beautiful fish inside, gave it a hard kiss, and then tossed it into the sea. Everyone present was stunned by Lin Hai's actions. Sanji weakly asked, Usopp, wasn't that fish one you work hard to catch? Usopp was quite attached to that fish and couldn't believe it was not only kissed by Lin Hai, but also thrown into the sea. Usopp was very unhappy, saying, Lin Hai, you bastard. Saying this, Usopp also ran over and threw all the fish Lin Hai caught into the sea. Everyone, that was food. Oh no. The Going Merry finally left Twin Cape, heading towards Whiskey Peak. However, just after the ship set sail, it was still summer, and now it suddenly started snowing. The weather in the pirate world is truly unpredictable. It changes so rapidly, as expected of the Grand Line. Lin Hai exclaimed, This is the first snow of 1520, coming a bit more suddenly than usual. You're like a butterfly flying back and forth, ugh. Hey Luffy, Usopp, let us build a snowman. Luffy nodded. Let's see who can build the best snowman. TSK, TSK, TSK. Usopp laughed. When it comes to building snowmen, you guys can't compare to me. Back in my hometown, I built snowmen for 50 years. My skills are already at a master level. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Really? Usopp. Usopp nodded, of course. It's hard to tell if Luffy is really foolish or pretending to be, as he actually believed Usopp's nonsense. Lin Hai quickly ran to the kitchen to get some sugar from Sanji. By the time Luffy and Usopp started building snowmen, Lin Hai was still doing nothing. Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, why aren't you starting to build? So you're giving up on the competition? Lin Hai shook his head. You guys build for a while. I'm thinking of creating a snowman that will shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. Not long after, Luffy finished building, and while Usopp was inspecting Luffy's snowman, Lin Hai hurriedly sprinkled sugar on Usopp's snowman and leisurely started eating. Isn't this even tastier than ice cream? Asking him, Lin Hai, to build a snowman? What a joke. Sugar paired with the molded snow. That's the pursuit. Usopp, realizing what happened, immediately became furious. Lin Hai, what have you done to my snowman? Lin Hai directly picked up a handful and threw it at Usopp. Want a taste? Usopp, inexplicably compelled, took a bite and exclaimed, so good. As soon as he heard it was delicious, Luffy couldn't hold back and directly swallowed a bite. Meanwhile, in the room, Mr. Nine and Mr. Sunday were shivering at the table. Mr. Wednesday asked, don't you have heating here? Mr. Nine echoed, what kind of ship is this? We're freezing to death. In the room, Nami was drawing a map and didn't expect these two to keep chattering, so she angrily kicked them out of the room. Then Nami and the others saw the scene on the deck. Usopp and Luffy were continuously building snowmen, while Lin Hai was sprinkling toppings. Then while building, he was eating, making it look like a barbecue, leaving Nami and the others completely confused by Lin Hai and their actions. Chapter 56, The Hunter. Mr. Nine, are they eating? Mr. Wednesday, no, they should be eating ice cream, right? Mr. Nine, wow, they are really geniuses. It's so noisy. Nami said, I told you. Aren't you cold, wearing short sleeves? Short sleeves? Cold. Lin Hai and the others just realized. Luffy shivered. It's so cold. Lin Hai wondered, aren't you going to eat? Usopp replied, of course we are eating. Why wouldn't we? But let us go back and get some clothes first. By the way, where's Zoro? Lin Hai pointed to a spot and said, he's dreaming. Mr. Nine saw Zoro almost buried in snow, still sleeping so soundly, and couldn't he help but mutter, I feel like everyone on this ship is abnormal. Don't you think so, Mr. Wednesday? Lin Hai retorted, you better pay the fare when we reach our destination. As for Mr. Wednesday, Lin Hai knew she was the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. However, seeing her always with a purpose in whatever she did, Lin Hai was really interested in her. At that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly lit up the sky, and everyone looked confused. It's snowing, so what else with the thunder? What is going on with the heavens? Not far away, dark clouds gathered, and there was a small tornado. Damn! Lin Hai was quite unhappy and was about to try if his sword could cut through the clouds when he was directly hit on the head by Nami, making him furious. Nami explained, "If you keep slicing, our ship will capsize. Everyone, get to work." Forget it. Lin Hai decided to endure it. Not listening to the navigator at sea is foolish. At the right moment, Nami put her hands on her hips and said, "Everyone, on this ocean, even my proud navigation skills aren't working, so you better take this seriously." Usopp said speechlessly, "Not working, and you still sound so confident." Luffy's eyes lit up. Ice cream. Lin Hai clapped his hands. "This is the spirit we need." Sanji came out of the kitchen, eyes sparkling. "As expected of Miss Nami, whatever you need, just command me." With the heavy rain and snow, commonly known as a blizzard, what is going on with the heavens? The Going Merry was drifting on the turbulent sea. Fortunately, with Nami's excellent navigation skills, otherwise most of the people on the ship would have to feed the fish in the sea. After the rain cleared, Zoro finally woke up. Zoro stretched lazily, looking at the blue sky with a breeze and a few white clouds floating by. It was another beautiful day. Seeing Lin Hai and the others lazily lying on the deck, Zoro couldn't help but say, "You guys, even if the weather is nice, you don't have to be so lazy, right? If you want to sleep, go back to your rooms. You might catch a cold." Nami, unable to tolerate it any longer, spoke darkly. Zoro turned in confusion. "What is wrong, Nami?" "Duong." Zoro held his head, rubbed it, and angrily turned. "What are you doing?" "Duong." Another slap greeted Zoro. Nami angrily said, "You idiot, do you know what just happened? No matter how loud we called, you wouldn't wake up." Zoro now understood one thing. The women on the ship are like tigers. If you encounter them, you must avoid them. The Going Merry finally sailed into Whiskey Peak, and halfway through, Mr. Nine and Mr. Wednesday jumped into the sea to go home. Once the Merry entered the harbor, people on both sides began to warmly welcome the pirates, because pirates are the source of income for these people. They are all employees of Baroque Works, bounty hunters. Usopp, seeing the people on both sides cheering, waved and smiled. "Ah, hello everyone." Sanji only had eyes for beautiful women. Seeing those ladies warmly welcoming them, he immediately said with hard eyes, "I love you all." Only Nami and Zoro kept their guard on the Merry, while Lin Hai, having watched One Piece, naturally knew the identities of these people, but he didn't care. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy and the others were directly welcomed by bounty hunters led by Karom, also known as Mr. 8, to attend the pirate banquet. As soon as Luffy heard about the banquet, he immediately ran with them. Zoro, upon hearing about drinking, also ran off with them. Nami, upon hearing that there was a reward of 100,000 berries for drinking, ran off too. As for Sanji, as soon as he saw women, he ran off without needing anyone to guide him. And Usopp, this vain guy, loves to join in the fun. Only Lin Hai remained behind. One of them saw Lin Hai not attending the banquet and not caring about berries, so they tentatively asked, "How about I call 2 beautiful girls to keep you company?" Lin Hai glared. 2 beautiful girls? That's not enough. I want 20. The people beside Lin Hai immediately twitched at the corners of their eyes. This guy is really greedy. But who told Lin Hai to be handsome? So, many girls nearby directly pulled Lin Hai away. As for worrying that Luffy and the others might get into trouble, if they really had that level, they might as well not be pirates. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered, with so many girls needing his attention. Upon entering the room, Lin Hai immediately embraced 2 beautiful women and said with a smile, "Shouldn't we get down to business?" One of the beautiful women smiled and said, "Sir, how about we have a drink first? It would be right for pirates not to drink." Lin Hai nodded. "You're right, since you're so enthusiastic. Not drinking wouldn't be appropriate. So each of you come and feed me." "Feed? How to feed?" One of them said with a sweet voice. Lin Hai picked up a wine glass, took a sip, and then pulled that girl over. Suddenly, the girl's face turned bright red. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "How about that? Isn't drinking like this a bit different?" Saying this, Lin Hai fed each of them a sip of wine. At this moment, Lin Hai felt incredibly happy. Deciding to become a pirate was the right choice. This place is simply a paradise. As Lin Hai and the girls got more and more into it, those women had long forgotten their original purpose. For a moment, the room was filled with faint sounds of pleasure. The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Read novel app. Chapter 57. You dead, poor guy. Before the crossover, Lin Hai often slept in class, earning the nickname Sleeping God, which everyone teased him about. Naturally, it was all for the sake of studying hard, diligently observing, and learning those graceful movements and postures by his computer late at night. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. Ever since his crossover, after practicing with the two beautiful women, Lin Hai had nearly mastered this skill. At this moment, several people had already fallen asleep, leaving just one. That beautiful woman, with flushed cheeks, turned to Lin Hai, implying, "Are you still okay?" Lin Hai revealed a Mona Lisa smile, thinking, "Not okay? What a joke. Lin Hai, can fight another 300 rounds." He patted the back of that beauty and skillfully repeated the previous actions. But was this really it? Was he already trembling? Lin Hai was a person who cherished women. Since they were so tired, he decided to let them rest well. After leaving the room, Lin Hai realized it was already deep into the night. He truly hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. He quickly released his kin Bunchika Haki to check the current situation. Oh, Zoro had already started fighting with those bounty hunters. Lin Hai hurried over to take a look. At that moment, Zoro was on the rooftop battling Mr. Nine, whose attack method involved flipping and attacking at the same time. After a while, Zoro curiously watched Mr. Nine, who had been flipping continuously. At this point, Mr. Nine, holding a baseball, said, "Roronoa Zoro, do you think I can only flip a few times? I can flip more. Take this." After saying that, Mr. Nine continued his flips. But little did he know, he was on the rooftop, and behind him was not land, but air. Then, Zoro watched as Mr. Nine fell. Faced with such an opponent, Zoro said in disbelief, "Is there no decent opponent?" Just as he finished speaking, Mr. Wednesday stood in position and pointed at Zoro, saying, "A decent opponent? Roronoa Zoro, your time ends here." Zoro smirked, "Oh, really?" Next to Mr. Wednesday was a large duck named Run Fast, which was Mr. Wednesday's mount. At that moment, Mr. Wednesday hopped on a Run Fast back and declared, "Run fast, let's go." Upon receiving the command, Run Fast immediately charged forward with Mr. Wednesday. Then, Zoro watched as they charged right past him. Zoro said in disbelief, "Are you guys still fighting or not?" Mr. Wednesday was at a loss for words, wondering what was up with this Run Fast. Lin Hai, who was watching from the side, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This is killing me. Has this duck been drinking fake milk?" Upon seeing Lin Hai approach, Zoro couldn't help but ask, "Where are Luffy and the others?" "They're still sleeping." Lin Hai replied as he walked over to Mr. Wednesday and jokingly pointed at the duck, saying, "Mr. Wednesday, your mount is truly useless. Why don't we roast it?" Mr. Wednesday protested, "What are you talking about? Run Fast is my partner." Run Fast cried out in shock upon hearing Lin Hai's words. Mr. Wednesday quickly reassured, "Don't worry, I won't let him roast you." Lin Hai poked Run Fast's head and asked Mr. Wednesday, "Your mount is so strange. Shouldn't ducks quack? Why is it always making sounds?" Mr. Wednesday angrily replied, "Don't act like we're friends. Right now, we're in an adversarial relationship." Lin Hai interrupted, "You're not our opponent. You should escape while you can. Your mission has failed. I heard that when you fail a mission, assassins come to deal with you." After hearing Lin Hai's words, Mr. Wednesday realized she couldn't die here. She had to return to Alabasta and expose Crocodile's conspiracy. "Thank you for the reminder." With that, Mr. Wednesday took Run Fast and left. Meanwhile, Lin Hai tossed a bottle of beer to Zoro, and the two sat on the rooftop leisurely drinking beer. Lin Hai's words proved correct. Mr. Wednesday had just walked a short distance down the street when she was directly chased by Mr. Five and his partner, Mr. Valentine's Day. During the chase, Mr. Wednesday's identity as Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom was revealed, and Icolum, the manager of Whiskey Peak, was actually the captain of the Royal Guards. Everyone who helped Princess Vivi escape was interrupted by Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine's Day, leaving only Run Fast to escape with Vivi. Mr. Valentine's Day laughed, Mr. Five, if you don't chase her now, she'll get away." Mr. Five replied, "She won't escape." After saying that, Mr. Five started picking his nose and then flicked what he dug out towards Vivi. Nose booger bomb. Boom. At this moment, Mr. Five was confused. He aimed at Vivi. So how did he blow up Mr. Valentine's Day instead? Suddenly, Mr. Five exploded in anger. "Who did this? Come out. Not far away." Lin Hai and Zoro were in a heated argument. Lin Hai shouted, "You bastard. Why do you still owe Nami 20,000 berries? It's just 20 berries. And you still haven't paid her back? You dead poor guy." Zoro retorted, "That stinky woman Nami. I borrowed 100,000 berries from her and paid her back the same day. Who knew she wanted me to pay her back an additional 20,000 berries?" Lin Hai scoffed, "Are you out of your mind? You borrow 100,000 berries and, oh, 30,000? Huh, Zoro countered. Someone still owes Nami 1,000,000 berries. How dare you shamelessly say that about me? Indeed, earlier, Ikelim had asked Nami to have her friends save the Alabasta Kingdom's princess, promising a rich reward. Thus, Nami agreed, claiming her money was her money, and the agreement she signed was everyone's agreement, ordering Lin Hai and Zoro to rescue Princess Vivi. Of course, Lin Hai and Zoro disagreed, but Nami used the excuse that they owed her money, leading to the current scene. Just then, Mr. Valentine's Day swooped in, furious from the unexpected explosion, and flew into the air, ready to strike the arguing Lin Hai and Zoro. In midair, Mr. Valentine's Day, with a grim expression, said, facing opponents like us, "You still don't take us seriously? Don't regret it when you're dead." Ah. At this moment, Mr. Valentine's Day began to unleash her techniques. 1 kilogram. 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, gravity crush die bastards. As she spoke, Mr. Valentine's Day rapidly descended, about to smash into Lin Hai and Zoro. From the side, Nami shouted angrily, "I told you guys to take this seriously." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the How You a Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You a Novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates of crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 57, You Dead Broke Bastard, for free reading. Chapter 58, You Are the Wind, I Am the Sand. Mr. Valentine's Day had already come to an end, leaving everyone stunned. At this moment, everyone was confused. They saw Mr. Valentine's Day lying in Lin Hai's arms. Lin Hai looked at Mr. Valentine's Day in his arms and said, "Beautiful lady, you're a bit heavy, but it's okay, your figure is really nice." Mr. Valentine's Day had never encountered such a situation before. What on earth had happened just now? Could it be that her abilities had failed? "Thank you," Mr. Valentine's Day replied, somewhat dazed. "What do you want?" Lin Hai said passionately, "You are the wind, I am the sand." "What do you say?" Mr. Valentine's Day looked at the handsome man in front of her, wondering why he suddenly said that to her. However, she had never seen a Huaxiao opera and did not understand what those words represented. Thus, Mr. Valentine's Day replied, "I am not the wind, and I hate sand." "Where are your hands going, you bastard? If I remember correctly, we are still enemies, right? Let go of me." Lin Hai's face darkened. This woman in his arms was not supposed to reply with something like, "Let's be entangled until the ends of the earth." What a mood killer. Lin Hai angrily said, "I hate illiterates. Go away, Pikachu." After saying that, Lin Hai directly threw Mr. Valentine's Day out of his arms. Everyone stared at Lin Hai in disbelief. This change was too drastic, wasn't it? At this moment, Lin Hai pointed at Mr. Five and said, "I mean you, the nose-picking guy, stop looking around. Your hairstyle is really terrible. Did you really style your hair like that? If you have no taste, don't mess with your hair. If you're ugly, admit it. Don't make yourself look like a mess. What if you scare the kids? Can you take that responsibility? So now, immediately, disappear from my sight with that overweight, illiterate girl next to you. I don't want to see you anymore." Zoro and Nami twitched at the corners of their eyes, while Princess Vivi felt her mind was somewhat malfunctioning. What was going on? At this moment, Nami, recovering from her shock, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, ultimately bursting into laughter. "Ha, Lin Hai, you guy, ha." Nami laughed while holding her stomach. Mr. Five, after a moment of silence, angrily said, "Who the hell are you? Don't get in the way, you oversized bomb." After saying that, Mr. Five began to launch an attack. Room, spatial barrier. Lin Hai unleashed a recently devised move, sealing the bombs fired by the opponent in a heavy space. For a moment, the bombs launched by Mr. Five were tossed up and down by Lin Hai like a yo-yo. Zoro, with an eye for talent, couldn't help but sigh, "You can actually do this." Mr. Five looked at the bomb he had fired, which was being treated as a toy by Lin Hai, and his expression became serious. "Who the hell are you? Why are you stopping us?" Cough, cough. Lin Hai once again looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle and slowly said, "Me? I've long forgotten who I am, Mr. Five. I've wandered through life, and my slippers will only kick up the yellow sand on the ground, then disappear into the rivers and lakes behind me. So don't ask me who I am. I am someone you can't afford to provoke." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a special reward, becoming a swordsman, and comprehending the essence of the Dugan 9 swords. Wow, this wave is not a loss. Zoro secretly spat, show off. However, Lin Hai's actions were quite cool. He would learn from it in the future. It's over. Zoro's character was collapsing. Meanwhile, Mr. Five had a gloomy face and asked again, "What are you trying to stop us from doing?" Mr. Five couldn't back down. Baroque's rule was that those who failed their missions would be hunted down by someone even more powerful. At this time, Mr. Valentine's Day took out Lin Hai's bounty notice and walked up to Mr. Five. After seeing the amount on the bounty notice, Mr. Five was momentarily stunned. How could such a big shot appear here? Quickly, Mr. Five said, Mr. Lin Hai, we give up this mission and will not disturb you anymore. What could Mr. Five do? Have him face a monster with a bounty of 300 million berries? Unless he was out of his mind. Wait. Lin Hai threw the bomb back to Mr. Five, saying, here's your stuff, but be careful. It will explode. Mr. Five secretly laughed. He was the one with the bomb fruit ability, worried about explosions. After receiving the item Lin Hai tossed to him, as soon as Mr. Five stepped out of Lin Hai's spatial range, it suddenly exploded. As the smoke cleared, Mr. Five had already left with Mr. Valentine's Day. He truly had a hand. At this moment, Vivi stepped forward and said, thank you for saving me this time. Nami smiled and said, no need to be polite. We have conditions for saving you. Ikalam walked over to Vivi and said, Your Highness, the situation was urgent at the time, and I promised them a reward without authorization. Please forgive my overstepping. Vivi shook her head and said, no need to worry about it. Nami's eyes sparkled as she said, since you're a princess, you must be very wealthy, right? We'll safely escort you to Alabasta, and you can give us 1 billion berries as a reward. How about that? Vivi replied, I can't come up with that much berries. Nami didn't believe it and said, how is that possible? Ikalam explained, because Alabasta is currently in turmoil. Vivi agreed. The purpose of our infiltration into the Baroque works was precisely this. I didn't expect the turmoil in Alabasta was instigated by the Baroque works behind the scenes. However, after you escort me to the kingdom of Alabasta, I will have my father give you the reward we can afford. What do you think? Lin Hai stepped forward and asked. The mastermind behind Baroque works is one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, right? The 7 warlords. Nami and Zoro exclaimed in surprise. Boom! Suddenly, a fist flew over from a distance. It was that guy, Luffy. His punch was blocked by Lin Hai. Luffy angrily said, Lin Hai, get out of the way. I want to beat Zoro up. Nami asked in confusion, why? Luffy explained why. This guy Zoro is ungrateful. He actually chopped up the people who were treating us to a meal. Zoro was about to step forward to explain, but Lin Hai directly punched Luffy. Lin Hai angrily said, you bastard, you're the captain, and you slept like a pig, knowing nothing, and still have the nerve to be mad at Zoro. Luffy furiously replied, what did you say? You don't know, those were all civilians and Zoro chopped them up. Lin Hai was too lazy to explain, what do you want? If you're not happy, how about we compete? Luffy replied, come on, who is afraid of who? Duong. X2 Lin Hai and Luffy both got knocked out. The internet provides you with the fastest way to cross the pirate world. I have a fabulous system update. Chapter 58, You Are the Wind. I am the sand, free to read. Chapter 59, Learning from Lin Hai. After Nami and Vivi explained, Luffy finally understood that those who were knocked down by Zoro were all bounty hunters, and he awkwardly laughed while patting Lin Hai's shoulder, saying, you should have said earlier. So they are all bounty hunters. I misunderstood Zoro. Lin Hai shrugged off Luffy's hand, grabbed his head, and pointed to a grave on Whiskey Peak, saying, did you see that? Without Zoro, that would be your resting place. Luffy nodded and said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you all, but that banquet was really fun. You know, Lin Hai, that food was so delicious, especially the squid, the tasty roasted meat, and also. Nami was negotiating payment with Vivi when Luffy's loud exclamations made her impatiently say, shut up, all of you be quiet. Luffy immediately fell silent. At that moment, Zoro asked, Nami, I heard this incident involves the 7 warlords. Are you sure you want to participate? Nami suddenly remembered the 7 warlords. She exclaimed, I don't want that reward anymore, goodbye. Oh, don't say goodbye. What a drastic change in attitude. Vivi weakly said, Nami, it's too late to regret. Because you've already been drawn by those 2 birds. Nami exclaimed, I don't want to. Why? Why do we have to be hunted by the 7 warlords as soon as we arrive at the Grand Line? Seeing Nami so scared, Lin Hai couldn't help but ridicule. You brought this upon yourself. While Zoro and I were enjoying our drinks, someone just had to get greedy and force us to help. Nami angrily interrupted. I regret it so much already, and you're still making sarcastic comments. Lin Hai stood up, wrapped his arm around Nami's waist, and laughed. What are you afraid of? Why don't we escape back to Cocoa Village and have some fun? Nami angrily retorted. Let go of me. Who wants to have fun with you? Ha ha. Luffy laughed. What are you afraid of? It's just a 7 warlord, right? Since we've already been targeted, we might as well go meet him. Nami shot back. What do you know? Do you know what level of pirate the 7 warlords are? The former world's strongest swordsman. Mihawk is one of them. Are we even their match? Vivi nodded. There are 7 such figures, and they have the privilege granted by the world government to crush others and plunder from other pirates. Luffy exclaimed, Oh, there's so many powerful people like that? Zoro said with interest. The seven warlords? Sounds interesting. Nami was speechless. Do you guys even understand the severity of the situation? Lin Hai chuckled. One of those seven warlords. Crocodile seems very wealthy. I didn't expect him to send his subordinates to claim our heads for the bounty just now. This is outrageous. If that's the case, let us go demand compensation from Crocodile. What do you think? Nanny, everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami said in horror, you want to demand compensation from Crocodile? Are you crazy? Lin Hai ignored Nami's words and continued. As pirates, our first goal is to increase our bounty, and second is to do as we please. I mean to be free. Now that someone has come looking for us, we have no reason to swallow our pride. As free pirates, isn't it right to beat up anyone we find displeasing? Luffy laughed. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Zoro firmly gripped his sword, indicating his agreement. Nami couldn't accept it. But that's a seven warlord. I really don't know what you guys are thinking. Lin Hai tempted her. I heard Crocodile is very wealthy. Are you sure you don't want to? Seeing the captain had agreed, Nami had no choice but to comply, especially with the temptation of Crocodile's wealth. Nami immediately perked up, quickly turning to Vivi to confirm. Is Crocodile really that rich? Vivi nodded. He is indeed very wealthy. Many places in the Alabasta Kingdom are run by him. Nami replied. All right, then it's settled. Let us set sail for Alabasta Kingdom. At this moment, Zoro asked, where's Sanji and Usopp? Luffy then realized they were still sleeping. So he said, I'll go wake them up, then we can set off for Alabasta. This time, the Golden Mary's departure was hurried. As Sanji and Usopp just woke up, they heard they were going to demand compensation from the seven warlord Crocodile, and they nearly dropped their jaws. Really in a hurry, huh? Who was talking? Everyone turned to see a voluptuous woman wearing a hat at the railing of the second floor of the ship. The design of the Mary only has part of the second floor occupying the ship's area. Luffy asked in confusion, who are you? Why are you on our ship? Vivi explained. She is Nico Robin, the deputy president of Baroque Works. Upon hearing Vivi's introduction, everyone became vigilant. Luffy assumed a fighting stance and said, are you here to take revenge for them? Nico Robin didn't answer, but used her flower fruit to grab Luffy's straw hat and put it on her own head. Lin Hai watched all this with boredom and laid down to take a nap, because it was almost dawn and he hadn't slept yet. Who told those beauties to be so pitiful? They were hungry. Could Lin Hai not give them something to eat? They were lonely. Could he not comfort them? At this moment, after Straw Hat Crew got to know Nico Robin, she explained that she wasn't here for revenge or to execute a mission, but just out of curiosity. In the end, Robin handed a permanent pointer to Nami, explaining that it would lead directly to Alabasta. But Luffy stubbornly destroyed the permanent pointer, believing the ship's sailing route should be decided by him as captain. After that, Robin rode away on her turtle, and the Golden Mary began to set sail. Meanwhile, Nami noticed Lin Hai had fallen asleep directly on the deck. Nami turned and asked, is Lin Hai that tired? Zoro said, it seems like he hasn't slept at all. Nami, hands on her hips, began to scold Luffy and the others. I say, you all have no sense of vigilance at all. As soon as we docked, except for Zoro and Lin Hai, you all acted like this. You all must learn from Lin Hai and Zoro, understand? Got it. X3 Nami was quite satisfied and said, Zoro, now that there's nothing going on, do you want to take a nap too? Zoro shook his head. No need. I slept enough during the day. One wonders what Lin Hai, who is sleeping, would think if he heard Nami regard him as a role model. Chapter 60. Who did it? Today's voyage went smoothly, without encountering any bad weather. At this time, it was already bright outside, and Nami and Vivi were chatting by the railing on the second level of the ship. Vivi pointed to where Lin Hai was sleeping not far away, and asked, what are they doing? Nami shook her head and replied, who knows? As long as they don't cause trouble, we should just ignore them. Vivi expressed her concern. Lin Hai is sleeping over there. Should we send him a blanket? Nami responded, no need to bother him. That guy is as strong as a monster. By the way, shall we go check how my new clothes look? Although it was a question, Nami had already pulled Vivi into the room. On the deck, after Usopp and the others finished their tasks, they tried hard to suppress their laughter and then started fishing. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hai finally woke up. It's another day of being awakened by my own handsomeness. Just as he muttered that, Lin Hai sensed something was off. This feeling was hard to describe. It turned out that the few guys sitting on the side fishing were too quiet, uncharacteristically quiet. Lin Hai didn't plan to pay them any attention. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen to find something to eat, Zoro came out of the training room. As soon as Zoro saw Lin Hai, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha! Lin Hai, confused, asked what's so funny. Just as Zoro was about to say something, Sanji hurried over to cover Zoro's mouth and said, "It's nothing. You're awake. You must be hungry, right? Everything is in the kitchen." This was all very strange. Lin Hai went into the kitchen, but he could hear faint laughter from outside the ship, which was really odd. So Lin Hai came out of the kitchen and asked, "What is so funny?" "Nothing, nothing. We were just telling jokes." Yeah, Usopp's joke was really funny. Seeing the strange expressions on these people's faces, Lin Hai was speechless. Could it be that they were mesmerized by his handsomeness? Maybe you should go ask Nami and the others. As soon as Nami and Vivi saw Lin Hai's appearance, they burst into laughter. "Ha, Lin Hai, what is this? Ha ha, I can't take it anymore." Lin Hai was completely puzzled and quickly grabbed a mirror from Nami's room to look. "Cough, cough, what is with these 6 whiskers? Which bastard drew me as a big cat?" Wow, it really looked vivid, even more so than the real thing. What a great painting skill. Damn it. In an instant, the Mary's deck echoed with Lin Hai's furious voice. "Who did this?" A moment later, on the deck, Lin Hai said, "Come on, who painted this?" "Not us," everyone said in unison. Lin Hai shook his head and said, "Luffy, it must have been you, especially those whiskers. It's clearly your style." Luffy exclaimed, "Nonsense. I only drew the eyes." Realizing what he said, Luffy quickly covered his mouth. Lin Hai turned to Sanji and asked, "It was your idea, right?" Sanji played dumb. "What idea?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "I had several pictures of beautiful women to show you, but it seems you don't need them now." Sanji quickly pointed at Usopp and said, "It was Usopp's idea. Most of it was drawn by him." Usopp exclaimed in horror, "You guys!" At that moment, Lin Hai shouted, "Zoro, bring me my 40-meter-long sword." Hearing Lin Hai's words, Luffy's eyes lit up. 40-meter-long sword? "Zoro, hurry, let me see." Usopp shouted, "You idiot. Lin Hai is going to use the sword against us." Luffy was shocked, Nanny. "No." Usopp twitched at the corner of his eye, feeling utterly speechless at Luffy's reaction. Meanwhile, Zoro looked confused. 40-meter sword? If there was one, how come I didn't know? Lin Hai impatiently remarked, "It's the kitchen knife right next to you." As soon as Luffy saw the kitchen knife, he disdainfully said, "What? I thought there really was a 40-meter-long sword." Usopp helplessly said, "Luffy, can you not have such a rich expression?" Of course, Lin Hai was just threatening them. He wouldn't really attack. After the commotion, Lin Hai suddenly remembered the reward he obtained on Whiskey Peak, the essence of the 9 swords of the solitary. The 9 swords of the solitary emphasize skill and counter-thinking. This is a direction in swordsmanship, but it isn't Lin Hai's sword path. Because in this world, if you lack strength, no matter how you use skill, you'll either be sent flying or have your sword broken. True mastery returns to the most basic movements. Of course, this basic movement is completely different from that of a beginner. It requires observing a large number of techniques, which means gaining rich experience in actual combat, as well as continuously practicing to form muscle memory, in order to achieve the principle of simplicity. Currently, this is Lin Hai's understanding of swordsmanship. Although he hasn't reached the level of simplicity, he can easily handle Zoro. Thus, Lin Hai began practicing chopping movements on the deck, repeating them over and over. Lin Hai then discovered that the direction of his chop often deviated from what he expected, which was a matter of proficiency. After watching for a long time, Zoro couldn't help but ask, "Are you practicing swordsmanship?" "Lin Hai, not that, EA." Zoro curiously asked, "Can such a simple chop improve swordsmanship?" "Lin Hai Tuka." Everyone's understanding of swordsmanship is different. Think about that day when you fought against Mihawk. No matter how flashy your moves were, Mihawk could defeat you with just a simple strike. Why is that? Zoro inquired. Why? Lin Hai replied, "Strength, speed, observation, proficiency, and so on. Just take your time to comprehend it. However, I still suggest you learn how to cut through iron first." Zoro nodded thoughtfully and then returned to his training room. Why was Lin Hai practicing swordsmanship? Because the space fruit is very compatible with swordsmanship. Moreover, Lin Hai's sword, the Gaofeng, is simply too cool. The space fruit is different from the surgery fruit, although both establish spatial fields. The physical strength used by the surgery fruit is definitely much greater than that of the space fruit. Furthermore, the development directions of the two fruits are different. The space fruit focuses on unpredictable attacks and evasions, while the surgery fruit emphasizes medical skills. The two cannot be compared. Some readers have responded that the space fruit is a lower-tier fruit of the surgery fruit. Here, the author clarifies that this is not the case. Thinking of this, Lin Hai opened the system panel. Flamboyant system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7, top level 10. Observation Haki. Level 2 armament Haki. Level 2 conqueror's Haki. Level 3, able to freely control and intimidate targets. With enhanced intimidation effects based on the host's aura. Weapon, Gaofeng, indestructible. Normal form, comparable to the supreme great knife, depending on the host's abilities. Summoning form, comparable to a divine weapon, with great lethality, easily damaging the environment. Host should use with caution. Skill 1-1. Establishing a spatial field, spatial exchange, spatial barriers 2. One sword style 3. Spatial slash, advanced use of spatial fruit, depending on stamina. Skill 2. Duga 9 swords, inspired, system store, now open, flirtatious coins, 21 53rd tier Conqueror's Haki. Is this a quantitative change in Haki? If I level up one more tier, can I wrap the Conqueror's Haki? If I wrap the Conqueror's Haki around my sword, wouldn't that be Roger's technique, God Avoidance? Lin Hai secretly chuckled. God Avoidance should require extremely high swordsmanship. Having Conqueror's Haki wrapped around it doesn't necessarily mean one can perform God Avoidance. Thinking too simply. It's better to first master the basics. Lin Hai should now be considered a great swordsman. The web version's chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest crossing into One Piece. I have a flirtatious system update. Chapter 60, Who Did It, for free reading. Chapter 61. Hilarious daily life. The sea breeze occasionally blew across the ocean, with the occasional sound of seagulls, and everything with a shade of blue. After a while, people would inevitably become bored and restless. After a noisy bout, Luffy and the others all went to rest, as there was still quite a distance from Whiskey Peak to Little Garden. Just as Lin Hai was about to take a short nap, Sanji sneaked over with a mischievous look. Lin Hai, confused, whispered, "What's going on? Why are you acting so sneaky?" Sanji clenched his hands tightly and said awkwardly, "Didn't you just say you have some beautiful pictures? Hurry up and show them to me. Good things shouldn't be enjoyed alone." Lin Hai, I was just joking with you. I'm a serious person. Bah. Sanji instantly changed his expression and said, "So you were lying to me? How despicable. Do you have any idea how long I've been looking forward to this, and now you tell me you don't have them?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "If I didn't say that, how would I make you tell the truth?" Their voices gradually grew louder, drawing the curiosity of everyone around, who began to observe Lin Hai and Sanji, but Sanji was too enraged to notice anyone nearby. At this moment, Sanji retorted, "You're shameless. You're disgusting. You're unreliable." Lin Hai got angry too and replied, "Where am I shameless? Where am I disgusting? Where am I unreliable?" Sanji said, "Were you not shameless? Were you not disgusting? Were you reliable?" TCH. After saying that, both turned their heads to the side simultaneously. Luffy, watching from the side, was full of questions. What were they doing? Usopp quickly shook his head, while Zoro glanced over, feeling it was too embarrassing. At that moment, Vivi and Nami were blushing as they watched Sanji and Lin Hai. Vivi turned to Nami and weakly asked, "Are they arguing over those pictures?" Nami was speechless. A princess was here. Could they not be so embarrassing? Realizing what was happening, Lin Hai and Sanji exchanged glances and quickly put their arms around each other. Lin Hai said, "So, how did we perform just now?" After speaking, Lin Hai secretly nudged Sanji. Sanji raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Right? We were just performing a skit. We definitely weren't looking at any beautiful pictures." After saying that, Sanji nudged Lin Hai back. Everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Did they still need an explanation? They all heard the previous conversation. Unexpectedly, Sanji responded like that. Lin Hai whispered, "You idiot, talking about beautiful pictures. ISNT, that like pulling down your pants to fart?" After being scolded by Lin Hai, Sanji quickly pulled away, furious. "What did you say?" Lin Hai didn't care anymore and retorted, "I said you're an idiot." As soon as he said that, the two started fighting. For a moment, it became a lively scene of kicks and punches. Luffy, on the side, excitedly shouted, "Yes, yes, kick. Go faster. Hey, Sanji, why aren't you using your hands?" Sanji got punched in the corner of his eye by Lin Hai, and although it wouldn't hurt, he ended up with a panda eye. Sanji quickly said, "Stop. No hitting the face." Lin Hai replied, "All right, I won't hit anymore." Sanji angrily said, "No way, I want to hit back." Lin Hai quickly hid behind Nami and Vivi, saying, "Nami, aren't you going to do something?" "Sanji wants to hit me." Vivi's face suddenly turned bright red. Nami turned to ask, "What's wrong, Vivi?" How could Vivi say anything? She quickly replied, "Nothing, nothing at all." At this moment, Luffy said, "I know, Lin Hai just touched Vivi's hair." Usopp nodded, "I saw it too. Lin Hai, you pervert." The ship suddenly fell silent, and then smoke seemed to rise from the top of Vivi's head, her face as red as if it were about to burst. "Lin Hai!" Nami and Sanji shouted in unison. Lin Hai also got angry. "You damn straw hat, and you long-nosed guy, what are you saying? I'll fight you." "What did you say?" You dare insult my straw hat. Lin Hai, you bastard, bringing my nose into this. Lin Hai is hitting. In an instant, chaos erupted on the ship. Zoro, leaning against the railing, couldn't help but murmur, what a noisy ship. After a long while, everyone lay on the deck, panting heavily after the commotion. After a moment, everyone exchanged glances and burst into laughter, pointing at each other. At this moment, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Sanji all had messy hair, and notably, Sanji had a panda eye that contrasted sharply with Usopp's one-sided panda eye. Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh, Sanji, you're just too cool. This matches your image. Sanji said gloomily, Luffy, we're on the same side. Why are you messing up my hair? Luffy, confused, said, didn't Lin Hai say he and I are on the same side? Usopp retorted, can you be more decisive? We're a team, yet you're teaming up with Lin Hai against me. Nami and Vivi, watching from the side, covered their mouths and giggled. Hee hee hee. Looking at the silly group, Nami laughed. What a bunch of idiots. At that moment, Vivi noticed Zoro, who was bleeding from his nose, and asked with concern, Zoro, are you okay? I'm fine. Zoro quickly turned his face away, secretly vowing that one day he would definitely chop Usopp, that bastard. If Usopp knew, he would definitely shout that it was unfair. It was actually Sanji who kicked Lin Hai, accidentally hitting Usopp into Zoro. At that time, Zoro was sleeping, and Usopp's back of the head bumped into Zoro's nose. Just then, Lin Hai quickly took out a mirror and comb, standing by the railing and stylishly doing his hair. As soon as Luffy saw Lin Hai doing his hair, he excitedly said, Lin Hai, give me a hairstyle too, but I don't want that slick back hairstyle from last time. I always felt that one was too good. Lin Hai spat a bit of saliva on his hand, slicking his hair with a flamboyant gesture, and said, with how handsome I am, I don't know how many ignorant girls will go crazy for me. Being handsome is also a crime. I don't want to hurt them. Everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Sanji, who was thinking of having Lin Hai do his hair, instantly shivered at the sight of Lin Hai spitting on his hair. Sanji thought, better do it myself. That's too disgusting. On the other hand, Luffy was different. Lin Hai had helped him with his hairstyle before. At this moment, Luffy was looking forward to what kind of hairstyle Lin Hai would create for him. It would definitely amaze everyone. Thinking of this, Luffy hurriedly urged Lin Hai to quickly give him a different hairstyle. Seeing Luffy coming over, Usopp quickly said, Hey Luffy, Lin Hai is using his saliva. Lin Hai shot a glare at Usopp. Usopp instantly exclaimed, Lin Hai is going to hit again. The internet provides you with the fastest way to traverse pirates. I have a flashy system update, Chapter 61, hilarious daily life free to read. Chapter 62, Luffy's new hairstyle. Zoro, who was planning to continue sleeping, suddenly became interested when he heard Lin Hai was going to style Luffy's hair. After all, Lin Hai's side part hairstyle really looked good. Thinking of this, Zoro's mind became active. Should he also grow his hair long and get a hairstyle? No way. Zoro knew his hair was green, and if he let it grow long, wouldn't it look like a hat? For some reason, Zoro always felt a deep malice coming from a certain world, so he quickly dismissed the idea of growing his hair long. Zoro went back to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was sizing up Luffy from all angles. After some contemplation, he said, Are you sure you don't want that slick back hairstyle anymore? Luffy nodded and replied, I don't want it. I can hardly see my hair around my eyes. It doesn't have that flowing feeling. Can you design a new hairstyle for me? Lin Hai, know that? A flowing feeling? That's easy. Saying this, Lin Hai hurriedly bought some gel from the flamboyant system and also purchased a battery-operated hairdryer. Originally, Lin Hai wanted to style Luffy's hair in a tousled hairstyle, but since Luffy wanted a flowing feel, that was easy. After styling Luffy's hair with gel, trimming it a bit, and then using the hairdryer to fluff it up, he created a center-parted hairstyle that allowed both of Luffy's eyes to see his hair. Pretty flowing, right? After finishing, Lin Hai directly tossed a mirror to Luffy. When Luffy saw his reflection, he immediately gulped and exclaimed with sparkling eyes, Wow, so cool. Awesome. Lin Hai slapped his forehead, realizing he miscalculated. He helplessly said, I told you, Luffy, if you just don't speak, you could definitely charm a lot of beauties. But once you open your mouth, it all falls apart. It's my fault for not factoring in your aura. Luffy happily replied, No need to worry about the details. I want this hairstyle. After saying this, Luffy quickly ran off to show off to the others. At that moment, Sanji, who had just come out of his room, saw Luffy's hairstyle and thought, that hairstyle. Sanji also wanted it, but felt his own eyebrows were a hard flaw. Thinking of this, Sanji could only secretly envy and silently shed tears. On the side, Usopp touched his curly hair and thought, oh well. When Vivi saw the different Luffy, she exclaimed, Luffy, you become much more handsome. Luffy proudly said, Lin Hai helped me with my hairstyle, and I'm really happy with it. Sanji, unable to contain his jealousy, commented, Lin Hai is right. This hairstyle doesn't match your aura. Just now, Sanji even kicked himself? Thinking of this, Usopp shot back. Are you jealous of his hairstyle? Sanji angrily retorted, say that again? Do you believe I'll beat you up, long nose? Usopp replied, do you want to fight? Zoro go. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, if you want to fight, you go yourself. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the distance, indicating they were about to reach their destination. Nami interrupted everyone's quarrel and quickly said, everyone, we're almost at the little garden. Get up and get to work. Oh. Everyone immediately perked up. Soon, the Mary sailed into the stream of the little garden, and a cool breeze enveloped them. Luffy excitedly exclaimed, everyone, do you feel a sense of adventure? Roar. Suddenly, the sound of a beast's low growl echoed in everyone's ears, and they turned to look in the direction of the sound. Damn, how can it be a tiger here? Lin Hai had only seen tigers in photos and on screens in his previous life. He had never seen a real tiger. Lin Hai immediately got excited. Luffy, how about we make it our mount? A mount? Nami and the others exclaimed. Usopp held Lin Hai's face and pointed at the fierce-looking tiger, saying, are you seeing this clearly? How can such a dangerous tiger be a mount? Lin Hai replied, just ride on its back, what else do you want? Luffy nodded. Then it's settled. Before he could finish, everyone felt something giant flying overhead. Looking up, crap, is it a pterodactyl? Lin Hai's eyes lit up. How can there be dinosaurs here? But this one seems to think we're food. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Hai swiftly grabbed the giant pterodactyl and brought it back to the ship. The weight caused the ship to sway. Usopp shouted, Lin Hai, don't mess around. Nami and Vivi, frightened, hugged each other and cried, I want to go home. The tiger on the shore was stunned by Lin Hai's actions and quickly ran away. At this moment, Luffy pouted and said, Lin Hai, why are you being so reckless? I wanted to ride on its back. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Luffy and then said to Sanji, Sanji, it's time to show your skills. Nanny, no way, Lin Hai, are we eating this? Hey, this is too reckless. Lin Hai replied speechlessly, if you have the guts, don't eat later. If you want to eat, don't show off. Damn, don't slap my face. Sanji's cooking was beyond words. With this kind of ingredient, something he had never seen before, he was able to make it so delicious. Just as Lin Hai took a bite of the food, he saw Luffy acting like a starving ghost again. Lin Hai couldn't help but retort, no one is competing with you. There's plenty of food. Can you show some restraint? Usopp angrily said, Luffy, you're stealing my food again. Luffy mumbled, oh, it's so delicious. Zoro bit into the meat, took a sip of wine, and said contentedly, I didn't expect this meat to be so good. Sanji smiled, there's plenty more. Take your time. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji carefully placed the selected meat in front of Nami and Vivi, saying, Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, this is the best, please try it. Luffy quickly said, I want some too. Sanji kicked him, this isn't for you. However, what the others didn't know was that because the meat smelled so good, it attracted some creatures they had never encountered before. In the dining hall, Zoro paused with his food and said, did you hear some sounds? Lin Hai nodded, an incredible creature is coming. It feels very strong. Nanny. Chapter 63. One Sword Style. Brain dead, upon hearing Lin Hai say that the opponent was very strong, everyone believed it. They couldn't help but put down their food, faintly hearing the sound of the earth shaking. Soon, everyone walked out of the dining hall and onto the deck. At a glance, they saw a gigantic figure approaching. Is that a human? Everyone exclaimed. Nami and Vivi had already embraced each other and were crying out, I want to go home. Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper lay flat on the deck, pretending to be dead. At this moment, Luffy exclaimed, so big. Hey, are you human? The giant smiled kindly and replied, are you asking me? My name is Brogy. I am a giant, so I guess I am considered human. Wow. Luffy's eyes lit up. Are all giants this big? Brogy nodded, pretty much. Are you passing pirates? Are you having a feast? From a distance, I smelled the aroma of meat. Sanji immediately went to the kitchen, brought out a big piece of meat, and threw it to Brogy. Cough, cough. That little bit of meat isn't even enough to fill his teeth. At this moment, Brogy, after swallowing the meat, asked, did you bring any wine? I've been here for over 100 years, and I really want to drink. Zoro exclaimed, over 100 years. How old are you? Brogy laughed, I'm over 150 years old. It's been so long that I forgot exactly how old I am. Ah ha ha. Sanji couldn't help but ask, do giants live that long? Brogy replied, under normal circumstances, the average lifespan of giants is about 3 times that of your kind. Luffy's eyes sparkled, just about to say something when Lin Hai interrupted. Are you taking a census? Since this old man Brogy is so kind, let's have a feast together. Duan. Lin Hai's words were cut off as someone hit him hard on the head. Lin Hai shouted angrily, who hit me? Nami. Hands on her hips said it was me. Speak politely. What do you mean by old man? Mind your manners. Brogy waved his hand and laughed. It's okay. Pirates should be a bit more bold. Besides, I really am much older than you, ha ha ha. Lin Hai took out a large wine barrel from his space and threw it to Brogy, saying catch. Brogy caught the wine barrel and curiously asked, are you performing a magic trick? Luffy explained with a smile. Lin Hai is a user of a devil fruit. Sanji, let us have a feast. Sanji's eye twitched. Have a feast? Sure, but where's the food? Brogy, being very understanding, saw the situation on the Straw Hat cruise ship and said generously, I'll treat you to roasted meat. I'll go hunt a few prey first, and then we can have a feast together. After saying that, Brogy pointed to a volcano not far away. How about we gather there later? Zoro replied, then we'll go hunt a few prey too. Lin Hai turned and said, Usopp, move all the wine on the ship over there. We're having a feast. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, feast, feast, let's have a feast. At this moment, Vivi said, what will happen to the ship if we all go over there? Lin Hai waved his hand. You all go ahead, I'll stay to watch the ship. But you have to come back later to switch with me. I still want to see the dinosaurs. Although Lin Hai wanted to go right now. He decided to let them train a bit. After all, if Lin Hai was around, how could they grow? At this moment, Zoro said, then I'll leave it to you. I'll come back later to switch with you. Lin Hai chose to stay because he suddenly had an inspiration, which was the application of the spatial barrier of the space fruit. From this insight, Lin Hai vaguely felt that his affinity for the space fruit had increased a bit. At this moment, without opening the spatial field, Lin Hai drew his sword and cut a few times in the air. Sure enough, it worked. Before Lin Hai appeared a few brick-sized spatial barriers. He was overjoyed and jumped up to see if he could stand on them. As expected, he could stand on them, but after 5 seconds, the spatial barrier would disappear. For a moment, Lin Hai happily began to play, and then, unknowingly, he started climbing up as if on a ladder. When he realized it and looked down, he was startled by the height. Damn! Sure enough, Lin Hai was momentarily startled by the height and lost his composure. Then, with a gentle breeze, he fell directly from the high place. After sitting up again, Lin Hai couldn't help but start thinking. If he didn't use a sword to cut and create spatial barriers, how should he do it? Because this move, in the absence of enemies, was definitely a show-off weapon. Just now, he felt his connection to space, and with the sword, he could only cut so little. If he didn't use a sword, room, spatial barrier, in the spatial field, Lin Hai felt for a long time, and at this moment, he realized that he was indeed a space person. Just like Luffy is a rubber man, and Katakuri is a glutinous rice man. Developing to a high level, all are formidable existences. Of course, the space fruit is the most bizarre. After a long time, Lin Hai finally comprehended a bit of the truth. Without using a sword, he finally could condense a brick-sized spatial barrier. But he couldn't condense too much at once, and the range couldn't be too large. After all, he just learned it. Just as Lin Hai was about to get up and go out for a stroll again, he realized after a long time that this was very similar to the Marine's moonwalk, right? Forget it. Although it looks similar, it's still very impressive. Moonwalk requires constant stepping, but Lin Hai's doesn't need to, right? At that moment, Lin Hai suddenly noticed that the sky had turned dark. Looking up, it turned out that a giant dinosaur had mistaken him for food. How outrageous! Therefore, Lin Hai pointed his sword at the dinosaur and said, why aren't you squatting underground to be a fossil? Running here to seek death? Saying this, Lin Hai was already preparing his starting stance. Then with a glare, a powerful conqueror's haki enveloped the dinosaur. Lin Hai shouted, one sword style, brain-dead slash, dragon slayer, using the conqueror's haki to stun the dinosaur first. Then, quickly slashing with his sword, there was no problem. Clang! In an instant, a flash of white light passed, and the sword energy pierced through the dinosaur's neck, then dissipated in the distance. Thus, while they were having a feast, Lin Hai also started his own feast. Chapter 64. Uncle takes you to see goldfish after filling up and resting under a tree by the stream. Lin Hai suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Damn it! How long has it been? Why hasn't that guy Zoro come back to switch with him? Lin Hai was startled. Who was Zoro? Zoro was someone who didn't even know the way home. Lin Hai hurriedly released his observation haki to check the situation over there. Sure enough, it was just like in the original story. Those two giants, one was ambushed, and the other was pinned to the ground by Mr. Three's candle ability. And Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Vivi were about to be turned into wax figures. Interestingly, Luffy was sitting there leisurely drinking tea with that little sister, Mr. Golden Week. It seemed Luffy had fallen under Golden Week's fruit ability, which should be the emotion fruit, giving him the power to control emotions. Lin Hai couldn't sit still anymore. He had to hurry over to help them out. Who knows if they could turn danger into safety? Previously, Mr. Five had initially dared not confront Lin Hai. But this time was different. This time he had Mr. Three's strategy and abilities, which was why he dared to attack the Straw Hat crew again. At the same time, he also wanted to obtain the bounty for those two giants, a whopping 200 million berries. After all, Mr. 5 wanted to redeem himself and not be hunted down by the high-level agents of Baroque Works, right? At this moment, Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day were chasing after Usopp, who was riding a fast-running creature. Meanwhile, in another part of the jungle, on a huge candlestick, Zoro and the others were standing with their feet fixed by the candles, unable to move. Not far from the candlestick, two giants were lying on the ground. The giant Dory had passed out after drinking a bomb-laden drink from Mr. 5 and was severely injured from his duel with Broggy. Seeing this situation, Broggy, who was pinned to the ground by Mr. 3's candle ability, couldn't help but feel furious. These people are so despicable, using such means. Mr. 3 couldn't help but mock and boast. You fools, everything relies on brains, you know? As long as you think a little, you can win against you. Why should we clash with you head on? Huh? At this moment, Sanji, with his hands in his pockets, said, that guy Luffy has fallen for Golden Week's tricks again, and we can't move. Is this the end for us? I never thought we would be defeated here. Zoro raised his sword and said, defeated here? Since we can't move our feet, let's just chop them off. Anyway, I will win. Nami exclaimed, are you crazy? If you chop off your own feet, how can you fight him later? Lin Hai, come save us. I don't want to die like this. Vivi also said in great panic, I absolutely cannot die here. Alabasta is still waiting for me to return. Lin Hai, what are you doing? Hurry and save us. Sanji pondered. He wouldn't be sleeping on a ship like some idiot, would he? Nami was shocked and replied, there's indeed that possibility. What should we do? Looking at the terrified expressions on the candlestick, Mr. 3 felt a different kind of pleasure. Mr. 3 excitedly said, yes, show as much pain as possible. The expression of struggling and pain is the art I pursue. Freeze in fear, Nami retorted. Don't get too proud too soon, you pervert. When Lin Hai discovers the situation here, you'll be in for it. He's a hot-tempered person. Sanji nodded. I agree with that. Oh, what do you agree with? At this moment, Lin Hai had donned a fake long hair and was wearing a long robe with a high wind on his back, appearing as if he was transcendent, walking in the air. For a moment, Lin Hai's ethereal appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flashy operation, rewarding the host a book on basic swordsmanship. In midair, Lin Hai spat secretly. What does the flashy system think of me? Basic swordsmanship? Hurry up and play elsewhere. Is there anything more enjoyable than showing off? After a while, Nami, who had regained her senses, exclaimed joyfully, Lin Hai, you bastard finally came. Hurry and save us. Vivi tearfully said, Lin Hai, you finally came? Sanji, feeling jealous, secretly spat, pretending to be cool. Zoro, speechless, said, stop posing and quickly destroy that rotating candlestick above. Mr. 3, seeing that Lin Hai could actually walk in the air, was instantly terrified. How can you walk in the air? What kind of monster are you? Hearing Mr. 3's words, Zoro and the others finally realized that Lin Hai was indeed walking in the air. Hey, can Space Fruit do this? I don't know what method this guy Lin Hai used, but it's indeed scary. Nami and Vivi looked at Lin Hai like this, truly a loss for words. Now completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Luffy, sitting beside Golden Week, wanted to shout something, but the emotion fruit made his thoughts completely the opposite. He felt incredibly stifled. Golden Week stared blankly at Lin Hai, momentarily forgetting what to say, even dropping her teacup to the ground without realizing it. Seeing the reactions of these people, Lin Hai felt very satisfied. He did not disappoint the inspiration that came to him in a moment of passion and the painstaking training. At this moment, seeing Lin Hai still strolling in midair, Zoro immediately felt displeased. I said, Lin Hai, hurry and chop down that rotating candlestick. Stop showing off. These guys actually had the nerve to call for him to save them. Mr. 3's group could only be considered trash among the New World pirates. They were about to be completely wiped out. Thinking of this, Lin Hai playfully said, weren't you all having a great chat over there? Besides, how could I destroy Mr. 3's pursuit of art? Right, Mr. 3. Mr. 3, fearing the unknown, quickly used his ultimate move, employing his candle ability to create a giant candle robot. Lin Hai didn't plan to attack him first. It was better to wait until he was fully armed before making a move. At this moment, Lin Hai flashed directly in front of Mr. Golden Week. Looking at the little sister sitting there wearing a hat, Lin Hai reached out and said, this lovely little sister, how about becoming my daughter, my partner? Mr. Golden Week finally reacted, fearfully replying, this uncle, who are you? What do you want? Don't come over. Ha, this uncle. Sanji on the candlestick almost burst out laughing. Cough, cough. It's obvious that the guys on the candlestick were mocking him. Forget it. Let it be. Just call me uncle. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his mindset and said again, Little sister, I have many beautiful goldfish on my ship. How about I take you to see them? Ha ha. Sanji on the candlestick laughed so hard he almost cried. He really didn't expect Lin Hai to be so shameless as to trick a little sister into seeing goldfish. Cough, cough. Zoro, who originally wanted to maintain his image, finally broke down after hearing Lin Hai's words. Meanwhile, Vivi and Nami's cheeks flushed at the same time. That damn Lin Hai was just too shameless. The web version is slow. Please download the How You a Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You a Novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates on crossing into One Piece. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 64. Uncle takes you to see the goldfish. Available for free reading. Chapter 65. The pathetic Mr. 3, it was mockery again. Before the crossing, didn't those old seniors use this trick when chasing girls? Is it really that funny? Didn't he see Lin Hai inviting his partners? Those guys. Lin Hai was instantly furious and shouted, Straw Hat idiot. What the hell are you lounging around for? I traveled thousands of miles to get here. Can't you at least make me a cup of tea? Saying this, Lin Hai directly kicked Luffy aside. At this moment, Mr. 3, who had finished preparing, sneered. You underestimate me too much. How do you not take me seriously? D. Steel fist. Just as Mr. Golden Week was about to make his move. Clang. A flash of white light passed, and Mr. 3's armor, which he thought was as strong as steel, instantly cracked, leaving Mr. Golden Week stunned. Lin Hai didn't plan to take Mr. 3's life. After all, from the original work, Luffy's escape from the underwater prison and rescuing Ace had a share of his credit. It was a bit mystical. However, not taking his life didn't mean he wouldn't teach him a lesson. Room. Zoro and the others were instantly switched to the front by Lin Hai. At this moment, Lin Hai was in a dark mood and angrily said, Whatever grievances you have, vent them on him. Zoro and the others initially wanted to settle accounts with Lin Hai because they could have been saved so easily. But this damn Lin Hai had to drag it out until now, making them suffer for nothing. However, grievances aside, the root cause of this incident was Mr. 3. So let us beat him up first. Seeing the flames of anger in their eyes, Mr. 3 trembled in fear and said, What do you want to do? Don't come over. If you do, I'll fight back. Sanji was the first to strike. Oh, really? Go ahead and fight back. With that, Sanji kicked out. Mr. 3 hurriedly used his defensive technique, swinging his arm, candle wall. Duan. Sanji felt a sharp pain in his foot, as if he had kicked steel. Zoro said in disbelief, This guy has this move too. What now? Mr. 3, hiding behind the candle wall, smugly said, The hardness of my candle wall is comparable to steel. You guys. Before Mr. 3 could continue boasting, Lin Hai punched the candle wall directly, and it shattered instantly. Lin Hai grabbed Mr. 3 and threw him aside, venting all his frustrations on him. Lin Hai pointed at Mr. 3 and said, Brothers and sisters, beat him up hard. In an instant, Lin Hai, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Vivi all stomped on Mr. 3 to their heart's content. I'll let you know. Ha. I'll let you be proud. Take this kick. Artist? What kind of artist are you to want to turn us into statues? You bastard. Were you a bit too proud just now? Mr. 3, holding his head with both hands, pleaded, I'm sorry. Spare me. I want to dare again. If saying sorry works, what do we need the police for? Quickly compensate us for the scare we just got. Beg for mercy? Aren't you very powerful? Fight back. You bastard. You want me to make a painful, struggling expression, right? You're pursuing art, right? Want us to freeze in fear, right? It's unclear how long they beat him up, but everyone's anger had mostly dissipated. It was only then that they noticed Mr. Golden Week had already run away, and Luffy was standing aside, tangled, watching Lin Hai and the others. Lin Hai walked over and wiped off the pattern on Luffy's back. Luffy immediately snorted out 2 puffs of hot air. Where's that stinky woman? I'm going to settle accounts with her. Azuro said, Calm down, Luffy. Let us deal with the candles on Uncle Kuroki first. And then that Uncle Don Krieg, seeing Kuroki lying on the ground, suddenly start crying. They realized he thought Don Krieg was dead. Lin Hai used his powers to pull Kuroki out and said, Don't worry, he is not dead. He just passed out. Really? Kuroki exclaimed excitedly. Lin Hai replied impatiently, Can't you just check his nostrils with your hand? Before long, as Lin Hai said, the giant Don Krieg woke up, and the 2 big men hugged and cried together. Lin Hai couldn't stand it any longer and thought, What about the banquet? He hadn't even participated in it yet. So Lin Hai said to Broggy and Don Krieg, Enough, you two. Crying for a while is enough. How can this go on endlessly? Broggy retorted. What do you know? He.S. just too happy, woohoo damn. Broggy and Don Krieg cried even harder, and their tears came crashing down on Lin Hai like a huge rock. Caught off guard, Lin Hai was drenched like a drowned chicken. Seeing the scene, the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Hai didn't expect to be splashed with their tears like this, and he was instantly embarrassed and angry. What are you laughing at? What about the banquet? Didn't we agree to hold a banquet? Nami stepped forward and said, what banquet? Vivi's country is in chaos. We need to hurry and take her back. We only came here to resupply. Lin Hai finally realized that Nami was wearing a bikini on top and a jacket over it, and the jacket was still unbuttoned. None of that was the point. The point was that there was a red spot on Nami's lower abdomen. Lin Hai suddenly remembered that Nami had been infected with a virus. Lin Hai exclaimed, pointing at Nami's lower abdomen, what bit you here? Nami glanced at her lower abdomen and nonchalantly said, it's nothing, just a bug bite. A bug bite? If memory serves, that should be a rare virus in this primitive jungle, and Nami might not survive more than 6 days. Because the 5th day is when her life would end. Lin Hai quickly said, then let us prepare supplies and set sail. At this moment, Don Krieg had stopped crying and asked, weren't you saying you wanted to hold banquet? Are we setting sail now? Lin Hai nodded and pointed at Nami. Our navigator seems to have contracted some kind of virus. We need to take her to see a doctor immediately. Some kind of virus? Everyone exclaimed. Nami laughed. Are you making a big deal out of nothing? It's just a mosquito bite. Sanji asked. Lin Hai, are you cursing Nami? Luffy asked in confusion. What's a virus? Vivi was surprised and said, haven't you ever been sick? Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy shook their heads in unison. We've never been sick. Nami and Vivi gasped, what kind of monsters are you? At that moment, Broggy said, I think Lin Hai is right. You should go find a doctor first. If it's nothing, that's best, but what if it's a virus? Nami, who was initially unconcerned, became terrified when everyone said this. The internet provides you with the fastest passage through pirates. I have a flashy system update. Chapter 65, The Unfortunate Mr. 3 free to read. Chapter 66, The Stunning Sword. After a moment of fear, Nami quickly adjusted and waved her hand with a smile, saying, where are all these viruses coming from? Let's just prepare some food and head to Alabasta. Vivi looked at Nami with some concern, and Nami laughed. How could something with such a low probability happen to me? Right, Vivi? Lin Hai couldn't help but interject, this is a primitive jungle, rare viruses. Nami immediately got angry and said, can't you just keep your mouth shut? Lin Hai quickly hid behind Zoro and replied, I won tea, but you probably will. Nami's expression darkened. Zoro noticed something was off and quickly said, can you not hide behind me? At this time, Donley said, you just saved us, so let us help you a bit. Luffy asked in confusion, help us? Broggy explained, there's a big creature lurking nearby that swallows passing ships. Donley added, but don't worry, with our help, you can just move forward without worrying about what's in front of you. Broggy nodded, leave it to us. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, no need, I can handle it. If it dares to swallow our ship, I'll chop it up. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, why do you always want to chop things? Can't you stop being so frightening? Zoro laughed, I actually want to see Lin Hai use that move. Nami said irritably, chop what? Every time Lin Hai messes up the currents, it just creates more trouble for us. Broggy asked with concern, that thing is really dangerous. Are you sure you don't want our help? Donley echoed, since you helped us, we want to repay you. Luffy smiled and said, no need to worry. Since Lin Hai said no, then it's no. Hee. I wonder what kind of adventure awaits us next. Then Lin Hai, Luffy, and Usopp linked arms and shouted loudly, adventure. Adventure. Duong. X3 Nami crossed her arms and said, seriously, can you hurry up and move that food onto the ship? Lin Hai was really annoyed. Being disrespected in front of so many people every day. So, he muttered quietly, that damn woman, one day I'll make your belly big. Nami's face turned red, but she still said, Lin Hai, what are you saying? Speak up. TCH, does he think Lin Hai is stupid? She definitely wants to hit him again. Soon, the Straw Hat crew had all boarded the Mary, and after waving goodbye to Donley and Broggy, the Mary had just set sail when a huge crab-like creature appeared ahead. This creature was more than twice the size of both giant Donley and Broggy combined. On the shore, Donley anxiously said, are they really okay? Broggy replied, let's trust them. I don't think Luffy is a liar, and I believe that Lin Hai is very strong. Seeing his friend say that, Donley could only calm down and watch the situation unfold. However, even though they said to trust the Straw Hat crew, in front of that giant creature, they felt as small as ants. How could one not worry? At this moment, on the Mary, upon seeing such a large creature, Nami and Vivi hugged each other and started crying. What? What is that thing? Help, we're gonna be eaten. Usopp fearfully hid behind Zoro. Panicking, Zoro, we're gonna be eaten. Think of a way. Zoro said helplessly, I can't do anything about such a big thing. Luffy placed a hand over his eyebrows, shielding his eyes as he gazed at the giant crab-like creature and exclaimed, It's so big. Is that a crab? Sanji said dumbfounded. If this were made into food, I wouldn't even know where to start. Just as Sanji turned to ask what to do, Lin Hai had already started moving. At this moment, Lin Hai struck a pose and activated the high wind summoning form. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared on Lin Hai's left side, and a stunning double-edged sword emerged from the vortex. Lin Hai grasped the hilt, armament hockey hardening. In an instant, everyone could see a stream of black energy emanating from Lin Hai's arm, spreading to the high wind in summoning form. Lin Hai opened his eyes wide and shouted, Demacia! Clang! A powerful, domineering magic incantation and the clear sound of a sword echoed, shaking everyone as perception. The sound was deafening, as if Pangu was splitting the heavens. At that moment, everyone felt as if the sky had darkened. It turned out that the sword light Lin Hai had slashed was so dazzling that it created the illusion of the sky becoming dim. What shocked everyone even more was that the crab-like creature, as big as several mountains, was directly split in two by Lin Hai. It turned out that Lin Hai had executed a horizontal slash. He wasn't stupid. If he had slashed vertically, it would inevitably cut through the sea, causing chaotic currents and dragging the ship in. At this moment, everyone was stunned into silence by this scene. Even Luffy was so shocked by Lin Hai's sword that he couldn't close his mouth, with beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Although he had dealt with the creature in front of them, the upper half of that massive creature would fall due to gravity. Lin Hai cursed under his breath. He had miscalculated. Although a horizontal slash avoided chaotic currents, the falling debris would still create turbulence. Lin Hai quickly turned to wake the dazed Nami. Nami, quickly give orders. That thing is falling down. Even if it doesn't hit us, it will create huge waves. Nami exclaimed, Everyone, stop being dazed and hurry up and work. After a while, the sea level finally calmed down. Broggy, holding back laughter, said, Why don't you all rest a bit and set sail later? Indeed, after the upper half of the crab-like creature fell into the sea, it created waves on the surface, forcing the Mary to return to the shore and wait for the sea level to calm down before setting sail again. Everyone had just been terrified by Lin Hai's operation, first seeing several mountain-sized things flying after being chopped, and then witnessing those mountain-sized things crashing down. Sanji grabbed Lin Hai by the collar and angrily said, You jerk, can't you stop being so frightening? I thought I was going to be crushed to death. Nami directly punched Lin Hai on the head, complaining, Is this what you call not causing a ruckus? Tell me, what kind of monster are you? How did you chop off something that big? Lin Hai angrily replied, Stop whining. Who knew that thing was so easy to chop? I felt like I hadn't even put in much effort. Lin Hai's tone was extremely irritating, and as a result, he was once again surrounded and beaten up. Damn, you guys are hitting me again. We're supposed to be partners. Who's slapping my face? Dong Li and Brokey, who were standing aside, exchanged glances. Didn't they have something urgent to attend to? What are they causing a fuss about now? Oh my, can you be a bit more mature? The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world, I have a flamboyant system, are provided for you. Chapter 66. A stunning sword is available for free reading. Chapter 67. Nami, you're sick and need treatment after bidding farewell to Dory and Broggy again. The Mary was sailing on the vast ocean. Now, the question arises. Luffy insisted on finding a doctor, while Nami firmly opposed it, and Vivi was caught in between. This was because Vivi had just read the newspaper that Nami had given her. At this moment, Vivi said with great concern, Everyone, originally the king's army had 700,000 against 400,000 rebels, but unexpectedly, 300,000 in the king's army turned against them, and now the situation has completely reversed. Nami comforted her, saying, Vivi, don't worry too much. We will expose Crocodile's true colors to the public in Alabasta as quickly as possible. That way, this war can be avoided, right? Vivi nodded, saying thank you. Meanwhile, Luffy said, Let us defeat Crocodile. Nami raised an eyebrow and angrily replied, You've said that many times already. If you say it again, I'll throw you into the sea. At this moment, Lin Hai couldn't help but scoff. Are you too naive? That is a battle involving millions of people. Since there is a battle, there are already significant contradictions. Do you really think a few words from Vivi can change that? Vivi exclaimed, am I supposed to do nothing? Lin Hai asked, do you have evidence that Crocodile is instigating this behind the scenes? Even if you do, you won't be able to stop it. Vivi rebutted, that's impossible. As long as I tell my father and the leader of the rebels, Koza, about the information and evidence I've gathered, they will definitely stop this turmoil. Lin Hai chuckled, you're being overly naive. What kind of contradictions and misunderstandings could lead to a confrontation of millions? Putting that aside, let us make an assumption. If you tell your father about Crocodile as conspiracy, but Koza doesn't he know what will happen when they meet on the battlefield? Sanji tentatively said, the side with fewer people might end up being one-sided because of hesitation. Vivi was shocked but still said, I will definitely meet Koza and One T let that happen. Hee. Just as Lin Hai was about to say something, Sanji unhappily remarked, Lin Hai, be gentle with the lady. Speak properly, got it? Lin Hai face-bombed and said helplessly, I'm being driven crazy by you all. Think about it. Even if Koza knows, what if he doesn't show up on the battlefield or he has already been killed? What do you think the outcome would be? Also, Vivi, you're thinking too simply about what is about to happen in Alabasta. Can a war be resolved with just a few words? Vivi angrily said, so according to you, everything I do is meaningless? Nami shot Lin Hai a glance and comforted her. He actually wants to advise you to give up and return to Alabasta first. And let us find a doctor. Lin Hai felt a bit confused, took a deep breath, and then calmly said, because the mastermind behind this incident is Crocodile, and he has been plotting for so long, he must have a comprehensive plan. So if you recklessly return, you're walking right into his trap. What I'm saying is, you should consider these things clearly before going back. Don't end up unable to save others and also put yourself in danger. Vivi calmed down and, after some thought, said, so what do you suggest we do? Luffy said, let us just go defeat Crocodile. Zoro added, but the situation in Alabasta hasn't been resolved yet. Usopp responded, so are we going to split up? Some of us will go find Crocodile, and some will go stop the internal strife in the Alabasta Kingdom. Lin Hai nodded. That does seem prudent, but there are many high-ranking officers from Baroque Works, and they might be lurking in Alabasta. How do we divide the teams? Luffy said, leave Crocodile to me. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Crocodile is a Logia-type devil fruit user, and you still don't know hockey. What are you going to do? I'll go and cut him down. Usopp exclaimed. Lin Hai, can you stop wanting to cut people all the time? Lin Hai replied helplessly, we're enemies with him. If I don't cut him, should I invite him to dinner? At this moment, Nami said, then it's decided. We'll head to Alabasta first, and once we land, we'll split up and act. Vivi gratefully said, this incident was originally unrelated to everyone, but you've gotten involved. Lin Hai shrugged. No need to be polite. These are matters for after we land. After saying that, Lin Hai pointed at Nami and said, the most important thing right now is to find a doctor. Nami, you're sick and need treatment. Duong. Nami punched him, and Sanji kicked Lin Hai. Sanji said, you guy, you're cursing Miss Nami again. Nami said helplessly, I said I'm fine really. Before she could finish, Nami suddenly felt the surroundings spinning and then collapsed. Vivi hurriedly helped Nami up. The others looked at Lin Hai with surprise. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Did I say something wrong? What a bunch of idiots. Usopp exclaimed in horror. Lin Hai, you really know curse techniques? Luffy shouted, oh no. Nami has been cursed by Lin Hai. Nami, are you okay? Don't die. Lin Hai said helplessly, didn't you notice the abnormal wound on Nami's abdomen? Saying that, Lin Hai lifted Nami's shirt, revealing some black spots on her abdomen. Lin Hai pointed there and said, see, Nami must have contracted some kind of virus. We need to find a doctor quickly. No way. It really is as Lin Hai said. She is really in trouble. Nami can't die like this, right? No. Nami, we need you, don't leave us. Vivi angrily said, everyone quiet down. First, help Nami back to rest. Nami weakly said, wait, this wind feels unusual. Quickly adjust to the left direction. Sanji replied, leave it to me. Just as they were helping Nami inside to rest. Everyone looked in horror at the distant horizon. There, a tornado with a diameter of nearly 700 meters was forming. This scene shook everyone's nerves, and they couldn't help but look at Nami in admiration. If they were a few seconds late, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Usopp noticed Lin Hai taking a fighting stance and asked, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai said irritably, that tornado just now actually wanted to kill us. I'm going to cut it. Duong. Lin Hai was beaten up again. You're going to cut it again? Why do you always want to cut? Stop it already. You idiot. Don't you think the water flow is big enough? If you cut it again, we'll really face a maritime disaster. At this moment, Zoro asked, Nami, first tell us the direction we're sailing, then go rest properly. Nami weakly replied, let's sail in this direction. If the weather changes, let me know. Lin Hai stopped Usopp and the others' movement, stood up, and asked Nami, "Are you still planning to go directly to Alabasta? Let's find a doctor to treat the illness first." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for Pirate Crossing. I have a stylish system. Chapter 67 Nami, you are sick and need treatment. Free reading. Chapter 68 Tao Rhythm under Lin Hai's repeated reminders. Everyone understood a principle. If Nami's illness wasn't treated first, then everyone would just drift aimlessly on the Mary in the vast ocean. If another storm were to come, it was simply unimaginable. Thus, everyone agreed to find a doctor first, specifically on Magnetic Drum Island in the nearby waters. After arranging Nami's care, Vivi stayed behind to look after her, while everyone else, except for Lin Hai on the deck and Zoro taking a short break, rushed into the kitchen to eat. Sitting on the deck, Lin Hai noticed a problem. Why couldn't he treat others with the same kindness as Luffy and the others? Cough, cough, that's an issue. It seems there's a long way to go. Feeling bored, Lin Hai leaned against the railing and began practicing the expansion of his spatial barrier. What if he made it smaller and treated it like a bullet? He couldn't use a gun, and it wasn't like Kizaru's light fruit, so that aspect was out. After all, he still had observation haki, which seemed a bit impractical. So how should he develop it? Attack, evade, and escape. Let's focus on these three aspects first. Combining spatial abilities with attack methods, using martial arts with spatial powers, and for escape, that would rely on developing the spatial fruit. Lin Hai didn't intend to waste time on flashy moves, because if there were too many techniques, each looking impressive but lacking mastery, then when encountering a skilled opponent, they would be useless. Wasn't that deceiving oneself and wasting time? Lin Hai suddenly realized that he thought he could stop learning, but it turned out he not only had to think, but also practice his body. At that moment, Sanji came out of the kitchen and saw Lin Hai playing with those transparent objects, asking, "Your last step in the air, could it be using those things?" Lin Hai nodded. "You want to try it out?" Sanji clearly sensed the malice in Lin Hai's eyes and hurriedly waved his hands. "No need. They're all eating. Why don't you?" Before he could finish, he saw Lin Hai holding the dinosaur meat he brought from the small garden and exclaimed, "Is your spatial fruit too abnormal? But how long can food stay fresh in your space?" Lin Hai replied, "While eating, it won't spoil." Just then, Vivi, who had come out of Nami's room, shouted, "Not good, everyone. Nami has a fever of 40 degrees. Sanji was immediately horrified. "What did you say?" Instantly, everyone rushed into Nami's room. Luffy, rarely worried, said, "Nami, wake up, you can't die." Sanji, with tears in his eyes, said, "Miss Nami, how could you get sick? I always give you the best parts of the food, and all the spoiled ones go to them." Everyone's faces darkened. This beast, seeing the commotion in the room, Nami sat up helplessly and said weakly, "I'm fine. I either have heat stroke or the thermometer is broken. How could a person have a fever of 40 degrees? By the way, is the ship's course okay?" Vivi replied, "No problem. We'll reach Magnetic Drum Island tomorrow. Nami, you have to hang in there." At this moment, Lin Hai approached to check Nami's pulse. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Lin Hai knows medicine. Zoro couldn't help but ask, "Lin Hai, you can check pulses too?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Lin Hai, so you're this amazing." Usopp exclaimed, "This guy Lin Hai has nothing but strengths except for his flaws." Seeing Lin Hai so serious, Sanji stepped forward and asked, "What did you find out?" Vivi happily said, "If we can treat her, can we skip going to Magnetic Drum Island?" Lin Hai said impatiently, "Can you all be quiet? I just want to see if Nami's pulse is any different from ours. Do I know medicine? Get out of here and stop being a nuisance." Everyone's faces darkened. Sanji angrily shouted, "You bastard! If you don't know how to treat her, let go of Nami's hand." Ignoring the others, Lin Hai said to Nami, "Nami, you should lie down and rest well. Later, let Vivi prepare some warm water to wipe your body. This can help reduce your temperature and make you feel better." Nami replied weakly, "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you, Vivi." Vivi shook her head. "Why are you being polite with me?" The others were filled with doubt. Would that really help reduce the fever? At this moment, Lin Hai stood up and wrapped his arms around Vivi's waist. Under the confused gazes of everyone, Lin Hai gently said, "Princess Vivi, let us ignore them. I'll take you to see the goldfish, okay?" Nami, just lying down, felt her face getting even hotter. Vivi was momentarily stunned, and then visibly, a blush crept up her cheeks, reaching her ears. Sanji glared at Lin Hai, letting out a beast-like growl. Zoro slapped his forehead, feeling like, how did this guy end up on a ship? "Ha ha!" Luffy pointed at Lin Hai and laughed loudly. "Lin Hai, you're just too interesting." At this moment, Vivi awkwardly replied, Could you let go of me? I need to get water to wipe Nami's body." "Okay." Lin Hai released her and pointed at everyone. What are you all doing in the room? Do you know medicine? Get out of here and stop getting in the way. TSK. A few looked at Lin Hai's back and then exchanged glances. As Lin Hai reached the deck and lay down to continue studying his spatial fruit, everyone suddenly rushed over. Lin Hai exclaimed, "What do you want to do? What do you think? We're going to beat you up. Isn't this guy worried about his own hairstyle the most? We're going to give him a new one. You bastard. Not only did you hold Nami's hand earlier, but you also dared to wrap your arms around Princess Vivi's waist. I'm going to fight you." Lin Hai stubbornly refused to beg for mercy. "You guys remember this. I know I'm wrong." After a while of commotion, suddenly snow began to fall from the sky. Luffy exclaimed with delight, "Lin Hai, hurry and take out that sweet thing from last time. Let's have ice cream again." Usopp said, "Not yet. There's only this little snow. We can't even pack it." Lin Hai shot a glare at everyone and took out his fishing rod to start fishing. Luffy and Usopp exchanged glances, thinking they might get to eat fish again. That is even better than ice cream. However, after a long while, Luffy, puzzled, said, "Lin Hai, you're so bad today. I caught a fish, and you haven't caught a single one." Lin Hai mysteriously replied, "What do you know? I am comprehending Dao rhythm." Dao rhythm? It sounded quite impressive. Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously. Zoro, also awake now, walked over to Lin Hai and asked, "Can you explain in detail?" Chapter 69. Daily Flamboyance. What to say? Should he tell them that Lin Hai was just thinking about why Vivi's skin is so much whiter than Nami's? But how to explain this comparison that he had pretended to make? Ahem. Lin Hai adjusted his posture and looked into the distance with a mysterious expression, saying, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." Luffy and Usopp didn't understand what Lin Hai was saying, but they felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Come on, continue." Lin Hai was quite conflicted. Back in school, he only remembered this one line from the writings about the Tao. What came next? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and became spirited. Ahem. Lin Hai continued. "Actually, I said it was profound, and you wouldn't understand, so let me put it simply. It's about sitting here and feeling the subtle changes in the environment, thus understanding the laws of how everything operates." At this moment, Sanji came over with a cigarette, chuckling. "What you said is basically nothing, right? Damn it. Sanji is pushing him to come up with something profound." So, Lin Hai continued to gaze into the distance, biting a cigarette, and slowly said, "Absolute motion and relative stillness indicate that motion is irreversible. Time is merely a conceptual expression for motion. In other words, to go back to the past." At this point, Lin Hai couldn't continue. He originally wanted to say that going back to the past is impossible, but if he was not mistaken, this world has the time fruit, right? It's really speechless. Hearing Lin Hai stop, a curious Zoro asked, "What else next?" Ahem. Lin Hai said, "What else is there? Living in the present is the most real. Everything else is just fleeting clouds." Is that it? Just that? Everyone clicked their tongues and walked away. Just as everyone was leaving, the flamboyance system suddenly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having a personal insight into the rules. The backpack space is now open to the host, and only the host can freely enter and exit this space. Free entry and exit? A place for escaping from danger? What the hell? Suddenly, overjoyed, Lin Hai lost his balance and fell directly from the railing. Damn it. Splash. A few people not far away saw Lin Hai suddenly fall into the sea, looking confused. Luffy asked in confusion, "That shout just now was Lin Hai's, right?" Sanji took a deep breath of smoke and asked, "Is it because we looked down on him earlier and he couldn't take it and jump into the sea?" Usopp said, "Lin Hai shouldn't be that fragile, right?" Zoro said speechlessly, "Stop talking. Let us hurry and see if he is okay." At this moment in the sea, a few fish were trying to bite the bait on Lin Hai's fishing rod, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't catch it. And now the instigator had fallen into the water. Thus, a group of fish all swam over, ready to slap Lin Hai with their tails to take revenge for being toyed with earlier. Indeed, just now while fishing, Lin Hai was practicing his observation hockey, teasing those fish with the rod in his hand. Now, seeing those fish daring to provoke him after he fell into the water, Lin Hai raised his middle finger at them. Although those fish didn't understand what that meant, they could inexplicably feel that the human in front of them was insulting them. So, a group of fish charged over, ready to beat up Lin Hai. Fortunately, Lin Hai was changing himself and resolutely refused to kill, quickly adjusting his mindset, and then he made a funny face at the fish. As a result, the fish were enraged. On the snowy sea, near the Going Merry, a man was swimming quickly, with a school of fish chasing behind him. On the ship, Luffy's eyes sparkled as he watched this scene, exclaiming, I want to swim with Lin Hai so badly, but unfortunately, I can't swim. Hey, let us play this game too, everyone. You idiot. Are you bored? Sanji kicked Luffy, then turned to Zoro with a confused face. What is Lin Hai doing? Zoro said speechlessly. Are you an idiot? Lin Hai is being chased by the fish. Usopp nodded thoughtfully. Sometimes, Lin Hai can be more trouble than Luffy. Even the fish want to beat him up? Luffy stood at the railing, excitedly saying, Stupid fish, you can't catch Lin Hai, haha. Lin Hai, swimming in the sea, turned to Luffy and replied, Of course not. I'm the swimming champion. Stinky fish, haven't you eaten? Come chase me, haha. The fish, this human is so annoying, it's driving me crazy. Why can't we fish swim faster than this human? Is he a fishman? Probably not. He has no fish features. Whatever, let us catch up with him first. At this moment, on the ship, Zoro, upon hearing Lin Hai call himself a champion, was about to take off his clothes and jump down to challenge Lin Hai, but was stopped by Sanji. Sanji was too weak to argue and could only angrily say, You're still going down? Don't make it worse. After being chased by the fish for a long time in the sea, Lin Hai used his powers to return to the ship. At the railing, he found that the school of fish was still gathered underneath the boat, glaring at him. So, Lin Hai started to mock the fish again. Singing dansin, la la la, demacia, la la la, lol. For a moment, Luffy and Usopp joined in, singing and dancing along. This scene made Sanji and Zoro, who were watching from the side, twitch in their eyes. After singing for a while, Lin Hai unzipped his bag and aimed it at the fish. The fish? What is he going to do? I don't know, huh? What's that? Oh no. Is that a gun? I've seen humans use guns, but this. Quickly scatter. At this moment, Vivi happened to pass by and saw this scene, letting out a startled scream that startled Lin Hai, and then Lin Hai fell into the sea again. Fortunately, Lin Hai's ability was useful. Just as he returned to the deck, Vivi blushed and approached to ask, Are you okay? Lin Hai waved his hand. What could happen to me? Feeling that his face was wet, Lin Hai pulled Vivi's skirt to wipe his face. Vivi immediately covered her skirt and screamed again, while Sanji began to transform into a beast and roared nearby. Lin Hai said irritably, I said, Vivi, as a princess, you should be calm and composed. Can you stop being so jumpy? Vivi said speechlessly, Aren't you cold in that short-sleeved shirt? It's snowing now. Hearing Vivi's words, Luffy and Usopp immediately shivered. Ugh, it's so cold. X2 Sanji exclaimed. You guys just realized it now? Sitting on the ground, Lin Hai had only felt a bit chilly before, but now. Reminded by Vivi, he said, Cold? It really is a bit cold. Sanji turned around and exclaimed. So you just realized it too? Lin Hai took a few steps forward and suddenly remembered the school of fish he had just teased. He exclaimed, Stinky fish, don't run away. I'm not done playing yet. Sanji exclaimed again. Are you an idiot? The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flirtatious system, Chapter 69, Daily Flirtation, available for free reading. Chapter 70, Devouring the Sun and Moon. Nothing is left uneaten the next day. The Mary finally arrived near Drum Island, and unexpectedly, the Mary was surrounded by numerous ships. Thanks to Lin Hai's reminder, everyone noticed the current situation. Not far away, on one of the ships, stood a person whose height was barely different from his width, holding a knife with roasted meat skewered on it. As he ate, he swallowed the knife along with the meat. Lin Hai turned to Luffy on the Mary and said, Luffy, that guy can eat even more than you. Luffy exclaimed, Is that guy a monster? He even eats knives? At that moment, Walbo said, Muha, is it a pirate in front of me? I am Walbo, the king of Drum Island, and this ship now belongs to me. I'm so hungry. Luffy protested. No. Just as Walbo was about to take action, Lin Hai quickly said, Wait. Lin Hai subtly signaled everyone and then turned to Walbo, saying, Respected King Walbo, I am your loyal follower. You're hungry, right? Let me treat you to some delicious food, okay? Luffy looked at Lin Hai with disgust and said, What is he doing? Is he really a loyal follower of that annoying guy? Is this true? Sanji told Luffy, Don't be silly. Let's see what Lin Hai is trying to do first. Walbo had originally planned to wait for the other party to oppose him, then jump onto the Mary and eat their ship. But suddenly, someone claimed to be his loyal follower wanted to treat him to food. Walbo was curious about what this person wanted to do. He said, Treat me to food? Lin Hai nodded. Yes, I have heard of you before. You can swallow the sun and moon, and nothing can escape your appetite, right? Nanny, exclaimed the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, with shining eyes, asked, Really? Swallow the sun and moon. Can you show us? Zoro pulled Luffy back, speechless enough. How could that be possible? At this time, Walbo, after hearing Lin Hai's words, was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Moo ha ha. Swallow the sun and moon? Nothing can escape my appetite? That description is quite fitting. I will allow you to be my follower. By the way, what do you want to treat me to? I'm just hungry right now, Muha. Lin Hai said, Yes, King Walbo. Just look up at the sky and open your mouth. Food will come right away. Muha, Walbo asked doubtfully. Will it really work? Nevertheless, Walbo did as instructed. Suddenly, a wooden barrel appeared above Walbo. It was quite interesting. Usopp looked at the barrel and said, Why do I feel like that barrel looks familiar? Zoro replied, I feel it too. Sanji suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Isn't that our toilet? Could it be? Everyone had a vague idea of what Lin Hai was planning, and they all shivered. However, although Walbo heard these words, he had already swallowed the entire wooden barrel. Then, his expression began to twist. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a bold maneuver. Rewards include a chance to discuss the opponent. Rewards didn't matter. What was most important at that moment was the fun. Clap, clap, clap. After seeing Walbo swallow the barrel, Lin Hai began to applaud. He clapped and sighed. So impressive, so impressive. Walbo, you really can swallow anything. Truly unprecedented. Luffy, with a face full of fear, pointed at Walbo and said, That guy ate all our nighttime stuff. He really is amazing, ugh. Everyone grimaced at the thought. Walbo glared at Lin Hai with a dark expression and said, Kid, you're finished. Before he could finish his sentence, Walbo was kicked away by Lin Hai. The sound of Walbo's voice echoed in their ears. I will be back. Back on his ship, Lin Hai saw everyone staring at him blankly and said, My temper has actually improved. I didn't chop him up. Why are you all looking at me like that? Sanji exclaimed, Is that the point? What you did is even more cruel than chopping him up. Oopsop, not that, Lin Hai. You really need to change your temper. We have no grudge against them. Luffy agreed. Lin Hai, can you not mess around? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. What's your problem? We are pirates. Do I need to check if he is a good person before I beat him up? This is ridiculous, tisk. At this moment, Vivi stepped forward and explained, Everyone, if Lin Hai hadn't chased him away just now, he would have eaten our ship. Eat our ship? X3 Vivi nodded. Walbo is a user of the swallow fruit, and I heard that recently he was attacked by a group of pirates and fled the country with his army. He must have come back and encountered us on the way. Ah! Luffy suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. Lin Hai, you're truly a good person. Sanji pondered, By the way, what do we do about our toilet tonight? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Why don't you go ask Walbo to return it? Zoro laughed. Lin Hai, you should kick him to Walbo. Before Zoro could finish, Sanji retorted, What are you saying, you idiot? Zoro shot back. Do you want to fight? Lin Hai sighed. Everyone, finding a doctor for Nami is the priority. Can you all act a bit more mature? You have the least right to say that. Everyone retorted. Soon, the Mary approached the coast of Drum Island. Looking at the people on both sides of the ice mountains, all wearing looks of disgust, the crew on the Mary couldn't help but feel tense. Pirates, are you the trash sent back by Walbo? Pirates, get out of this country. You are not welcome here. Yes, you pirates are the worst trash in the world. Get out of here. Luffy on the Mary wondered, why do they hate us so much? It seems that Blackbeard attacked here once, and on top of that, Walbo has been causing trouble in this country. Then Walbo abandoned the people and became a pirate. But what does that have to do with Lin Hai? However, thinking about Nami on the ship, he couldn't resort to violence, even though Lin Hai wanted to attack. After doing so, who would take them to find a doctor? Even if they found one, would the doctor be willing to help? It was a risk not worth taking. At that moment, Luffy said, Although we are pirates, we mean no harm to you. One of my companions is sick. Bang! Get out. There are no doctors here. Yes, all the doctors have been taken away by Walbo. It was truly impossible to communicate. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for the time-traveling pirate story. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 70, Devouring the Sun and Moon, available for free reading. Chapter 71, Crying for Yubei. A gunshot rang out, and the coast suddenly fell silent. Luffy and the others felt their hearts race. At that moment, the bullet was aimed at Princess Vivi. However, Princess Vivi was not injured, as the bullet had been blocked by Lin Hai, who was nearby. At this moment, Lin Hai held the bullet between his fingers and slowly said, In the world of martial arts, speed is unmatched. Spitting. Lin Hai quickly changed to a friendly smile and looked at the shocked crowd, saying, Everyone, let's talk things over calmly. This bullet is very dangerous. We mean no harm. Lin Hai sighed, kneeling down and saying, My partner is sick. She could die any moment. After saying that, Lin Hai started to cry. Wah, please let us take her to see a doctor. Cough, cough. Why is he crying all of a sudden? Where are the tears? Hey, where are the tears? At this moment, Vivi also knelt down and said, We are not coming ashore. We just want to take the patient to see a doctor. Just then, a man stepped out from the crowd. He was Dalton, the former captain of the Magnetic Drum Island Guard team, and now the spokesperson for the residents of Magnetic Drum Island. Dalton stepped forward and said, Okay, you can come ashore. Lin Hai suddenly remembered that Dalton recognized Princess Vivi. So, did that mean all his previous actions were in vain? Forget it. Let us save Nami first. With Dalton's assurance and Vivi being a princess of Alabasta, the local residents allowed the Straw Hat crew to come ashore. Lin Hai was quite skeptical, thinking that he had knelt down for nothing. It was truly absurd. Inside a house, Dalton said, The doctors here have all been taken away by the tyrant Wapple. Currently, there's only one left, and she lives over there, at nearly 4,000 meters above sea level. Following Dalton's gaze, Luffy said, I see. Then we can only take Nami to find her for treatment. Dalton said, Just be careful. There's still the brutal ravens on that snow mountain, and Lin Hai waved his hand and said, Thanks for the reminder. But Nami's illness can't be delayed. I must take her there immediately. Vivi asked, Who will take Nami? Lin Hai said, Need I say? Of course it's me. Luffy said, I'll go with you. Faced with Nami's life-or-death situation, Sanji dared not make a fuss anymore. In the end, Lin Hai carried Nami on his back, and everyone used ropes to secure Nami to Lin Hai's back. At this moment, the weak Nami weakly asked, Sorry for the trouble. Lin Hai laughed and said, What are you talking about? After that, Lin Hai said to Luffy beside him, Let's set off. Nami was not as sick as in the original story, since she was treated a day earlier, so she could still speak. In the original story, Kureha would go to treat the residents, but now it's all different. Even if Lin Hai remembers these details, he dare not wait idly. Don't argue. Watching Luffy and Lin Hai leave, Vivi couldn't help but worry. Are they really okay? Sanji replied, Don't worry. Although they are usually unreliable, they are very dependable when it comes to serious matters. Usopp nodded and said, We all know how strong Lin Hai is, Vivi, so you can relax. Vivi nodded and said, On the snowy slope, Lin Hai and Luffy were running, and Lin Hai said with a smile, Luffy, if we encounter ravens later, you must protect us. Luffy laughed and said, No problem, leave it to me. By the way, are we really going up there? Lin Hai looked at the towering peaks ahead, feeling quite speechless. Lin Hai nodded and said, Yes, and I don't even know how long we have to run. The environment here is too harsh. Just then, Wapple, riding a woolly mammoth, chased after them. Wapple arrogantly shouted, Stop right there, you two bastards. Lin Hai and Luffy exchanged glances, and Luffy asked, Who is he? Lin Hai shook his head and looked at Wapple, asking, Who the hell are you? Wapple angrily said, You are really a bold and rude guy. I'm the king of this country, and I hereby declare your death sentence. Luffy asked in confusion why. Wapple replied, That guy carrying a woman just fed me that kind of stuff on the ship, and it made me furious. So you better stand still and accept your death. Lin Hai laughed and said, Feeding you food is a crime? That is really absurd. Wapple angrily said, But what you fed me was. Lin Hai laughed and said, You have to say it out loud. How would I know if you don't say it? Damn it. Wapple ordered his two subordinates, Kill them. Just as Luffy was about to retaliate, Lin Hai said, Let me handle this. Cough, cough, it's just a matter of glaring, right? While running, Lin Hai said, It's a pity that I have such talent, but can't find the words to express it. It's truly a sorrow of language. Damn. Before he could finish speaking, a raven, which was a giant rabbit creature, appeared ahead. Luffy said, Leave it to me. Without waiting for Luffy to act, Lin Hai unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, knocking them out. Lin Hai said helplessly, Luffy, our goal is to take Nami to find a doctor. Can you not do anything unnecessary? Luffy pouted and said, It's all your fault. You're too despicable. Cough, cough. Lin Hai said, Don't you feel it's getting colder? Luffy nodded and said, I do feel that. The wind up here is really strong. Lin Hai said, Yeah, I feel so cold. Forget it. Saving Nami is the priority. Originally, the two were chatting while running, but as they climbed higher, their conversation gradually dwindled because the slope was hit by a blizzard. After running for an unknown amount of time, they finally found themselves in front of a huge stone wall. Cough, cough, a 90-degree one, what now? After a moment of silence, Lin Hai said, I can go up. What about you? Luffy said, I can too. Both of them were so frozen that their brains weren't functioning normally. They only had one thought left, which was to get Nami in front of the doctor named Kureha. At this moment, Lin Hai turned and said, Nami, are you awake? Nami weakly replied, I'm awake. Lin Hai wanted to put Nami down, but Luffy asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai explained, "I want to use my spatial ability to run straight up, but I'm afraid Nami 1T be able to hold on to me. So I'm planning to take off my clothes to use as a rope." Luffy stopped him, saying, "Use my clothes instead." Lin Hai replied, "Don't die on me." Luffy retorted, "How could that happen? I 1T die." After Luffy secured Nami properly, Lin Hai said, "Nami, whatever you see later, don't scream. If you're scared, just close your eyes, got it?" Nami replied, "Mm." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the HaiTransmigrates novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the HaiTransmigrates novel app. The fastest updates for crossing pirates. I have a flamboyant system are available for free reading. Chapter 71. I'll cry for you. Chapter 72. Monsters don't run. The user of the surgery fruit doesn't need to perform physical operations to swap objects' positions in the spatial field, while Lin Hai doesn't need to. The space fruit can completely utilize spatial swapping in the spatial field. If there were no ability field restrictions, everyone would be in an awakened state. These things inherently have significant loopholes, so let's define them reasonably. Please don't criticize if you don't like it. At this moment, Lin Hai opened a spatial field with a radius of 600 meters, and then Lin Hai and Nami instantly appeared at the top of the spatial field, standing on a temporarily created spatial barrier. However, when the wind blew, Lin Hai almost fell down. The wind was truly too strong. After adapting, Lin Hai began to use his ability again. Fortunately, Lin Hai had previously learned how to use the spatial barrier without opening the ability field. If he hadn't developed this ability back then, he would have fallen by now. At this moment, Lin Hai stood on the spatial barrier with his feet, and since the wind direction was from left to right, Lin Hai directly opened a spatial barrier on his right shoulder, effectively securing himself. Lin Hai couldn't help but think to himself that he was indeed a genius in the pirate world, an irreplaceable fresh stream. Meanwhile, Nami, who was on Lin Hai's back, was awakened by the wind speed and opened her eyes to see, thankfully we didn't fall. Lin Hai grumbled, "I said, Nami, close your eyes and don't distract me. Do you want us to fall?" Nami replied in fear, "I can't help it, I can't help it." To be honest, Lin Hai was also quite scared. In front of him was an endlessly tall pillar, with fierce winds blowing, and below was a snowy expanse. If they fell, Lin Hai quickly dismissed that thought and hurriedly planned to get Nami up. Luffy was still below. Above the giant pillar, there was a reindeer, Chopper, who was looking into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he saw a man carrying a woman appear in front of him. For a moment, Lin Hai and Chopper exchanged glances, and then Lin Hai said, "Are you a doctor? Can you help me check on her? She's not doing well." Chopper looked at the human in front of him, expressionless, but without any unpleasant or scary feelings. He could almost sense the urgency in Lin Hai's tone. Chopper almost instinctively replied, "Oh, okay." As Chopper turned around, he noticed that Lin Hai didn't follow him, but instead set the woman he was carrying down. Chopper watched quietly until he saw Lin Hai about to jump down from the pillar. Chopper immediately exclaimed, "I agreed to help you save her. Why would you want to jump off?" The smaller Chopper tightly hugged Lin Hai's thigh, not letting him jump down. Lin Hai patted Chopper's head gently and said, "There's still someone below. I need to pull him up." Before Chopper could continue to be confused, Lin Hai said, "Her condition can't be delayed. She's infected with a rare virus. You need to save her quickly, and I'll find you later." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai disappeared from the open space. If it weren't for the woman lying in the snow, Chopper would think he was dreaming. Using his ability to go down, Lin Hai found that Luffy's perseverance was no joke. In the blizzard, he saw Luffy in thin clothing slowly climbing up. Lin Hai suddenly remembered that he had clothes in his space backpack. If he gave Luffy clothes, would he come to beat him up later? At this moment, Luffy saw Lin Hai standing in the semi-space, and his eyes lit up. Hey, Lin Hai, take me play. Idiot. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Is it time to play now? I brought you over. You better not move around." "Really? Hurry and pull me over," Luffy said carelessly. After Lin Hai used the spatial field to swap Luffy over, Luffy exclaimed, "Stupid straw hat, I shouldn't have trusted you." After a series of frustrating operations, Lin Hai finally pulled Luffy up to the top of the giant pillar, which was outside the castle. Luffy looked at Lin Hai, who was gasping for breath in the snow, and couldn't help but complain, "Lin Hai, you really don't know how to take care of yourself. Was it that tiring? Let's hurry up and check on Nami." Lin Hai was really angry. Luffy kept shouting around him, saying this was fun and that was fun. Even more amusing was that Luffy wanted Lin Hai to take him to play on the clouds. What clouds? As a devil fruit user, he wasn't afraid of drowning. Lin Hai, standing up weakly, directly tapped Luffy on the head with his armament hockey. I really suspect that your grandpa's habit of hitting people was caused by your dad. Luffy covered his head and asked in confusion, my dad? Do I have a dad? Ha ha ha. Lin Hai said speechlessly, if you didn't have a dad, how would you exist? Did you pop out a rock? Seeing Luffy's expression, it was clear he wanted to say that he might have come out a rock. Lin Hai had no choice but to violently cover his mouth and use observation haki to locate Nami. At this moment, Kureha, who was currently the only doctor on Drum Island, was finishing diagnosing Nami when the sudden appearance of two people startled her. Lin Hai introduced, hello, doctor. My name is Lin Hai, and this is Luffy. Is she okay? Kureha shook her head. Where have you two been? How could she contract this virus? This is a virus that has already gone extinct. If I didn't have those antibodies here, she would truly be out of luck. Luffy hurriedly stood up and bowed to Kureha. Thank you. At that moment, the small chopper peeked out from beside Kureha and exchanged a few glances with Luffy. Luffy excitedly turned to Lin Hai and asked, is that a raccoon? Chopper retorted, I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. As he spoke, Chopper proudly showed off the antlers on his head. Chopper's display only piqued Luffy's curiosity further. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he said, reindeer, that's so interesting. Hi, Lin Hai. You just spoke. Is he a monster? No way. I want to invite him to be my partner. Monsters don't run. Be my partner. Upon hearing that he was called a monster, Chopper immediately felt dejected. However, when he saw Luffy rushing over and wanting him to be his partner, he thought, how could that be? He, Chopper, was a monster. How could he be friends with a human? Why, don't come over. Chopper ran away, and Luffy started to chase after him relentlessly. Cough, cough. Lin Hai awkwardly said, it's too quiet here. I hope you don't mind if it gets a little lively. Kureha shook her head. Chopper has been emotionally hurt. If you can help him heal, of course I won't mind. Lin Hai smiled and said, that's simple. After finishing his sentence, Lin Hai turned to shout in Chopper's direction. Monster, don't run. You're surrounded. Kureha rubbed her forehead, thinking how noisy these two little brats were. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 72. Monster, don't run for free reading. Chapter 73. The sadness of the blue-nosed one after a round of treatment. Nami woke up in a daze, fragments of memories flashing through her mind. That strong man had carried her all the way up from the foot of the mountain. Nami remembered how fierce the wind was at that time. Even though she was dressed very warmly, she still felt the cold in her days. Thinking of this, Luffy and Lin Hai must have suffered quite a bit too, right? However, as soon as Nami thought of Lin Hai's silly behavior and how he often put his arm around girls' waists, she couldn't help but spit in disdain. Just then, Kureha entered the room and, seeing that Nami was awake, said, you're awake. If I'm not mistaken, you've been infected with this virus for 2 days now, right? Ah. Nami nodded, yes. Thank you for saving me. Kureha waved her hand. You don't need to thank me. Saving you requires a reward. By the way, how did you get infected? This virus only appears in primitive jungles, and your wound is on your abdomen. Could it be that you were wearing a midriff-bearing outfit in the jungle? That shouldn't be possible. Who would be that bored? Hearing this, Nami awkwardly interrupted, Doctor, we're the two people who brought me here. Are they all right? Speaking of those two, Kureha exclaimed, those two are really full of energy. They climbed up to over 4,000 meters and aren't resting yet. They're playing with my chopper. Chopper? Nami asked. Kureha explained. It was a guy named Lin Hai who handed you over to him. He's also a doctor. Right now, your two companions are clamoring for Chopper to be their partner. Nami curiously asked, did Chopper agree? Kureha shook her head. It's not that easy. Chopper has some emotional issues. I haven't been able to cure him for all these years. Nami said, can you tell me about him? Kureha explained. Chopper was born with a blue nose. Blue nose? Nami interrupted. Kureha nodded. Chopper is a reindeer. Because of his blue nose, he was treated as a monster by the herd, until one day he accidentally ate the human fruit, allowing him to walk on 2 legs. And from then on, he was abandoned by the herd. Kureha sighed and continued, but that's not the worst part. The one who adopted him, Dr. Hiralik, walked into Chopper's heart and illuminated his life. Unfortunately, Hiralik later died from the poison Chopper had given him. Since then, Chopper's heart, which was once open to humans, closed up again. At this moment, Chopper, who had been listening at the door, recalled his past. Hiralik had only 10 days to live, and after taking the medicine Chopper gave him, he had only half a day's life left. Because of this incident, Chopper always believed that he had killed his savior. Wah wah wah. Dr. Hiralik, The crying voice at the door interrupted the conversation between Kureha and Nami. Seeing Chopper crying, Kureha couldn't help but scold. At that time, Hiralik didn't blame you. Why are you crying now? Chopper replied, Dr. Kureha, I. At this moment, Nami gently said, You're Chopper, right? Doctor. Chopper? Chopper was taken aback, pointing at himself and stammering, Me? Are you talking about me? Nami nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. You jerk, Chopper stammered. Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Nami silently thought, Aren't you quite happy? Realizing this, Chopper quickly hid and then peeked at Nami, only to scare himself and run outside. Kureha slapped her forehead. Now you see the situation? Chopper is very resistant to strangers. Outside, Chopper happened to run into Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai said helplessly, Chopper, stop running. I feel like you're not a reindeer. You should be called a mouse. Just as Chopper was about to escape, he stopped and turned his head, saying, What did you say? Lin Hai spread his hands and explained, Every time you see a person, you act like a mouse encountering a cat. You really are too timid. Chopper angrily replied, I'm not a mouse. I'm a reindeer. Before he could finish, Chopper was caught by Luffy, who immediately gleamed with excitement. Lin Hai, I caught him. Indeed, Chopper hadn't interacted with people for so long that he couldn't communicate. At this moment, they had to use force to communicate with him. At this time, Lin Hai made a mischievous expression and said, Run, keep running, you jerk reindeer. You made us search for you all over. We were exhausted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai lay down asleep, cough cough, using Chopper as a pillow. At this moment, Chopper was both surprised and delighted. He was shocked to encounter strangers, but happy that he could be so close to humans. As for how to communicate with Chopper, that was left to Luffy. Lin Hai didn't think he could have such a pure intention to communicate with Chopper. Seeing himself being pressed down, Chopper panicked and cried, Let me go, Ugh-ho-ho. Luffy said helplessly, Chopper, be my partner? Chopper replied, This can't be. Luffy asked in confusion, Why not? Chopper answered as if it were obvious. Because you are humans, and I am a reindeer. How could we possibly be partners? Luffy said, Stop whining. Come sail with me. Adventures are really fun. The blue sea has many interesting things. Chopper hesitated, but Lin Hai said helplessly, Are you still a man? Stop being so wishy-washy. Chopper exclaimed, Weren't you going to sleep? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, Sleep my ass. It's so cold. Do you want to freeze me to death? By the way, why don't you come to the sea with us? Only then did Chopper start to express his worries. Don't you find it strange? I have a blue nose and antlers. Obviously, I'm a reindeer, but I walk on 2 legs, and I can even speak human language. Don't you think I'm a monster? Lin Hai put his hand on Chopper's shoulder and said with a smile, Is that all? You don't know that there are fur tribes at sea, which are talking animals, and they're not humans' enemies? Also on Fishman Island, there are mermaids. Their upper bodies are human, while their lower bodies are fish. I say, Chopper, all these worries you have are just due to your narrow experiences. A real man should go out to sea and have some fun. Really? Both Luffy and Chopper looked at Lin Hai with sparkling eyes, and Lin Hai couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. What is this Straw Hat doing? Didn't he just call Chopper to his ship? Why is he admiring him now? Can you be a bit more professional? Muha! At this moment, Valpo's voice sounded not far away, and everyone's attention was inevitably drawn over. The web version chapter content is slow. Please download the Uedu novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Uedu novel app. The fastest updates for Crossing Pirate. I have a flamboyant system are provided for you. Free reading of Chapter 73, The Sadness of the Blue Nose. Chapter 74, What are we waiting for? Set sail. Muha! Walpo sat on his manatee and said, Those straw hat bastards and that annoying guy, you actually dared to sneak away while I was sleeping. Now you will obediently accept my judgment. Muhaha. Ignoring Walpo's words, Lin Hai turned to Luffy and said, That guy's mount looks pretty fleshy. How about we have a barbecue later? Barbecue? Luffy instantly drooled and nodded, Sure. Your barbecue is the best. Lin Hai quickly stepped aside and exclaimed, Can you not be so disgusting? Control your drool, okay? After that, Lin Hai took out some sugar and sprinkled it on the snow, then tossed one each to Luffy and Chopper. Chopper looked confused at the snowball in his hand. What is this for? Luffy smiled and said, Chopper, this snowball is really tasty. Go ahead and eat it. Chopper dazedly licked it and exclaimed, So delicious. It's sweet. Not far away, the manatee looked a bit confused. Is it raining? Isn't it snowing? Why is there water? Oh, it turns out Walpo was watching and drooling. However, after being reminded by 2 of Walpo's henchmen, he immediately reacted and angrily said, You bastards dare to ignore me. After that, Walpo turned to his subordinates and ordered, Add 2 more laws to this country. Not sharing food with the king is a crime, and not listening to the king is also a crime. Chopper, realizing what was happening, angrily said, "What do you bastards want to do now?" Lin Hai stepped forward to stop Chopper and said to Walpo, "Walpo, listen up. We are pirates, so hand over your mount for us to barbecue. Otherwise, I will have Luffy and Chopper beat you up." "Muha!" Walpo sneered. "You little brat really don't know how to die. You have some guts. Molly, Mon, and Jess, go take care of them." After receiving the order, Walpo's two capable henchmen, Molly, Mon, and Jess, immediately moved to attack. In this situation, it should be handled by Luffy. If it were Lin Hai, he wouldn't achieve the goal of fighting alongside Chopper. After all, to have Chopper as his crew, he should first get to know him better, right? The expectation was good, but reality. Just then, Luffy squatted down, one hand on the ground, and shouted, "Jet pistol." Walpo only felt something fly past his corner of vision, and when he reacted, he hurriedly shouted, "Molly, Mon, Jess, where did you die?" Luffy flashed a sunny smile and replied, "I just knocked them away." Chopper's eyes lit up. So cool. Everything happened too quickly for Walpo to react. So he incredulously said, "Stop boasting, you straw hat bastard. What did you do to them?" Lin Hai face-bombed. "Hey, we're supposed to be fighting together. Is this it?" However, Lin Hai noticed a flag at the top of the castle and suddenly had an idea. He stepped forward and said, "Did you see that flag?" Walpo exclaimed, "Who put such an ugly flag up there? Get down. Shut up. Just get lost." Lin Hai kicked the manatee far away along with Walpo. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said, "Finally, the world is quiet. Hey Chopper, who put that flag up?" Lin Hai pointed to the top of the castle and asked. Chopper replied, "It was Dr. Hiralik who put it up." Lin Hai continued asking, "Why did he put that pirate flag up? Do you know what it represents?" With Lin Hai's guidance, Chopper couldn't help but recall his past with Dr. Hiralik. Dr. Hiralik, a man who bets his life on this skull flag, can accomplish anything. Chopper, one day you will go to the sea, and then you will understand how small your troubles are. The island you were born on is just this small in the whole world. At this moment, Luffy placed his hand on Chopper's head and said softly, "I don't know the situation with that flag, but it wasn't just hung up for fun, right? Since that flag represents a person's life, we should respect it." Chopper suddenly felt a jolt, as if he had opened up his meridians, vaguely understanding some things. Seeing this, Lin Hai added, "Turning the impossible into the possible, persevering, that's the belief of the doctor you respect, right? From what you just said, it seems Dr. Hiralik has placed his dream on you, so..." Lin Hai shouted, "Chopper, what are we waiting for? Let's set sail." Oh, in an instant, the three of them hugged and cried, moved by the charm of Dr. Hiralik. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a stylish operation. Reward, a gramophone, which contains a song. Please check it, host. It's just a gramophone, and at this moment, Lin Hai wasn't paying attention to that. At this time, Nami, watching from the window, couldn't help but laugh and cry, "What a bunch of idiots. Is this the charm of those fools?" Kureha also shed tears, surprised that after so many years of not curing Chopper's illness, he was now healed by these two little brats. It's unclear whether Kureha was crying for Hiralik's departure, for Chopper's heart being healed, or moved by something in life. However, while happy, Kureha thought of Chopper about to leave and immediately snapped. "What are you making so much noise about? The patient still needs to rest." At this moment, Zoro and Usopp, led by Captain Dalton of the front guard, also arrived, along with many residents. Seeing Usopp, Luffy quickly introduced, "Everyone, this is our new partner, Chopper." Chopper exchanged a few glances with Usopp, who suddenly exclaimed, "A monster!" Chopper, already shy, was called a monster and instinctively ran away, leading to a chase throughout the castle. Cough, cough. Lin Hai naturally didn't participate. He was a mature person, because Lin Hai heard Vivi's words and perked up his ears. Vivi asked, "Zoro, why are you wandering around the forest with your bare arms?" Zoro explained, "I went swimming in the sea, and then I unknowingly ended up over there." Cough, cough. Lin Hai tried to hold back his laughter and said, "You got lost, didn't you?" Zoro immediately exploded. "What did you say?" Lin Hai shouted, "I said you got lost." Vivi was speechless. "You don't need to be so loud, do you?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "He told me to say it. I was afraid he couldn't hear." Zoro, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "Say it again, I dare you." "Zoro, you are a directionally challenged person. Stop right there, I'm going to cut you." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the How You and Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You and Novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system, Chapter 74. What are you waiting for? Set sail for free reading. Chapter 75. The genius Usopp, Kureha, opened the armory and instructed the residents of Drum Island to transport all the cannons outside the castle. using the special powder given to her by Dr. Hiralik before his death to sprinkle into the cannonballs. Suddenly, the sound of booming cannons echoed throughout Drum Island, creating a spectacular fireworks display for this pirate era. Chopper, who had already arrived at the foot of the mountain, looked up at the sky and saw that, just as Dr. Hiralik had said, cherry blossoms were blooming all over Drum Island. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed with shining eyes, "So beautiful!" Even the usually silent Zoro couldn't help but marvel. "This is truly an incredible masterpiece." Sanji muttered, "Is this what turning the impossible into the possible looks like?" Chopper, tears streaming down his face, choked out, "Dr. Hiralik, you did it, woo-woo." Nami also exclaimed, "What beautiful cherry blossoms." After saying that, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, however, said with a hint of disappointment, "Isn't it just sprinkling pink pollen on cannonballs and shooting them into the sky, mixing with the snow? What's so impressive? How long are you guys going to keep being amazed? It's almost dawn." Everyone's face darkened. "Yame, don't slap my face." When everyone returned to the Mary, it was already bright outside. Luffy, seemingly tireless, excitedly said, "Everyone, welcome Chopper as our new partner. Let's have a feast." "All right." Everyone shouted in unison, except for Lin Hai, who sat in the corner drawing circles, as he had just been beaten by everyone. Chopper had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates and was still feeling a bit shy when Luffy and Usopp poked their chopsticks in their nostrils and mouths, saying, "Chopper, you should try it, it's really fun." Chopper laughed at them, but seeing Lin Hai sitting alone, he went over and nudged Lin Hai, saying, "Lin Hai, what are you doing? Come play with us." Lin Hai, feeling quite displeased, replied, "You want me to poke my nose with chopsticks like them?" Usopp retorted, "Do you have something more interesting?" Luffy chimed in, "Yeah, do you have something more interesting?" TCH. Frustration comes quickly and goes just as fast. Now, if someone wants to compete with him in being outrageous, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't allow that. So, Lin Hai changed his previous demeanor and said, "Chopper, watch closely." Lin Hai imitated the dance of the werewolf from League of Legends, arms parallel to his shoulders, reaching out in one direction, then taking a few steps to the left, and a few steps to the right. Suddenly, a magical dance appeared in a space where it shouldn't have existed. And wasn't that dance the one from Jaxu and Blue Star? Who could escape from such magic? Chopper's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Lin Hai, teach me." Luffy and Usopp found the chopsticks boring now and shouted, "We want to learn too." Vivi and Nami, who were watching from the side, stared in astonishment for a while. Then both of them clutched their stomachs and laughed, collapsing onto the deck. "Ha! Lin Hai, where did you learn that dance? You're killing me. Ha ha. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Can you stop dancing? Ha ha." Sanji and Zoro were also laughing nonstop on the side. How could Lin Hai let Zoro off the hook? That guy had just beaten him up the hardest to take revenge for calling him directionally challenged. So, Lin Hai forcibly dragged Zoro over. Zoro exclaimed, "Let me go. I won't dance even if you beat me to death. Aya, help me." After the feast, everyone went to rest since neither Lin Hai nor Luffy had slept on this ship. On the deck, Usopp and Chopper were chatting. Usopp said, "Chopper, guess what kind of monster I encountered back then?" Chopper shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Usopp said, "At that time, our ship encountered a monster several kilometers high and wide, and when Lin Hai and Luffy met it, they both screamed for me to save them." Chopper exclaimed, "Really? Usopp, what happened next?" Usopp looked into the distance, then said, "Later, I pulled out a 40-meter-long big sword, used my ultimate move, shouted to Meisha, and with a single strike, I split that giant monster in half." Just then, Luffy, who had just woken up looking for food, overheard Usopp's words and ran over with shining eyes, exclaiming with Chopper, "Wow, Usopp, you're so amazing." Sanji was utterly speechless. Lin Hai also felt speechless inside, thinking he hadn't slept for long before being awakened by the noise outside. Who would have guessed that Usopp was so impressive? And what was Luffy so amazed about? Yawning, Lin Hai walked out of the room with a blank expression and asked Nami, "Nami, how long until we reach Alabasta?" Nami replied, "About 10 days. What?" Lin Hai instantly woke up. "Does it really take that long?" Nami rolled her eyes. "Didn't I just say that clearly?" Lin Hai waved his hand. "I heard you. But what's wrong with Vivi?" He saw Vivi sitting there looking worried, and Nami, feeling helpless, just shrugged. Seeing Vivi's distressed expression, Lin Hai walked over and asked, "Vivi, what's wrong?" Vivi explained, "The situation in Alabasta is becoming increasingly critical. I'm just worried about the people there. Sorry to have affected you." Lin Hai waved his hand. "You say you're the only princess of Alabasta, but can you really be a good princess? Looking at you now, I really doubt it." Nami, hearing Lin Hai's words, wanted to step forward to remind him, but Lin Hai stopped her. Sanji remained silent, sensing that Lin Hai seemed to have something to say. At this moment, Vivi looked at Lin Hai with some anger and said, "Is it wrong for me to worry about my people?" Lin Hai helplessly spread his hands. "If you want to inherit the throne of the Alabasta Kingdom in the future, your current mindset is definitely problematic." Vivi asked, "What is the problem?" Lin Hai explained, "A war involving millions of people is about to break out. Instead of thinking about the overall strategy for resolving this war, you're getting hung up on which civilians might get hurt. How is that not a problem with your thinking?" Vivi retorted. "Then tell me, where's my thinking flawed?" Lin Hai slapped his forehead. "Haven't I already said the problem? This woman is really hard to communicate with." Lin Hai had no choice but to change his approach. "The main contradiction in this matter is that the king secretly used dance powder, right?" Seeing Vivi nod, Lin Hai continued, "And the mastermind controlling this incident is Crocodile, right?" Vivi nodded again, and Lin Hai continued, "What you should be thinking about now is how to use us to defeat Crocodile, and then how to resolve the misunderstanding between the royal army and the rebels. That's what you should be considering, not getting bogged down in where the war is happening or how many people died there. As a decision-maker of a kingdom, if you are still entangled in personal life and death, can you truly be a good princess for your country? Wake up." After hearing Lin Hai's words, Vivi felt as if struck by thunder. But how could that guy Lin Hai make her use them? Seeing Vivi's dilemma, Lin Hai chuckled and said, "What's wrong with using us? As a decision-maker, considering your citizens is a must and something you should learn. However, I must tell you, we are not looking for Crocodile for you. We're seeking him for compensation for mental distress, lost wages, intimidation fees, shipping costs, and so on. So you don't need to be grateful." After saying this, Lin Hai turned to Nami, initially wanting to ask if they minded, since both sides had different goals. But the result was what both sides wanted. Now, well, no need to ask. At this moment, Nami's eyes were filled with money. Mumbling that it didn't matter what was used, they were going to make a fortune this time. "Lin Hai, you are truly a genius." Next to Nami, Sanji was already lost in thought, saying, "Vivi-san, feel free to use me. I'm willing to do anything for you." Zoro, with difficulty, opened his eyes and said something boring before closing them again. "Lin Hai, your brain is really useful. Are you a genius?" On the side, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, upon hearing Lin Hai's words, immediately lit up with excitement and exclaimed again. Seeing them like this, Lin Hai felt a surge of anger, saying, "You guys, can you be a bit quieter? Let me have a good sleep. Always making noise. Do you really think I'm Zoro, that pig? Damn, here we go again." Before he could finish a sentence, Lin Hai was hit again. "Just woke up and suddenly saw so many flowers, so I'm posting tomorrow's chapter first. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Reading Novel app. The fastest updates for crossing into One Piece. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 75 are provided for you." Chapter 76. The awkwardly handsome man. A few days later, Lin Hai woke up feeling refreshed. Listening to the faint sounds of seagulls outside the ship made the surrounding environment even quieter. It was then that Lin Hai remembered the system's rewards, and he hadn't checked his system panel in a long time. With that in mind, Lin Hai couldn't help but browse through his system panel. Friends who dislike this panel. I'll try to write less in the future. It's too time-consuming, and I get criticized for it. Flamboyant system. Host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7. Top level 10. Observation hockey. Level 2 armament hockey. Level 2 conquerors hockey. Level 3 can freely control and intimidate targets. Effects significantly determined by the host's aura. Skill 1. 1. Establish space field space swap. When skilled, as long as stamina is sufficient and speed is fast enough, the host remains undefeated. Space cutting effect determined by the host hockey. 2. One sword style skill 2. 1. Space slash, high-level application of the space fruit. Requires the summoning form of Gao Phone to use. 2. Space barrier, unlimited, determined by the host level of skill. Item zoned. 1. Space backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely. The best place for a desperate escape. 2. Duga 9 Swords Inspired 3. Basic sword technique. Not yet reviewed. 4. Radio, songs available. Chasing the Flamboyant Years. 5. TT, ham sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cloak, hairdryer, comb, mirror. System store, open, flamboyant coins. 6666. After reading through the flamboyant systems panel, Lin Hai fell silent. What the hell is chasing the Flamboyant Years? And that TT? Did he Lin Hai by that? Is he that kind of person? Bah, what a flamboyant system. Clearly just an unorthodox system. When Lin Hai opened the basic sword technique, he was instantly surprised. Is that the basic sword technique? That's clearly Taiji sword technique. It describes the coordination of body and swordsmanship, where a single move can deflect various attacks from different angles. Doesn't that make it an upgraded version of the Duga 9 swords? Using slowness to counter speed. Striking first or responding later. As long as your eyesight is sufficient, it's like how Hawkeye easily blocked Zoro's lethal strike with a small knife back then. Lin Hai quickly closed the notebook and tossed it into the system. Learning now? What a waste of time. First, let me listen to a song to express my happy mood. Ahem, the opening tune of Chasing the Flamboyant Years is not only nice, but also invigorating. Why didn't I feel this before? While Lin Hai was lost in his thoughts, there was a commotion on the deck outside the ship. Lin Hai sensed a strange aura. What are they doing? It turned out to be Mr. 2, but Lin Hai didn't want to pay them any attention. Instead, he browsed the system store. Item column, old pickled cabbage 7, silky shared 45, strength pill 250, ham sausage. Book column, Jean Ping May 37. I have an appointment with Spring 38, traversing the pirates. I have a flamboyant system 998. Ultimate skills column, I have a sword 100 million, snowflake divine sword 1 million, 6 styles 600 000. Note, ultimate skills cannot be used by others. Special books cannot be read by others. Special items cannot be used by others. As soon as Lin Hai saw the ultimate skills column, he quickly closed the system panel. Don't ask, it's simply unaffordable. However, it seemed he had discovered something remarkable. Those books. Why is traversing the pirates so expensive? Who the hell wrote something so pricey? Lin Hai resolutely refused to buy it. No matter how good it looks, he won't buy it. As for that May, he could consider it. Lin Hai liked May the most. Just as Lin Hai was about to purchase Jean Ping May, someone knocked on the door. Nami's voice came from outside. Are you a pig? How long have you been sleeping? Aren't you going to eat? Lin Hai quickly got up and said, wait a minute. I'll be right there. At the dining table, Lin Hai asked in confusion, why do you have white cloth tied around your arms? Vivi explained, we just encountered Mr. 2 for Baroque works. Luffy laughed, he's so interesting. He can transform into anyone. Nami nodded. So we tied white cloth on our arms as a mark to avoid him impersonating us later. Usopp chimed in, Lin Hai, you should make a mark too. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Do I need to make a mark? If any of you mistake me for someone else, that's your problem. Sanji chuckled. I think Lin Hai doesn't need any mark at all. He's so annoying that we can recognize him without needing to identify him. Lin Hai shot a glare at Sanji and exclaimed, did you all strike it rich? This spread is amazing. Chopper laughed, because while you were sleeping, Luffy caught a huge bird. Lin Hai questioned, Chopper, aren't you a reindeer? Don't reindeer eat grass? Are you sure you're a reindeer? Chopper immediately exploded. Lin Hai, you bastard. Zoro advised, Chopper, hurry up and eat, or Luffy will steal your food. Chopper gasped, Luffy. Usopp also exclaimed, Luffy, you stole my food again. A meal was completed amidst this noisy environment. After finishing lunch, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel interested. Everyone, how about I sing a song for you? Really? Luffy's eyes lit up. Hurry up and sing. The others were skeptical. Can Lin Hai sing? Lin Hai waved his hand. Wait a moment, let me get ready first. You'll definitely like it. With that, Lin Hai hurriedly ran into his room, starting to imitate the flamboyant style of the 90s before his transmigration. Cool to the point of madness. Fortunately, Lin Hai's hair was thick and long enough. The distinctive 90s hairstyle was soon completed. Next came the black pants, belt, and a white shirt tucked into his pants to show off the belt, followed by a subtly colored coat. With sword-like eyebrows, a nose like a hanging gallbladder, a face like a crown of jade, and a tall physique, Lin Hai realized he was about to be dazzled by his own handsomeness. Soon, Lin Hai stealthily hid the radio in his coat and appeared not far from everyone. Using his space ability, he pressed the button on the radio. Regardless of language, in an instant, a passionate and invigorating rhythm burst forth, a lively melody sweeping over everyone on the ship, leaving them all dumbfounded. The powerful and rhythmic rock music began to play, and at the same time, Lin Hai started dancing to the music. Lip-syncing? Lin Hai could do that. He had heard that song before. So, as long as he opened his mouth without making a sound, wouldn't that work? As for posing, Lin Hai never fell short of others. At that moment, even the usually calm Zoro couldn't stay composed, moving his body uncontrollably to Lin Hai's rhythm. Lyrics, carrying the wind on my shoulders, stepping on the ground with my feet, there's a phrase in my heart. I won't give up. I write my youth with a passionate heart, no matter how cold this world is. Let the heavy rain pour on my back, even if loneliness lasts longer than the night. Who can understand me? Who will care about me? The dreams of youth chase after the coldest north wind at the horizon, searching for the highest peak in the world. So cool, so handsome. Everyone exclaimed together. Nami, Lin Hai. You are the most handsome person I've ever seen. Wei, wow, Lin Hai, you're so handsome. Sanji exclaimed. From now on, I want to dress like this too. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were already excitedly shouting and jumping. However, Lin Hai, dancing to the rhythm of the music, forgot that the pockets of his coat were not deep and his movements were too big. After a spin, the radio in his pocket fell out. The radio rolled in front of everyone, still happily playing music. For a moment, Lin Hai and everyone stared at each other in surprise. Ahem. The pose just now was so pretentious, and now it's so awkward. It was so cool just now, and now it's so depressing. At this moment, Lin Hai really wanted to smash this radio. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate. I have a charming system. Chapter 76. The man who made himself look awkward. Free to read. Chapter 77 today, as Plum the Merry was still on its way to Alabasta. Oh, Silk Cake. Gosh. It turns out that Pan Lian and Shi Min are such people. You two idiots, keep it down. In the corner of the deck, Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji were gathered there, looking at the books Lin Hai had bought from the flirtation system. Usopp and Sanji were amazed, while Lin Hai was relatively calm. After all, he had heard the story of today as Plum before, hadn't he? As for the others, Chopper was lying down, enjoying the breeze created by Zoro, lifting a few 1,000-pound dumbbells, completely immersed. Nami and Vivi stood at the railing on the second deck, curious about what Lin Hai and the others were exclaiming about. Vivi said, I should thank Lin Hai for his advice back then. Otherwise, as he said, I really wouldn't be a qualified princess. Nami, while happy, secretly glanced at Lin Hai, who was acting foolish, then rolled her eyes and said, he only knows how to talk big. By the way, you should be feeling much better now, right? Vivi replied. After figuring some things out and having a clear goal, I don't feel as anxious as before. I should be grateful to have met you all. Nami laughed and said, why are you still telling us this at this point? By the way, what are they doing? What is so interesting? Shall we go take a look? Vivi glanced at Lin Hai in the distance, and for some reason, her cheeks turned red. But she nodded and said, let us go see together. There is still some time on the route. It's quite boring. While Vivi and Nami were chatting, Luffy, unable to sit still with his personality, played for a while and then ran over to Lin Hai and the others to find them to play. Luffy complained, stop reading and play with me. It's so boring. Usopp pushed Luffy away and muttered, Luffy, go play by yourself. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. Seeing Usopp ignoring him, Luffy grabbed Sanji's pants and said, Sanji, I'm hungry. Make me something to eat. Sanji quickly replied, just hold on a bit longer. I'm really into this. Luffy didn't care and pulled Sanji's pants again, saying, no, I want to eat right now. Sanji, speechless, replied, didn't you just eat a while ago? As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy, with too much strength, pulled Sanji's pants down, making it awkward. Vivi and Nami quickly turned around. Nami, speechless, said, what are you guys doing? Usopp instinctively replied, don't talk, we're reading. Lin Hai, realizing the situation, quickly put the precious books into the system. Sanji and Usopp were displeased and said, Lin Hai. At this time, Lin Hai stood up and said, it's nothing, we were just playing a little game. Vivi, not believing it, said, but Nami and I just saw you reading books. Nami, crossing her arms, questioned, are you hiding something good from us? Or doing something we don't know about? Luffy smiled and said, I know, they are reading a book called Today as Plum. Luffy, Usopp and Sanji exclaimed. Lin Hai quickly covered their mouths and laughed. It's nothing. We were indeed reading Today as Plum. After saying that, Lin Hai kicked Luffy and stuffed a chicken leg into his hands. Then turned to the two girls and explained, that book mainly tells the story of a little fish and a cat. We guys like to read it. You girls probably don't. As he spoke, Lin Hai gave Usopp and Sanji a nudge. These two idiots, what are they so surprised about? Do Nami and Vivi even know what Today as Plum is about? Their surprise just clearly tells them that they're doing something indecent. Lin Hai quickly changed the subject. All right, you two look really good today. By the way, how long until we reach Alabasta? I'm getting a bit anxious after drifting at sea for so long. Nami rolled her eyes. Don't change the topic, Sanji. Is what Lin Hai said true? Sanji, feeling conflicted, said, yes, what Lin Hai said is true. Sanji, you're hopeless. At this time, Nami stretched out her hand and said, let us see the book. Maybe we'll like it, right, Vivi? We're also interested in the story of the little fish and the cat. Vivi awkwardly smiled and said, right? Lin Hai, being shameless, said, no way, but I have skincare products for you, for beauty and youthfulness. Forever youthful? Everyone exclaimed together. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled. Lin Hai, give us some too. Lin Hai face-bombed, speechless. That S makeup for women. What use do you have for it? Usopp insisted. Isn't it for staying youthful? Lin Hai handed the precious book to Nami and Vivi and said, Can I brag? If I don't brag a bit, how would people think my stuff is top-notch? Truly foolish humans. What did you say? I said you were foolish. Cough, cough. Just a moment ago we were like brothers. And now we're fighting over a disagreement. Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji stopped their actions, and Luffy stood up confused, saying, I just came to persuade you not to fight. Why are you all hitting me? The three looked at each other, wondering why the peacemaker got hit. They fell into silence. Finally, they reached a conclusion. Hitting Luffy was the right thing to do. At this moment, Sanji, with his hands tightly clenched, said, Lin Hai, can I borrow that book to read for one night? At most, I promise I won't give you bad food in the future. Listen, is that even human language? Lin Hai turned and walked away, but Sanji, with his thick skin, made Lin Hai give him the book and warned. Sanji, this is my only treasured book. If you dirty it or lose it, I'll cut your hair. Sanji exclaimed in joy. I promise to return it to you, in perfect condition tomorrow. Usopp anxiously said, What about me? What about me? Lin Hai, annoyed, said, How about the day after tomorrow for you? Luffy poked his head out and said, I want to read too. The three of them kicked him away, saying, What are you going to read? The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates of Crossing the Pirate. I have the flirtation system. Chapter 77 today, Plum free reading. Chapter 78, Ace, if Sanji's words can be trusted, then there really are ghosts. Just like that, Lin Hai's precious book was taken by Nami before it even warmed up in Sanji's hands. As night fell, in Nami's room, she was observing with Vivi the story Lin Hai mentioned during the day about the cat and the little fish. Vivi, being a princess, had never seen such things. Nami was almost the same. For a moment, both girls blushed as they looked at the content in the book. After a while, Nami spat quietly, That damn Lin Hai, how despicable. So this is what they were looking at today, what little fish and cat few. On the side, Vivi felt her face burning up, so she patted her cheeks and said, Nami, maybe we shouldn't look anymore? I never expected there would be such people in this world. Really? Nami replied, speechlessly. Pan Lian isn't any better. Just after saying that, Nami recalled that day when she inexplicably ended up with Lin Hai. Thinking of this, Nami found her cheeks even redder because she realized she really missed that feeling. However, Nami wouldn't let Vivi see any clues. Instead, she closed the book and tossed it under the bed. Then they chatted about girly things. And what about Lin Hai? Tonight, he was taking Zoro's place to watch the ship. After all, one can't always have Zoro on night watch, right? Listening to the snores and mumblings from Luffy and the others in the room, Lin Hai felt quite speechless. Thankfully, he didn't sleep with him back then. Who could stand that? Looking at the sparse stars, Lin Hai couldn't help but reminisce about his past. It had been over a year since he inexplicably arrived in this world. Before setting sail, he always thought he was the protagonist of this era, the favored child of heaven, with everyone around revolving around him. At the same time, Lin Hai also wanted to be a sea king. Isn't that the mindset a transmigrated protagonist should have? Now, he had just taken the first step and was already being criticized. When did he, Lin Hai, become an irresponsible man? Just because he had a relationship with someone, does that mean he had to marry her and take care of her for a lifetime? Doesn't that depend on whether she is willing or not? How self-indulgent. Who is Nami? Nami dreams of drawing a world map herself. She is an independent individual with her own thoughts and judgments, and she has her own needs, but what she cares about more is freedom. Forget it. Let them argue if they want. Lin Hai will just be an honest playboy. The next day, after a long voyage, the Mary finally docked. This was just a supply point. There was still a way to go to reach Alabasta, crossing the desert. Why is there a desert along the coastline? You can ask Oda about that. The author doesn't understand. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy shouted that he wanted to eat, and Lin Hai jokingly said, Luffy, Zoro, how about I treat you to a big meal? After all, I'm a bit tired of eating meat on the ship. Luffy's eyes lit up, really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. With your IQ, do you think I could fool you? After saying that, Lin Hai turned to ask Usopp and Sanji. Sanji replied, I'm not going. I'm going to buy some ingredients with Chopper. Usopp said, I want to buy some weapons and also make a weapon for Nami. Lin Hai sighed, Usopp, you're really a genius. Remember to ask Nami for more money. Make the weapon a little better. Just as Usopp was about to boast, Lin Hai hurriedly ran over to Nami and said, Nami, can you lend me some money for food? The two girls looked at Lin Hai, their cheeks inexplicably turning red. But Nami still gave Lin Hai 250 berries. Facing Lin Hai's puzzled gaze, Nami asked, "Is that too much?" "Then forget it." Cough, cough. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "You're really generous." Nami rolled her eyes. "Do you want it or not?" "Of course I want it." Lin Hai was really annoyed. What could 250 berries do? Eat plain rice at a restaurant? Then ask the owner if there are any leftovers and get a dozen? But in the end, Lin Hai still took the 250 berries and went with Zoro and Luffy to eat a big meal. On the way, Zoro curiously said, "Lin Hai, since you're treating us to a big meal, Nami must have given you a lot of money, right?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "I want to eat a lot of meat," Lin Hai said speechlessly. "Luffy, wipe your drool." After saying that, Lin Hai turned to Zoro and said, "Nami gave me a lot of money. At least it's enough for one meal." Of course, it was enough. In the future, if you cook at home, a bowl of plain rice and a bowl of egg soup, not counting the rice money, $30 could cover nearly a month's worth of groceries. Enough said. Talking too much brings tears. Zoro laughed. "Nami treats you pretty well. Thanks for that. I want a drink later." For some reason, Lin Hai wanted to take off his slippers and throw them at Zoro's head. Didn't he know what kind of person Nami was? But just as they reached the vicinity of the restaurant, Lin Hai suddenly sensed a strong aura. Who the heck was in there? Zoro noticed Lin Hai stopped and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai shook his head. "Nothing. Let us go eat." Without Lin Hai saying anything, Luffy had already grabbed a spot and was making a racket eating. However, not far away at the bar, there was a person lying down, and on his back was an eye-catching white beard logo. Lin Hai quickly guessed who he was. Wasn't he that Ace, the second commander of Whitebeard's ship? At the same time, Ace was also Luffy's sworn brother, who grew up with him. At this moment, due to Ace suddenly falling asleep, everyone thought he had mistakenly ingested some kind of toxin in the desert. After some excitement, Luffy recognized Ace. Luffy looked at the figure sitting at the bar and exclaimed in surprise, "Ace." Ace turned to see Luffy and also exclaimed, "Luffy." However, the next scene disappointed Lin Hai. There was no romantic running in the wind like Kong and ZY, followed by an embrace. Chapter 79. Smoker got drunk soon. Lin Hai invited Ace to join their table for a drink. Ace exclaimed, "Luffy, is he really your brother?" Luffy replied, "Yeah." Lin Hai was brought back by Grandpa after he went to sea. Ace sighed, "I see. So that means Lin Hai is our brother too?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Does that need to be asked? So you should call me brother. Hurry up." Ace stubbornly replied, "Why should I? You're the latest to arrive. You should be the younger brother." Lin Hai angrily said, "What did you say? Do you believe I will beat you until you can't find your way?" Ace playfully responded, "Then let's have a competition. Whoever wins gets to be the older brother." Lin Hai nodded, "That's a good idea." Zoro, speechless, said, "Shouldn't brothers be determined by age?" Lin Hai nodded, "I'm 20 this year." Ace replied, "I'm also 20, you know." Lin Hai was helpless because he was born in December. So Ace was probably older than him. He could only say, "Then let's compete, but not now. Let's eat first." At that moment, Ace turned to Luffy and asked, "Did you receive my message from Magnetic Drum Island?" Seeing Luffy looking confused, Ace casually said, "Forget it. Anyway, I've met you now. By the way, Luffy, I'm now the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you want to join the Whitebeard Pirates too?" Luffy shook his head and said no. Ace laughed, "Don't mind it. I was just asking." After that, Ace turned to Lin Hai and asked, "Did you set sail with Luffy from Windmill Village?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Of course. If I didn't set sail with Luffy, you know how Grandpa Garp's fists are. I haven't felt that pain in a long time. It's quite nostalgic." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai, Ace, and Luffy instinctively shrank back, recalling that painful sensation. TSK. Zoro, curious, asked Luffy, "Is your grandpa's punch really that terrifying? You three look so scared. Is it really that scary?" Just thinking of his grandpa's fists made Luffy lose his appetite. Ace could only awkwardly reply, It's okay." Zoro then realized and asked, "The Garp you're talking about, ISNT, the Navy Hero Iron Fist Garp who cornered the Pirate King. Is it?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "You guessed it right. It's that old man who loves to knock heads. His fists are just too hard. I seriously suspect Grandpa Garp not only has top-notch armament hockey, but also possesses observation hockey that can see the future." Ace asked, "How do you figure that?" Lin Hai explained, "Haven't you noticed? When Grandpa Garp punches us, we can't dodge at all." Luffy's eyes lit up and he said, "When can I reach that level?" Lin Hai and Ace exchanged glances, thinking, this straw hat idiot forgets things so quickly. Before Lin Hai could continue the conversation, someone not far away had already come looking for trouble. That person was none other than Smoker. At this moment, Smoker, with a gloomy tone, said, "I didn't expect the second captain of the Whitebeard ship to have such a relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates." After speaking, Smoker pulled out his cross-shaped finger from his back and pointed at Lin Hai, saying, And you bastard, you really made me look for you all the way. You pirates, just surrender quietly. Luffy refused, saying no, I still want to go to the Grand Line, circle the world, and then become the Pirate King. Ace stood up and said, Navy, if you can catch us, then you. Lin Hai was really speechless and quickly pressed Ace back in his seat, then said, let's talk it out nicely. Don't resort to violence. After speaking, Lin Hai turned to Smoker and said, I say, Smoker, it's not easy for the shop owner to run this little shop. If you break their stuff, it not only affects their reputation, but who will compensate for the damaged goods? Smoker was a bit confused by Lin Hai's words, and at this moment, Lin Hai pulled Smoker to his seat and said, aren't you the messenger of justice? Protecting the property safety of the people and maintaining social stability is your duty, right? So, let's put aside the fighting for now. I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing Smoker still with a straight face, Lin Hai's eyes turned, and then he said, by the way, why isn't that beautiful lady next to you here? I really miss her. Smoker finally showed some expression and asked, what do you want? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, aren't we all from the East Blue? Everyone looked at Lin Hai. Smoker asked, so what? Lin Hai raised his head passionately and said, haven't you heard a saying? Meeting a fellow villager in a foreign land. Forget it. It's just that, when fellow villagers meet, they should call each other Wong Wong. Call each other Wong Wong? Smoker shouted angrily, what are you talking about? Lin Hai awkwardly said, I misspoke. It's when fellow villagers meet, tears in their eyes. So we should cherish this fate. So, waiter, boss, bring a dozen bottles of wine. Today I want to treat my fellow villagers. Smoker was truly speechless. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Smoker had done some investigation and found that Lin Hai was indeed different from other pirates. He only punched a celestial dragon, but didn't do any evil. Now that this guy was so enthusiastic, Smoker was once again conflicted. At this time, Lin Hai directly patted Luffy on the head and said, do you have no manners? We have guests here. Eat, can't you wait? Luffy mumbled, but I'm hungry. Lin Hai slapped his forehead and shouted, boss, bring out another table of good dishes. All right. Of course, Lin Hai had more than enough berries to pay for the food on the table. Asking Nami for money was just Lin Hai wanting to prove to Nami that he really had no money. On one side, Ace and Zoro watched Lin Hai like this, with their eyes twitching. They thought, is it really okay to have dinner with a Navy colonel? Meanwhile, Smoker was so taken aback by Lin Hai's enthusiasm that he didn't know what to do, so he drunkenly started to drink with Lin Hai. As the saying goes, alcohol gives courage. After a few cups down, everything changed. Smoker, confused, said, what kind of wine is this? It's good, but it's too strong, right? Ace also chimed in, I've had so much wine, but this is the first time I've had something like this. It's also the most exciting. Luffy, in a daze, said, I could drink more. Zoro, still wanting more, said, Lin Hai, this wine is the most exhilarating I've ever had. How could it not be exhilarating? That wine was Erguo from Huaxia, and, after buying a few bottles from the system, Lin Hai was once again living paycheck to paycheck. At this time, Lin Hai laughed and said, one bottle of Erguo got me tipsy. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Let us drink until the world spins. Are you all satisfied and enjoying yourselves? Can we drink more? To all the losers present, Smoker said in a daze, you're actually not bad, but you're a pirate and I'm a Navy officer, so I will still catch you. TSK, is this it? The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on the Pirate Crossing. I have a stylish system update. Chapter 79. Smoker is drunk. Free to read. Chapter 80. Zoro, where are you going? When Tashigi and Smoker arrived here, Smoker went ahead, leaving Tashigi struggling to find him. When Tashigi reached the restaurant where Lin Hai and the others were, she saw Smoker slumped over the table, unconscious. If Tashigi guessed correctly, the Straw Hat crew were pirates, right? We're pirates. They are a bunch of ruthless and merciless scoundrels. At this moment, Tashigi, furious, drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Hai and the others, shouting, what have you done to Colonel Smoker, pirates? Lin Hai glanced at the slumped Smoker, Luffy, and Ace and chuckled, what did I do to him? I just treated him to a meal. Tashigi asked, then why is he lying there motionless? Lin Hai replied, can you put away your sword? He is just drunk. If you don't believe me, check his breathing yourself. Seeing Tashigi's cautious demeanor, Lin Hai rolled his eyes and went to settle the bill with the restaurant owner. When Lin Hai returned, Zoro asked, what do we do now? Lin Hai laughed, what else can we do? Carry them back to the ship. In an instant, Zoro hoisted Ace over his shoulder, while Lin Hai picked up Luffy. As Lin Hai casually snagged a cigar from Smoker's collar and lit it, Tashigi said from the side, Can someone help me carry Colonel Smoker out? Cough, cough. Smoker is tall and strong, and I'm just a weak woman. How can I carry him? Lin Hai laughed. Are you really going to let him rest here at the restaurant? Don't worry, I'll pay. Tashigi shook her head. No, it's fine. After that, Tashigi looked up at Lin Hai and said, I don't know why Colonel Smoker is drinking with you, but we will not give up on arresting you. Next time, it's best if we don't run into each other. That's right. Lin Hai kissed Tashigi. Looking at Tashigi's flushed cheeks, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, You're so noisy, so I had to do that to shut you up, right? Tashigi, blushing, pointed at Lin Hai and stammered, You. Lin Hai turned around and waved his hand with a smile. Tashigi, see you next time. I'll miss you. Zoro raised an eyebrow at the side, thinking, this guy Lin Hai really is speechless. Of all people, he had to kiss a Navy officer? The two attracted curious glances from passers-by on the street, as the townsfolk had never seen such behavior. At that moment, Lin Hai faintly sensed something was off and quickly turned to look behind. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Zoro, where are you going? Only then did Zoro stop, turn around, and reply, Aren't we going back to the ship? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. That direction is where we just ate. Are you drunk? Zoro's face turned red, and after following Lin Hai, he replied, That little bit of alcohol isn't enough to get me drunk. Cough, cough. Lin Hai said, Since you're not drunk, that means. Speaking of which, Zoro, have you noticed that many people have changed since we left Little Garden? Zoro asked, What are you trying to say? Lin Hai whispered, Have you noticed that after leaving Little Garden, your sense of direction has gotten worse? Zoro, annoyed, replied, You bastard. Lin Hai, feeling frustrated, said, I'm not laughing at you. Just think about it. We were walking straight ahead, but why did you suddenly start walking backward? We should ask Chopper about this later. At this moment, Zoro's face turned red with frustration, unable to say anything, while Lin Hai tried to suppress his laughter and said, If you can't even face your own weaknesses, how can you become the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro snapped back, You bastard, don't lecture me like that. Lin Hai puzzled asked, Why not? I'm your brother. After all, Close Team A. By the time they reached the ship, Lin Hai was really helpless and turned to Zoro, saying, What are you thinking all day? It's just a straight path. And you've gotten lost several times? Zoro didn't know what was wrong either. He thought he was going straight. How'd he end up wandering off without realizing it? But such an embarrassing thing couldn't be let out. Thinking of this, Zoro quickly changed the subject. What about Luffy and Ace? Lin Hai replied with a roll of his eyes. Let us go back to the ship first. If they're back, we'll set sail immediately. Zoro asked in confusion. So rushed? Lin Hai laughed. Smoker's temper is as stubborn as a mule. Once he wakes up, he'll definitely come after us. Zoro exclaimed. So you got him drunk on purpose? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. When he wakes up and realizes he actually had a meal with pirates and even drank with them, what do you think he'll think? Zoro, speechless, retorted. You really haven't changed at all. You're too malicious. At that moment, Vivi and Nami, hearing the noise outside, came out of the room and saw Lin Hai and Zoro carrying someone each. Nami asked, What are you guys doing? Cough, cough. Lin Hai replied, Zoro is carrying Ace, Luffy's brother. They were thirsty and drank someone's alcohol, thinking it was water, so they got drunk. Have Sanji and the others returned? Let us set sail quickly. Luffy and the others haven't paid for the alcohol they stole. Zoro was confused. Was it him who was drunk? Or was it Lin Hai who was drunk? Why did his words sound different from what he thought? As soon as Nami heard they were coming to collect debts, she quickly said, They're back. Let us set sail quickly. On the other side, after drunk Smoker woke up and recalled what had happened during the meal and drinks with Lin Hai and the others. He suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he was in trouble, because that bastard Lin Hai made Smoker feel like his reputation was ruined. As a Navy officer, how could he have eaten with pirates? Not only did they chat so intimately, but he also couldn't drink as much as them. Doesn't that imply that the Navy is inferior to pirates? At this moment, Tashigi entered with a hangover remedy, and upon seeing Smoker awake, she couldn't help but ask, Colonel Smoker, how are you feeling? Smoker rubbed his temples and replied, My head hurts a bit. Where is this? Tashigi answered, This is a place the restaurant owner provided for us to rest, just now. Smoker replied, Just say what you need to say. Tashigi stole a glance at Smoker and weakly asked, Did you really have a meal with the Straw Hat crew? This. Smoker was truly speechless. He felt a bit embarrassed himself. After a moment of silence in the room, Smoker said, Tashigi, hand me the transponder snail to contact Admiral Akiji. Tashigi exclaimed, You? Smog helplessly said, I feel that the Straw Hat crew is somewhat different from other pirates, especially a certain bastard. I really find it hard to make a decision. So I have to consult Admiral Akiji and let him judge. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on the Pirate Crossing. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 80. Zoro, where are you going? Free reading. Chapter 81. Ace. A real man, after the Mary, set sail in a hurry. Nami reorganized her thoughts and felt that Lin Hai had been lying just now. So, Nami walked over to Lin Hai and asked, Lin Hai, did Luffy and his brother really go to steal some alcohol? Then why do you and Zoro smell so strongly of alcohol too? Sitting on the deck, Lin Hai had no choice but to look up and explain we were eating, and then we were chased by Colonel Smoker from Lowtown. Now do you understand? That's more like it. Nami glanced at Zoro and the others who were sleeping nearby and could not help but ask, you should move them inside to sleep. Seeing Lin Hai standing still, Nami helplessly turned to Sanji and Chopper and said, what are you guys doing? Move them all to the room. Sanji, with heart-shaped eyes, nodded and said, of course, Nami-san. Happy to help. At this moment, Usopp said, Nami, I can help you install your weapon, and it'll be good to go. Saying that, Usopp ran off to do his own thing. Vivi stepped forward and asked, Lin Hai, it seems like you drank quite a bit too. Are you okay? Do you want to go inside and rest for a while? Lin Hai smiled and said, thanks, I'm just enjoying the sea breeze here. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Nami, implying, look how gentle she is. Duan. Nami responded with a violent strike, enjoying the sea breeze. Lin Hai unknowingly dozed off, leaning against the mast, until Nami nudged him. Lin Hai groggily said, Nami? What's wrong? Nami said irritably, they're all awake now. You should get up and join us for dinner. Lin Hai naturally wouldn't just kiss her, especially since everyone was in the kitchen. At that moment, Nami felt that familiar fluttering sensation again. After a while, Nami sensed something and quickly pushed Lin Hai away, her face turning red as she rolled her eyes and said, go wash up quickly. You smell terrible. Watching Nami leave, Lin Hai couldn't help but clap his right hand. Unable to hold back, he made Nami run away in embarrassment. At the dining table, Ace was helping Sanji serve dishes, being a good helper. Seeing this, Sanji said, Ace, you're a guest. Go sit down. You don't need help here. Ace laughed. No need to be polite. My brother loves to cause trouble. Really a hassle for everyone. Everyone scratched their heads and said, it's nothing. Zoro excitedly said, is Ace really Luffy's brother? Nami replied, impossible. Someone with this much common sense can't possibly be Luffy's brother. Sanji sighed. The sea is truly full of wonders. Usopp nodded and said, today has really opened my eyes. Chopper was in tears. Such deep brotherly love. It's so touching. Vivi awkwardly said, I say you guys. Haha. Luffy happily said, Ace. My friends are all interesting, right? At this moment, Lin Hai walked in from outside and humorously asked, what are you all talking about? Oh, Luffy, Ace. Does your head still hurt? Seriously, if you can't handle your alcohol, don't drink. And yet I had to carry you back with Zoro. Ace and Luffy immediately looked displeased and said, what did you say? Lin Hai provocatively said, I said your drinking capacity is on par with Smoker S. One word, pathetic. Smoker? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Sanji exclaimed, isn't Smoker that smoking guy from Lowtown? Did he chase you here? Nami said speechlessly, looks like we've been targeted by a troublesome person. Usopp asked in confusion, why does he keep chasing us? From Lowtown to here. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling quite speechless. At this time, Luffy laughed and said, yeah, it's that Smoker. We were eating and drinking together today, and in the end, we all got drunk. Ha ha ha. Zoro countered, it was you, Ace, and Smoker who got drunk, not us. Vivi asked in confusion, isn't Smoker chasing you? How could he eat with you? Chopper and Usopp both asked, what is going on? Luffy laughed and said, Lin Hai invited him to dinner, and that smoking guy got drunk while drinking. Nami turned to Lin Hai. You invited the Navy to dinner? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, at that time, he was going to capture us. I invited him to dinner, and after getting him drunk, we could escape, right? Luffy exclaimed, I see, Lin Hai, you're really clever. After saying that, Luffy turned to Nami and said, Nami, give me some money. Next time if a Navy chases me, I'll invite him to dinner. Duan. Before he could finish his sentence, Luffy got hit. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, why talk about this? We are pirates with no fixed home. Why worry about this and that? Let S.E. Oh. After a while, Lin Hai could not help but ask Ace, I heard you were chasing someone? Ace nodded and said, yeah, his name is Marshal D. Teach, he killed his comrades and then fled. I came this time to find him and settle this matter. Killing comrades? This person is really awful. How dare he be so bold? As a crew member of Whitebeard's ship, he actually dares to kill his own comrades. Lin Hai felt it was necessary to remind him, so he guided, I've heard of this person. He once fought with one of the current four emperors, Shanks. The scar on Shanks' eye was left by Teach. Ace you. Luffy wanted to ask what the four emperors were and about Shanks, but Lin Hai directly stopped him. Ace raised his hand to stop Lin Hai from continuing and interrupted. I know what you want to say. You mean to say I might fall into his hands, right? Lin Hai, do you know? That guy has received over 20 years of care from Dad, and now he dares to tarnish Dad's face. And he's still a member of my crew. As the captain, shouldn't I personally understand this matter? If I submit to power out of fear, then am I still a man? If that's the case, then my life has been in vain. Indeed, a real man. No wonder Ace has a special charm. So many people like him. Yes, if someone insulted your parents, would you hide away like a turtle just because the other party is powerful? Realizing this, Lin Hai couldn't say anything more. If he advised Ace not to confront Teach, though it was good advice, it might ruin their friendship. So, Lin Hai took out a bottle of Erguo 2 from the system and poured a small bowl for everyone. Lin Hai raised his bowl and said, I toast you a bowl, but I remind you, since Teach dares to do that, it means he has his own confidence. I think he's a schemer. You should go back and discuss it with Whitebeard first. Hey, don't get excited, I'm just suggesting. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Everyone looked at Ace with admiration. Ace raised his bowl, drank it all in one go, and then laughed. Don't worry. If I get into trouble, you just have to come save me, right? Lin Hai chuckled, then it's settled. After Luffy also downed his drink, he laughed. I don't believe that guy named Teach can be Ace's opponent. Ace is really strong. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Welcome, Ace. Cheers. Cheers. Hey, Lin Hai, why is there only one bottle of wine? Is there more? Hurry up and bring it out. Don't be so stingy. At that moment, Ace still had no idea how much trouble he had caused. Just because of a joke he made in the future Marineford War, the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, will be chased for debt and asked for 250 berries. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? How could Lin Hai, in front of hundreds of thousands of elite navy in the world, crazily ask Whitebeard for money? Thus, Lin Hai became a legend. The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for Crossing Pirates, I Have a Charming System, Chapter 81 Ace, A Real Man, are available for free reading. Chapter 82, Ace's new hairstyle the next day. After a meal last night, Ace quickly integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates. After a few drinks, Ace, feeling a bit silly, was easily coaxed by Lin Hai to showcase his fire abilities. When Ace woke up in the morning, he recalled what had happened the night before and couldn't help but cast a few resentful glances at Lin Hai as he walked to the deck. However, Lin Hai ignored Ace's gaze, instead pulling out a cigarette and asking Ace for a light, as his flame fruit ability was quite convenient for lighting up. At that moment, Ace was still thinking about last night's events. When he saw Lin Hai approaching with a cigarette, he thought it was meant for him, so he casually took it and bit down on it. Lin Hai was momentarily stunned and said, I'm just asking you for a light. Why are you stealing my cigarette? Ace awkwardly replied, wasn't it for me? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, you want to smoke it? That's 250 berries. Ace handed the cigarette back to Lin Hai, saying he didn't want it anymore. Lin Hai then took out another cigarette and started smoking himself, saying, you bit this one, you still owe me 250 berries. What is just one cigarette? Ace said nonchalantly as he took a puff. However, little did Ace know that this 250 berries would lead to him being embarrassed in the future. He would be laughed at by Marco, laughed at by Garp, and laughed at by everyone. Suddenly, the Mary was surrounded. Vivi exclaimed, everyone not good. We are being targeted by the Baroque Works billion-dollar elder. Ace laughed and said, I'll handle this. Realizing that aside from Lin Hai, the rest of the Straw Hat crew had never seen Ace's abilities, Lin Hai decided not to compete with Ace. Ace stepped onto a small boat and used his abilities to accelerate it, ready to take on 7 or 8 ships by himself. Yesterday, while drinking, Ace had told Lin Hai where his small boat was, so he had tied it to the Mary, and it was still there. Usopp exclaimed, hey Luffy, aren't we going to help? There are so many of them. Can Ace handle it alone? Chopper echoed, this is too dangerous. How can Ace fight on such a small boat? They have guns and cannons. Zoro comforted them, quiet down. Let's see the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division commander. Lin Hai laughed and said, you guys should study hard. Even if you can't learn, you should think about how to escape in situations like this if your abilities aren't enough. Luffy asked, escape? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, just watch. With your weak second gear, you can't even hit a Logia user. If you don't run, you'll just die. Just as Luffy was about to retort, Ace had already made his move. Ace found an angle, jumped up, leaped across the ships, and landed back on his small boat, starting to charge his fist. Fire Fist. A massive flaming fist pierced through several ships, turning them into a pile of wreckage floating on the water. Such a flashy yet practical move was something Sanji, Luffy, and the others had never witnessed before. Wow, Ace. I didn't expect him to be this strong, taking out the opponents in an instant. Luffy, his punch is way more useful than yours. Is this what a Logia devil fruit can do? When Ace jumped back onto the Mary, Usopp and Chopper couldn't help but approach Ace to take a closer look. He was simply too intriguing. Lin Hai, on the side, pretended to be sour, just playing around with impractical stuff. I could do that too. Hearing Lin Hai, Sanji couldn't help but retort, "Are you jealous of him?" Lin Hai replied, in surprise. "Jealous of him? Why would I be jealous?" Zoro said speechlessly, "If you're not jealous, then why are you grabbing his hair?" Ace glared at Lin Hai, as if to say, "What do you mean?" Lin Hai said, "I'm styling your hair. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll make you run back to Whitebeard crying?" "Hey!" Ace rolled his eyes. "Can you let go? What are you doing to my hair?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Ace, let Lin Hai help you with your hairstyle. He makes the best ones." Ace asked doubtfully, "Really?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I'm your brother. You actually don't trust me?" Saying this, Lin Hai quickly took out scissors, gel, and a hairdryer. Ace exclaimed, "Where did you get these things?" After realizing, Ace quickly added, "We haven't fought yet, so you'll definitely be calling me brother then." Lin Hai had already started cutting Ace's hair, saying as he worked, "Ace, I wouldn't dare to take it too seriously with you." Ace laughed. "You can take it seriously. Whether you can hit me is still a question. I advise you to call me brother. By the way, you're not going to mess up my hair, right?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Am I that malicious? I'm just trying to make your hair look a bit cooler." It was looking unnatural. "But speaking of fighting, you really are my match. If I were serious, I might just cut you down." Luffy chimed in, "Ace, Lin Hai is right. He can use armament haki and observation haki. And what was that other haki?" Zoro added, "Conqueror's haki." Yeah. Luffy excitedly gestured. "Last time, there was a huge crab that Lin Hai cut down with one strike." "Conqueror's haki?" Ace looked at Lin Hai with some surprise, but still laughed. "You all have never seen a real pirate. Once we fight, you'll know." Cough, cough. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Ace, you underestimate me. If I don't beat you up later, I do really feel sorry for you. By the way, I heard that when you were with Luffy, he said you often sneak peeks at Dayton while she was bathing, right?" "Nanny." Everyone looked at Ace in surprise. Luffy looked confused. "Did I say that?" Ace's face turned bright red as he shouted, "Luffy." Luffy hurriedly waved his hands. "Hey, Lin Hai, don't say that. I never said anything like that." Lin Hai pressed Ace down again, saying, "Your temper is like fire. It ignites at the slightest provocation. Be careful of being set up." Ace was taken aback. It seemed like Lin Hai had a hidden meaning in his words, but he still said, "If I say you peeked at Dayton, let us see how excited you'll get." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Go ahead, just dare to say it in front of her." After some adjustments and improvements, Ace's hairstyle was completed. It was the hairstyle of Chun Haonan from the movie Young and Dangerous. Indeed, Lin Hai designed his hairstyle based on that. Zoro seriously examined it and commented, "Lin Hai really has some skills with his hairstyle." Sanji and Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Lin Hai, can you give us hairstyles like Ace? They look so cool." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Your hair isn't long enough. I can't do it." Chopper, on the side, looked around in confusion, wondering why it looked cool. Why couldn't he feel it? Lin Hai joked, "Chopper, how could a man's romance be understood by a reindeer like you?" Chopper immediately got angry and shouted, "What did you say?" After that, Chopper directly bit Lin Hai's leg. Lin Hai exclaimed, "You're not a dog, you're a reindeer. You don't bite people, let go of me." The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on the crossover pirate. I have a charming system. Chapter 82. Ace's new hairstyle for free reading. Chapter 83. Embarrassed Lin Hai on the Mary, Nami, who was chatting with Vivi, noticed that the group was making too much noise. She slapped her forehead and reminded them, "Hey, can you all be quiet? The ship is about to dock." As she spoke, Nami looked in Ace's direction and exclaimed, "Wow, Ace, your new hairstyle looks great." So, Nami complimented, "Ace, you look more handsome." Ace had never heard a girl close to his age say he was handsome, so he shyly waved his hand and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Lin Hai helped me with my hairstyle just now." Sanji, unable to contain himself, ran over to Lin Hai with a pitiful expression and said, "Lin Hai, can you give me a hairstyle too? I want to be praised by Nami as well." Lin Hai ignored Sanji's plea and tossed a pair of sunglasses to Ace, then said, "Nami said we need to mature a bit since we're about to dock, so hurry up and get ready." The others looked at Lin Hai with disdain and started to prepare their things. At that moment, Ace approached Lin Hai and couldn't help but ask, Are you giving me these sunglasses to wear? He coughed and added, it just feels like something is missing without sunglasses with this hairstyle, right? Lin Hai nodded and replied, yes, is there a problem? After some time together, Ace found Lin Hai quite interesting, so he decided to let his guard down. Ace put on the sunglasses and walked up with a smile, saying, Lin Hai, they all said I'm handsome, but you haven't said anything yet. Looking at Ace, Lin Hai felt a bit annoyed. Thanks? He didn't even say thank you, yet he wanted him to compliment him? Dream on. Lin Hai Zito. As long as you don't talk, you're actually pretty handsome. Ace turned and laughed. I'll take that as you being jealous of me. How ridiculous. The hairstyle was done by Lin Hai himself. How could he be jealous? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, are you still half asleep? Jealous of you? Ace raised an eyebrow, turned around, and put his arm around Lin Hai's neck, saying, do you think saying I'm handsome will kill you? It might. Lin Hai replied. And so, the two began to bicker on the ship. At this moment, Luffy approached and saw Lin Hai and Ace fooling around. He admonished, you two are so immature. Don't you know to prepare? Still playing around. Before Luffy could finish, he was suddenly attacked by the two. After a while, Nami asked Ace, we're preparing to go to the capital of Alabasta, and there's another place called Rain Base. What about you? Ace glanced at Lin Hai with a hint of resentment, then put on his hat and said, so, we're headed to the next place together? Why do you all want to split up? But let me remind you, your actions might have already been noticed by Crocodile. He is a pirate trying to settle down and seize power. This joke is a bit too much. Or perhaps he has ulterior motives. Luffy shook Lin Hai's arm and said, Lin Hai, can I switch routes with you? Let me go with Nami to find Crocodile, and you go with them to that Alabasta place, okay? Ignoring Luffy, Lin Hai turned to Ace and said with a laugh, look at Luffy. The Crocodile has a Logia-type devil fruit ability, and Luffy doesn't even know hockey, yet he wants to go find trouble with him. Saying this, Lin Hai directly threw Luffy away. Who would have thought? Luffy came running back and said, I don't care, I won T lose. Ace awkwardly said, Luffy, Lin Hai is right this time. You won't even be able to hit him. How are you going to fight him? But that Crocodile is a warlord of the sea. Lin Hai, are you going to be okay if you go? As soon as Ace asked this, Zoro quickly turned his gaze to the horizon because he knew Lin Hai was up to something again. Sure enough, Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a mysterious expression and said, back then, I plucked the stars from the sky and buried the setting sun, unmatched throughout the ages. Then Lin Hai turned to Ace and continued, Ace, are you kidding me? I can't defeat Crocodile. Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes. Whoa, unmatched throughout the ages? Whoa, Lin Hai, can you really pluck stars? Can you pluck one for me? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, calm down, it's just stars. What's so impressive about that? Back in the day, I had a sword that could move mountains, could part seas, could. This kind of talk isn't often said, and it's easy to forget. And now Lin Hai was in that situation. So, Lin Hai took out his notebook from his spatial backpack. For a moment, everyone stared at Lin Hai with black lines on their foreheads. Was this guy serious? If you're going to pretend, at least remember the complete lines. What's with forgetting the lines all the time? And he was actually reading from the notebook in front of everyone without a change in expression. It was just too shameless. Author. Ah, yes, Lin Hai, this fool, went to an acting training class and paid a lot of money, but they wouldn't even want him. What? It turns out he was reading from a notebook. I thought Lin Hai was really that amazing. No way. Luffy, you don't really believe that nonsense he said, do you? Exactly. He always talks like that. Usopp is the real deal. Oh, Chopper, you do have good taste. I'll tell you about my new adventure later. Really, Usopp? An adventure? That sounds great. Facing the disdain of these guys, along with Nami and Vivi who were covering their mouths and giggling on the side, Lin Hai's cheeks instantly flushed red, and he angrily said, you guys are bastards. Don't even think about drinking my alcohol in the future. Not a drop, not even cola. At this moment, Nami walked over, trying to hold back her laughter, and said, all right, we're about to dock, everyone get ready. Hearing that they were about to dock, everyone immediately forgot about what had just happened because there would be plenty of adventures in the desert. After all, they had seen it before, but hadn't truly explored it. Seeing everyone eager to get off the ship, Vivi quickly reminded them, everyone, make sure to bring warm clothing. Nami asked why. Vivi explained, the desert climate can reach over 50 degrees during the day, but at night, it can drop below -10. Luffy's eyes instantly lit up. Whoa, I can't wait to go play in the desert. It must be so much fun. Nami said helplessly, Luffy, hurry and get your clothes. Do you know what Vivi means? Luffy replied, it's just an unbelievable desert. It sounds really interesting. Usopp, help me pack. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 84. Only by catching it can we compete. After the Mary docked, everyone agreed on the next course of action, so they didn't tease separate. However, Vivi, wanting to be more cautious, wrote a letter for the Swift Runner to take to Alabasta's capital, Alabama, to inform her father of Crocodile's true nature and the events that led to this incident. She also urged him to avoid engaging with the Baroque works as much as possible, or to delay the matter until Vivi and the others arrived. After walking a distance in the desert, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "How far is the next city from here?" "We need to buy a camel since we're walking in the desert." Vivi explained, "It's still quite a distance to the city." Luffy shouted from the side, "It's so hot." Lin Hai replied, "Luffy, can you not scream so unpleasantly? It sounds like you're crying." Nami glanced at the sky and said, "Everyone, it's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest for the night." Luffy exclaimed excitedly, "Can we rest?" "Sanji, hurry and bring me some water. I just want to take a sip." Sanji retorted, "No way. If you drink like that, we won't have any water left by tomorrow." At that moment, Ace said, "Something's coming." Lin Hai shot Ace a glance, realizing this guy indeed had observation hockey. Nami asked, "What is coming?" Lin Hai brushed his hairstyle and waved his hand. "Don't worry, it's just a few tornadoes." "Ha ha, today I can finally chop that annoying tornado." Usopp exclaimed, "So you're still thinking about that?" Zoro questioned, "But those are violent tornadoes, what are you going to do?" Lin Hai confidently said, "It's just a tornado in the desert. No big deal. Today, I'll show you what a sword really is." In the distance, a tornado accompanied by a strange howling was approaching Lin Hai, filled with sand and stones. Spatial field. In an instant, a transparent membrane expanded from Lin Hai's palm, and the tornado was about to enter the spatial field he created. Ace, curious about Lin Hai's ability, was preparing to observe closely when he suddenly realized his position seemed to have changed. Of course it had changed, because Lin Hai found that his sword couldn't stop the tornado, so he had to use his spatial ability to move everyone to safety. At that moment, everyone looked at the receding tornado and finally reacted. Sanji asked, "Lin Hai, is this what you wanted to show us?" Chopper honestly said, "It seems we changed positions just now." "Was that you, Lin Hai?" Luffy complained, "What the heck? Weren't you supposed to chop that tornado?" Everyone couldn't help but start to criticize, while Lin Hai felt helpless. If he had done it like Zoro and chopped out a tornado, it wouldn't have canceled out the one that just came. Only Ace curiously stepped forward and asked, "Lin Hai, your ability is a bit overpowered. What exactly is it?" Lin Hai's spirits lifted. Finally, someone appreciated it. So he proudly said, "This is spatial ability. I'm a user of the space fruit." "How about that? Isn't it way cooler than your flame fruit?" Ace rolled his eyes and said, "If I had been the one, it would have just taken one punch. Your ability is just about running away." Lin Hai angrily replied, "Aren't we supposed to compete? Anyway, it's getting dark. Let us have a match." Ace had been wanting to hit Lin Hai for a while, so he replied, "Wait, I'll make you beg for mercy." At this time, Luffy and Usopp eagerly approached. Excited for the show, Luffy said, "I want to compete too." Sanji quickly dragged Luffy away. "Luffy, you better just watch quietly." Zoro was intrigued to see the extent of Lin Hai and Ace's abilities. Nami and Vivi exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, but they were still very interested in the duel between Lin Hai and Ace, so they joined the others to watch. Soon, the two chose a spot to duel. Who do you think is stronger, Lin Hai or Ace? Definitely Ace. I've never won against Ace in a fight. I think Lin Hai can win. After all, his ability is quite bizarre. At that moment, after staring at each other for a while, Lin Hai said, "Should we compete in martial arts first or go straight for overall strength?" Ace laughed, "I don't mind. You choose." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "Let us see if you're still so cocky later. Let's just start. Spatial field." Without further ado, Lin Hai directly used his ability to envelop Ace. It was Ace's first time facing such spatial ability, and he didn't quite understand it. Just as he was about to observe what was happening, his sixth sense suddenly warned him of an inexplicable danger. Ace's instincts were right. He hadn't even made a move when a stick hit him in the stomach, and it was covered with haki. "Oh!" Ace exclaimed, flying out. Lin Hai laughed, "How about that? I won." "Oh yeah." Ace rubbed his stomach, confused as he stood up. "We just started. How can you say you won?" Lin Hai explained, "If I had used my sword, do you think you could still be standing there?" Ace protested. "No way, that doesn't count. I wasn't ready, and you just swapped my position, making me crash into your stick." Luffy shouted from the side, "Lin Hai, that's so despicable. He used that move against me too." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "That's my secret move. If you can't handle it, can you blame me? Remember, in front of Master, those secret moves only count if you can catch them, and then you have the qualification for further competition. It's about strength, speed, combat experience, and overall ability." Ace, speechless, said, "Let us do it again. This time I won't get hit by you." Lin Hai plopped down on the ground, shamelessly declaring, "I've already won. I'm not playing anymore." Ace was furious. This jerk hit him and then refused to continue fighting? At that moment, Luffy excitedly approached. "Lin Hai, let's have a match." Lin Hai stood up, clapped his hands, and laughed. "Okay, come at me." Sanji couldn't help but mutter, so Lin Hai is afraid of losing. He dares to fight Luffy, but not Ace. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid? Ace's ability is fire. If he unleashes it, the destructive power is too great. What if I get hurt?" Ace immediately said, "I'll control it." Lin Hai replied, "Don't even start. I want to fight you. I'll be honest. If I fight you, I'll have to use my secret move, and one of us will definitely get hurt. So I'm not fighting." Meanwhile, Luffy felt offended. What happened to the duel? Why did it turn into a discussion? The web version is slow. Please download the How You and Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You and Novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates for traveling through One Piece. I have a flirtatious system. Chapter 84. Catch It to Have the Qualification for Competition is available for free reading. Chapter 85. Lin Hai and Ace's banter ignored by the others. Luffy immediately complained, "Hey, can you let me compete with Lin Hai first?" Lin Hai smiled and said, "Sure, just attack like last time." Luffy grinned, "You better be careful. I'm not the same as last time." At that moment, Luffy was in a half-crouch position, one hand on the ground, activating Gear Second. Suddenly, Luffy's skin turned red and steam began to rise from him. Ace on the side wondered, "What's this move from Luffy? It looks really strong." Chopper exclaimed. Luffy used this move once on Drum Island, but it wasn't that impressive. Indeed, last time Chopper didn't see Luffy's attack clearly. He only remembered Luffy's body steaming for a while, and then nothing happened. That was because Chopper couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed. At this moment, Luffy clenched his fist at his waist, extending his other hand with the palm, facing Lin Hai. Taking aim, Luffy said, "Lin Hai, you better watch out. Lin Hai know that? Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy had already disappeared from his spot and reappeared above and to the side of Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Lin Hai barely shifted his position, and the sand at his feet seemed to be hit by a bullet, leaving a dent. But that wasn't all. Luffy kept changing his position, and dents continued to appear around Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Rocket launcher. In an instant, Luffy's afterimages surrounded Lin Hai, creating an optical illusion due to his incredible speed. On the side, except for Ace, Sanji and Zoro were struggling to keep up with Luffy's speed, let alone the others. Chopper, confused, said, "Why are there so many Luffys in the sky? What is happening? Why are there suddenly dents around Lin Hai?" Usopp, holding his head with both hands, exclaimed, "Just how strong are they? I feel like they're getting weirder and weirder." Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, both feeling anxious inside. Was their growth really supposed to be this exaggerated? Meanwhile, Nami and Vivi were in a daze, wondering if this was a duel. If one of them got hit by a punch, it was unimaginable. Just look at the dents on the ground. At this moment, Ace couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect Luffy to have improved so much." Luffy, moving at high speed, was really annoyed. This observation hockey was so irritating. After several moves, Luffy stopped attacking Lin Hai and, releasing Gear Second, said in frustration, "Lin Hai, my speed has improved a lot. How come I still can't hit you?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and replied, "Because my speed is faster than yours. If you ever encounter an opponent with observation hockey who can foresee the future, that would be truly devastating, so you should keep practicing." Ace asked in confusion, "Observation hockey can foresee the future?" Lin Hai replied, "Didn't your crew tell you about this?" Realizing, Lin Hai laughed, "I forgot. You're a proud person who wouldn't bother to ask others. But I must tell you this. If you want to improve, you must keep learning and innovating. Stagnation can be very dangerous." After hearing Lin Hai's words, everyone pondered, while Ace gave Lin Hai a meaningful look, as if what Lin Hai had just done was a reminder to him. Do you have to catch a special move before you qualify to compete? Keep learning and innovating? The pinnacle of being a pirate is indeed not that easy. However, Ace was certain of one thing. This guy Lin Hai would definitely be extraordinary in the future. At this moment, Luffy rubbed his stomach and said, "I'm so hungry. Can we eat now?" Sanji rolled his eyes and said, "Wait, I'll prepare the food." By the time dinner was ready, the sky had darkened, and the desert night turned exceptionally cold, around -10 degrees. At this time, Lin Hai walked over to Ace, smiling. "Ace, I could drink an entire bottle of that Erdwo we had last night in one go." What does he mean? Is he showing off again? He just hurt himself a moment ago, and it's still painful. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but retort, "I can drink a bottle and a half in one go." "Damn." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and replied, "I can drink 2 bottles." Ace shot back, "I can drink 3 bottles." "4 bottles. 5 bottles. Zoro, on the side, couldn't help but ask, what are they doing? Sanji tried to explain. It seems like they're competing to see who can drink more. Chopper, puzzled, said, but they haven't drunk any alcohol. Nami slapped her forehead. Were they kids? What was there to compete about? At this moment, Usopp hugged Chopper and said, Chopper, you're so warm. Chopper angrily replied, are you looking down on reindeer? Zoro, speechless, said, Chopper, hurry and transform back, or you'll get cold again. Meanwhile, Luffy jumped and directly pounced on Chopper. Usopp asked, Luffy, aren't you going to check on them? Luffy smiled and said, they have a good relationship. Let's not disturb them. Hey, what good relationship? They're about to fight. Over at Lin Hai and Ace. After arguing for a while, Ace said, the flame fruit is not only a Logia-type devil fruit, but its flame abilities have great destructive power, much more practical than your space fruit. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Oh, you want to compare, huh? Then let's compare properly. Lin Hai Zito. The space fruit is invincible within a spatial field because I can attack or evade at will within that space. Your stinky flames are useless against someone with stronger haki. Practical? Buffed. Ace was displeased with your broken space fruit needing to create a spatial field with such a small range. If I throw a punch, you won't be able to dodge, and you still say you're invincible? You're just shameless. Lin Hai yelled, what did you say? Ace shot back. Do you want to fight? The two stared each other down, and suddenly they sensed something. Lin Hai and Ace simultaneously said, there are hidden weapons. Bang, bang. It turned out Nami was throwing kitchen utensils at Lin Hai and Ace, which she used to cook with Sanji. Nami, with her hands on her hips, angrily said, seriously, are you two going to let anyone sleep? Chopper, unable to help himself, shrank his head. Nami, you're scary. Those two strong guys were taken care of by Nami. Usopp, who couldn't help but boast a day without bragging, said, Chopper, did you see the stars in the sky? Chopper nodded. It's my first time seeing the stars. They're so beautiful. Zoro asked in disbelief, really? Is this your first time? Chopper replied, because I've always been on Drum Island, where it snows all year round, so I couldn't see the stars. Usopp said, what's so special about it? These stars were scattered because I shot a sun in the past. Chopper and Luffy exclaimed, really? Usopp, Zoro said impatiently, I'm going to sleep. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on the pirate journey. I have a stylish system. Chapter 85. Lin Hai and Ace's banter available for free reading. Chapter 86. God, help me the next day. After a journey, everyone arrived at a ruined site. Looking at the desolate ruins that were once inhabited, many buildings have been dried out by time. Vivi couldn't help but scoop up a handful of yellow sand and said, what did the people of this city do wrong? Born in the sand country, while struggling against nature, Crocodile has made the lives of those desperately trying to survive a complete mess. Why? Does that guy have the right to do such things? Why? At the same time, does he claim to be a hero under the name of Warlord, while secretly toying with the people? Yet no one sees his true face. Like many places, it used to be an oasis, but since 3 years ago, Crocodile's Baroque works, using dance powder to create rain, turned many areas into deserts. And this incident in the Alabasta Kingdom was also caused by that. The capital of Alabasta is called Alyabarna. Because of the dance powder, only Alyabarna receives rain, while other places no longer do. Coupled with Crocodile's instigation from behind, after 3 years of fermentation, it has led to the current state of Alabasta. Luffy said angrily, Crocodile. Boom! A precarious building was collapsed by Luffy. Nami walked over to Vivi to comfort her. Vivi, we will soon reach the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. This matter will soon calm down, so don't be sad. Vivi shook her head. I'm fine, I just can't understand why Crocodile is so cruel. After resting for a while, Vivi's mood improved somewhat. At this time, Sanji couldn't help but say, this should be a ruin, right? Vivi nodded, yes, and it's quite ancient. The civilization of this land has been built for thousands of years, giving birth to countless nations, which then disappeared, sometimes migrating in search of water sources. And sometimes wars break out. Such ruins often appear on this land, along with many mysterious relics. Sanji sighed. So after the passage of time, it became the Alabasta Kingdom we see today, right? What a magnificent history. Even a prosperous nation cannot escape the fate of disappearance, just like Rome. Nami was speechless, really bringing up the wrong topic, and quickly reminded him, Sanji. Sanji, realizing, quickly said, sorry, Vivi, I didn't mean it that way. How should I put it? My wording was inappropriate. I'm sorry. Vivi shook her head. It's okay. Actually, I've often thought the same during this time. Everyone looked at Vivi. Vivi fell in a deep thought and then said, "What exactly is a kingdom? Even if the king changes, the people still live on, the culture remains, life continues. Even if the kingdom changes, as long as these do not change, is there really no need to protect the kingdom? What needs to be protected are surely other things." I'm sorry, did I say something strange? Even I haven't found the answer, but I know clearly what I should do now. Baroque Works wants to incite some meaningless disputes in secret. I must stop this because what they're doing is trying to destroy this land. Even if I become infamous in the future, it doesn't matter. I won't let Crocodile's scheme succeed. Clap, clap. Lin Hai couldn't help but applaud. Vivi, you've made great progress, understanding how to inspire people and stir the emotions of these fools, and then help you resolve this matter, right? Saying this, Lin Hai pointed at the excited crowd that Vivi had stirred up. Only then did they realize that although Lin Hai was right, being called fools was indeed true, which made everyone look at Lin Hai with embarrassment and anger, feeling an impulse to beat him up. However, Lin Hai didn't care and said, "Vivi, didn't I tell you before? You're the only princess of Alabasta Kingdom, and it's your responsibility to be responsible for Alabasta. What do you want to do about those ancient matters? Ensuring your country's people live and work in peace should be what you think about. Right now, your most important task is to resolve the crisis of Alabasta Kingdom, which is to live in the present. Don't get caught up in those irrelevant things. Because the ruins have become history, they can only be used as references. As for us, of course, we will go and ask Crocodile for compensation. Fools, remember this. Damn. You guys don't follow the rules and hit me. You call us fools. I'll let you say it. I'll let you say it. Lin Hai, can't you say something nice? Always scolding us. Just wait till I beat you up. Vivi, you come hit him too. This guy is too annoying. After a while, Lin Hai tidied up his clothes and glared at everyone, then wrapped his arms around Vivi's waist and smiled. Vivi, you have the potential of a hero now, truly worthy of royal blood. What could Vivi do? She had witnessed the Straw Hat Crew's capabilities, and the key person to resolve the Alabasta crisis was indeed the Straw Hat Crew. And having grown up beside her father, Vivi understood some encouraging words to some extent. But she didn't expect Lin Hai to say it so bluntly. For a moment, Vivi's face flushed, and she said to everyone, "I'm sorry, Luffy, Usopp." And Chopper widened their eyes at Vivi. No way. Could it be that what Lin Hai said is true? Luffy exclaimed, "Vivi, your brain really works so well." Vivi awkwardly nodded. "Do you think I'm very cunning?" Vivi's face turned red as she lowered her head. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not saying this to point out how cunning Vivi is, but to help everyone understand the context of the situation. As my partner, you can't always be foolish, right? But our goal this time is the same as what Vivi wants, so you shouldn't mind how we get there, right? Oh, Lin Hai, your head is also quite useful." Luffy couldn't help but admire from the side. Usopp said speechlessly, "Hey, are you guys comfortable being around a guy like Lin Hai?" Sanji laughed. "Why don't you take my knife and go kill Lin Hai?" As soon as Usopp saw Lin Hai looking at him with dangerous eyes, he immediately yelled, "Help! Lin Hai is going to kill someone." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Chopper really believed it, and tears streamed down his eyes as he walked up to Lin Hai and pleaded, "Lin Hai, Usopp is our companion. Can you not kill him?" Lin Hai, who was holding Vivi's waist, felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but slap his forehead, then looked up to the sky and shouted, "God help me." Ace, who was nearby, almost laughed out loud. Chopper was just too cute. And Zoro, seeing Ace trying to hold back his laughter, couldn't help but blush and glance away, really not knowing which vein he had gone wrong to end up on such a ship. At this moment, Nami kicked Lin Hai away and then hugged Vivi's arm and smiled. "What are you talking about? We help you because you are our friend. It has nothing to do with anything else. That's it." Luffy nodded and said, Yes, that's it." Oh. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he spun around Vivi and Nami, saying, "I don't mind at all, as long as I can help Vivi-san. I don't care if I go to hell." Zoro, unable to hold back, retorted, "Then hurry up and go to hell." Sanji immediately shot back. "What are you saying? Do you believe I'll kick you to death?" Zoro angrily replied, "If you have the guts, come at me. Let's see if I don't chop you up, you perverted cook." In the scorching ruins of the desert, Sanji and Zoro started fighting again. Nami, standing next to Vivi, slapped her forehead and imitated Lin Hai, saying, "Oh God, help me." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for pirate transmigration. I have a flirty system. Chapter 86. Oh God, help me. Free to read. Chapter 87. Lin Hai and Nami walking in the desert for a long time can be extremely irritating. The heat is one aspect, and the other is that, like the ocean, The scenery remains unchanged, with sand everywhere. The initial excitement has turned into torment, especially for Luffy. Vivi, how much longer? I'm gonna die from the heat, Luffy said, imitating an old man leaning on a cane, his eyes dull. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Luffy, if you keep calling out like that, everyone will be affected by you. Why not try to clear your mind and take a look around? After a while, Sanji exclaimed, Lin Hai, your method really works. Can it not work? Back in class, we did this, and what the teacher said became a lullaby. But soon, they finally reached a village. Everyone felt rejuvenated. What did you say? There is no news about Blackbeard here? Upon entering the village and asking around, Ace heard someone say that news about Blackbeard Teach had appeared to the west. So Ace had wasted all this time. Nami asked, Ace, are you still coming with us? Luffy pouted and said, Ace, are you really not going to be my partner? Can't you reconsider? Lin Hai retorted, Luffy, how can you still invite him? He can beat you without even using his powers. Aren't you embarrassed? At that moment, Ace handed his life card to Luffy and said, next time, see you at the Pirates Summit. Yeah, Luffy bid farewell. Ace, see you at the Pirates Summit. After Ace left, it was Lin Hai and Nami's turn. Lin Hai said, everyone will split up here. Nami and I will go find Crocodile, and you all go directly to the capital of Alabasta. Remember, be careful of those old men who have infiltrated the kingdom. Sanji grumbled, Nami, why are you going with Lin Hai? Saying this, Sanji ran in front of Lin Hai and said, you better behave, or I won't let you off if you dare to lay a hand on Nami. Lin Hai turned to Nami, raised an eyebrow, and said, what nonsense are you talking about, Sanji? I'm a serious person. Hearing Lin Hai's shameless words, everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes, as Lin Hai's hand was once again around Nami's waist. Sanji let out a beastly roar, bastard. Take your hands off her, or I'll kick you to death. Lin Hai ignored Sanji and followed Nami to the Dream City, Rainland. After walking for a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask Nami, are you tired? If only we had a camel. Nami replied, didn't we encounter a camel earlier? You directly killed it with a single blow. If we bought another one, you might just end up slaughtering it again. Can Lin Hai be blamed for that? That camel was too lewd. It was just a beast, yet it dared to look at humans with such an expression. So Lin Hai roasted it for Luffy and the others to eat. At that moment, Nami voiced her doubts from the past few days. Lin Hai, why do I feel like you've been distant since we left the garden? Cough, people grow up, right? After all, we see each other every day. And given our relationship, we need time to think, Lin Hai explained as he wrapped his arm around Nami's waist. I was afraid I would hurt you. But then I realized. Nami asked, realized what? Lin Hai smiled. My Nami is actually very smart and generous. She is not so easily hurt. Nami's face flushed, but she still retorted, who is your Nami? Shameless. Lin Hai asked, Nami, can I give you a kiss? Nami replied, we're on the road. Stay away from me. Night fell again. The evening breeze blew through the brightly blooming flowers, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. A little bee did not rest early like others. It continued to work hard. The cool dew on the petals dampened one side of the pollen, and the bee's job was to handle this pollen, which is how honey is produced. However, the damp pollen appeared a bit sticky, so the bee had to be careful. Life is not easy. People should cherish the moment. Seeing such a touching scene of life, how could Nami not be moved? At this moment, Nami closed her eyes and tilted her head, quietly feeling the traces of the breeze. Everything was so quiet, so intoxicating. The night wind, as called, was sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, blowing in soft strands. Seeing this beautiful scene, how could Nami remain calm? So, she sang a song to express her praise and love for the quiet night. Another new day arrived. When Nami woke up, she found herself resting in Lin Hai's arms. Remembering last night, she couldn't help but give the person beside her a glare and urged, Lin Hai, wake up quickly. We need to hurry to Rainland. Huh? Lin Hai murmured, what time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. At this time, as Nami was getting up, she suddenly lost her balance and almost fell on Lin Hai. She shot him a fierce glare and said, wake up. Crocodile has caused so much damage to Vivi's country. You need to deal with him. Looking at the flower like Nami in front of him, Lin Hai got up and said, all right, I'll go, but are you okay? I told you not to push yourself. Look. Nami's face turned red as she pinched Lin Hai hard. She didn't even know what was wrong with her last night, so she forced herself. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, hop on. I'll carry you. Nami's face turned red. You're the one who wants to carry me, not me wanting you to carry me. Be careful. Lin Hai asked, how much longer until we reach Rainland? Nami replied, we should arrive by tonight. Lin Hai exclaimed, isn't that's still a day's journey? Nami retorted, are you annoyed walking with me? What does that have to do with anything? Ignoring Nami, Lin Hai purchased the song Zhu Beiji, carries his wife from system. Although there were no lyrics, the music, he wanted to experience that feeling. Didn't he? As Nami was on Lin Hai's back, she exclaimed, "What music are you playing? It sounds weird." Lin Hai laughed. "Doesn't it sound funny?" Nami replied, awkwardly, "What's funny? Turn it off." Nami felt like she was being teased by this music. Lin Hai insisted, "I like listening to it. Don't you think it makes your mood inexplicably bright?" Nami was speechless. "Fine, listen if you want. By the way, I have a question for you, and you have to answer honestly." Lin Hai slowed down, turned his head, and asked, "What is it?" Nami hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you like me?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "I like it." "Why do you ask such a silly question? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't have. Last night." Nami bit Lin Hai's ear angrily and said, "That's not what I meant. You. Let go quickly, I'm telling you." Lin Hai explained, "To be honest, although your temper is not great, you love money, and you're violent, your figure is really good." Nami's face darkened. "Put me down. I don't want you to carry me anymore." Lin Hai, being stubborn, said, "No. As long as I can carry you, I will carry you." The sudden confession made Nami's face flush. Some things, once said too openly, lose their original flavor. Nami stopped asking further and instead pressed herself back against Lin Hai's back. Suddenly teasing, "Giddy up, giddy up." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You naughty girl, get down for me." Chapter 88, Is This a Normal Person? During the time Lin Hai and Nami were on the road, without Lin Hai restricting Luffy's activities, things went well. Luffy and his crew got lost. They arrived at Dream City, Rain Base, even earlier than Lin Hai and Nami, and fell in a crocodile's trap. At this moment, in a small room made of sea prism stone, Luffy was imitating Sanji, making a gesture of holding a cigarette with one hand, and said, "Was it you who stole meat?" "Ha ha, Luffy, your imitation is really good," Usopp exclaimed excitedly from the side. Luffy continued to imitate Lin Hai, running his hand through his hairstyle, closing his eyes, and savoring, another day waking up to my own handsomeness. Before the Straw Hat crew could start laughing, Smoker couldn't hold back anymore, but realizing it, Smoker quickly turned his head away, wondering what was going on with this Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, Sanji couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, watching Luffy and them still so relaxed while Zoro was sound asleep on the ground. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Sanji first gave Luffy and Usopp a slap each, angrily saying, "You guys, are you all like this? Do you even understand the current situation?" After that, Sanji slapped Zoro as well, shouting, "You're still sleeping. Get up." Zoro sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes and asking, "Oh, is it morning?" Sanji angrily replied, "It's noon." Outside the room, Crocodile, sitting in a chair, couldn't help but say, "Enjoy your fun and games, but in the end, make sure to get along well." Sanji retorted, "You just enjoy your leisure time now. When Lin Hai gets here, let's see if you'll still be so smug. That guy won't be nice to you." Luffy nodded and said, "You better let us out, or be careful of Lin Hai coming to trouble you." Crocodile swirled the red wine in his glass, took a sip, and replied, "It seems that this Lin Hai is really trusted by you. But trust is the most useless thing in this world. I'll have him come to accompany you soon, don't worry." In the small room, Vivi couldn't help but ask, "Crocodile, what exactly is your goal? Why are you doing this to the Alabasta Kingdom? If you hadn't come to this kingdom, Alabasta could have remained peaceful forever, but now. Crocodile, you are the most despicable one." "Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha." Crocodile laughed wickedly, then proudly explained, "The one who should die is this boring kingdom, Miss Wednesday." Saying this, Crocodile stood up, a smug look on his face, and continued, "I want Alabasta to disappear from his planet. I want those struggling citizens to fall in pain, swallowed by eternal darkness. The Utopia battle plan is about to begin." As he spoke, Crocodile gazed at the ceiling with a look of intoxication, as if his long-desired dream was about to be fulfilled, filled with anticipation and joy. Watching Crocodile like this, everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. What is wrong with this guy? Is he a normal person? However, Vivi was still very concerned about what Crocodile meant by the Utopia battle plan. So Vivi quickly asked, "Crocodile, what do you want to do to Alabasta? Tell me." "Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha." Crocodile laughed wickedly again, then said proudly, "Do you want me to tell you about the kind of people I despise the most? Those who pretend to think of the citizens, but are actually selfish hypocrites." Vivi was taken aback, then screamed, "You want to kill my father? How can you do this?" Crocodile replied, "Don't scream like that. I don't plan to do that. He's not even worth my time to kill. I want to make Cobra experience a humiliation worse than death." Watching everyone with expressions of wanting to kill him, but being powerless, Crocodile enjoyed the moment. As a princess, you can't have this kind of attitude. Vivi, I'll ask you one more time. What exactly is the Utopia battle plan? Tell me quickly. Hey, Crocodile said. Do you understand your current position? Well, since the battle is about to begin, I might as well tell you. After all, I've been preparing for this for 3 years. And if I don't show it off a bit, I would feel lonely, right? Crocodile said. So I'll tell you, the plan to end the Alabasta Kingdom, the Utopia battle. Then Crocodile revealed the plan to control King Cobra and have Mr. 2 impersonate the king to instigate this war. Meanwhile, on the streets of Rainbase, Lin Hai said, Nami, you have to give me some face, right? Just let me be impressive once, okay? As he spoke, Lin Hai playfully shook Nami's arm. Helpless, Nami asked, pretending to be your maid is fine, but I won't wear a maid outfit. You have to design an outfit I like. Also, all the compensation money that comes later belongs to me. All right. Lin Hai leaned close to Nami's ear and whispered, I can give you a few $100 million. No problem. Nami's face turned red, rolling her eyes. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lin Hai explained, when we meet Crocodile later, you just need to stand next to me and not say anything. Leave the rest to me. Nami nodded. That's fine, but if you don't get the compensation money, you're dead. Lin Hai pulled Nami to a changing area, saying as they walked, don't you know my abilities? Even if Crocodile doesn't give it, I have ways to get you a pile of gold coins. Nami realized the benefits of spatial abilities would soon manifest. So, Nami pretended to be gentle, hugging Lin Hai's arm, then sweetly said, Lin Hai, could you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, no. Nami was speechless. I haven't even said anything. How did you refuse? Lin Hai pinched Nami's nose, saying, human desires are infinite. You control yourself. Don't fall into a pile of money and become a high-level tool that only collects treasures. That would be the greatest tragedy. TCH. Nami said gloomily, I haven't even received a berry. What right do you have to lecture me? By the way, what type of clothes are you going to give me? Chapter 89. Awkward again. After changing into her outfit, Nami stared at her reflection in the mirror, seemingly not recognizing herself, because this look was simply stunning. However, beside Nami, Lin Hai shook his head and said, Nami, let's change into something else. I didn't take your temperament into account. This outfit doesn't quite suit you. Nami quickly objected. No way, I want to wear this. Ahem. At this moment, anyone who had seen the movie Resident Evil would definitely give Lin Hai a look, because Nami's outfit was just like the female lead Alice's from movie. However, Nami's figure was better than Alice's, because Alice was an A cup, while Nami was almost an E cup. After admiring herself for a while, Nami turned and asked, what about you? Are you really going to meet Crocodile dressed like that? Lin Hai smiled and said, you don't need to worry about me. By the way, have you practiced the skills of the weapon Usopp gave you? After all, sometimes I can't take care of you, and since we're going to travel the world, you must learn to protect yourself. Nami rolled her eyes and said, you've said that so many times. When I was out at sea, you were still drinking milk. Ignoring Nami's complaints, Lin Hai started to style his hair. If you remember correctly, when Nami first used the climate act, she almost got taken out by Mr. One's partner because she hadn't used the weapon before, right? While blowing his hair with a hairdryer, Lin Hai said, remember, Nami, your illusion technique is useless against those who can use observation hockey. So if you sense something is off, find a way to escape. Before he finished speaking, Nami leaned on Lin Hai's back and teased, you're so chatty. Are you worried about me? Saying this, Nami playfully touched Lin Hai's ear with her tongue. Lin Hai couldn't help but catch his breath. He was in the middle of getting ready, and she was being mischievous. No wonder the people in your village always say you're a bad girl. Nami didn't stop teasing Lin Hai. She leaned closer to his ear and continued softly. Don't you like it? Is there a limit to what one can tolerate? Lin Hai turned around and kissed Nami directly. Ahem, was this a meat bun hitting a dog? Was it just right? Much later, walking down the street, Nami still had a blush on her face as she held onto Lin Hai's arm, heading towards Crocodile's location. The outfits of Lin Hai and Nami were too eye-catching. At this moment, Nami's body was curvy, exuding a hint of a mature woman's charm, adding to her allure. Lin Hai's outfit was the same as the one he wore when singing that day. Black pants, a white shirt, and a low-key jacket over it. It wasn't that Lin Hai didn't want to dress more flamboyantly. It was just that he was running low on funds lately. The flamboyant money was almost gone. Soon, the two entered the busiest casino in Rain Base, where Crocodile was located. Not far away, Nico Robin was already waiting for Lin Hai and the others. Seeing the two in front of her, Nico Robin was momentarily stunned because their outfits were too stunning. After coming to her senses, Nico Robin said, you two, please follow me. The boss is waiting for you. For some reason, at that moment, Lin Hai really wished he were a bit taller because at 177 centimeters, standing in front of Robin, who was around 2 meters tall, made him feel like a little kid. At this time, Lin Hai smiled and said, "You must be Nico Robin, right? I met you once before. Your boss is about to take his final bow. Why not join us?" Hee hee hee. Robin turned and smiled. "You're quite confident in yourself? Huh? We'll talk about that later." Seeing Robin smile lightly and continue to lead the way, Nami pinched Lin Hai and couldn't help but say, "You're not actually interested in her, are you?" What a flirt. Lin Hai was helpless. Robin indeed had a great figure, but he was just looking. How could it be considered interest? However, Nami was right. Lin Hai was indeed moved, but he absolutely couldn't admit it. Just as they reached the door to the room, Lin Hai let Robin go in first because he had designed a grand entrance for himself. At that moment, in the reception hall, Crocodile saw only Robin enter and asked, "Where are they?" Robin stood beside Crocodile and replied, "Yes, coming." Suddenly, those in the room heard an exhilarating piece of music. This background music was the BGM from when Mihawk made his move and Shanks appeared. The author can't find the name of this BGM. Accompanied by this thrilling music, Lin Hai made his entrance. At this moment, Lin Hai had his head slightly lowered, and the beautiful hair at his forehead looked so flowing in the breeze. Lin Hai was extremely satisfied with his appearance, but at this moment, Lin Hai was thinking, weren't Luffy and the others supposed to be in the capital of Alabasta? Why were they all locked up in that small room? While pondering the situation, Lin Hai accidentally stepped into a void and rolled down the stairs from the doorway. Nami was still at the entrance, reaching out with her hand as if to catch Lin Hai. The group inside the small room was instantly stunned. What was Lin Hai doing? Hey, what is going on with Lin Hai? Is he joking? What are you all talking about? Hey, Lin Hai, hurry up and get us out of here. At this moment, Crocodile, sitting calmly in a chair, turned to Nico Robin and thought, is this guy really worth 300 million berries? Why does he seem like a fool? At this time, Lin Hai, who had stood up, felt a burning sensation on his face and quickly turned off the music. Since his attempt to show off had failed, it was time to negotiate properly. Lin Hai shot a fierce glare at the direction of the small room where Luffy and the others were, and they quickly fell silent. Then Lin Hai sat down in a chair, facing Crocodile, and Nami stood beside him. At this point, Lin Hai took out a half-meter-long cigar and used a 10,000 berry bill to light it. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It was just too cool, wasn't it? I want to light a cigar like that in the future. Why didn't I think of it before? Does anyone have money? I really want to try. Ignoring the commotion from the small room, Lin Hai exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Luckily, he managed to handle it. That half-meter-long cigar was indeed too hefty, and he almost choked. At this moment, Lin Hai tapped the table and said, "Not long ago, I took one of my maids to travel the world and passed through a place called Whiskey Peak. We were almost assassinated, and their goal was to take my head for the bounty. Every time I think of that incident, it causes me a dull pain." After saying this, Lin Hai took another puff of smoke, while Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, quietly stared at Lin Hai. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Hai said, "I heard that those who tried to assassinate us were arranged by you, Crocodile, right? I don't think I've offended you, have I? Mr. Zero." Ha. Crocodile laughed wickedly, provocatively staring at Lin Hai and asking, "They are my subordinates. What do you want?" Lin Hai leaned against the edge of the chair, with his heels on the table, and said recklessly, "Intimidation fee, scare fee, lost work fee, mental distress fee, the cost of coming here, and so on, you must compensate." Ha. Space Field. Looking at Crocodile's arrogant demeanor, it seems he doesn't intend to compensate. Lin Hai also doesn't plan to waste words, taking the initiative. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The internet provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flirty system. Chapter 89. Flirting again. Free reading. Chapter 90. Lin Hai blushes. Who is Crocodile, sitting across from Lin Hai? He once challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Although he lost, Crocodile has always regarded himself as being slightly below Whitebeard's level. As for Lin Hai, his bounty is only 300 million berries, and Crocodile is not afraid of him at all. At this moment, while Crocodile was just curious about what this transparent film was, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Bellong. Before anyone could react, Crocodile was swept away by Lin Hai's leg, which was infused with armament hockey, and crashed through the door of the corridor, flying out. Lin Hai did not intend to kill Crocodile, because the relationships in this world are too mysterious. Looking at the original work, Luffy's escape from the underwater prison was partly thanks to Crocodile, right? During the Marineford War, when Luffy was being chased by Hawkeye, Crocodile had once helped him. When Ace was about to be executed, Crocodile also saved him once. And when Luffy was pursued by a Kainu, Crocodile had also intervened. Letting him go this time might actually lead to Crocodile saving him in the future. This kind of metaphysics, Lin Hai had to believe. After flying a long distance in the corridor, Crocodile finally reacted. At this moment, he was bewildered. Isn't he a Logia-type devil fruit user? Just now, it seemed like someone kicked him and sent him flying far away. Cough, cough, cough. Crocodile couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staring in the direction of the room where he had just negotiated with Lin Hai. At this moment, Crocodile was not afraid, but was filled with rage. Who is he? Crocodile? He has always aimed for the peak of piracy. How could he be kicked this far by a suddenly emerged bounty of 300 million little punk? If he doesn't regain his dignity, he won't be able to show his face again. Thinking of this, Crocodile straightened himself up and went to reclaim his dignity. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, using observation haki, sensed that Crocodile had returned. At the right moment, Lin Hai used his abilities to switch all the people in the cage out. Smoker stepped forward and asked, "What is up with your ability?" This cage was made of sea stone. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry to the capital of Alabasta." Crocodile's plan has already begun. Luffy asked in confusion, "What about you?" Lin Hai replied, "That guy is persistent. Just hurry and go. I'll hold off Crocodile." Faced with a war involving millions, Luffy quickly made a decision, but Smoker was still hesitating. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Smoker, wake up. The lives of so many people are at stake, and you're worried about your theories? Hurry and resolve the crisis. Until this is over, don't cause trouble for Luffy and the others." Smoker angrily said, "Don't lecture me. Also, I'm older than you. You should call me Big Brother." "All right, Smoker, my little brother. Then I'll trouble you," Lin Hai replied with a teasing expression. At this moment, Crocodile had already arrived, and Smoker knew he was no match for him. So he followed Luffy and the others out. Crocodile's face darkened as he said, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lin Hai answered the question with another question. "Are you really a pirate? I think pirates should be free and have no fixed abode. But look at yourself. Wanted to seize that so-called Pluton and rule the world? Haha, that's just laughable." Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said in a low tone, "You seem to know quite a bit." As he spoke, Crocodile prepared to take action. Lin Hai quickly said, "Wait, there's water all around. Are you sure you want to fight? Why don't we go to the desert and have a proper duel?" Crocodile smiled playfully. He was a sand fruit user, and Lin Hai actually chose to face him in the desert. Thinking of this, Crocodile replied, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Soon, Lin Hai and Crocodile arrived at an open area. Crocodile disdainfully said, "Today, I will bury you here. Consider it your luck." Lin Hai helplessly replied, "If you don't leave the Alabasta Kingdom, then I'll have to knock you out and take you to the Navy for the bounty. I've heard you're worth quite a bit. How much is it again?" "Oomph. Haha, little brat, who do you think I am? If you have the guts, come at me." Desert Sword. Sure enough, Crocodile's abilities were even more effective in the desert. He quickly formed a giant sword made of sand and swung it toward Lin Hai. Cough, cough. Lin Hai planned to play with Crocodile while learning from his strengths, as growing through learning is something a protagonist must do, right? Thus, Lin Hai twisted his body, yawned, and said, "Oh, how powerful." Crocodile's forehead twitched with rage. What is wrong with this guy? Enraged, Crocodile extended his right hand, and a small whirlwind appeared in his palm. "Hey, little brat, if you have the guts, take this move. Space Field." Crocodile once again felt that sharp pain. Before he could react, he was kicked away. Cough, cough. In the Space Field, Lin Hai felt like a cheat, ignoring the distance between him and his opponent because Lin Hai could switch their positions. And then Crocodile passively received a kick that Lin Hai had already prepared. If Doflamingo had been there to receive it, he might have caught it, because Doflamingo understood this kind of similar ability quite well. At this moment, Crocodile, who stood up again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, "What did you do to me?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Haven't you figured it out yet? You were crushed by me." Crocodile was awakened by the beating. His goal was Pluton, and there was no need to stubbornly confront this inexplicable ability user in front of him. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew had already headed for the capital of Alabasta. Thinking of this, Crocodile put on a disdainful expression and said, "Crushed by you? Ha ha ha. Be careful with your big talk. You might trip over your own tongue. Take this move, Desert Sunflower." Grass. Hearing this name, Lin Hai immediately thought of the whirlpools in the ocean and quickly jumped away to avoid being buried by Crocodile's big move. At this moment, a massive whirlpool of quicksand appeared in the desert, and all the surrounding sand fell toward the center, creating a truly shocking spectacle. Lin Hai stared at the center of the quicksand, unable to comprehend the principle behind it. Just as he was lost in thought, Crocodile's presence disappeared from his observation hockey. At this moment, Lin Hai in the desert couldn't help but blush. He was played. Damn, what a warlord. He actually ran away. How shameless. This is not Lin Hai's fault. Crocodile is the one who is too shameless. The web version is slow. Please download the HaiTransmigrates novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the HaiTransmigrates novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flirtatious system. Chapter 90. Lin Hai's face turned red. Available for free reading. Chapter 91. Traveling together after the shameless crocodile escaped, Lin Hai originally wanted to chase him, but as soon as he took a step, he realized he didn't know how to get to the capital of Alabasta Kingdom, Alabarna. Thus, Lin Hai had no choice but to return to Rainbase to buy a map and prepare supplies for the journey. When he returned to Rainbase, he saw Smoker sitting in a spot, seemingly in deep thought, with Tashigi standing behind him. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Smoker, brother, weren't you supposed to go to Alabarna? Why are you still here?" Smoker immediately drew his cross-shaped weapon and pointed it at Lin Hai, saying, "Pirate Lin Hai, did you really think I wouldn't catch you?" Lin Hai replied with frustration, "Are you a bull or something? Stop talking nonsense. I was tricked by Crocodile, and he should be heading straight to Alabarna now." After saying that, Lin Hai ran up to Tashigi and asked, "Beautiful lady, can you take me to Alabarna? I don't know how to get there." Tashigi stared blankly at Lin Hai, recalling what happened that day, her face involuntarily turning red as she stammered, "You are a pirate. It's impossible for us to be together." Tashigi's irrelevant response left both Smoker and Lin Hai dumbfounded. Smoker, recovering first, angrily said, "Bastard, what did you do to Tashigi?" Saying this, Smoker swung his weapon at Lin Hai. Lin Hai grabbed Smoker's weapon with one hand and said irritably, "I say, Smoker, what's wrong with you? The most important thing right now is Crocodile. When we get to Alabarna, after I knock Crocodile out and hand him over to you, Navy, I should be able to claim his bounty, right?" Tashigi exclaimed, "What did you say? But you're a pirate." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Tashigi and then put a hand on Smoker's shoulder, saying Crocodile's bounty seems to be over 80 million berries. If I get it, I should have over 70 million berries, right? Don't worry, I'll treat you to a meal and even cover your smoking expenses for a year. Smoker and Tashigi were a bit confused. Wait, what's going on now? After a moment, Smoker shouted angrily, "What kind of joke is this, Pirate Lin Hai? Damn, Smoker's temper really is volatile." Lin Hai also retorted, "Just tell me if Crocodile's bounty is still valid." Tashigi replied for Smoker. Crocodile used the banned dance powder of the world government. He is no longer a Shichibukai, so his bounty is naturally valid. Lin Hai asked again, "Since it's valid, if I knock him out and hand him over to you, Navy, can I claim a bounty?" Smoker replied in a low tone, "But you are a pirate." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "The princess of Alabasta Kingdom can act as an intermediary. Can't you just give the bounty to her?" As he spoke, Lin Hai poked Smoker's head with his finger and said, "What are you thinking with that head of yours? With your smoking habit, smoking so many cigars every day, you must owe a lot of money, right?" Ignoring Smoker, who was on the verge of exploding, Lin Hai threw a wink at Tashigi and continued, "No wonder you left Low Town. I guess you owe a lot of money there and couldn't pay it back, so you ran away, right?" Without saying a word, Smoker directly swung his cross-shaped weapon at Lin Hai. Vertical slash, left slash, right slash, diagonal slash, slash again. Smoker was going crazy. Why couldn't he hit Lin Hai? Even hitting him once would be good. And Lin Hai, spinning and jumping. He closed his eyes, oblivious to the chaos around him. Was Tashigi mesmerized? After a while, Smoker was panting heavily, glaring at Lin Hai. Lin Hai irritably said, "Enough, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Can I just go buy a map myself?" "Wait," Smoker said, "come with us. I won't let Crocodile go." A mere pirate actually dared to fool the Navy. Upon hearing Smoker agree, Lin Hai immediately joyfully wrapped his arms around Tashigi's waist and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Tashigi." Tashigi instantly blushed and said, "Let go." Cough. Cough. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Soon, Lin Hai and Smoker set off on their way to Alabarna. Smoker really had no choice. Compared to the lives of the people of Alabasta Kingdom, he now trusted Lin Hai more. As for the world government, what kind of character were they? Smoker knew all too well that the Shichibukai system was something they created, and now they were trying to escape the consequences. Would those high and mighty nobles come to handle this matter and lose face? Smoker had no hope at all. On the way, the more Smoker thought, the angrier he became, the angrier he got, the more he glared at Lin Hai, who was holding Tashigi's hand. Unable to bear it any longer, Smoker shouted angrily, "You filthy pirate, stay away from Tashigi. Also, when we get to Alabarna, don't walk with us. Otherwise, I'll arrest you too." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, I say, Brother Smoker, why don't you learn from that old man Garp? He knows how to adapt. Unlike you, who is just a bull. You'll offend people like this, you know? Smoker didn't hesitate to act. He unleashed his white wind. Lin Hai simply grabbed the white smoke and laughed. White wind. White lover. Let's talk nicely. Is there really so much hatred in the world? After letting go, Lin Hai continued, Brother Smoker, after we sort this out, how about we drink a few cups together? Your drinking capacity really isn't that good. Before he could finish, Smoker threw a punch. Pirate, aren't you being too arrogant? Daring to underestimate the Navy? Tashigi helplessly said, can you two give me a break? Alabasta is still in turmoil. Calming down, Smoker said to Shiji, when we get there, we'll handle the aftermath, but we want to get involved. Tashigi asked in confusion why. Lin Hai poked Tashigi's head and laughed. You Navy don't belong to Alabasta Kingdom. You have no right to interfere in their matters. Didn't you know that? Tashigi looked at Smoker in confusion. Smoker nodded helplessly. Although Alabasta belonged to the world government, the Navy was a branch of the world government and hadn't received orders from them. This point, Smoker was still clear about. At this moment, Smoker replied, yes, right. Lin Hai looked at Smoker with a frustrated expression and said, I say, Smoker, can you stop wearing that face all day? Even if you can't pay your debts, you don't have to frown all the time, right? Or else, should I help you pay it off? Are you kidding me? Smoker raised his cross-shaped weapon and chased after Lin Hai. But unfortunately, Smoker couldn't beat Lin Hai. The gap in their strength was indeed huge. Thus, the three of them continued their noisy journey to Alabarna. Chapter 92. Luffy's defeat while Lin Hai and the others were on their way. Luffy's group arrived at the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alabarna, where they were indeed intercepted by high-ranking agents of Baroque works. Among them, Luffy had encountered Crocodile once on the way, and when everyone saw Crocodile, Nami was the first to ask, Crocodile, how did you end up here? What happened to Lin Hai? Luffy also asked, what have you done to Lin Hai? Hee ha. Crocodile shamelessly teased. Why don't you go check in Rain Base and find out? Ha ha ha. Usopp shouted excitedly, stop joking. We know exactly what Lin Hai is capable of. What trick did you pull? Where's Lin Hai? Crocodile said disdainfully. My presence here says it all. Just accept reality. Ha. At this moment, Luffy stepped forward and said, I don't believe Lin Hai is in trouble. You all go ahead. I'll deal with Crocodile. Vivi stepped forward and said, Luffy, Lin Hai. Luffy turned and smiled. Don't worry, that guy's definitely fine. You have things to take care of over there. Why do these people trust that annoying bastard so much? Crocodile, who was still furious after being kicked by Lin Hai earlier, now had the perfect opportunity to vent his anger on this group. Just as Crocodile was about to strike, a fist suddenly flew straight toward his head. However, Crocodile, being a Logia fruit user, wouldn't be affected unless a weakness was found. Otherwise, they had no chance against him. After his head exploded into sand, it reformed again. Crocodile mocked. You trash really think you could defeat me? You all go ahead. I'll handle him. Luffy directly activated his second gear mode, ready to go all out since the opponent was a warlord of the sea. Luffy, the others worriedly called out. Get out of here. Luffy insisted. At this moment, Zoro said, we should leave quickly. Let's listen to the captain. Usopp was still conflicted. Luffy. Sanji directly pulled Usopp away, reminding him, we have other important matters to attend to. Let's go. Luffy stared at Crocodile and shouted. The rest is up to you. Luffy, be careful. We'll meet again in Alabarna. Hey, is Lin Hai okay? He wouldn't have really. I say, Chopper, do you really believe Crocodile's words? We should know how strong Lin Hai is. Sanji couldn't help but retort. Hey, green-haired idiot, why do you sound so unsure? Zoro angrily said. What did you say, Cook? Do you want me to cut you? Nami intervened. Can you both stop arguing? Watching the Straw Hat crew leave, Crocodile said to Luffy, why does a pirate like you want to stop me? Luffy replied expressionlessly, because Vivi loves her country, and I won't allow you to harm her. Ha ha. Crocodile laughed. Do you really think you can defeat me? How would I know if I don't try? Luffy crouched down, one fist at his waist, and the other hand extended, aiming at Crocodile. Gomu gomu no. Jet pistol. Saying that, Luffy made the first move, but Crocodile just stood there, allowing Luffy to hit him, yet he couldn't land a blow, which frustrated Luffy. Previously, Lin Hai had warned him that Crocodile's right hand was off limits. If caught, his body's moisture would be drained. Water? Luffy suddenly remembered that Lin Hai had said the weakness of the Sansan fruit was water. At that moment, seeing Luffy standing not far away and not attacking, Crocodile continued to mock. Huh, figured it out? You can't hit me. There are plenty of pirates like you. After saying that, Crocodile attacked with Desert Sword. A massive slash made of sand headed straight for Luffy's forehead. Fortunately, Luffy's keen eyesight and his developed sense of danger allowed him to instinctively dodge the attack. Looking at the huge crack formed on the ground, Luffy couldn't help but say, "That was close." "Ha ha," Crocodile smugly said. "Kid, today you'll be buried here." "Desert Sword. Here he comes again," Luffy exclaimed and dodged, activating his second gear again. This time, Luffy's second gear was slightly different, as water droplets were falling from his body. Luffy knew he couldn't maintain this for long, as he would become dehydrated and lose his combat ability. At this moment, seeing Luffy attempt the same trick again, Crocodile couldn't help but mock. "Still haven't understood." Before he finished speaking, Crocodile was sent flying by a punch from Luffy. Lin Hai is indeed amazing. How did he know? Seeing that he could actually hit Crocodile this time, Luffy couldn't help but murmur with joy. The success of the first attack made Luffy think of that smoke man. He was also a Logia user, and if he didn't use Haki, how could he hit him? Just as he was pondering this, Luffy's abdomen was suddenly pierced by a hooked object. It turned out that Crocodile had used his ability to quickly move behind Luffy and struck him hard. Crocodile leaned close to Luffy's ear and whispered, "Looks like you've figured out my weakness, but do you think you can fight me? I'm a warlord of the sea. If you dare to lose focus while fighting me, this is where it ends for you." After saying that, Crocodile pulled out the hooked object from Luffy's abdomen and laughed without looking back. At this moment, as Luffy's abdomen was pierced, memories of Lin Hai's repeated warnings echoed in his mind. During battle, one must concentrate. While it's okay to underestimate the opponent and mess with their mindset, one must not let their guard down, as falling for someone else's lethal move would lead to regret. Luffy gritted his teeth, trying not to lose consciousness, secretly cursing himself for making that mistake. This was Luffy's first battle against an opponent of Crocodile's caliber, and he had failed. But who is Luffy? He is the protagonist, with a halo. Not long after, a user of the bird fruit, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard, Pell, passed by and saved Luffy. Chapter 93. A sword opens the sky. As Bell passed by, he saw a lot of blood flowing from Luffy's stomach and couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay, kid?" Damn, if Lin Hai were here, he would definitely have shot back at him. Let's see if you would be fine after having your stomach pierced. However, Luffy was different. At that moment, he grabbed Bell's shirt and said, "I want to eat meat." Meanwhile, Zoro and Nami arrived at a location where they were blocked by Mr. One and his partner, Miss Doublefinger. Mr. One was a user of the chop fruit, combining martial arts and swordsmanship. Miss Doublefinger, originally named Bora, was a user of the thorn fruit. After the two parties met, they each chose their opponents. Without a word, Nami chose to run away, and Bora chased after her. When Nami stopped, Bora teasingly asked, "Little girl, why did you stop running?" Nami waved her weather stick, stuck out her tongue, and playfully said, "Look above your head." "Above my head?" Bora curiously looked up and was struck by lightning. It was that simple. Nami won. The plot twist was too sudden and caught everyone off guard. Looking at the unconscious Bora, Nami said disappointedly, "Seriously, I have other tricks up my sleeve." As for Zoro and Mr. One, also known as Daz Bones, after a bit of verbal sparring, Zoro was buried under the rubble of a collapsed building by a flashy slash from Daz. Daz looked in the direction where Zoro had been buried and said, "TSH, the pirate hunter Roronoa's Zoro is this week? What a disappointment." Just as Daz turned to leave, a noise came from the debris, and then Zoro stood up. With a blank expression, Zoro said, "I have a sword that can move mountains. I have a sword that can turn the seas. I have a sword that can open the sky. In this world, nothing can withstand me. This is called the three-sword style. Hey, you over there." Saying this, Zoro looked at Daz with indifferent eyes, and this gaze, combined with his earlier impressive words, made Daz's heart skip a beat. Oh, Daz suppressed his fear. This person in front of him seemed a bit abnormal. After taking so many of his attacks, how could he now have such a look in his eyes? Daz stubbornly said, "You're still not dead? But that's useless because I'm a chop fruit user. My whole body can turn to blades. Swordsmen can't do anything to me unless you can cut iron." Zoro picked up the fallen sword and pointed it at Daz, saying, "Thank you for making me stronger. I finally understand why Lin Hai practices that chopping motion every day. So that's how it is. Looks like I need to train again." Daz was confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Hearing this question, Zoro recalled Lin Hai's twisted sense of humor and blurted out, "What I say has nothing to do with you, does it?" Wow. After saying that, Zoro seemed to discover a new world. It felt so good to retort like this. However, the main thing was to take down that guy first. Before Daz could get angry, Zoro had already gripped his sword and slowly said, "One sword style. A sword opens the sky." A figure flashed past Daz, and, after a moment, Daz felt a sharp pain. He, a chop fruit user, had always been the one to cut others, But who would have thought he would be cut instead? If Lin Hai were here, he would definitely challenge Zoro for this. How dare this shameless guy use his powerful name? It's just cutting some scrap iron, yet he acts so tough, claiming to open the sky. And in this battle, Zoro won. Elsewhere, Luffy, revived, went to cause trouble for Crocodile again, after fighting for a while at the palace. Although Crocodile was beaten up by Luffy, Luffy accidentally touched Crocodile's right hand and was caught by Crocodile's ability. Fortunately, when Crocodile, King Cobra, and Robin entered the underground palace, Luffy was revived by water again. The protagonist is indeed the protagonist. He can't be killed. At this moment, Lin Hai and Smoker were rushing to Alabasta. Lin Hai said irritably, "You Navy guys are so useless. You don't even know how to get through this stretch of road." Smoker retorted, "If it weren't for you, idiot, constantly pissing me off, would I forget to take the map? Lin Hai, with your white hair and prematurely aged appearance, how dare you call someone else an idiot?" Smoker, furious, shouted, "Do you want to fight again?" Tashigi weakly said, "Can you two please stop arguing? How many times have you fought along the way?" Lin Hai shot back, "Don't want to argue with him? Always talking about justice. Yet nobody calls him a hero, right? He's just a dreamer, living in fantasy." Smoker felt helpless. He couldn't beat him in a fight. And now he found he couldn't even win an argument against him. Frustrated, Smoker shouted, "We're already at Alabasta. Just go do your thing and don't let me see you again." Ahem. Lin Hai naturally ignored Smoker and made a kissing gesture to Tashigi before heading straight for the palace square, where a battle had already begun, and they could hear the shouts of people from afar. When Lin Hai arrived, he saw Nami and the others trying to persuade Vivi not to get involved. At that moment, when Nami saw Lin Hai, she exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Hai. Oh, Lin Hai, it's really you. Crocodile just said he defeated you, and we were all so worried about you," Chopper said with tears in his eyes. Lin Hai was somewhat doubtful of his hearing and confirmed, "What did you just say? That Crocodile defeated me?" Nami nodded. "Crocodile said so, but we don't believe it." Vivi stepped forward and said, "I'm so glad you're okay." Usopp, wrapped like a mummy, said, "Lin Hai, you need to go help Luffy. He's fighting Crocodile desperately." Lin Hai asked, "Where are they?" "Take me there." Sanji stopped him, saying, "We should deal with the trouble in front of us first. Look, if we don't stop them from fighting, the consequences will be unimaginable." Zoro agreed. Luffy said he has found a way to defeat Crocodile. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I still believe in the captain's words. I regret not finishing him off with one sword back then. That shameless guy actually said behind my back that I was defeated by him." Nami, irritated, said, "Forget about that for now. How we solve the current problem? Think of a way." "Ahem, this is simple." Saying this, Lin Hai quickly took out his gear from his backpack. Now, nobody could stop Lin Hai from showing off again, especially in front of so many people. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for crossing into One Piece. I have a flirty system, Chapter 93. A sword opens the sky for free reading. Chapter 94. Give me some face soon. Lin Hai made a long robe from the remaining fabric of the day, put on a wig, took out the high wind from his spatial backpack, and tied it behind his back. From a distance, he looked just like a sword immortal. Chopper's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Hai, you look the coolest today." Usopp shouted, "I've seen this outfit before back at the sea restaurant and in the little garden." Chopper, calm down. Chopper replied, "Let me go, I want to dress like that too." Sanji said, unhappily, "What's there to be envious about? That bastard's robe is made from my curtains." Vivi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Sanji's curtains? Lin Hai ignored their complaints and used his abilities to slowly step into the air. Even though Zoro and the others had seen it before, they couldn't help but be amazed again. Those who didn't know the details would indeed be shocked by Lin Hai's actions. After reaching a certain height, Lin Hai stood still. Although the spatial barrier would disappear in 5 seconds, he had already improved it, so he could just condense another one, right? Ha ha ha. Worship me, mortals. Oops, almost lost focus. At that moment, Lin Hai was in a trance, but the sounds of fighting below brought him back to reality. He then shouted loudly, "Residents of Alabasta, give me some face and stop what you're doing for a moment." Was the voice too soft? Did they not hear him? So, Lin Hai took out a loudspeaker. "Residents of Alabasta, listen to me first." The people in the square heard Lin Hai's voice and looked up at the person in midair. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai felt very satisfied. But just as he was about to speak, the residents began to resume their actions. Because at that moment, the residents were all fired up, and they wouldn't care about Lin Hai anymore. Now, Lin Hai was instantly annoyed, so he shouted again, "You all listen to me first. Damn it. Stop fighting and just let me say something. Cough, cough, cough. Down below, Sanji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, what is Lin Hai doing? Give him face? His face is so big. Haha, this is killing me. Zoro tried to hold back his laughter, turning red in the face from suppressing it. Usopp and Nami exchanged glances. They understood Lin Hai's feelings the most. They knew Lin Hai's character well enough to realize how embarrassed he was at that moment. So they both rolled on the ground laughing. Chopper, looking confused, asked, "What are you all laughing at? Aren't we supposed to stop the fighting?" Seeing her people making unnecessary sacrifices, Vivi couldn't laugh, and Sanji, seeing this, quickly put on a serious face and said, "What are you laughing at? Everyone be serious." At this moment, Lin Hai descended from the air with a sullen face. "Vivi, has that bomb on the rooftop been dealt with?" Vivi nodded, "Yes. I told Bell to take care of that bomb long ago." In that case, Lin Hai struck his coolest pose. "Activate summon mode, come forth, high wind." Suddenly, a spatial vortex about 30 centimeters in diameter appeared on Lin Hai's left side, and a stunning sword slowly emerged. Zoro exclaimed, Hey, Lin Hai, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Lin Hai angrily replied, "They dared not to give me face, I want to cut them." Before he finished speaking, Usopp quickly hugged Lin Hai and said, "Calm down, you need to calm down, don't just go around cutting people." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Vivi became anxious. "Lin Hai, you wouldn't really want to?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I just plan to cut down all the buildings around to scare them, not to cut them." Sanji said speechlessly, "Aren't you proficient in Conqueror's Haki? You could just knock them out." Why didn't I think of that earlier? It seems I lost my wits in anger." Cough, cough. Lin Hai's face turned red. "Usopp, let me go. I need to start showing off. I want to knock them out." Vivi asked, "That won't hurt them, right?" Zoro explained, "They'll just faint. It's fine." At the right moment, Lin Hai stepped forward, lowering his head, and before he even began to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, Sanji jealously said, "Hurry up, stop posing." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I need to gather my energy." In an instant, a gust of wind swept the dust in the square, and Lin Hai raised his head, his eyes narrowing. A more domineering light blue aura enveloped the vast square in a vortex. This was the unrivaled, awe-inspiring Conqueror's Haki. The previously deafening sounds suddenly vanished, and everyone seemed to freeze in place. Then one by one, their eyes rolled back, and they fell down. After a while, a puzzled Chopper asked, "Why is there music playing? But it sounds so exhilarating." Zoro said speechlessly, "Lin Hai, can you turn off your music? You should be thinking about how to clean up the mess." Cough, cough. When Lin Hai was about to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, he was actually adjusting the background music, the BGM of Hawkeye's appearance and red-haired Shanks. In such a situation, how could Lin Hai not have background music to match his coolness? "Suddenly, Lin Hai shouted, who dares to sneak attack me?" Nami directly gave Lin Hai a flick on the head. Annoyed, "Vivi is so sad, and you're still doing such boring things. Hurry up and check on Luffy." However, just as Vivi was about to take Lin Hai to the underground palace to help Luffy, someone broke through the bottom floor nearby, and a figure flew up into the air, then fell down. That person was none other than Crocodile. Lin Hai and his group rushed to where Crocodile fell, and Lin Hai asked, "Vivi, do you have any sea stone?" Vivi replied curiously, "We do. But what do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Lin Hai said resentfully, "Of course. I'm going to hand Crocodile over to the Marines and collect the bounty." "Nanny!" Everyone exclaimed in unison. Only Nami, the weirdo, had her eyes sparkling with berries. "Lin Hai, you're such a genius. By the way, what's Crocodile's bounty?" Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. "Nami looks so charming like this." "Leave this to me," Nami sent. Lin Hai kicked Sanji away and said, "About 80 million berries. We're going to be rich. We're going to be rich." Saying this, Nami couldn't help but kiss Lin Hai. Sanji immediately shouted, "Lin Hai, I want to challenge you." Zoro rolled his eyes. "Can you even beat him?" Sanji retorted, "Do you believe I can kick you to death first?" Zoro angrily replied, "Come on, you color chef, see if I don't cut you down." Thus, Sanji kicked up, down, left, right, kick, kick, kick. And what about Zoro? Upward slash, downward slash, left slash, 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 slash. Everyone. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Are you too toxic? Be more mature." "Damn, do you really think I can't beat you?" Thus, the three of them got into a chaotic fight. Everyone. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 94. Give me some face, free reading. Chapter 95. So flamboyant, while the Straw Hat Pirates were dealing with the Kusha and Kubra armies in the square, Smoker was on the phone with his friend, Admiral Akiji. "Ah, what a surprise to hear from you." Smoker, Akiji, said curiously. "Smoker, holding the din din mushi, explained. You must have heard about what Crocodile has been doing in Alabasta, right? Akiji fell silent for a moment before asking, what do you want to say? Smoker, filled with anger, replied, Akiji, how can I feel like our navy is just the lackeys of that bastard Lin Hai, as he said. I can't believe you would know nothing about what's happening here. How could Akiji respond? At that moment, he was surrounded by high-ranking Navy officials, including Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, although it wasn't an official meeting. Seeing everyone looking at him in silence, Akiji finally said, Smoker, I know what you're thinking. Just do what you think is right. Smoker coldly stated, I believe the Shichibukai system is fundamentally unreasonable and should have been abolished long ago. With that, he hung up the din din mushi, leaving a moment of silence in Sengoku's office. At this time, Sengoku said, Akiji, I've heard the Straw Hat Pirates are also in Alabasta, right? Ha ha. Garp suddenly laughed. Everyone, don't be so serious. How about I treat you to some senbei? Sengoku angrily replied, Garp, you bastard, be serious. And stop using my senbei to treat others. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, Garp, you know that little guy named Lin Hai among the Straw Hats, right? You two were acquainted before, weren't you? Garp replied seriously, yes. That kid probably didn't want to join the Navy because of those troublemakers, and now he has actually become a pirate. Akiji shook his head. That's just one of the reasons. Lin Hai has even attacked a celestial dragon. If he joins the Navy, the unspoken words hung in the air. Everyone understood the dire consequences if Lin Hai were to be recognized by the celestial dragons. Oh, today's youth actually dare to attack celestial dragons. How scary, Kizaru teased. Sengoku looked around at everyone, helplessly saying, Akiji, do you think Lin Hai is harmless? Akainu glanced at Akiji and expressed his opinion. A pirate is a pirate. These scum shouldn't exist in this world. What do you mean harmless? We should eliminate him right away, especially since the celestial dragons are still looking for him. Garp fell silent. Not only was there Lin Hai and the Straw Hats, but also his own grandson. The concerns he had before were finally coming to fruition. Sengoku knew that the pirate named Monkey D. Luffy was related to Garp just from his surname. Seeing this, Sengoku said, Akiji, contact Smoker again. Let's observe the Straw Hat Pirates and then decide on our next course of action. In the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna, Smoker had just hung up the din din mushi when he received another call from Akiji. To Smoker's surprise, Akiji actually wanted him to test the Straw Hat Pirates. For a moment, Smoker was unsure of the situation and could only comply. He handed the din din mushi to Tashigi and instructed, Tashigi, when we find the Straw Hat Pirates, turn on the recording din din mushi and broadcast our situation live to Admiral Akiji. Tashigi nodded. It seems this situation is a bit unexpected for everyone. Smoker agreed. The Shichibukai plotting against nations is too heinous, and the Straw Hat Pirates' intentions are unclear. Admiral Akiji wants to use us. As Smoker and Tashigi walked, they finally spotted the Straw Hat Pirates. However, Smoker and Tashigi were puzzled by the sight of so many people lying on the ground, many of whom were still breathing. Could it be that they were tired from fighting and just took a nap? Even more absurdly, why were three of the Straw Hat Pirates fighting each other? Smoker stepped forward, pointing his crossed fingers at Lin Hai and the others who were in combat, and shouted, Lin Hai, Roronoa Zoro, and Sanji, stop fighting and surrender. At this time, Tashigi had already turned on the recording din din mushi, and everyone in Sengoku's office could see the scene in front of Tashigi. However, Sengoku and the others were bewildered. Were the Straw Hat Pirates fighting among themselves? Indeed, pirates are pirates. A group of ruthless villains must be fighting over uneven distribution of profits, right? After Smoker spoke, he noticed that Lin Hai and the others had completely ignored him. So he shouted again, Pirates, stop fighting. Lin Hai and the others still disregarded Smoker and continued to fight. In a moment of anger, Smoker's veins popped as he joined the fight against Lin Hai and the others. What started as a fight between two became 3 and then 4. Seeing this situation, Akiji awkwardly turned to Sengoku. Well, you know Smoker's temper. Ha. Garp laughed heartily. That little Lin Hai hasn't changed at all. He has become much more handsome compared to before. Sengoku's eye twitched in anger as he shouted, Shut up, you bastard Garp. In the square, after a while of fighting, Lin Hai and the others finally realized that Smoker had arrived. The 4 of them exchanged glances and stopped their movements. Lin Hai then smiled. Just in time, honest Smoker. That crocodile has already been knocked out, saving your navy a lot of manpower and resources to capture him. Seeing Smoker looking at him in silence, Lin Hai continued. No need for gratitude. As kind-hearted pirates, we don't need your rewards. Just give us Crocodile's bounty, okay? What about the bounty? You Navy wouldn't go back on your word. right? For a moment, many high-ranking Navy officials felt struck by lightning. They exchanged glances. Kind-hearted pirates? What a joke. Also, since when could pirates claim bounties? And it was even the bounty of a Shichibukai recognized by the world government? This joke was too big. If they really did that, the expressions on the faces of the world government as higher-ups would surely be spectacular. Moreover, it seemed that the Navy had never stipulated that pirates couldn't claim bounties. How interesting it would be to issue such a bounty, slapping the world government's face. In the square, Smoker truly didn't expect that this damn Lin Hai would dare to think of that. But he shouldn't be saying it now, with Sengoku and the others watching from behind. Furious, Smoker pointed his crossed fingers at Lin Hai again and demanded, "Pirates, tell me, what is your purpose for coming to Alabasta?" Lin Hai was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. The opportunity had come again. "Everyone, step aside. I'm going to be flamboyant and make a scene." The people nearby, including Smoker, who are very familiar with Lin Hai, vaguely guessed that this son who does not act like a son is definitely going to pull off another frustrating stunt. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for crossing pirates. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 95. Even more flamboyant are available for free reading. Chapter 96. Vice Admiral Crane is crying for some reason. Lin Hai suddenly had an inspiration. After all, he had failed at singing last time, right? A true man should get up from where he fell. So, Lin Hai said to Smoker, "Give me a few seconds." He then took out a mirror, a comb, hair gel, a hairdryer, and other items, and began to style himself in front of everyone. Smoker was dumbfounded. "What are you doing? I'm asking you about your purpose for coming to Alabasta, and you're messing with your hair." Meanwhile, everyone in the Marine headquarters office, including Sengoku, was also confused. What on earth did that guy want to do? After Lin Hai finished getting ready, he placed a small microphone by his mouth and pulled out 2 large speakers from who knows where. Finally, he sprayed some perfume he had borrowed from Nami onto himself. Nami exclaimed, "Lin Hai, what did you take my perfume?" Sanji complained, "You bastard, how can you use Nami's stuff? Give it back to her." Lin Hai ignored them because he noticed that Tashigi was holding the transponder snail. Many people were likely watching the scene now, and he couldn't afford to mess up. Spraying perfume was to create a pleasant scent that could elevate one's spirit and inspire creativity, right? Hey, does anyone know what he's planning to do? Is he going to sing? But this look of his was indeed quite cool, and he looked good too. Idiot, is now the time to worry about how cool he looks? By the way, he hasn't even answered Colonel Smoker's question yet. At this moment, Lin Hai struck a pose. This time, he was going to perform live. As the background music of Chasing the Wind started playing, Lin Hai lowered his head, stood with his legs slightly apart and straight, with one hand in his pocket and the other slowly raised as if grabbing something, then clenched his fist. The audience immediately felt a different aura coming from him, one that was pure, passionate, and unstoppable, cool yet not overbearing. Everyone swallowed hard and was very curious about Lin Hai's next move. Before anyone could react, Lin Hai had already started singing, shouldering the wind and stepping on the ground. His eyes were bright as he stared ahead, singing and dancing with flair, especially when he sang about stepping on the ground. He even pointed at the ground with his middle finger. At that moment in Sengoku's office, if anyone had noticed Akainu's facial expression, they would see the corners of his mouth twitching under his hat. Garp, meanwhile, stared in disbelief at the projection from the transponder snail, with a long string of snot hanging from his nose. He knew Lin Hai was unpredictable, but he never expected him to express his emotions through song. Indeed, wasn't Smoker always chasing after the Straw Hat crew to find out their purpose? Since he asked today, Lin Hai decided to loudly tell him in the form of a cool and crazy song, expressing the pursuit of passionate youth. This was the goal of the Straw Hat crew. The Navy couldn't stop it, nor should they. The lyrics of Chasing the Wind were filled with positivity and determination to move forward. Now, the Marines were both excited and silent. How could a pirate sing such a song? Who could make the cold-hearted Akainu's mouth twitch? Who made Garp, at his old age, act like a child and drool? That's right, it was that man, the one who was going to be flamboyant to the heavens. Smoker, on the side, was inexplicably influenced by such passionate music and almost jumped up to dance with Lin Hai. After realizing it, he couldn't help but blush, but he noticed that the Marines behind him were actually jumping up, which made Smoker furious. At this moment, in Sengoku's office, after a moment of silence, Sengoku signaled Akiji to turn off the video transponder snail. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Crane was deeply touched by Lin Hai's song, which reminded her of her younger self. The time's gone by, and the two fools who pursued her. So, Vice Admiral Crane turned to Garp and Sengoku, tears inexplicably streaming down her face. Time. Those beautiful memories deep in her heart truly made one feel a rush of emotion. Kizaru, with sharp eyes, noticed Vice Admiral Crane was crying and couldn't help but ask, "Vice Admiral Crane, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Vice Admiral Crane inexplicably replied, "Being young is wonderful." At this moment, Sengoku said, "Everyone, let's focus. We need to discuss how to set the bounty for the Straw Hat crew, and also talk about Crocodile." However, the transponder snail on Sengoku's desk rang again. It turned out to be a call from the Gorosei. One of the Gorosei directly ordered, "The credit for defeating Crocodile goes to Smoker." In a square in Alabasta, Lin Hai had just finished singing a song. The flamboyant system prompted, "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a magnificent and flamboyant operation," leaving some high-ranking Marines silent and making Vice Admiral Crane shed tears. The host's physical skills, observation hockey, and armament hockey have all been upgraded by 1 level. Since the host understands the importance of continuous learning and improvement, the flamboyant system privately rewards the host with a one-time resurrection opportunity upon death, encouraging the host to be flamboyant to the heavens. Resurrection upon death? So, Lin Hai had gained an incredible chance at rebirth. Just as everyone stared blankly at Lin Hai, the surprised Lin Hai did several backflips, and then he crashed into a wall. What was he doing? Committing suicide? It shouldn't be, right? It seemed like he was too happy and flipped into the wall. How embarrassing. Why was I admiring such a fool just now? Smoker looked speechlessly at Lin Hai, whose face was pressed against the wall. How should he deal with this Lin Hai? The Straw Hat crew hadn't really committed any crimes. They were just sailing under the pirate flag. If Smoker were to capture them, what would he charge them with? Could he really say, "I'm Smoker, a Marine, and they're pirates"? But they hadn't committed any crimes. If he didn't capture them, they were still pirates. For a moment, Smoker felt like he was going crazy. It was all Lin Hai's fault for what he had said back then, leaving him in such a dilemma. Frustrated, Smoker grabbed the cross-shaped handcuffs again and charged at Lin Hai, angrily shouting, "Pirate Lin Hai." Nami immediately exclaimed, "Lin Hai, be careful." Chapter 97. It turns out it's all a trick. Lin Hai, who crashed into the wall, fell directly to the ground, feeling speechless. Now he was going to be laughed at again. As he got up, he saw Smoker rushing over angrily, but he didn't sense any killing intent. Lin Hai was puzzled and asked, "Hey Smoker, what are you doing?" Smoker swung his weapon horizontally and shouted, "You bastard, why did you want to become a pirate?" Lin Hai squatted to dodge and replied, "Why can't I be a pirate?" Smoker made a vertical slash and exclaimed, "Isn't this era chaotic enough because of pirates? You bastard." Lin Hai sidestepped and retorted, "What does that have to do with me? I'm not the one who messed up the world. You should ask those old men. Enough of this nonsense. How about we go eat and have a drink?" Smoker made a diagonal slash and, furious, said, "What are you joking about? Damn pirates." For a moment, Smoker kept attacking Lin Hai with his weapon, while Lin Hai closed his eyes and dodged each attack. What were they doing? Fighting? If it was a fight, why wasn't he fighting back? "Colonel Smoker, don't joke with us. With your abilities, how could you not hit him? Take it seriously." After a while, Smoker stopped attacking and kicked the ground in frustration. "Damn it, why can't I hit this stinky pirate? Does he have observation hockey?" Before Smoker could continue pondering, Lin Hai opened one eye and said, "Why don't you continue? I'm not done playing yet. Come hit me." Smoker almost spat out blood. This guy was just too asking for a beating. Smoker raised his weapon again and pointed it at Lin Hai, saying, "If you have guts, stand still." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and replied, "Good thing I didn't join the Navy, if all Navy officers think like you-I'd." Smoker chased after Lin Hai, wielding his weapon, leaving the onlookers feeling utterly powerless. After the playful bickering, when the king of Alabasta, Cobra, came carrying the unconscious Luffy, everyone prepared to attend to their own matters. Smoker took his subordinates to escort Crocodile to the Marine headquarters, while Cobra was the busiest, dealing with the aftermath of the battle. In a large room of the palace, the Straw Hat crew was asleep, while Nami and Lin Hai had nothing to do. Among them, Usopp and Zoro were moderately injured, while Luffy was the most severely injured, having been poisoned by Crocodile's scorpion venom. Fortunately, Robin had an antidote for the scorpion venom. At the right moment, Nami gave Lin Hai a look, and when they found a quiet place, she couldn't help but ask, "You said you came to deal with Crocodile, right? What happened?" "Not only did we deal with Crocodile, but also all the agents of Baroque Works." "What did you do?" Lin Hai replied gloomily, "Isn't that your reason for confiscating all the treasure?" "Nami, there are so many treasures. Can I just take 2 gems?" Nami decisively refused. "No way. You didn't team make a move this time, so don't even think about the treasure." Lin Hai was frustrated. thinking back to why he didn't secretly save some treasure earlier. Now it was all taken by Nami. Cough, cough. Lin Hai pretended to pull Nami's hand and walk to an open area, saying, I know you really like treasure, so since you want it all, I'll just give it to you. Nami's eyes sparkled, but she remained cautious. Based on her understanding of Lin Hai, she couldn't let her guard down. Looking at the broken buildings, Nami recalled some past events and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect someone like Crocodile to be so dangerous. Just one person stirring things up caused such serious consequences for Alabasta. Lin Hai nodded, indeed, but Vivi's father is already dealing with the aftermath. Nami, you. Nami looked up at the sky and replied, yes, seeing the aftermath, many people have lost their loved ones. It reminds me of Belmere. Lin Hai took Nami's hand, and after they sat down, he said, you can't just call her by her name. You should call her mother Belmere. How can you address her directly? Remember that. Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai. I just like calling her that. What does it matter to you? Ignoring Nami's words, Lin Hai softly said, some people are indeed hard to forget because their image and laughter are engraved in our bones. Just like your mother, she not only raised you, but also taught you how to be a good person, how to get along with others, what to pursue, and what to persist in. Nami looked at Lin Hai in surprise and asked, how do you know so much about my mother? Lin Hai waved his hand, don't mind the details. Your mother also taught you that you should share things with the people around you. Being greedy isn't the way to go. Just like that big bag of treasure I took earlier. Nami, you should at least share some of that treasure with me, right? If you take it all, won't your conscience hurt? If your mother knew, she would definitely be sad. As Nami listened, she realized that Lin Hai had ulterior motives. He had been going around in circles just to get to the treasure. For a moment, Nami's eyes twitched. She had thought Lin Hai understood her well, but it turned out to be all a trick. Seeing that Nami wasn't speaking, Lin Hai turned to her and asked, Nami, are you listening to me? Duong. Nami gave Lin Hai a smack on the head and put her hands on her hips, saying, stinky Lin Hai, give up on that thought. I won't give you a single gem. Watching Nami's retreating figure, Lin Hai felt utterly dejected. It seemed that Nami's love for treasure was truly incurable. Well, it was like this. Lin Hai, absolutely didn't care about those treasures. After a while, Vivi found Lin Hai and exclaimed in surprise, so you're here? I searched everywhere for you. Lin Hai turned and asked, what do you need me for? Vivi sat down in the spot where Nami had just been and said, it's nothing. I saw everyone resting, but you weren't there, so I came to find you. As she spoke, Vivi turned to look into Lin Hai's eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of attraction between the two spread out. After a moment of eye contact, Lin Hai turned his gaze to the sky and said, Vivi, you are the future of this country, and I am a wandering rogue. Do you understand? Vivi nodded and asked, I know. After you travel around the world, will you come back? Lin Hai shook his head. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, I just won't be around anymore. So, who can say for sure? After a moment of silence, Vivi said, Lin Hai, thank you for your guidance and reminders before. They helped me understand some very important truths. Just as Lin Hai was about to say you're welcome, the internet provides you with the fastest way to traverse pirates. I have a stylish system update. Chapter 97. It turns out it's all a trick, free reading. Chapter 98. Fluctuation. After a long while, Wei Wei looked at Lin Hai, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Hai, you, quickly take your hand away. This is outdoors. Lin Hai awkwardly withdrew his hand and patted the one that had just been there with his other hand, thinking how he could not change this old habit. Coughing, Lin Hai said, Wei Wei, your figure is considered the best in the entire Alabasta Kingdom. Why bring up such an embarrassing topic? To be honest, Wei Wei had truly lost control just now, unrelated to anything else. After all, no matter how Lin Hai had helped Alabasta or their time together, Wei Wei had genuinely fallen for Lin Hai. At this moment, Wei Wei whispered, Lin Hai, let's go back. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Sure, how about we go rest for a bit as well? Wei Wei looked up at Lin Hai and softly said, Lin Hai, I know you like to go on adventures at sea, but you must remember there is someone in Alabasta thinking of you, waiting for you in the future. We made a promise. Lin Hai nodded. Since you have no regrets, what else can I say? Time flies. Let's go handle our business. Business? Space field. After a few spatial shifts, Lin Hai and Wei Wei arrived in a room. Not long after, Wei Wei frowned, then relaxed. The events in Alabasta Kingdom felt like a nightmare to her. Recalling it initially showed a painful expression, but thankfully, that nightmare had passed. Wei Wei then began to appreciate the beauty of life and the preciousness of existence. Thus, Wei Wei began to sing a soft tune. I float and float. You sway and sway, rootless wild grass. When entering a dream, the sky changed so ethereal. Love for another second means another second. The fleeting makes one distressed. If you don't mind, then burn brightly once. When Lin Hai woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. Looking at Wei Wei nestled in his arm, Lin Hai softly asked, "When did you wake up? Why are you staring at me?" Wei Wei smiled sweetly. "I just wanted to look at you a little longer." Lin Hai playfully pinched Wei Wei's nose. "Get up quickly. If they can't find you, Alabasta might be in chaos again." Wei Wei then remembered and hurriedly got up, but after realizing, wrapped herself back in the blanket. Lin Hai chuckled, "It's just the two of us here. Why are you still shy?" Wei Wei's face turned red, instinctively reacting. After all, she wasn't used to it yet. Once they were both dressed, Wei Wei asked Lin Hai, "What about you and Nami?" Lin Hai laughed. "Just as you think, but I will remember yesterday's promise." Wei Wei smiled. "All right, I need to go see my father. See you later." Mua. When Lin Hai arrived at Luffy's room, Luffy was still sound asleep, and a doctor was sitting next to him, checking on him. Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "Has his fever subsided?" The doctor took out a thermometer and replied, "Fortunately, the toxins in his body have been cleared, and now his temperature has returned to normal." Lin Hai said, "Thank you. If you need medical fees, go find Nami. We have no money." The doctor was taken aback and quickly replied, No, you all save. Stop." Lin Hai quickly said, "Don't go there. It's all their credit. By the way, where are my companions?" The doctor replied, "They all went to do their own things early this morning." "Do you need me to take you to find them?" Lin Hai shook his head. "No need. Just leave them to me. Thank you." "Haha, you're too polite. Meat. I want to eat lots of meat." The two looked at the sleeping Luffy, and the doctor couldn't help but praise. This young man's vitality is really tenacious. Even after being hurt like this, he's still shouting for meat. Ha ha ha. After the doctor left, Lin Hai began to have some fun. Since Luffy was shouting for meat, Lin Hai took out a fragrant chicken leg from his spatial backpack and placed it near Luffy's nose. Sure enough, as Luffy was unconscious, instinctively he took a bite. But Lin Hai lifted the chicken leg higher. He can't reach it. Thus, the two started a fishing game. After a few tries, it seemed as if Luffy was having a nightmare. In front of him was a pile of delicious food, but he couldn't eat any, even though Luffy was sleeping. An extremely annoyed expression appeared on his face. "Duan." Nami returned and immediately gave Lin Hai a smack, scolding, "Stop doing silly things here. Luffy's wounds haven't healed yet." Before she finished speaking, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Luffy, you bastard my hand." In a moment of inattention, Luffy had bitten down on the chicken leg along with Lin Hai's hand while still asleep. After finally pulling his hand out, Lin Hai quickly asked the newly arrived Chopper, "Chopper, do you have rabies vaccine here?" Chopper looked puzzled. "We have some, but did someone get bitten by a dog?" Lin Hai pointed at the sleeping Luffy. "I was bitten by Luffy." Duong. Lin Hai was furious. This woman, why did she hit herself so easily? With a gloomy face, Lin Hai slowly turned around and said in a low voice, "Nami, try hitting me again." Duong. Nami replied speechlessly, "Seriously, they're all like this. Who knows how long Luffy will stay unconscious?" At this moment, Zoro walked in. "Yo, Lin Hai, good morning." Chopper exclaimed, "Zoro, why did you take off your bandages?" Zoro poured himself a cup of water and replied, "It's too troublesome to keep them on. By the way, Lin Hai, I need to talk to you. Can you come with me?" Lin Hai glared at Nami and replied, "What is it? Just say it." Seeing the situation was off, Zoro quickly said, "Let's talk later." Sanji returned, and upon seeing the scene, instantly got furious. "Lin Hai, how dare you glare at Miss Nami? Be careful, I kick you to death." Ignoring Sanji, Lin Hai said, "1 gem." Nami exclaimed, "You haven't given up yet. Don't even think about it. I won't give it to you. TCH. Lin Hai gave up and then turned to Zoro. "Just ask what you want." Seeing Sanji still glaring at him, Lin Hai directly retorted, "You need to take your medicine." "You bastard. What did you say?" Nami slapped her forehead. "Why are they fighting again?" "Ah." Zoro cried out in pain. "What does this have to do with me? How dare you kick me? I'll chop both of you bastards." A three-way brawl began. Chopper innocently turned to Nami. "Nami, what should we do? They're fighting again." Nami's brow twitched. Duong. X3 Nami clapped her hands, finally quieting them down. Chopper admired. Silk Cake 1. The web version is slow. Please download the How You a Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You a Novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates on Crossing Pirate, and I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 98 is available for free reading. Chapter 99, Zoro vs. Lin Hai. After a noisy commotion, a few bored people in the room went outdoors. Lin Hai asked, "Zoro, is there something you need?" Zoro took out his sword and lightly slashed at a nearby boulder, which split in half. Lin Hai praised, "Zoro, you've entered the ranks of great swordsmen, but you've only just crossed the threshold of the sword path." "Only just crossed the threshold?" Zoro felt displeased at Lin Hai's words. thinking he had made significant progress. Now Lin Hai was saying he had just entered the threshold of the sword path. Is that so? Zoro replied skeptically. How about we have a match? Sanji advised. Hey Zoro, you shouldn't push yourself like this. Chopper chimed in. Zoro, you can't engage in intense activity with your injuries. Zoro interrupted. Stop nagging. I need to capture that feeling from before, or I won't improve. Ahem, Lin Hai, trying to show off, took out a small knife from his system backpack, mimicking Hawkeye from that day. Sanji couldn't help but remind. Hey, what's with Lin Hai copying Hawkeye? Nami exclaimed. Lin Hai, don't underestimate Zoro. Be careful, or there will be another one lying in bed. Usopp held his head in his hands. What is Lin Hai doing? Chopper, still confused, stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Seeing Lin Hai draw a small knife to spar with him, Zoro felt insulted once again. Hawkeye was the world's #1 swordsman. That was already acknowledged. But why was Lin Hai doing the same thing? Zoro's face darkened. What do you mean by that? Lin Hai replied, I didn't mean to insult you. I just want you to feel that there are vast differences even among great swordsmen. Zoro smirked. You got guts. But if you get hurt later, don't blame me. Lin Hai laughed. Go ahead and use your best moves. If you can hit me, feel free. Watching this unfold, Zoro's eye twitched. Ever since his duel with Hawkeye, he had been training day and night, especially after his battle with the assassin Mr. One. Zoro felt he had made great progress. Was it really as Lin Hai said, that he was still a novice? A sense of urgency welled up in Zoro's heart. He drew his 3 swords, took a stance, and said, Lin Hai, today is different from the past. If you can't handle it, you'd better use your own sword and fight me properly. Lin Hai responded, just focus on attacking. Do you think I'm that ignorant? Come on. With a clang, Zoro drew his sword and bit down on the famous sword Wado Ikemanji, crossing his hands to grip the other 2 swords, forming a shape. For a moment, Zoro stared at Lin Hai like a beast, and this invisible pressure startled several people nearby. Seeing such a fearsome Zoro, Nami nudged Usopp. Think of something. Are they really just sparring? Usopp, terrified, replied, what can I do? Don't push me. Sanji advised, let's not disturb them. Let's see how it goes. At this moment, Zoro made his move. Onigiri. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Hai had blocked Zoro's deadly attack with that small knife, just as Hawkeye had blocked Zoro's attack that day. In an instant, sweat poured down Zoro's forehead, and he began to question his life. Why, after training day and night, and putting in more effort than others, was he still like this? Noticing Zoro's chaotic aura, Lin Hai quickly sheathed his knife and explained, Zoro, you should know that I practice those simple chopping movements every day on the ship, right? Zoro nodded, indeed. Lin Hai continued, I'm not just pretending. I practice chopping in a specific direction and at a specific point to improve my control over force and direction. But even now, I still can't control it well. This is completely different from a beginner's chopping practice. Do you understand? Zoro nodded thoughtfully, but still questioned. Then why were you able to block my deadly attack with just a small knife this time? Are you almost at Hawkeye's level? Lin Hai poked Zoro's forehead, amused. I have Haki, which already places me among the ranks of masters. Your speed or strength is no match for me. Moreover, when you fought Hawkeye, the weaknesses of your onigiri were already known to him. I was watching from the sidelines. How could I not learn? By now, if you haven't improved your techniques, why would it be surprising that I could block you? So, have you jumped out of the well? Hearing Lin Hai's explanation, Chopper asked, jumped out of the well? What does that mean? Usopp and Nami shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Sanji remarked playfully, a frog in a well, haha. At this moment, Lin Hai's finger was still poking Zoro's forehead, and Sanji's words ignited a fire, turning Zoro's face bright red. Embarrassed and angry, Zoro yelled, Lin Hai, I'm going to chop you up. Lin Hai quickly jumped back a step, and Zoro began to swing his sword wildly at Lin Hai. Thus, Lin Hai closed his eyes again, letting Zoro experience what it was like to face Smoker that day. At first, the onlookers were worried, but now they were numb. Lin Hai, with his eyes closed, said, haven't eaten yet? Speed it up. Using so much strength and not hitting anything is just wasting your energy. Zoro, his face flushed, retorted, stop nagging. I don't believe I can't hit you, you bastard. After messing around for a while, Lin Hai pulled up his personal panel. Flamboyant system. Host. Lin Hai physique. Level 8, top level 10. The host's current physique, including recovery, strength, and bodily functions, has reached a high level. Observation Haki. Level 3, enhanced perception of surrounding auras. Increased mental strength, armament Haki. Level 3, excellent offense and defense. Conqueror's Haki. Level 3, freely control and intimidate targets. Effects are significant, mainly determined by host charisma. Skill 1. Establishing spatial field, spatial swap, proficient use, as long as stamina allows and speed is sufficient. The host is invincible, spatial cutting, cutting effect determined by host haki. 2. One sword style skill 2-1. Spatial slash, advanced use of spatial fruit. Requires high wind in summoning form. 2. Spatial barrier, unlimited, depending on host proficiency. Items acquired. 1. Spatial backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely. The best place for a desperate escape. 2. Duga 9 swords, reference 3. Basic sword technique. Learning, difficult tasks in the world must be done easily. The host, however, must face difficulty before ease to be truly unique. 4. Radio has songs, Chasing the Wind, specific BGM from the pirate world. 5. TT, ham sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cloak, hairdryer, comb, mirror. System store, now open, flamboyant coins. 1125 special note. The host gains 1 chance to resurrect. After the host is resurrected, everything will be formatted. And the physical functions, strength, age, and other states will return to the time point when the host received the reward. Looking at the special note, Lin Fan confirmed again. Flamboyant system. Does this special note mean that no matter how strong I become or how old I am in the future, as long as I die and resurrect, I will directly return to the physical condition of the time when you issued the reward? Flamboyant system. Yes. Ahem. So you're saying that Lin Fan just has to die of old age normally, and he'll have another period of life? No nonsense. Let's take off. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Uedu novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Uedu novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing into the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 99 Zoro versus Lin Hai free reading. Chapter 100. Refreshingly unique Usopp. The next day, Luffy was still fast asleep in his hospital bed and hadn't T woken up. In the room, Chopper admired. So that is how it is. I didn't T expect Zoro to be that strong. That guy called Mihawk is even stronger than Zoro. The world is truly terrifying. Usopp said proudly, Chopper, you don't know. When Zoro and Lin Hai teamed up to fight Mihawk, they were completely outmatched. Just when their lives were in danger. Do you know who saved them? Chopper asked curiously. Quickly tell me, Usopp, what happened next? Usopp looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said leisurely, it was me. At that time, Lin Hai was severely injured and had already passed out. When Mihawk's sword was just 0.01 centimeters away from Zoro's throat, I shouted stop. Mihawk was stunned by my Conqueror's haki and stopped. Wow. Chopper's eyes lit up. What happened next? Did you guys fight? Coughing, Usopp mimicked Lin Hai's posture from that day, placing his hands behind his back and speaking in a profound tone. As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk naturally has his pride. Moreover, he is a sword fanatic. When faced with an opponent of my level, he had to spar with me. In the end, I fought him. Chopper couldn't help but swallow hard, sweat beading on his forehead. And then, who won? Usopp replied, we fought for 10 whole days and nights high above the sea restaurant, without a winner. The clouds in the sky were split apart by our sword energies. We only realized afterward that if we continued fighting, it might never rain at the sea restaurant again, just like the Alabasta Kingdom, which hasn't seen rain for 3 years. So, Mihawk and I agreed to stop fighting and compete again the next time we meet. Thinking back to that battle, it's truly nostalgic. I wonder how Mihawk is doing now. Chopper's eyes shone with admiration. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Usopp, you have to protect me from now on. Just then, Nami returned and saw this scene. She truly didn't expect anyone to be so shameless as to boast so refreshingly. Nami was impressed. Ignoring Usopp and Chopper's antics, Nami asked Chopper, how is Luffy doing? It's been 2 days. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Chopper replied, Luffy is fine now. He should wake up today. Nami looked around the room and asked, where are Lin Hai and Zoro? Usopp hurriedly ran to Nami's side and whispered, they're next door, but I advise you not to go over. Nami asked curiously, what happened? Usopp explained, you know Zoro is a competitive person. After Zoro lost to Lin Hai that day, he kept trying to compete with him. Right now, they are stacking cards. Nami was puzzled. Stacking cards? What does that mean? Take me to see. Usopp immediately lay on the ground. I've got a disease that prevents me from walking. Chopper, remember to burn more paper money for me. I'm dying, Chopper exclaimed. Are you okay, Usopp? Aren't you supposed to have a romantic duel with Mihawk? You can't die. Nami raised an eyebrow and violently pulled Usopp's long nose towards the next room. Usopp cried out, you can go by yourself. Let go. It hurts when Nami and the others arrive in the next room. They saw Lin Hai and Zoro stacking cards, which meant leaning 2 cards against each other to form a triangle, stacking a row of cards at the bottom. and then placing another card flat on the adjacent points of the triangle, and so on, forming a large triangle. Vivi and Sanji saw Nami come in and quickly stepped forward to stop her from disturbing Lin Hai and Zoro's competition. Nami whispered, "Since when have they started?" Vivi replied, "Since this morning." Usopp said, "That's not the point. If there's no result, are they going to keep competing?" At this moment, Lin Hai continued carefully stacking his cards, feeling frustrated about why he had said that he controlled strength better than Zoro in front of him. Plus, that Sanji guy suggested this game. Now what a mess. Lin Hai was incredibly annoyed. After stacking for so long, it kept collapsing. Zoro, that stubborn bull, had such a competitive spirit, but Lin Hai didn't want to lose either. Zoro, across from Lin Hai, raised an eyebrow and looked at him playfully. Lin Hai felt like a fool. Why was he competing in this with Zoro? Unable to take it anymore, Lin Hai shouted. At this moment, everyone watched as Lin Hai continuously scratched his hair, then scattered all the cards he had neatly arranged on the table, picked up a handful of cards, and threw them on the ground, stomping on them repeatedly. What a stupid game. Is this something people play? What control over strength? It drives me crazy. I kick. Lin Hai finally went crazy. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Hai's unexpected outburst, and Zoro was also startled by Lin Hai. Usopp muttered, "What is wrong with Lin Hai?" Sanji said, "He must be extremely irritated." Nami said speechlessly, "Is Lin Hai a child?" Everyone's expression darkened. He really was acting like a child, taking his frustration out on the cards. Just then, someone pushed the door open and announced that Luffy had woken up. So everyone prepared to go see him. Zoro nudged Lin Hai, "Are you serious?" "Serious?" Lin Hai retorted angrily, "What a stupid game. Don't you think we look like fools? Being tricked by that Sanji guy into playing this boring game?" Zoro shrugged, "Well, I won." "Aren't you going to see Luffy?" Lin Hai angrily said, "You won? You stacked them?" Zoro replied, "You were the one who couldn't hold on first, so I win." "Oomph." Lin Hai shouted angrily, "Take this." Just as Zoro was about to retaliate, Bang Nami angrily exclaimed, "Seriously, haven't you two grown up?" Vivi said sympathetically, "You've worked hard." Nami was on the verge of tears. "You understand me." At that moment, Luffy arrived. "Oh, everyone is here. Long time no see." "Huh? Why did I say long time no see?" Sanji explained to Luffy, "You've been unconscious for more than 2 days." Luffy reflexively replied, "So, that means I haven't eaten 8 meals?" Usopp exclaimed, "Why are you so precise about this? And you even calculate it as 4 meals a day?" At that moment, the head chef brought over a pile of fruits. "You're all here. Have some fruits to fill your stomach. The main meal will be ready soon." Luffy replied, "Annie, I want to eat a lot of meat." Lin Hai, lying on the ground, quickly added, "I want noodles. Remember to add mushrooms and meat slices." The head chef replied, "No problem, coming right up." In an instant, the cart full of fruits disappeared, and everyone shouted at Luffy, "Are you performing magic?" There's still some time before mealtime. Lin Hai's eyes flashed, and he was determined to make Luffy experience his pain. After seeing the head chef leave, Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "Luffy, there's a really fun game. Do you want to play?" Luffy's eyes lit up as he replied, "A game? Hurry and tell me." Everyone looked at Lin Hai with a big bad wolf's gaze and a mischievous interest, their expressions darkening. The online chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 100, Refreshingly Unique Usopp, is available for free reading. Chapter 1, A One Farewell. Just thinking about Lin Hai's frantic look earlier, and knowing that Luffy is not the type to be composed, Nami quickly intervened. "What game are you playing?" "Dinner is ready. Stop playing around." Seeing Nami signaling him, Sanji also advised, "Luffy, you just recovered. It's better to rest a bit." "Lin Hai Lauget, Luffy." "Don't listen to them. Dinner is still a while away. You don't know how fun the game I was playing with Zoro was." "Right, Zoro?" Before Zoro could answer, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer. "Lin Hai, quickly tell me what game it is. Let's play it first." Soon, Luffy started setting up a big triangle poker game, and after a while, it fell over. After doing this twice, Luffy's state was just like Lin Hai's earlier frantic behavior, scratching his head and then messing up the poker cards. Everyone stared blankly at the restless Luffy. Chopper said, "It's over. Luffy is just like Lin Hai now." Nami, "I now believe Lin Hai is Luffy's brother." Sanji, "The sea really is full of wonders." Usopp, "No wonder they came from the same village." Just then, Luffy suddenly caught a whiff of food, instantly forgetting his frustrations, and exclaimed, "It's time to eat." Lin Hai shouted, "Luffy, you haven't even experienced that feeling yet. Come back. Stop it, you idiot." Everyone yelled in unison. As soon as the food was served, Luffy entered his grabbing mode. He wasn't even chewing his food. Zoro, Luffy, you have plenty next to you, why are you grabbing mine? Usopp, Luffy, you bastard, grabbing my stuff again. Then let me add more ingredients. Nami angrily said, don't come over. After saying that, Nami turned to Vivi and asked, Vivi, aren't you coming to eat with us? Vivi waved her hand. I've eaten. This is specially for you. At this moment, Luffy turned to Lin Hai. Lin Hai leisurely said, I say, Luffy, what kind of behavior is this? Are you even eating? Don't think of taking my food. Luffy, Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Get lost. If you want to eat, go get it yourself. If you dare reach your hand over here, I'll sell your hat. Luffy's eyes bulged. What? Sanji kicked over. You filthy idiot. Sanji turned and asked, Lin Hai, when did you start liking noodles? Didn't you used to like meat? Lin Hai chuckled. Actually, noodles are quite profound, mainly because of the ingredients. As he spoke, Lin Hai's gaze subtly passed by Nami and then Vivi. Both women's faces inexplicably flushed. Meanwhile, Chopper heard this and started eating noodles vigorously. Really? Are noodles that delicious? I want some. Damn, Luffy, I absolutely want to let you steal it this time. Not long after, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, Quick, bring water. Chopper is choking. Watching this group eat like they were in a battle, Lin Hai, annoyed, knocked on the table with his chopsticks. Can you guys not be so reckless? Eating a meal like this, making it seem like others don't know you're eating, damn. Before he finished speaking, since the noodles were in soup, Luffy directly scooped them up with his hands. So terrifying. Luffy, do you believe I'll chop you up? Zoro was really frustrated. He was just eating well. Why did soup suddenly pour over his head? After an unknown amount of time, Luffy asked Vivi. Vivi, we are partners now, right? Vivi nodded. MHM. Luffy invited. Come on adventure with us. The sea is so much fun. Nami's eyes sparkled. After all, she was the only woman on the ship. And some things couldn't be said. Coupled with their time together, Nami also invited. Vivi, come with us? Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. Vivi-san. Vivi smiled gently. Everyone, thank you for your invitation. If it were before, I would have gone to sea with you. But now, as you can see, I have become a spiritual support for Alabasta. I can't just come and go as I please. I'm sorry. Everyone fell silent for a moment. But Luffy still insisted. Vivi, won't you reconsider? We're setting off soon, but we don't want to leave you behind. Vivi subtly glanced at Lin Hai and smiled. Luffy, even though I want to be going with you, we are still partners, right? Sanji looked at Vivi with pity. Vivi-san. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said irritably, Can you not act like that, making it seem like a love guru, Sanji immediately exploded in anger. You bastard, just watch me kick you to death. At that moment, Vivi asked, Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Why are you leaving so soon? Nami explained, Our ship is anchored quite far from here, and we're a bit worried. Vivi confirmed. So when are you planning to set off? Nami raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow morning. When the rain lightly taps on your window, when the wind disturbs your thoughts. Can you take a moment to think of this old appearance? Cough, cough. As the farewell approached, Lin Hai naturally had to bid a proper farewell to Vivi. As night fell, Vivi hugged Lin Hai's neck dreamily. Lin Hai, I don't know when we'll meet again after this farewell. I will miss you. Lin Hai, sweating, replied, I will miss you too. Vivi almost lost her composure, and when she came to her senses, she couldn't help but tease. You bastard, with your behavior. I just hope you don't forget there's someone in Alabasta thinking of you. Outside, the sky had begun to drizzle, sometimes lightly tapping on the windows, sometimes bringing strong winds and heavy rain. The people of Alabasta had waited for this rain for 3 years, and today it finally returned. And tonight, Vivi felt a bit happier than others, especially since Lin Hai had given her many things, not just spiritually, but materially as well. In the early hours, looking at Vivi's peach blossom-like face, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, We are about to set sail, you. Vivi gently laughed. I'll have our fast runner send you off. Lin Hai nodded. Ahem, is that convenient for you? Vivi's face turned red, but she replied, Don't worry. Although the water tank was filled with rainwater last night, the water has already been taken out. Chapter 1, Ode to New Partner on the Mary. The Straw Hat crew stood in silence, occasionally interrupted by the calls of seagulls, all watching Princess Vivi sitting on the back of the running horse on the shore. When people spend a long time together, they naturally develop some feelings and habits. Especially for someone as caring as Princess Vivi, not only is she beautiful, but she also has her own unique charm, which makes parting so hard now. Finally, Lin Hai spoke up. Vivi, it's time to go back. Alabasta is still waiting for you. At that moment, was it really time? Nami on the ship and Vivi on the shore couldn't help but shed tears. Vivi covered her mouth and choked out, Everyone, we are still partners, right? With tears streaming down his face, Luffy shouted back, of course. Vivi, you're our partner. Even if you're not sailing with us, we will always remember you. Sanji, like a romantic, said, Vivi-san, I will definitely remember you, boohoo. Vivi knew this couldn't go on, and ultimately steeled her heart, glancing at everyone, especially lingering on Lin Hai for a few more moments, before riding away without looking back. And finally, the Mary set sail. Lin Hai glanced towards the direction of the rooms on the ship, knowing that Robin was already on board. However, he chose not to expose her and instead found his own spot to get some good sleep. After all, he had listened to Rain all night, and if he didn't sleep now, it would affect his looks. The ship quickly embarked on a new course, and a Straw Hat crew lay listlessly on the second deck. Zoro looked at them and couldn't help but ask, what is wrong with you all? It's so lonely. Everyone replied in unison, so lonely. Zoro retorted, if you miss Vivi so much, why didn't you just pull her onto the ship earlier? Hearing Zoro's suggestion, everyone started to retort him. Sanji, green-haired idiot. Nami, so useless. Chopper, barbarian. Luffy, three-sword style. Usopp corrected, Luffy, three-sword style. I sent an insult. Luffy, six-sword style. At that moment, a door opened and a female voice said, hee, you all still have so much energy. When everyone realized what was happening, they all panicked. Chopper hid behind Zoro and questioned, how did you get on this ship? Are you here for revenge against Baroque Works? Zoro drew his sword and pointed it at Robin, asking, speak, what is your purpose? Sanji, for once, joined Usopp in pointing a pistol at Robin. Robin used her ability to instantly subdue everyone in a confused state. She calmly took a deck chair and placed it aside, explaining, don't point such dangerous things at me. I have no ulterior motives. Your captain, Monkey D. Luffy, did something excessive to me, so he has to take responsibility. Sanji immediately grabbed Luffy by the collar and angrily said, Luffy, what did you do to this beautiful lady? Explain yourself. Luffy, speechless, replied to Robin, don't say nonsense. Did I do anything to you? Robin sat down in the chair, propping up her chin as she explained. Yes, when I had given up on survival, you saved me. Luffy asked, so what do you want? Hee. Robin replied charmingly, now that I have nowhere to go, let me join your ship and be your partner. Nanny, everyone exclaimed in unison. Usopp was the first to object. Luffy, no way. She was the vice president of Baroque Works. How can such a dangerous person be our partner? Nami agreed. Usopp is right. If she comes with us, we want to be able to sleep peacefully. By the way, where is Lin Hai? Why isn't he here? Chopper, seemingly finding some security, quickly looked around for Lin Hai, while Zoro pointed out, he has been sleeping since he got on the ship. Sanji couldn't help but say, he is just as bad as you, Zoro. No, we should focus on how to deal with this woman first. Robin, sitting in the chair, ignored the chatter around her and elegantly made eye contact with Luffy. At that moment, Luffy replied, sure, I agree. Nanny, everyone was shocked by Luffy's decision. Luffy smiled brightly and said, don't worry, she is not a bad person. Robin adjusted her hair and smiled. Then I look forward to working with you, Captain. Ha ha ha, Luffy laughed. Don't mind it, everyone relax. Although Luffy agreed, the others still had no trust in Robin. Seeing Lin Hai still sleeping, Nami angrily walked over to him. Bang. Nami, hands on her hips, said, still sleeping? Get up. Lin Hai sat up groggily, yawning. Ah, another day, I woke up because of my own handsomeness. Everyone looked at Lin Hai and turned dark-faced. Nami said angrily, the vice president of Baroque Works is going to be our partner, and you're still sleeping. Luffy has agreed to her. You need to come up with something to convince him. As soon as Lin Hai stood up, Robin elegantly smiled and said, Huashia-di. Lin Hai, you're so handsome. Lin Hai immediately perked up, quickly took out a mirror to check himself, then spat on his hand to smooth down his hair, turning to Robin with a smile. You're beautiful too. Ugh. Everyone almost vomited. What kind of habit does this guy have? Always putting a spit on his hair. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. With limited time to maintain his image, using spit to style his hair was the quickest way. Right? What? This group of people is just jealous of him. Lin Hai, that's all. At this moment, Zoro quickly jumped back, keeping his distance from Lin Hai. Sanji couldn't help but point at Lin Hai and said, can't you be more hygienic? Change this bad habit. Lin Hai turned and asked, are you jealous of me? Who is jealous of you, you bastard? Sanji was ready to hit Lin Hai. Usopp quickly held Sanji back, saying, this isn't the time for that. We still haven't resolved the issue with that woman wanting to be our partner. Unexpectedly, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, spun around, and then said to Nami and Robin, two beautiful ladies, I'll go make you some drinks. Watching Sanji leave, Zoro and Usopp's faces darkened. Forget it. They couldn't count on him at all. Chapter 103. Robin blushed. Usopp said, "These people are so indecisive, especially Lin Hai. He gets complimented on his looks and then runs off to sleep." Zoro nodded and said, "Looks like it's just the two of us left. What a bunch of wishy-washy guys, TSK." At that moment, Nami leaned against the door with her arms crossed, one foot on the railing, and said sideways, "Honestly, to be played around like this by her, how useless. That guy has been the vice president of the crime organization until now. How can such a woman become our partner?" Clap, clap, clap. Usopp started clapping from the side. "Oh," Zoro agreed, ignoring Usopp and Zoro. Nami turned to Robin and warned, "Even if you can fool those idiots, I won't be deceived. If you dare to mess around, I'll throw you off the ship." Robin replied, I'll keep that in mind. By the way, I have some gems from Crocodile on me." Nami's expression changed instantly as she rushed to Robin's side, her eyes gleaming with money, and said sweetly, "Love you, big sister." Seeing this, Usopp and Zoro both darkened their expressions. Hey. At that moment, Sanji had finished preparing the drinks and spun out from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Ah, love. The unpredictable love. I am just a charred body, a driftwood lying down with the waves, moved by your beauty named Thunder, falling into the rapids. Sister Robin, please have some tea." Robin chuckled and said, "Thank you, Sanji." Then Sanji began to twist his body and mutter, "Love, love." Usopp scoffed. "I knew Sanji would be like this." Zoro nodded and said, "Looks like it's just the two of us left. We must defend the last bastion." Usopp chimed in, "Don't worry, Zoro." Before he could finish, Luffy called out from somewhere, "Hey, Usopp." Usopp turned with a gloomy face and asked, "What?" With Robin's flower fruit ability, Luffy simulated 2 antlers on his head and mimicked Chopper, saying Chopper. Usopp was instantly attracted, and then he joined Luffy and Chopper in their antics. Zoro felt like the world had abandoned him. Just a moment ago, they were all serious, and now they were off playing. However, in the end, Zoro also fell under Robin's gaze. On the deck, Lin Hai had no idea how much time had passed before he was awakened by a whiff of floral fragrance. It turned out Robin had walked over to look out at the distance after getting tired from reading. Noticing Lin Hai looking at her, Robin greeted him. "Are you awake?" Lin Hai stretched and replied, "I didn't expect your fruit ability also has the function of purifying the air. It's really refreshing." Purifying the air? It was the first time someone said that about her abilities, and Robin couldn't help but smile. "Do you know the significance of the D-Clan?" "D-Clan?" Lin Hai shook his head vigorously. "I'm not familiar with this. By the way, are you getting used to being on this pirate ship?" Robin turned to glance at Lin Hai and shook her head. Lin Hai smiled and said, "It's normal to feel a bit out of place in a new environment. Just be casual. But with your abilities, you should adapt quickly. Look over there, what a bunch of kids still rolling around on the deck at their age." At that moment, Sanji walked over and replied, "You're not much different." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji started spinning around, saying, "Miss Robin, it's time to eat." In the Mary's dining room. "Eat, eat, eat." Luffy shouted repeatedly with his utensils. "Usopp, Sanji, I want meat buns. Chopper, I want potato pancakes. Zoro, and a bottle of wine, please. Lin Hai, Sanji, I want noodles. Remember to add various ingredients. If it doesn't taste good, you'd better watch out." Sanji turned around angrily and shouted, "You guys be quiet. The food will be here soon." Hee. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's really lively." Nami said eagerly, "Sister Robin, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Usopp and Zoro chimed in. Hey, you must have taken her treasure, right?" Lin Hai sent out his Erguo 2 again and said, "Come on, everyone get to share." Nami said, "Are we drinking now? Someone still has to watch the ship later." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Just dock somewhere." "What's most important about being a pirate?" Luffy, to become the Pirate King. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Usopp, a brave warrior of the sea. Lin Hai quickly interrupted, "Stop. Don't talk to me about such distant things. The most important thing is to be carefree and enjoy the moment. Now, we have a new partner, and she's a beautiful lady. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Usopp asked in confusion. "What if we all get drunk and no one is watching the ship? What if we drift off course or enemies attack?" Lin Hai stepped on a chair and said, "I'll watch the ship later and throw the anchor. Anyway, it's getting dark. Come on, cheers, and welcome Robin as our partner." Everyone raised their glasses and laughed. "Welcome our new partner." At that moment, Zoro looked at Lin Hai with a different expression. Lin Hai angrily said, "Don't compare yourself to me. It's just a few bottles of wine." Also, Lin Hai directly grabbed Zoro's neck and scolded, "Can't you be less aloof? Quickly say hello to Sister Robin." Zoro exclaimed, "I won't say it. If you want to say it, you say it. You're just getting back at me for losing to me last time, right?" Lin Hai shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Zoro provocatively said, "Want to compete again?" Luffy's eyes lit up and said, "Count me in." Duan. X3 Nami said speechlessly. Seriously, are you all not going to eat? After a dinner, the sky had darkened. Lin Hai sat on a small platform made of wood atop the main mast, what is known as the lookout. Cough, cough, what is there to see? It's pitch black. Who would come to plunder this? So, in the starless night, Lin Hai began to secretly doze off. Who would have thought that Nami stealthily ran up, and the two performed a scene reminiscent of Titanic's stunning romance. Lin Hai said, Nami, stretch your arms out, tilt your head back, and close your eyes. Feel the taste of the sea breeze. Nami asked suspiciously, what are you trying to do? Lin Hai explained, in my hometown, a couple did this on a giant ship. I want to experience it. Nami stubbornly said, don't be ridiculous. Robin is in the room. If I'm out for too long, I'll get caught. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Robin already knows, right? She's using her flower fruit to peek at us. But it doesn't matter anymore. Looking at Nami's eager gaze back at him, what does Lin Hai have to worry about? In Nami's room, Robin was just curious about what Nami was running out to do at this time. She didn't expect it to be this. Suddenly, a blush crept across Robin's face. Her breathing became unsteady, and her heart raced, especially with the conflicting feelings of wanting to watch but not wanting to watch, and not being able to bear not watching. In the end, Robin silently began to observe. Meanwhile, Nami was unaware that someone was watching her. Lin Hai initially thought that Robin would retract her ability once she discovered it, but to his surprise, she seemed to be getting addicted to watching. Since she liked watching, then let her watch to her heart's content. The web version of the chapter loads slowly. Please download the Good Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate world. I have a flirtatious system. Chapter 103. Robin blushed, free to read. Chapter 104. This is definitely not Nami. The next day, Lin Hai was sound asleep on the deck. Zoro was training his body on the main mast, while Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were fishing nearby. Suddenly, Chopper's fishing rod started to move, and he caught a fish weighing over 2 pounds. Unable to contain his excitement, Chopper boasted to Luffy, I caught a fish. Luffy praised, you're amazing, Chopper. Just then, Usopp's fishing rod also began to move, and feeling the force on the rod, Usopp exclaimed, I caught a big one. Really? Chopper and Luffy responded eagerly. Usopp used all his strength and finally pulled the fish up, only to reveal it was the size of a thumb. Luffy scoffed, is this a big one? It's not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Stop talking nonsense, Usopp retorted. You haven't caught a single fish yet. Luffy replied, just watch me. I can definitely catch one. At that moment, Sanji came out of the kitchen. Miss Nami, I made a juice that helps with beauty and makes your skin feel smoother. Beauty? Smoother skin? Nami couldn't help but glance in Lin Hai's direction, her face turning red. Hearing Sanji's words, Luffy and the others fishing exclaimed simultaneously, we want some too. Sanji sneered, what do you guys need smooth skin for? Just after he finished speaking, Luffy's fishing rod started to move, and sure enough, he pulled up a gigantic snail, which then landed on Lin Hai's head. Lin Hai, who was sound asleep, was startled awake and groggily said, Nami, are you hitting me again? Nami's face darkened. With a crack, the giant snail's shell opened, and out came a formally dressed salesman with a unibrow. Lin Hai asked in confusion, who are you? Did you just attack me? The man stood straight and introduced himself. Sorry, let me introduce myself. I'm a salesman, Reese. I encountered a severe storm at sea and was shipwrecked. Thank you for saving me. Saved you? Lin Hai wondered. Usopp explained Luffy caught him. Reese, being a salesman, quickly started introducing his products and making sales. At this moment, Nami approached and asked, do you have any paper for sale? Reese replied, paper? Nami explained, yes. Large and durable paper that won't tear even in the sea breeze. Reese realized and excitedly said, you can count on me. He then took out a large stack of white paper and explained, this is the highest quality millennium paper. It won't be eaten by bugs. And it won't fade in sunlight for 1,000 years. Perfect for making family trees and drawing treasure maps. Luffy curiously asked, can we use it to make paper airplanes? Reese's sweat dropped and said, you can, but that would be a waste. Nami examined the white paper and asked without hesitation, how much? Luffy questioned, are you going to buy it? Nami replied, of course. Nami's dream, since she was little, was to draw maps of the places she visited, and she needed good quality paper, so she had to buy it when she found it. Seeing Nami's eagerness, Reese thought he had found a big spender. Based on past experience, Reese replied, that's a bit complicated. This is a very rare and valuable item. Even if you place an order now, it would take 5 to 10 years to get it. Nami gently asked, can you sell me some of those right now? I'll pay whatever it costs. Luffy exclaimed. Nanny. Usopp covered his head in disbelief. Nami, who can go without food just to count money, actually. Zoro was sweating profusely. Nami, who values money above all else, actually said she would pay whatever it costs. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Sanji, who was speechless, said, "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Realizing what was happening, Sanji turned to look at Lin Hai, who was banging a pot on his head that he had found from who knows where. Sanji couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you this time?" Lin Hai exclaimed, "I must be dreaming. This is definitely not Nami." At this moment, Reese responded, "I understand now. A set of 1,000 sheets of Millennium paper is worth 60 million berries." Just as Nami and Reese were negotiating, Sanji directly tied up Lin Hai and said, "We'll buy it." Luffy asked, "Do you have money?" "No." Sanji pulled Lin Hai forward and said, "Hua Xiadi. Lin Hai, bounty of 300 million berries. If we sell him, we'll have the money." Lin Hai's face darkened. This guy is actually a genius. And today he was completely outsmarted. However, as soon as Sanji finished speaking, Reese immediately recognized the Straw Hat crew, abandoned his goods, and hurriedly fled on his snail. At this time, Nami picked up the Millennium paper that Reese had left behind and exclaimed, "I can finally do my own thing." She then turned and warned, "You guys are not allowed to disturb me. Remember, if anyone interrupts me, the penalty is 100,000 berries." And so, everyone began to do their own things. A day later, the Mary finally docked at a deserted island, and everyone excitedly disembarked, while Lin Hai was still sleeping in his small room. After all, he had been on night watch for the last 2 nights. Although Nami was with him, he was still tired during the day. As soon as they landed, Nami began assigning tasks, using a drawing lots method to decide who would fetch water, who would hunt, and who would gather fruit. Zoro, feeling disgruntled, told Nami, "Why should I listen to you?" Nami, with a dark expression, glared at Luffy, who was playing in the sand like a child, and retorted, "Do you think the captain of this ship would do such things?" Zoro, speechless, took his sword and walked into the forest to gather fruit, while Nami used instruments to map the island. Chopper drew the lot to stay on the ship and watch it. After returning to the ship, Chopper looked at the empty deck and the quiet surroundings, and couldn't he help but feel curious. Thus, Chopper climbed up to the lookout on the main mast and pointed forward, loudly declaring, "From today on, I am Captain Chopper." It felt so exhilarating. Captain Chopper waved his hand and pointed at the empty deck, saying, "Hey, all crew members, look this way. Luffy, don't eat other people's food. Usopp, you better work seriously. Sanji, make me something delicious. And Lin Hai, you need to give me your noodles in the future." Just then, Lin Hai came out of his room, looked up at Chopper, and chuckled, "Captain Chopper, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly." Wow. Chopper was startled by Lin Hai and fell from the lookout. Lin Hai caught Chopper with one hand, and once Chopper regained his composure, he hurriedly said, "Why you still on the ship?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Who do you think just woke up?" Robin. Why aren't you going to the island to have fun with them?" Robin glanced at Lin Hai, quickly avoiding his gaze, and replied, "I like to quietly read." Ahem. After those 2 nights, Robin was also tired. At least Lin Hai knew she had stayed up late. However, Lin Hai would naturally not expose this. He glanced at Chopper and said, "Our fresh water on the ship is running low. Why don't the 3 of us go collect some fresh water together?" Chopper asked, "Don't we need to leave someone on the ship?" Lin Hai smiled and patted Chopper's head. "Did you forget that I can use observation haki? I can still sense what's happening within this range, whether someone is here or not." "Observation haki?" Robin muttered. "Having this ability is really convenient." Lin Hai nodded. "It is indeed convenient. Robin, you should stop reading for a while. Do you want to be a shut-in? It's fine to walk with us." "What's a shut-in?" Robin interrupted. "Wait, I still want to read." Lin Hai directly pulled Robin up and said impatiently, "You should change your lifestyle and be more optimistic. Life is still very interesting. If there are mushrooms in the mix, tonight's noodles will taste much better." Chopper exclaimed in surprise. "Really? I love mushrooms." Lin Hai wondered, "Aren't you like Usopp, who prefers meat buns?" "Wait," Robin said. "Let go of me. I want to go to the island with you." The notification is so slow. It's frustrating. 23 SK. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a stylish system. Chapter 104. This is definitely not Nami. Free reading. Chapter 105. Zoro likes to show off too in the forest. Zoro saw so many fruits on the trees that he immediately put down the basket on his back, slowly drew his 3 swords, and struck a pose that he believed was cooler than Lin Hai's. He then muttered, "One sword opens the mountain. One sword cuts the sea. One sword splits the sky." Clang. The sound of Zoro unsheathing his swords echoed through the forest, startling some birds. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Zoro began to enjoy this feeling more and more. and he started to understand why Lin Hai liked to show off so much back then. Ahem. Zoro quickly regained his composure and continued to mumble. This is called the three-sword style, the ultimate technique of the three-sword style. Tornado. Zoro made his move, and 3 streams of sword energy formed a small whirlwind that headed straight for the fruits above his head. One by one, the fruits fell from the high trees, and Zoro hurriedly picked up his large basket to catch them. Just when Zoro felt quite satisfied, the fruits began to rain down from the trees, and soon, Zoro was buried under them. Meanwhile, Usopp began his personal adventure in the forest, claiming he wanted to become a brave warrior of the sea. However, in reality, he was as timid as a mouse, yet he boasted louder than anyone. As he walked through the dark parts of the forest, a single drop of dew fell on him, and he immediately lay down on the ground pretending to be dead. On the other hand, Luffy was climbing a tree, communicating with the monkeys. Although neither party understood what the other was saying, it didn't hinder their ability to communicate through expressions. As for Sanji, he was following Nami around, trying to win her favor, completely unaware that Nami had no romantic interest in him. At the same time, Lin Hai, Chopper, and Robin were also heading towards the forest. When Chopper was on Drum Island, he had never seen a forest due to the perpetual ice. Passing through Alabasta, which was mostly desert, he had never encountered such lush greenery. At that moment, Chopper looked around as if he had discovered a new world and asked Lin Hai, "Is this a forest? It's so beautiful." Robin asked in confusion, "Haven't you seen a forest before?" Chopper replied cutely, "No." Lin Hai smiled and said, "I told you, Chopper. How do you feel now? If you were still on Drum Island, you'd be living in that little world every day and wouldn't you know how wonderful the world is, right?" "Yeah," Chopper exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you for inviting me to go to sea with Luffy back then." "Wow, what's that? A mushroom?" Lin Hai quickly grabbed Chopper and explained, "That's a colorful mushroom. I've heard it's highly poisonous, so let's not pick it." Hearing about the poison, Chopper exclaimed in terror, "How scary this world." Seeing the innocent and genuine Chopper, Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Chopper, you're so cute." Chopper froze for a moment, then shyly said, "You jerk. Even if you say that, I won't be happy." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and continued on with the two. Soon, the 3 arrived at a small lake, where the water was blue and the area around it looked like a scene from The Wizard of Oz, with butterflies dancing around. Robin took out her book and laid down on the grass to read. Lin Hai, speechless, said, "I say, Robin, such a beautiful scenery, and you're doing something so boring?" Robin replied in confusion, "Isn't it a waste not to read a book in such a beautiful place?" No. Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said flamboyantly, "The smoke and light of the mountains are faint and hazy. The blue field is warm in the sunlight, and colorful butterflies fly. With such a good view, why read a book? We should sit down and talk about life and what happiness is." The blue field refers to the small lake in front of them, not a field. Robin, a knowledgeable person, didn't know that Lin Hai's poetry was pieced together, and she thought it was fitting for the scenery. As for talking about life, discussing happiness, when Robin thought of that moonlit night, her face couldn't help but blush, and she quickly averted her gaze, not intending to respond to Lin Hai. Chopper, on the other hand, was confused by Lin Hai's words and couldn't understand what he meant. Unable to help himself, Chopper asked, "Lin Hai, what do you mean? What's smoke light, and what's blue field?" And, originally, Lin Hai intended for Robin to respond, but Chopper's question disrupted the atmosphere. With a darkened expression, Lin Hai said irritably, "Kid Shun-Ti ask so many questions. Did you collect the water?" "Oh, I collected it," Chopper replied. "Should we head back?" Lin Hai's face darkened again. Head back. If they went back, how could he flirt with Robin? Lin Hai put on a big bad wolf expression and turned around with a smile. "Chopper, such a beautiful view. You should lie down and take a good rest. Feel the beauty of nature." "Really?" Chopper said, and without hesitation. He lay down on the grass to enjoy the gentle breeze. "Kimoji," Chopper exclaimed. "Lin Hai, you should lie down too. It's really comfortable." Can't you stop talking?" Lin Hai shot Chopper a glare and began to admire the scenery around him, especially noticing that Robin really had a great figure. Compared to Nami, they were completely different styles. Noticing that Lin Hai was staring at her, Robin felt a bit awkward and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Hai shamelessly waved his hand and said, "Don't be so stingy. Your figure is so good. Is it wrong for someone to look?" Chopper, once again acting like a troublemaker, interjected, "Is Robin's figure really good?" "I don't think so." Lin Hai turned his head, speechless, and said, "Can't you just be quiet?" Chopper asked in confusion, "Why not?" Looking at the naive Chopper, Lin Hai suppressed the urge to throw him away and said irritably, "I don't know. Robin sat up, curiously asking, Lin Hai, did you really fight a celestial dragon before? Lin Hai nodded. It was one autumn evening. The weather was nice. The sun was shining, and there was a gentle breeze, just like a mother's gentle embrace. It was truly memorable. Robin and Chopper were both puzzled, wondering what Lin Hai was talking about. Seeing their expressions, Lin Hai directly clarified, it was that day when I punched a celestial dragon, and then I was offered a bounty of 300 million berries. So that's how it is. Chopper exclaimed excitedly, if I also beat up a celestial dragon, my bounty. Lin Hai quickly interrupted, are you trying to get yourself killed? Forget that thought immediately. If a Marine Admiral chases you, it won't be fun. Chopper asked in confusion, are Marine Admirals very strong? Robin explained with some fear, Marine Admirals are the highest combat power of the Marines. Chopper exclaimed in horror, the highest combat power of the Marines? Then that means Lin Hai is in great danger. Seeing Robin's frightened expression, Lin Hai stood up and interrupted. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's head back to the beach and prepare for dinner tonight. Seeing Robin still in a daze, Lin Hai pulled her up and smiled. I say, Robin, what's with that expression? It's just death at most. If you're not afraid of dying, what is there to fear about a Marine Admiral? Moreover, give me some time. In this world, no one can surpass me. Chopper's eyes lit up as he said, silk cake. Lin Hai, have you really become that strong? Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Robin's waist and smiled. Why are you asking so many questions, little kid? Let's head back. The book is still under review. Dear handsome readers, the chapter released yesterday was to prevent any interruptions. If you enjoyed it, just send a free power-up, ahem. No need to send such expensive gifts for a burst update. Yesterday, I was almost scared. The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the reading app. The website provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system, Chapter 105. Zoro also loves to show off, free to read. Chapter 106. Electric shock after Lin Hai and the others came out from the water source in the forest. Robin also recovered from her state of fear. Once she calmed down, Robin realized that her hand had somehow ended up holding Lin Hai's. She turned her head and secretly glanced at Lin Hai. Their eyes met, and Robin quickly averted her gaze, feeling her heart race. This strange feeling was something she had never experienced in her 20-plus years of a fugitive life. Lin Hai also noticed Robin's state. Her flustered appearance seemed like she had been electrocuted. No way. A subtle atmosphere spread between Lin Hai and Robin. Unfortunately, the moment was interrupted when Chopper, holding the water bucket, turned around and said, Lin Hai, should we put the water on the boat? That voice broke the evening's tranquility and the inexplicable feelings. Robin quickly let go of Lin Hai's hand and stepped back a bit. The intoxicating fragrance dissipated, and Lin Hai's expression darkened again. Cough, cough. Lin Hai said gloomily, are we not putting on the boat? Are we going to leave it here to be sun-dried? Robin noticed Lin Hai's gloom and rolled her eyes before stepping forward to Chopper, saying, let's go back to the boat together, Dr. Chopper. Dr. Chopper? Chopper's pupils constricted as he stammered. Can you say that again? Not understanding why, Robin repeated herself. Chopper asked again, Robin, can you just say that last sentence? Dr. Chopper? Robin said tentatively. Chopper immediately forgot about the water bucket, raising his hands in a wave-like manner and pouting. You jerk, Robin, even if you call me that. I won't be happy, you jerk. Fortunately, Lin Hai caught the water bucket as Chopper threw it away. Looking at Chopper's antics, Lin Hai really wanted to take off his size 40 flip-flops and slap it on his face. This troublemaker. So annoying. One bucket of water was obviously not enough. After Lin Hai put the water on the boat, Robin couldn't help but ask, is one bucket enough? Lin Hai replied, did you forget what kind of ability user I am? I already collected enough fresh water just now. Oh, then that's fine. As she spoke, Robin walked back to her chair and continued reading her book. Lin Hai said helplessly, Robin, stop reading. Look at the beach. The sand is so golden under the sunlight. Such a beautiful scene. And you're still reading. Now that Chopper and Robin had reacted, it really was beautiful. Chopper jumped off the boat with delight, rolling in the sand like the earlier Luffy. Robin chuckled. Chopper is so cute. Lin Hai complained he's not cute at all. Robin naturally understood what Lin Hai meant, but in this situation, she really didn't know how to interact with him, so she just stared blankly ahead, remaining silent. At this moment, Robin herself didn't know what she was thinking. Suddenly, Lin Hai leaned closer, and Robin's whole body tensed up. Lin Hai, you, Robin stammered. Her emotions stirred. Lin Hai gently wrapped his arms around Robin's waist from behind and said softly, there are many beautiful things in life. Shouldn't you consider living in a different way? After a while, Robin softly replied, Lin Hai, do you know? In the past, I lived on the run, always having to guard my own safety. I never expected I would have a day to enjoy the moment. Lin Hai held Robin's hand and chuckled. In my hometown, a sage once said, life is fleeting, like a white horse passing through a crack. Right now, aside from doing what we want to do, nothing else should become our stumbling block. Robin shook her head. You don't understand the power of the world government. Lin Hai interrupted. Now that we are pirates at sea, we've already become their targets. If their power were truly that great, why haven't they caught you yet? I say, you dreamers should move forward bravely. After a long while, Lin Hai and Robin started playing on the beach with Chopper. At this moment, Robin appeared much more lively than before, unlike the earlier aura of unshakable sorrow. Hee, six-petal flower. Robin playfully looked at Lin Hai and said, Lin Hai, do you admit your mistake? Lin Hai, whose hands and feet were locked by Robin, did not respond to her. Lin Hai tilted his head as if savoring something. 36F? Seeing Lin Hai's expression, Robin's face flushed again, but at that moment, a voice came from the forest, and Robin quickly returned to her usual expression. This scene left Lin Hai dumbfounded. Women are indeed born actors. They can perform so flawlessly without needing to learn acting skills. Just then, from the exit of the forest, Zoro's grumbling voice could be heard. What's going on in this forest? It's like a maze. Why can't I get out? At the forest's exit, Zoro, who was supposed to be walking out, somehow turned a 90-degree corner while walking. Indeed, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is a genius. Chopper turned around in confusion and asked, Lin Hai, what is Zoro doing? Lin Hai replied with a face full of black lines. Since we left Little Garden, Zoro's sense of direction has become worse. You're a doctor. Can this illness be cured? After that, Lin Hai said irritably, Zoro, where are you going? Hearing Lin Hai's words, Zoro finally turned around and found the right path. Once he was out, Zoro boasted. How about that? I gathered a lot of fruits, right? With that, Zoro placed all the fruits he had collected in front of Lin Hai. Lin Hai looked at this overly competitive Zoro, who didn't allow others to point out his shortcomings, and said irritably, You're really something, Mr. Directionally Challenged. As soon as he finished speaking, a scene of chasing and being chased appeared on the beach. Not long after, the other members of the Straw Hat crew also emerged from the forest as night fell. By the campfire, Nami pointed at Luffy and Usopp and asked, What did you two do all afternoon? I asked you to gather ingredients, and you both come back empty-handed? Luffy wanted to explain something, but Lin Hai spoke first. You asked Luffy to gather ingredients? Regardless of whether they are raw or cooked, he would have eaten them all on the way. Luffy quickly looked elsewhere, pouting, and replied, Lin Hai, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Seeing Luffy's expression, everyone was too lazy to retort. Usopp, seeing everyone looking at him, quickly explained, You guys don't know. I went through a great adventure in the forest. There was a gorilla as big as a mountain. All talented people. Nami was too lazy to say anything to Usopp and instead praised, Zoro is the most reliable. He collected so many fruits, enough for us to sail for several days. Sanji quickly added, Nami-san, I can do it too. When praised by others, Zoro felt quite pleased. While sipping a drink, Nami said, Zoro, could you please collect some more? Zoro spat out his drink, thinking, is Nami some kind of devil? It's already dark outside, and just because he collected more, she's being so rude to him? Just as Zoro was about to retort, Nami stuck out her tongue and laughed. I'm just joking. Zoro turned to look at Nami, unsure of what to say, realizing he had been played. For a moment, Zoro's face turned beet red. Don't ask, the book hasn't been released yet. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system, Chapter 106, Electric Shock. Available for free reading. Chapter 107, Luffy is tied up. It's rare to see Zoro blushing, and Luffy, that guy, deliberately asked Zoro, why is your face so red? You didn't drink any alcohol just now. Usopp, covering his mouth, tried hard not to laugh, causing his shoulders to shake. Seeing this, Zoro, embarrassed and annoyed, said, Stop rambling. Zoro's expression was incredibly cute in Robin's eyes. She truly felt that the atmosphere on the ship was very relaxed, completely different from her past life. And she had coincidentally encountered a man who made her heart flutter. For a moment, in a good mood, Robin covered her mouth, revealing genuine happiness, and chuckled softly. Everyone noticed that Robin was no longer pretending, and such genuine emotions couldn't be faked. Thus, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, Everyone, let's have a feast. Sanji looked at Robin's charming smile while covering her mouth and immediately felt a surge of hormones. spinning around quickly, his head filled with hearts as he loudly declared, "Love. Love. This is love." Nami brought over some prepared fruit and sat next to Robin, smiling. "Robin, try this, it's really good." Seeing Robin's confusion, Nami explained, "Don't worry, the juice in this is not poisonous. Luffy and the others just drank it, and look at them, they're fine." "Nanny." Luffy's eyes bulged in surprise. "Nami, you're really smart. Are you a genius?" Usopp, with a black line on his face, complained, "Nami, you're such a devil." Sanji kept spinning. Even if Nami is a devil, she's still so beautiful. "Ah, love, this is love." Lin Hai, on the side, had a black line across his face. Thinking that Sanji was too annoying, Lin Hai said unhappily, "What love? Did you finish the beef I gave you earlier?" "Beef?" As soon as he heard the word meat, Luffy's eyes lit up. "Where is it? Where is it? I didn't know." Soon, Sanji brought over a roasted beef leg. Lin Hai said, "This beef is very chewy and nutritious. Especially you, Luffy. Don't swallow it without chewing like you do with other meats." Luffy's eyes sparkled as he said, "Is it really that delicious? Hurry and let me try." Zoro asked curiously, "Where did you get this beef?" "Of course, it's from the flirty system." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I tell you? Just sit tight, I'll cut it for you." After cutting it for everyone, only Luffy was left. He quickly said, "Lin Hai, let me cut it myself." "Don't worry, I won't steal anyone's food." Lin Hai looked at Luffy suspiciously and cautiously moved the plate in front of Luffy. Luffy, just as he said, obediently cut a piece off. Before he could continue, Lin Hai quickly pressed down on Luffy's hand because the information he received through observation haki indicated that Luffy was planning to keep that small piece for himself and wanted to devour the big chunk. Sanji asked curiously, "What's going on?" Lin Hai shouted, "Chopper, quickly hold down Luffy. This guy wants to hog that big piece of beef." "Nanny." Chopper jumped up and instantly pinned Luffy down, scolding, "Luffy, you devil. You're stealing from everyone again." Seeing that his plan was exposed, Luffy immediately stopped pretending and started to wrestle with Lin Hai. "Let go of me. I want to eat meat." "Meat?" Sanji exclaimed, "It really is." After that, Lin Hai, Sanji, and Chopper held Luffy down, and an inexplicable dinner began. Watching Lin Hai and Sanji each pulling Luffy's hands while Chopper tightly hugged Luffy's legs, Zoro said helplessly, "Just roast another piece." Before he could finish, Lin Hai turned around and shot back, "There's only this one piece." At this moment, Luffy said, "You guys let go of me, I won't steal it anymore." If you believe that Luffy wouldn't eat meat, then you might as well believe that a sow can climb a tree. Soon, the three directly tied Luffy to a tree, and Luffy, with shining eyes, stared at the piece of beef and said, "I said I wouldn't steal it anymore. Why are you still tying me up? Let me go." Sanji said helplessly, "Look at your expression. Who are you trying to fool?" Chopper angrily retorted, "You bastard, we don't believe you." Usopp, sitting by the campfire, turned to Zoro completely speechless. "Is this really our captain?" Zoro turned his face away and remained silent. Robin couldn't help but laugh so much that she nearly fell over. "Huh?" Nami, lying on Robin's leg, almost laughed herself into stitches. They really didn't expect there to be such a group of oddballs on this ship. The captain, trying to steal meat, ended up being tied to a tree by his own crew. If other pirate crews knew about this situation, they wouldn't know what to think. Chapter 108. Sweet dreams. The Straw Hat crew had an unforgettable night on a deserted island, and the next day, they set off on a new journey. Lin Hai, as usual, fell into a deep sleep in his usual spot. The scenes in his dreams were enchanting, captivating, and intoxicating. "Oh, honey, taste the grapes I picked for you." At that moment, Empress Boa Hancock was holding a fresh grape near Lin Hai's lips, eagerly awaiting his response. Looking at such a stunning beauty, especially her figure, Lin Hai was ready to savor the fruit when Nami handed him a drink. Nami gently suggested, "How about you finish the fruit first, then have a drink?" Lin Hai replied contentedly, "I'll eat the fruit first." Before he could finish his sentence, Robin began to massage Lin Hai's shoulders and asked, "Lord Lin Hai, can I give your shoulders a good rub?" "Sure, that sounds great." At this moment, Hancock dreamily brought the fruit closer to Lin Hai's mouth, and naturally, he ate it. Suddenly, Hancock's face turned bright red as she exclaimed, "Lord Lin Hai ate the fruit, I fed him. I feel so happy. Is this what marriage feels like?" Lin Hai pulled at Hancock, patted his thigh, and laughed, "Don't sit there. You'll catch a cold. Come sit here." After a while, Lin Hai took a sip of the drink and said contentedly, "Nami, Hancock, you two help me massage my legs. Robin, you help me with my shoulders." In reality, on the merry, Chopper looked at Lin Hai, who was drooling in his sleep, filled with confusion. So, Chopper called everyone over to ask what was wrong with Lin Hai. Seeing Lin Hai like this, Luffy smacked his palm and exclaimed, Lin Hai must be dreaming about a lot of delicious meat. Usopp retorted, do you think everyone dreams like you? I bet he's dreaming about. Before he could finish, Lin Hai murmured in his sleep, Robin, your shoulder massage technique is really good. Thanks. Nami, a bit harder. Yes, that's about right. Sanji, who was nearby, angrily shouted, bastard. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, he's dreaming. Why are you getting so worked up? What did you say? Sanji snapped. Even if he's dreaming, it's not okay. Ignoring the others, Nami was the first to give Lin Hai a nudge, thinking, how dare this guy ask her to massage his legs in his dreams? Is he treating me like a servant? After the nudge, Lin Hai, half awake, exclaimed, Nami, you. Coughing, Lin Hai finally saw Nami standing with her hands on her hips, looking at him playfully, and realized he had been dreaming. Seeing Lin Hai staring at her blankly, Nami smiled and asked, do you need me to massage your legs while Robin helps with your shoulders? Coughing, Lin Hai weakly replied, if you insist on doing that, I guess I'll reluctantly accept. So shameless. Nami angrily retorted, Lin Hai, how dare you dream like that? I'm finding you 200,000 berries. You owe me a total of 2 million berries. Nanny, Lin Hai exclaimed, did you fall into a pile of money? Am I being fined for dreaming? Oomph. Nami turned to leave. At this moment, Luffy finally snapped back to reality. Oh, so Lin Hai's dream wasn't about meat, but about Nami and Robin? Usopp deadpanned. You just realized that now? By the way, who is Hancock? Luffy smacked his palm again, with another lightbulb moment, and guessed, I know, Hancock must be delicious beef. Ha! Beef is the best, but it's so rare. Everyone passed out. At this time, Robin murmured, Hancock? Could it be that Lin Hai is talking about the world's #1 beauty? World's #1 beauty? Everyone asked curiously. What? Luffy said disdainfully. So it's not beef? Everyone fainted again. Sanji, sweating profusely, stepped forward to ask, Sister Robin, is Hancock really the world's #1 beauty? Yes, Robin nodded. She is the Empress of Amazon Lily, and also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, ruling over the latter half of the Grand Line. Nanny, the world's #1 beauty is one of the 7 warlords? Is that woman really that powerful? By the way, it seemed like Lin Hai was asking her to massage his legs in his dream, right? Everyone looked at Lin Hai with curiosity. This guy is really bold. At this moment, Robin asked, Lin Hai, do you know the Empress? Lin Hai replied helplessly, I don't know her. You guys are too nosy. Go away. I'm trying to have my sweet dreams. Usopp commented, you really dare to dream. That's one of the 7 warlords. Robin approached and asked, Lin Hai, how about I give your shoulders a massage? Coughing, Lin Hai quickly said, no need. I just want to dream. Is that okay? Robin suddenly thought of something and ran away quickly. Thus, the Mary sailed across the sea for several days, and then Nami was unsure how to navigate. Robin, seeing Nami looking troubled, asked, what's wrong, Nami? Nami pointed to the log pose in her hand and said gloomily, is my log pose broken? Look, it's pointing to the sky and won't move. Zoro curiously asked, could it be that the next island we're heading to is in the sky? Usopp quickly denied it. What kind of joke is that? How could an island be in the sky? Nami, is your log pose broken? Lin Hai, feeling speechless, said this is the Grand Line. Don't use your preconceived notions to deny the existence of sky islands. Robin nodded, that's right. As a navigator, you should never doubt whether the log pose is faulty. Nami, what you should be thinking about now is how to reach the next destination. Upon hearing this, Luffy instantly perked up. Okay, let's head for the island in the sky. Hey. Nami raised her eyebrows and asked, how we get up there? Should we make the ship fly? Luffy nodded, fly up. Duong. Nami slapped Luffy, explaining, to be honest, I don't know how to get to the next island. However, Lin Hai knew a method to take advantage of the underwater currents. But the sea is so vast, who knows where it is? Just as Lin Hai was about to call Nami to ask about nearby islands, some debris and wreckage fell from the sky, along with a destroyed ship. Chapter 109. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Is that a ship? Zoro asked first. Everyone looked up at the sky, where a broken ship was falling down. Usopp couldn't accept it. What on earth is going on? Why is a ship falling from the sky? Luffy asked with confusion. Is there meat on it? Zoro also inquired. I wonder if there's any wine. Sanji said speechlessly. Is that what we're focusing on right now? Lin Fan quickly used his abilities to collect some tools and bones from the falling ship nearby. Meanwhile, Robin took out her tools and started to investigate. Hey, Usopp said, speechless. Robin, what are you doing? Robin chuckled and explained. Of course, I'm doing archaeology. Archaeology? What's that? Everyone asked in confusion. Lin Fan explained. It's incredible archaeology. Zoro and Luffy replied simultaneously. Oh, I see, Sanji exclaimed. You guys really don't understand anything, do you? After a while, Robin said, "From the bones, this person must have died over 200 years ago, at around 30 years old." "How do you know how many years ago he died so clearly?" Luffy asked curiously. Robin replied, "I deduced it from the evidence left on him." Nami asked in confusion, "Why would a ship from over 200 years ago fall from the sky here?" Lin Fan speculated, "These people probably had an accident on the Sky Island long ago and were washed here by some currents." Usopp shook his head. "Do you really believe in Sky Islands?" Lin Fan retorted, "If Sky Islands don't exist, then how did a ship from over 200 years ago fall from the sky?" Suddenly, Luffy's eyes lit up. "Let's set off for the Sky Island." "Ha ha." Zoro laughed. "How do we get there?" Luffy replied, "We'll go directly." Nami said exasperatedly, "I told you I don't know how to get there. If you ask again, I'll fine you 100,000 berries." Lin Fan suggested, "Nami, why don't we first go to a nearby island to gather some information? Since the record pointer is pointing to the sky, it means the Sky Island exists. We just don't know how to get there. So let's collect some information." Seeing no objections from the others, the Mary set sail for the nearby island, Gaia Island. Fish it out, fish it out. Not long after the Mary set sail, a whistle and synchronized shouts came from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Soon, a huge ship appeared not far from the Mary, and the people on the giant ship split into two sides. A tall figure resembling an ape stepped forward and said, "All the sunken ships in this sea belong to the ape pirate crew. That is, to me, the Salvage King Ape." After saying this, the self-proclaimed Salvage King turned to the Mary and asked, "What are you doing here? This is my territory." "Your territory?" Nami asked. "That's right. All the sunken ships in this sea belong to me. You haven't touched them, have you?" The ape replied. Lin Fan replied displeased. "So what if we did? Just because you say it's yours, it's yours? If I pee in the sea, is it also yours?" At once, the members of the ape pirate crew glared at Lin Fan with unfriendly expressions, feeling the oppressive atmosphere. Usopp quickly pulled Lin Fan and whispered, "Let's not provoke him without knowing what he's capable of." Lin Fan turned and asked, "You find that guy's tone acceptable? We're pirates. If he wants to compare with me, I'll chop them all down." Usopp and Chopper quickly held Lin Fan back. "Don't be so scary." At this moment, Luffy stepped forward and said, "I'm the captain of this ship, Monkey D. Luffy. Are you an ape?" As soon as Luffy finished speaking, the ape from the ape pirate crew pulled down his mouth and whistled, looking very pleased as he said, "Ooh, are you saying I look like an ape? I think I have a lot of masculinity." Sanji said speechlessly, "What's wrong with that guy?" At this time, the ape said, "I'm the captain of the ape pirate crew, Masra." When Masra saw the skeleton on the Mary, his eyes narrowed, and he angrily shouted, "I said, is that thing on your ship salvaged from the sea?" Luffy laughed. "No, it fell from the sky." Masra suddenly became furious. "You dare to salvage our things? I told you those things are mine." Saying this, Masra leaped up, ready to jump onto the Mary and snatch the items back. This is outrageous. Although Lin Fan knew they needed Masra's help to reach the Sky Island, this guy's attitude was really infuriating. Lin Fan said, "Usopp, let go of me, okay?" Usopp asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Fan replied, "Let go. Something big is coming out of the sea." "Something big?" Everyone was puzzled. As Usopp released his grip, Lin Fan jumped and grabbed Masra by the neck as he was about to leap onto the Mary. Lin Fan glared, "If you dare to damage this ship, I'll snap your neck." Seeing their captain being choked, the crew of the ape pirate crew immediately raised their guns at Lin Fan. "Bastard, let go of our captain." "Captain, are you kidding? With your giant strength, how could that little guy be your opponent?" "I said, let go of my captain, or we'll shoot." Lin Fan glared at them. Although he didn't use Conqueror's Haki, he scared the members of the ape pirate crew into a cold sweat. It was terrifying. With an unhappy tone, Lin Fan said, "I'm just asking your captain to be quiet. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to shoot. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with?" After saying this, Lin Fan looked at the sea surface. Seeing Lin Fan so focused on a spot on the sea, Luffy curiously asked, "What is wrong?" Lin Fan explained, "Something big is about to come out from under the sea." "Something big?" Nami asked in confusion. Masra, being choked by Lin Fan, was extremely uncomfortable. Lin Fan said, "I'll let you go, but you'd better stay quiet. If you dare to move, just try." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface in the distance suddenly rose. Chapter 110. My Hancock not far from the Mary, the sea level kept rising, revealing something as large as a mountain. Everyone was momentarily confused. "What is that? It's huge. Hey, what do we do now? That can't be a living creature, right? This isn't the time to talk about that. Stabilize the ship quickly, or we'll get swept away by the current." Soon, the creature emerged, and everyone realized it was a gigantic turtle. In the eyes of this turtle, the Mary looked like an ant. At this moment, Lin Hai turned to Sanji and asked, Sanji, can you make soup with this giant turtle? Luffy immediately drooled and said, can we eat that? Usopp on the side incredulously held Lin Hai's face and pointed at the giant turtle, crying, look at its size. It's even bigger than that giant crab last time. Shouldn't we be thinking about running away first? The Salvage King, King Kong, had already forgotten his earlier fear because he was now even more scared, especially with such a huge creature in front of him. He lost his composure and shouted, run away. Nami and Chopper quickly echoed, run away. We're going to be eaten. Lin Hai said speechlessly, if it dares to eat our ship, I'll chop it up first. After saying that, Lin Hai stepped on the railing and pointed at the turtle, saying, hey, big guy, there's nothing for you to eat on the sea. Hurry back where you came from and stop scaring my friends. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. Luffy wondered, is it already dark so soon? He saw the people on another ship looking fearfully toward the back of Lin Hai and the others. The people on the Mary also curiously followed their gaze. And at first, Lin Hai was startled. The three towering shadows of giant figures were indeed terrifying. Looking at those towering shadows, one couldn't help but feel scared. However, Lin Hai quickly realized that they were probably the people from the Sky Island, and the natural phenomenon was caused by sunlight. Since everyone was seeing this kind of phantom for the first time, they didn't understand the situation and thought they were being targeted by some terrifying creature, which scared them all. Even the giant turtle was no exception. However, soon the Straw Hat crew's ability to adjust and survive proved to be excellent, and they all mobilized to choose to escape. The Salvage King, King Kong, had already forgotten the earlier conflict and was now following Nami's commands, helping to steer the ship. The only one who didn't move was Lin Hai, because he was awakened from a good dream and was in a bad mood. He suddenly found the expressions of fear on Zoro and Luffy's faces rare, which improved his mood. He thought he would definitely have to mock them later and see if they would still act so cocky in the future. For a moment, Lin Hai's mood brightened. After everyone escaped danger, they all collapsed on the deck. It was too terrifying. Was this the Grand Line? Were those three shadows human? Don't be silly. Can humans be that big? If not, then why do they have hands and feet? While everyone was discussing what those three huge shadows were, Lin Hai stood on the railing, ready to enter mocking mode, and at the same time, he wanted to disdain them. Ha ha, you guys are too cowardly, right? I know what that shadow is. You know, Luffy immediately asked curiously, quick, tell me, what is that? Cough cough. Lin Hai explained, did you forget something? Sky Island, remember? Sky Island? Everyone asked at the same time. The Salvage King, King Kong, suddenly excitedly said, Sky Island? You believe it exists? Lin Hai nodded. Sky Island exists naturally, and those huge phantoms we saw were actually the people from Sky Island. Under the sunlight, their shadows were projected onto tiny particles in the air, creating this phenomenon. Before Lin Hai could finish, Robin suddenly realized, if that's the case, then those phantoms make sense. Exactly. Lin Hai smiled and said, look at your behavior, saying you want to become the Pirate King, the world's greatest swordsman, and yet you were scared by someone else's shadow like this? Ha ha. It really cracks me up. How infuriating. It was just their shadow. Luffy was uncharacteristically upset. On the side, Zoro glanced at Luffy, and his face turned inexplicably red. He had actually been scared by someone else's shadow just now. Damn it. Splash. Lin Hai, who was standing on the railing and laughing with abandon, lost his balance and fell into the sea. For a moment, the few people on the ship looked at each other in confusion. What the hell? Soon, the Mary sailed into the harbor of Gaia Island. On the way, the Salvage King, King Kong, returned to his own ship to continue salvaging. After all, it was their first meeting, and Lin Hai really didn't know how to ask King Kong how to get to Sky Island. And besides, there had been an unpleasantness before. Looking at all the pirate ships docked at the harbor, Usopp curiously asked, why are there so many pirate ships here? This place can't be like Whiskey Peak, right? Nami exclaimed, no way. Is this a bounty hunter's den? Luffy laughed and said, don't worry. If they dare to mess with us, I'll knock them all away. Nami said helplessly, it's because of you that people are worried. After the ship stopped, Luffy and Zoro insisted on going to the town to explore. And Nami had no choice but to explain, listen up, Luffy and Zoro, Robin has already gone to gather information about getting to Sky Island. And while you go buy supplies, you absolutely must not cause trouble. Why? Luffy asked in confusion. Zoro also asked, if someone starts trouble, can we fight back? Nami explained, didn't you see all the pirate ships at the harbor? If a conflict breaks out and causes a disturbance, we won't be able to stay on this island. How are we supposed to gather information then? Not to mention go to Sky Island. Forget it, I'll go with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Hai prepared to lie down on the deck to sleep. Nami couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai waved his hand. You guys go to the town. I want to see if I can dream of the world's most beautiful woman again. Duong, you should go with us. Nami was so angry, you bastard. Lin Hai complained, let go, I'm not going. I want to have my beautiful dream, my Hancock. Sanji also wanted to go, but was directly stopped by Usopp and Chopper. Usopp pleaded, Sanji, they all left. If you go too, what'll we do? You have to stay and watch the ship. Sanji said gloomily, I got it, just let go. The internet provides you with the fastest way to traverse pirates. I have a stylish system update, Chapter 110, My Hancock Free Reading. Chapter 111, Natural Enemies Marshal D. Teach was previously a member of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division. In order to obtain the Yami Yami no Mi, Dark Fruit, he killed the captain of the 4th Division and has now escaped to Gaia Island. Currently, Marshal D. Teach has established his own pirate crew, known as the Blackbeard Pirates. He is in this pirate gathering place to gain notoriety. With Crocodile ousted, the position of Warlord of the Sea has become vacant. From this, Blackbeard sees an incredible plan. Capture a pirate with a bounty over 100 million and deliver him to the Navy as leverage to become a warlord. After that, Blackbeard can use his identity as a warlord to scheme for his own goals. However, after spending so many days here, Blackbeard has only encountered small fry, which is quite frustrating. As soon as Lin Hai and the others landed, Luffy and his crew were not targeted, but Lin Hai was already being watched. At this moment, on a rooftop stood a sniper, one of Blackbeard's crew, Van Augur. Van Augur said to his companion, Jesus Burgess, what a fateful encounter, Huaxia D. Lin Hai, bounty of 300 million. Burgess, our captain's troubles can finally be solved. Burgess 300 million, Dadafuni. Should we just capture him or notify the captain first? Van Augur thought for a moment and replied, since he is a bounty criminal of 300 million, we should find the captain and act together. By the way, where's Poison Q? As Lin Hai walked down the street, he naturally overheard Van Augur and Burgess's conversation. Goodness, these reckless guys are actually setting their sights on him. If he could take down Blackbeard first, that would be a great idea. Ha! Lin Hai pretended to know nothing and went to the tavern with Luffy and the others to gather supplies and inquire about information regarding Sky Island. Lin Hai naturally knew what the outcome would be, but how could he explain such matters to Luffy and the others? Should he say that the people here have no dreams? That they should contact Womrin Kulik to go to Sky Island? If he said that, and Nami asked, how would he respond? Such troublesome matters were not worth his effort. The outcome was not the point. The process was what mattered most, right? Soon, after entering the tavern, Lin Hai discovered that the person sitting at the bar was none other than Blackbeard himself. This guy was incredibly tall, probably over 3 meters. At that moment, Luffy immediately sat down at the bar as soon as he entered the tavern and ordered the island specialty, cherry pie. After taking a bite, Lin Hai and Luffy exclaimed, Boss, why is this cherry pie so terrible? Blackbeard simultaneously said, Boss, why is this cherry pie so delicious? At this moment, Blackbeard did not recognize that Luffy and Lin Hai were pirates. Blackbeard was frustrated because he thought the cherry pie was delicious, while those two claimed it was bad. Thus, Luffy and Lin Hai exchanged glances with Blackbeard, but it didn't matter. The three picked up drinks from the table and took a sip. Lin Hai and Luffy both said, This drink is really good. Blackbeard replied, This drink is really bad. Now the three were not pleased. Lin Hai was the first to confront Blackbeard. I say, is there something wrong with your taste buds? Luffy glared at Blackbeard and echoed, Yeah. Is there something wrong with the taste buds? Blackbeard angrily retorted, I think it's your taste buds that are the problem. The three stared at each other for a while and simultaneously said, Do you want to fight? On the side, Zoro and Nami had black lines on their foreheads. Zoro was the first to speak. Why do you guys have to argue over such trivial matters? Nami reminded them, What did you promise me earlier? The tavern owner also tried to mediate. I'm sorry. Every customer's taste is different. Please understand. At this point, Blackbeard asked, Are you pirates? Luffy nodded yes. Blackbeard asked, What is your bounty? Luffy replied, 30 million berries. Blackbeard, not believing it, said, Just you little brat. Stop lying. Luffy wanted to refute, but Lin Hai turned to him and said, What do we pirates need to brag about our bounties for? Can you eat that? Upon hearing about food, Luffy immediately forgot the previous matter. After eating for a while, Lin Hai remembered he needed to buy something and said, Boss, please pack 10 servings of meat for us. Unexpectedly, Blackbeard provocatively said, Boss, pack me 11 servings of cherry pie. Luffy was taken aback and immediately said, I want 12 servings. Blackbeard replied, 13 servings. Lin Hai said, 20 servings. Blackbeard shot back, 25 servings. Luffy chimed in, I want 50 servings. Blackbeard countered, I want 60 servings. Lin Hai, unable to endure it any longer, angrily said, "You bastard." Blackbeard also fumed. "Do you want to fight?" Zoro had a face full of black lines and exclaimed, "What the heck is wrong with you guys? You can argue over this?" Nami, speechless, said, "You two, enough. I didn't bring that much money." Seeing that the three were off, the tavern owner quickly handed Blackbeard the cherry pies he had ordered earlier, and Blackbeard, having received his cherry pies, left. At this time, Nami asked the tavern owner, "Excuse me, we want to go to Sky Island. Do you have any relevant clues?" Suddenly, the tavern fell silent. What was she saying? No way. Everyone seemed to be encountering something unbelievable. This atmosphere made Nami feel perplexed, but she continued, "If you know how to get to Sky Island." Ha ha ha. Before she could finish, a huge burst of laughter erupted in the tavern. "She wants to go to Sky Island? Give me a break." Nami, annoyed, said, "What is so funny? The log pose is clearly pointing to the sky." Ha ha ha. The log pose is clearly pointing to the sky. Ha! The log pose is fragile. Being laughed at by the tavern patrons, Nami's face turned red. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was contemplating whether to beat them up. As the saying goes, you can't talk to summer insects about ice. Although Lin Hai didn't care, it was clear Nami was very upset. Just as Lin Hai was about to scold them, a pirate with a bounty of 60 million, Bellamy, walked in. Bellamy laughed as he walked in. "I really give up on you guys. How can you believe in such outdated legends? Islands in the sky? Ha ha. What era are you from?" The mysteries of the strange sea currents on the Grand Line have proven this one after another. And the knock-up stream is one of them. It seems you guys have never even heard of it, right? Chapter 112. Targeted after hearing Bellamy's words, Lin Hai stood up and said, "You know about the upward current, right? If the upward current is strong enough, it could push an island into the sky. Then, under the influence of gravity, that island could revolve around the Earth like the moon, right?" Huh? Do you understand what he is saying? I don't know, but he seems to believe in the existence of sky islands. Ha ha. Where do these people come from? It's really terrifying ignorance. Bellamy laughed and said, "Did you encounter ships falling from the sky and then conclude that sky islands exist? Let me tell you, those ships were swallowed by the upward current and pushed into the air, only to fall back into the sea. Those ignorant ancient sailors saw ships descending from the sky and imagined that there must be sky islands above. They claimed there must be another world up there. Huh? So foolish. Every phenomenon has its cause. The dreams you see are now all unraveled. I really give up on you. I originally wanted to test you and let you join the New Era's team, but I didn't expect you to be delusional. Listen, the era of pirates chasing treasure dreams is over. The land of gold, the Emerald City, and the great treasure One Piece exist only because there are fools who are deceived by treasure dreams, neglecting the benefits right in front of them. Even those who are stronger than anyone else, dominating this sea, are toyed with to death by an illusion that doesn't even exist. The fools who died are spoken of like this. That guy can live in his dreams. How happy. Ha ha. This is simply a satire on the homeless. So, whenever I see fools chasing treasure dreams, I get really annoyed." As soon as Bellamy finished speaking, he made his move. Just as his fist was about to hit Luffy's face, Lin Hai grabbed Bellamy's hand with one hand. At that moment, someone recognized Lin Hai. The bounty of 300 million berries. However, those who recognized Lin Hai were already too frightened to speak, and Bellamy didn't know about Lin Hai's bounty. Someone had told him that a guy with a straw hat had come here with a bounty of 30 million berries, which is why Bellamy wanted to meet him. Seeing Lin Hai blocking Bellamy's hand, Luffy calmly said, "Lin Hai, this fight Lin Hai knew what Luffy wanted to say. It was that they shouldn't fight. Because from Bellamy's earlier words, Luffy felt that Bellamy was a person worthy of sympathy, living in a narrow world. Such a person wasn't worth arguing with. However, that was Luffy's perspective. Lin Hai was different. Just because Bellamy didn't believe in the existence of sky islands didn't mean he had to act like a thug and hit someone who believed in them. Why did Lin Hai go to sea in the first place? Was it to be a punching bag for this idiot Bellamy? Or to be like Luffy and embrace him with love? Get lost. The guy in front of him actually made a move, and Lin Hai had no love for him. Lin Hai directly grabbed Bellamy's head and slammed it onto the bar. Bang! It was so loud. Lin Hai clapped his hands and turned to explain. Endure him. He started at first. Scare me to death. Looking at the already unconscious Bellamy, Zoro's eye twitched. That bastard. Luffy frowned for some reason and said, Lin Hai, if we fight, we'll just lose. Lin Hai replied helplessly. Lose? If he came at you with a knife, would he not fight back? Anyway, I don't care. This guy's acting like a thug. Wait for me, I'll kick him again. Nami quickly held Lin Hai back. Let us leave here quickly. After the four of them exited the tavern, Lin Hai was the first to say, Luffy, You guys go back to the ship first. I'm being targeted. Targeted? Luffy asked. Do you need help? Nami asked in confusion. Is it the guy you just beat? Lin Hai shook his head. No. Got it. Luffy simply said, then be careful. Lin Hai didn't plan to tell Luffy that the person looking for him was actually the one Ace wanted to find. Because right now, Luffy and the others really weren't a match for Blackbeard's crew. Soon, Lin Hai led Blackbeard's crew to a less crowded area. Based on his observation with observation hockey, Van Oka had chosen the best shooting spot and was ready. Not far away, 3 men appeared, 2 big men and an old, sickly man on horseback. Waha! Burgess laughed. Captain, leave that guy to me. I'm the champion of combat. Ha ha. Ha ha. Blackbeard replied. Well, that guy has a bounty of 300 million berries, so we should respect him a bit. I hope we don't defeat him in one blow. Hick, what a twist of fate. It seems that guy is really out of luck. Hick, this time our Blackbeard pirates are on the move. That guy is done for. The man on the horse acted as if he were on the verge of death. Looking at these 3, Lin Hai just stood there watching them. These guys. Blackbeard and Burgess stopped not far from Lin Hai, looking at him with interest. Lin Hai waved his hand. What are you looking at? Are you more handsome than me? Blackbeard said playfully. Huaxia. Lin Hai, do you know why we came to find you? Lin Hai spread his hands. You're not here to invite me to eat that terrible cherry pie, are you? Waha. Burgess turned to Blackbeard and said, Captain, this guy is quite interesting. Why not invite him to join our Blackbeard pirates? The poisonous Q on horseback said, if he joins, what about the captain's plans? Where can we find someone with a bounty over 100 million? Fate has already been determined. Lin Hai said speechlessly. I said that guy on the verge of death. Can you stop talking about fate? If you want to die that badly, I don't mind sending you on your way. Bang! Before Lin Hai could finish his words, Van Oka had already made his move. A gunshot broke the conversation between the 2 sides. Blackbeard quickly shouted to the high ground. Oka, we're here to capture him alive. If we give a navy a corpse, will they buy it? Don't mess things up. Chapter 113. Lin Hai versus Blackbeard pirates. Before Blackbeard could finish speaking, his subordinate Burgess quickly reminded him, Captain, that guy has disappeared. At this moment, Poison Q's expression became serious. It seemed that the 300 million berries were not just for show. At this time, Lin Hai had already used Shave to shift several distances in the air and appeared directly above Van Oka in a very short time. Armament hockey, hardening. Take this kick. Lin Hai prepared to strike hard. He wouldn't be like Luffy, only exploding in anger when provoked. That was childish behavior. He had no intention of holding back against the Blackbeard pirates from the very beginning. However, Van Oka, who had eaten the superhuman-type teleportation fruit, was not a simple character. Not only was he fast with his gun, but his physical condition, combined with the enhancement from the devil fruit, gave him astonishing reflexes. Van Oka quickly responded by raising his gun to block Lin Hai's downward kick. Because Lin Hai's speed was too fast, Van Oka could only defend. Crack! Boom! Van Oka's spear was snapped by Lin Hai's kick, and he was sent crashing into the house below, which instantly collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but mutter, Oka. Burgess, next to Blackbeard, saw this and directly picked up a nearby house to use as a projectile against Lin Hai. Realizing the situation, Blackbeard quickly warned, don't act recklessly. You're not his opponent right now. However, Blackbeard's warning was in vain, as Burgess had already thrown the house toward Lin Hai. Facing Burgess's attack, Lin Hai had no intention of drawing his sword. So far, whether it was martial arts or swordsmanship or the abilities of the space fruit, the combination of swordsmanship and space abilities was the only sure kill technique. And this kill move was reserved for Blackbeard. Lin Hai wasn't going to use it now to lower Blackbeard's guard, preparing to make his head fly later. At this moment, as Lin Hai saw a house crashing toward him, he once again used Shave. Blackbeard, not far away, quickly reminded, Burgess, be careful above. Burgess hadn't reacted in time and fell into the same trap as Van Oka. Boom! Boom! There was the sound of Burgess throwing the house and the sound of Burgess being kicked to the ground by Lin Hai. After standing up again, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. The members of Blackbeard's crew were surprisingly tough. Lin Hai's physical condition was already extraordinary, combined with his third-level armament hockey. Yet they were still standing. They were really durable. At this moment, Blackbeard looked at Lin Hai with a dark expression, which made Lin Hai feel an evil power emanating from him. Ha ha, Blackbeard said, no wonder you're a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Your moves are impressive, but your journey ends here. With Blackbeard looking at him like that, did he really think Lin Hai had a good temper? Blackbeard, huh? Lin Hai said with fire in his eyes. Do you believe I can shave off all your Blackbeard? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard said viciously and playfully, Huaxia. Lin Hai, if you can do it, then come and try. Suddenly, an explosion occurred where Lin Hai was standing. To be honest, if he hadn't been focused just now, he might have been caught off guard. Damn! Lin Hai quickly jumped aside, angrily shouting, "You old man lying on the horse. Are you in a hurry to die?" Blackbeard turned to look at Poison Q and then said, "Poison Q, don't interfere. Today I'm going to take this guy down." For a moment, Lin Hai and Blackbeard locked eyes. Suddenly, Blackbeard grinned, "Hua, xia. Lin Hai, let me show you my ability." He stretched out a hand, and black smoke began to emanate from it, spreading from his shoulder to the surroundings. Blackbeard proudly introduced, "Look, this is my ability. Do you know? This ability is what I've always dreamed of, the most ferocious ability in history, the dark fruit. It is an anomaly among the natural types." Lin Hai interrupted, "Wait, what exactly do you want to say?" "Ha ha," Blackbeard said playfully, "You'll find out soon enough, dark hole." Whoosh! Lin Hai instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard. Lin Hai wanted to test Blackbeard's martial arts. After all, the scar near Shanks' eye had been caused by Blackbeard. If he wanted to improve, how could he not exchange a few moves with this kind of pirate? Blackbeard didn't expect Lin Hai to strike without warning, and his move hadn't even been executed yet. In an instant, Lin Hai used an armament hockey-enhanced punch aimed at Blackbeard's face, while Blackbeard punched toward Lin Hai's shoulder. Bang! Bang! Both of them were sent flying backward. Lying on the ground, Lin Hai hadn't expected Blackbeard's strength to be so great, and his body felt as tough as a bull. Ouch, it hurts so much, damn it. Not far away, Blackbeard was rolling on the ground. Lin Hai was relatively fine because he had already used armament hockey to defend against Blackbeard's punch. Watching Blackbeard rolling on the ground, Lin Hai was quite curious. Could this guy really be that weak? Oh, the weakness of the dark fruit is that it enjoys double the pain. After a while, Blackbeard, sweating on his forehead, sat up, revealing that he had lost a few more teeth. After standing up, Blackbeard quickly unleashed his power, Dark Hole. The area where they were was immediately enveloped in the black smoke of the dark fruit, and Blackbeard, as if nothing had happened, cruelly said, "You, my friend, have been swallowed by my darkness." Lin Hai also used his ability, Space Field. In an instant, a white membrane enveloped Blackbeard, and a knife appeared in Lin Hai's hand. It was none other than the High Wind. Finally using abilities now, Blackbeard was somewhat surprised, but he didn't care. His dark fruit was the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Blackbeard said playfully, "So you're also a devil fruit user? Huh, Darkwater." Chapter 114. Blackbeard's right hand, a few strands of black gas formed a fan-like shape in Blackbeard's hand, with his palm facing forward, pointing at Lin Hai. He was preparing to use the powers of the dark fruit to pull Lin Hai towards him and deliver a fatal blow. Seeing Blackbeard unleash a powerful move, Lin Hai knew he couldn't hide anymore. He quickly drew his sword, employing a one-sword style, a space swap slash, clang, rumble. An extreme flash of light passed, and Lin Hai and Blackbeard narrowly missed each other. Everything fell silent. Before Lin Hai, the mountainside was cleaved open by his sword energy. However, Blackbeard had no mood to appreciate such a shocking scene. He suddenly realized that his right hand seemed to have flown away. After a moment, Blackbeard reacted, and the pain surged into his mind. Bastard, it hurts so much." Blackbeard rolled on the ground again. At this moment, Lin Hai was quite annoyed. Just now, in that split second, his slash was aimed at Blackbeard's neck, but he was distracted by the sickly guy next to him, causing him to change his attack. In other words, Lin Hai used the powers of the space fruit to swap Blackbeard's position, while his charge slash was originally aimed at his neck. Unexpectedly, while Blackbeard was still in a daze, that guy, Poison Q, used some means to create another explosion at Lin Hai's location, causing Lin Hai to swap places again, resulting in that slash only hitting Blackbeard's arm. At this moment, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and glared at Poison Q, not expecting this guy to be such a nuisance. Damn it, miscalculated. Damn. Rumble. Lin Hai quickly jumped away from his original spot, only to see another massive explosion occur where he had just stood. To be honest, isn't Poison Q the ship's doctor? Why is he acting like a terrorist? Moreover, how did he manage that trick just now? But none of that mattered now. He needed to deal with Blackbeard first. However, just as Lin Hai was about to strike Blackbeard again, a black mist dissipated. And where was Blackbeard's crew? Lin Hai quickly used his observation hockey to search around, but found nothing. After escaping, Blackbeard arrived at a safe place. "Wah," laughed Burgess, who had been healed by Poison Q. "What a failure. We all got beaten up badly, Captain. Wah." Van Augur glanced at the spear that Lin Hai had broken and turned to Blackbeard, asking, "The capture failed. What do we do next?" Poison Q lay on the ground with his horse, burping. "I didn't expect that guy's martial arts and speed to be so powerful." Fate. His luck is really good, burp. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard looked at his arm that Poison Q had reattached and asked, stop complaining. I didn't expect Lin Hai's fighting ability to be so strong. Let's not worry about this for now. Everyone get your injuries healed. If this target doesn't work, we could just find another one, right? Blackbeard recalled the scene from the earlier fight with Lin Hai, his eyes narrowing. What kind of ability was that? Why did his position suddenly change? And why didn't the dark hole pull Lin Hai towards him? Unable to figure out, Blackbeard stopped thinking and turned to Poison Q, asking, can this arm still be used as before? Poison Q replied, barely alive. Burp, Captain, are you doubting my medical skills? Ha 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 ha, Huaxia di Lin Hai. Blackbeard's expression turned fierce. On the merry-go, Nami, who had just returned, looked worried and asked, Luffy, Lin Hai looked very serious just now. Does he have a formidable opponent coming after him? Zoro replied from the side, don't worry, with that guy's abilities, if he wants to escape, no one would be able to catch him. Luffy nodded. Lin Hai said to let him handle it, so it should be fine. Hearing Luffy's conversation, Usopp couldn't help but ask, what are you guys talking about? What's wrong with Lin Hai? Luffy explained, he said he's being targeted. Chopper exclaimed, then we should go rescue him. Usopp agreed, yeah, we're partners. How can we leave it behind? Zoro interrupted, calm down, Usopp. Lin Hai said to let him handle it, so it's fine. From what happened just now, that group is very strong. Let's wait for him to come back on the ship. Luffy smiled, don't worry, that guy Lin Hai is very strong. At this moment, Chopper curiously asked, did you guys find out any news about Sky Island? Nami recalled the mocking voices from the tavern when Sky Island was mentioned, and she immediately got angry. Turning around and shouting, Sky Island? Chopper immediately began to cry in fear. Nami angrily said, who knows about that ghost thing? As soon as I mentioned Sky Island, everyone in the shop burst out laughing. Saying this, Nami turned to everyone and yelled, it's like I said something really funny. What is so funny about it? Huh? WWW. 23SK. Net Usopp quickly pretended to be dead, using his special tomato sauce move. Chopper, crying, took a defensive stance. What is all the commotion? So excited, what happened? Robin, who returned from gathering information, said with a smile. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he waved to Robin. Welcome back, Robin. Do you want to eat first, or take a shower? Seeing Robin return, Nami immediately got furious. Robin, it's because you mentioned Sky Island that we have all this trouble. If there really is no Sky Island, I'm going to kick you into the sea to feed the fish. With Nami's shout, Chopper jumped up in fright and fell into the sea. Zoro hurried to rescue him. At that moment, Usopp quickly said, what Nami means is, don't provoke her right now. Just stay away from her. She's in a rage. Hee hee. Robin casually handed the map of Gaia Island to Luffy, explaining the town to the left on the map is where we are now, Moku Town. There's a strange old man living in the area marked on the east side, who isn't accepted by the Gaia Island people. Strange old man? Everyone asked curiously. Robin explained, his name is Mont Blanc Cricket. He was expelled for talking about dreams, so he should be easy to talk to. Luffy quickly made a decision, then, when Lin Hai comes back, let's go have a look. The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a charming system. Chapter 114. Blackbeard's right hand available for free reading. Chapter 115. Caught me by surprise, just as Usopp was about to ask when Lin Hai would return. Lin Hai came down from the roof. Sanji curiously asked, how'd that guy come back from midair? He must have gotten lost, because after fighting with Blackbeard, Lin Hai forgot how to get back to the shore. Although he could find a Mary with observation hockey, there was no path ahead. So, Lin Hai chose to return from the high ground. The space fruit is just awesome. It's amazing. However, just as he returned to the ship, Lin Hai frowned. He hadn't felt anything before, but now his shoulder hurt a lot. Luffy noticed Lin Hai's abnormality and quickly asked, what's wrong? Lin Hai took off his clothes, revealing a bruise on his shoulder. Usopp exclaimed, you're injured? Lin Hai laughed. Can't you tell? I really didn't expect that guy to be so strong. That punch really hurt. Sanji stepped forward curiously and asked, what kind of opponent could hit you like this? Lin Hai retorted, what do you mean hit me like this? He is not much better off than I am. Seeing Lin Hai was injured, Usopp turned to ask Chopper. Chopper was lying on the ship, gasping heavily. I thought I was going to die. Zoro, wringing out the seawater from his clothes, said, seriously, always causing trouble. Chopper grumbled, it's because Nami. Nami exploded, what's wrong? What did I do? Do you want to call me simple and foolish too? Ha! Lin Hai laughed heartily. What is wrong with him? Who dares to insult Nami? Duong. Nami, hands on her hips, said, Lin Hai, it's because you said there was in Sky Island that I was mocked by the people in this town. Do you want to laugh at me now too? Lin Hai quickly covered his mouth. Was Nami going to explode? To avoid being beaten, Lin Hai pretended to be injured. Chopper, I'm hurt. Come help me treat it. Luffy poked Lin Hai's shoulder wound and asked, does it hurt a lot? Lin Hai replied, you're not trying to get revenge on me because I didn't listen to you and hit that guy. Are you? What are you talking about? Luffy said, back at the tavern, you stepped in to help me, so I wouldn't get beaten. How could I blame you? Lin Hai's face darkened, then stop poking it hurts. You idiot. Luffy looked at Lin Hai innocently and replied, does it really hurt? At that moment, not long after the Mary set sail, a huge ship appeared not far away, and the whistling sound was uniform, reminding everyone on the Mary of unpleasant things. Lin Hai said helplessly, Chopper, stop listening to that and come help me deal with my wound. Huh? Oh, wait a minute. Chopper finally remembered Lin Hai was injured. Meanwhile, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp were looking at the giant ship. Luffy asked, why do we always run into these weird things as soon as we set sail? But doesn't he seem like the same guy as before? Sanji, with a dark expression, said, I don't know whether this is a good or bad thing. Usopp said, in any case, we spotted each other. Are they the residents of this island? Hey, what are you guys chattering about on that ship? Asked the guy who looked like a gorilla from the giant ship. The gorilla continued toward the Mary. Really, I thought it was some big shot. And I got all nervous. Luffy retorted, you have a really unique face. What species are you? The gorilla replied helplessly, I'm human, you idiot. You guys are too presumptuous. That's right. Our boss is the king of undersea exploration of the Gorilla Pirate crew. Yes, the great name of Lord Gorilla. You guys actually don't know? You'd better not provoke our big boss. Lin Hai, who was healing, was quite curious about how Luffy would handle this situation. If it were him, cough, cough. He would chop them down. At this moment, the guy claiming to be the king of exploration waved his hand. Forget it, it's fine. Then, the gorilla asked the people on the Mary, looks like you guys are pirates too, right? Then you should know that the warlord crocodile has been captured. In terms of strength, I'm not below him. Who knows, one day, I might replace him. I'm already nervously waiting for that day. Oh, Luffy asked curiously, you want to join the warlords? The king of exploration replied, anyway, if you want to say what I'm good at. I haven't cut my hair for 25 years since I was born. How about that? Did I scare you? Lin Hai almost died laughing. This guy is quite flamboyant. Cough, cough. I have to remember this line for later use. Meanwhile, Luffy sincerely replied, you sound like an idiot. Unexpectedly, the king of exploration patted his chest and said, wow, you scared me. You dare to disrespect our big boss. The king of exploration waved his hand. Forget it, it's fine. Seriously, your answer really startled me. Listen well, if you dare to invade my angry sea, it will be a bloodbath. Luffy replied, it doesn't matter. We have a place we want to go, so move aside. So presumptuous. The king of exploration immediately became furious. This sea area is under my control. If you want to pass, you need to pay a toll. At this moment, Chopper had already bandaged Lin Hai's wound. To be honest, Lin Hai really didn't expect that this guy called the king of exploration would be so funny in his speech, only to suddenly act like a robber. To avoid that guy using sound waves to damage the Mary, and to avoid trouble, Lin Hai directly used Conqueror's Haki to knock out everyone on the opposing ship except for the king of exploration. Seeing everyone on the Mary looking at him, Lin Hai helplessly said, you all heard that guy say if we want to pass, we need to pay a toll. We are pirates if we don't do this. Are we going to give him money? Well done. Nami was the first to say, want our treasure? No way, absolutely not. Luffy curiously asked, Nami isn't a devil anymore. Chopper exclaimed, really? Usopp laughed. She vented for so long just now. Her anger should be gone now. Looking at the patched up Mary, Lin Hai said helplessly, guys, shouldn't we find a shipwright? Look at this ship. Be careful of encountering a storm later. The ship might fall apart. The crowd couldn't help but observe the Mary. It really was the case. Luffy shouted, all right, let us look for a shipwright while heading to the Sky Island. The internet provides you with the fastest traversal of pirates. I have a flashy system update, Chapter 115. It scared me for a moment, free to read. Chapter 116. So scary soon, the Mary reached the place where Mont Blanc Correja lived. In the distance, Mont Blanc Correja's facade was extraordinarily luxurious. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, that person seems really rich. Look at his entrance, it's so cool. Chopper gasped. Could it be that the legendary gold that sank to the bottom of the sea was all picked up by him? That's why his house is so grand. Usopp replied with shining eyes, it must be. If that person didn't have money, how could he build a house that looks like a palace? So cool. Zoro, feeling speechless, said, open your eyes and see clearly. Sanji echoed, well said. He's not some dreamer. He's just a guy who loves to show off. Although Lin Hai knew it was just a facade, He couldn't help but think that Montblanc was indeed a genius to come up with such an idea. So, Lin Hai couldn't help but retort, "What are you two being so sour about? You must be jealous of him. What are you talking about, you bastard?" Sanji and Zoro retorted simultaneously. Lin Hai continued to argue. "Do you even understand the design of such a genius? I think you're just jealous." Not agreeing, the three of them immediately started fighting. Duong, X3 Nami, feeling speechless, said, "I say, you guys." Hey. Robin chuckled. "You really have a hard time." Nami. At this moment, Luffy had jumped onto the grass and, upon seeing the side of the house, exclaimed, "It's just a wooden board." Nani. Chopper and Usopp exclaimed in unison. Sanji explained, "Lin Hai, you bastard, did I say anything wrong? The Real house is only half. The rest is just plywood. He really is a stingy man." Lin Hai immediately scoffed. "You're just jealous of him, and now you're criticizing him. Sanji, you're really ignorant. What did you say?" Sanji was ready to fight Lin Hai again. "Everyone be quiet." Nami turned to Robin and asked what kind of dream he had sung about that got him expelled. Robin explained, "I'm not quite sure about the details. It seems like Guy said there was a pile of gold buried on Jaya Island." "Gold?" Nami's eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed to the grass, saying, "Chopper, hurry up and dig. There's gold." "Oh." Chopper immediately began digging into the grass with the horns on his forehead, thinking, will it really be there? Lin Hai, who was about to disembark, was so astonished by the scene of Nami and Chopper that he fell off the ship. "Ouch, grass!" Lin Hai cried out in pain. Zoro, who had already jumped onto the grass, turned and asked, "Lin Hai, with such a serious injury, you should really take it easy and go rest on the ship." Lin Hai's eye twitched. This bastard was getting more annoying with every word. At this time, seeing that there was no one around the simple house, Luffy, without permission, opened someone else's door. Lin Hai quickly reminded him, "Luffy, the owner isn't home. You can't just go into someone else's house. Be careful not to get scammed." Nami replied, "Lin Hai, stop talking nonsense and start digging. You still owe me 1,200,000 berries." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You filthy woman. Have you woken up yet?" Before Lin Hai could finish, Sanji discovered a book on a wooden table, and everyone's attention was drawn to it. Nami picked up the book and saw that it was titled The Great Liar, Noland. Because Noland was from the North Sea, his story was well known there, and Sanji, being from the North Sea, had naturally heard of it. So, Sanji briefly introduced. The Great Liar, Noland, although it's a fairy tale, Noland really did exist. About 400 years ago, in a certain country in the North Sea, there was a man named Montblanc Noland. He was an adventurer. One time, after returning from a journey, Noland immediately went to the palace to report to the king that he had seen a mountain of gold on an island in the Grand Line. The king, to verify the truth, immediately led 2,000 soldiers toward the Grand Line. They overcame storms and fought various monsters along the way, and finally reached that island of gold. Only the king, Noland, and 100 soldiers arrived there, suffering heavy losses. But when they got there, they saw nothing but a jungle. As a result, Noland was sentenced to death by the king for deceiving him. Noland's last words were, "I understand now. The mountain of gold sank to the sea." Since then, no one cared about him, and no one believed his words anymore. That is the story of Noland. After hearing Sanji finish the story, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel sorry for Noland, thinking it must have been the currents that caused the trouble. Meanwhile, in Moku Town, the awakened Bellamy sat at the bar with a gloomy expression, drinking. After a while, Bellamy looked at the latest bounty notices brought by his subordinate, which read, Lin Hai, bounty of 300 million berries. Monkey D, Luffy, bounty of 100 million berries. Roronoa Zoro, bounty of 60 million berries. Blackleg Sanji, bounty of 40 million berries. Nico Robin, bounty of 80 million berries. Tony Chopper, bounty of 50 berries. Usopp and Nami had not yet received bounties. Looking at these bounty amounts, Bellamy was skeptical. Based on his impression, the guy with the straw hat and the swordsman next to him should not be his match. As for the man with the bounty of 300 million berries, Bellamy wanted to fight him once. After all, he still didn't understand how he had passed out. Moreover, he heard from his subordinate that the Straw Hat crew went to see that expelled man, who seemed to have a lot of gold salvage from sea. After downing his drink, Bellamy said, "Let's go. As pirates, we should settle the score with the Straw Hat crew in a pirate way. And that guy named Montblanc has a lot of gold, right?" Ha ha. Bellamy's first mate, Sachis, reminded him, "Bellamy, if these bounty notices are real." Bellamy sneered, "Hey, Sachis, spare me. You really think those little kids are worth that much bounty?" Sachis picked up his knife and said, "I'll follow your lead." Thus, the realist Bellamy pirates picked up their weapons and headed toward Lin Hai's location, preparing to hunt dragons. So scary. Chapter 117. The Fury of Kurokai, Mont-Blanc Kurokai's residence. When everyone saw Lin Hai suddenly lie down, Luffy asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Is your shoulder wound too painful? What's with all the nonsense?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Why are we going to sea?" Without thinking, Luffy replied, "Of course, to become the Pirate King." Lin Hai was speechless. "You're too focused on the outcome. Whether you can become the Pirate King doesn't matter. What's important is to be happy. You all have too strong a sense of purpose. Living like that can be exhausting." Tisich. Sanji turned his head away displeased. Luffy, curious, asked, "Will lying on the ground really make you happy?" Chopper and Usopp leaned in, intrigued. Lin Hai rested his hands behind his head, crossed one foot over the other, looked at the blue sky, and leisurely replied, "Happiness is different for everyone. Look at the blue sky, the white clouds, the lush jungle. What a beautiful scene." Ignoring the confused gazes from everyone, Lin Hai took out a cigarette, took a puff, and sighed, "You idiots wouldn't understand my state of mind, damn." Before he could finish, he was beaten up by the crowd. "Sanji, you bastard, let me show you what happiness is," Zoro said playfully. "Beating you makes me happy." Usopp angrily exclaimed, "Only sailing the seas is a man's romance, you idiot." After a while, Lin Hai quickly stopped them. "Everyone stop. The owner of this place is back." Suddenly, a person jumped out of the sea, with a small head and a tuft of hair the same color as Sanji's. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Sanji, is he your dad? Bastard." At this moment, Mont-Blanc Kurokai saw the pirate flag on the Mary and thought these pirates had come to steal his treasure, so without a word, he kicked Luffy, who was about to ask away. The sudden scene made everyone serious. Zoro's face darkened. "What do you want?" Mont-Blanc Kurokai took a fighting stance and asked, "Aren't you here to steal the gold? How can you still ask me what I want?" Nami's eyes lit up. "Is there really gold?" Usopp exclaimed, Hey, if you keep this up, we'll really be misunderstood." Luffy returned from a distance and quickly explained, "Uncle, we didn't come to steal gold. We actually came to ask." Thought. Before Luffy could finish, Mont-Blanc Kurokai collapsed on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Hai, as if to say, "Did you use your conqueror's hockey again?" Luffy was the first to complain, "Lin Hai, don't mess around. We need to ask him how to get to Sky Island." Lin Hai was speechless. "Go play somewhere else. Am I that kind of person?" "He probably just fainted from illness." "Fainted from illness? Quickly call a doctor." "Aren't you a doctor?" "Huh, I'm a doctor." Soon, everyone carried Mont-Blanc Kurokai to his bed, and Chopper treated him. It turned out that Mont-Blanc Kurokai had a long-standing hidden illness, and if he continued to dive without taking care of himself, it could endanger his life. After a while, Mont-Blanc Kurokai's two subordinates, one resembling a gorilla and the other resembling an ape, returned. They saw their boss unconscious on the bed, and the gorilla angrily shouted, "What are you doing here?" The ape asked, "What have you done to my boss?" Luffy, with a Na'vi expression, replied, "What are you talking about? We're taking care of this sick uncle. You should get lost." Usopp exclaimed, "Idiot, they won't listen to you. Don't forget they're wild animals." Wild animals. Everyone escaped through the window, watching Luffy. Lin Hai finally understood Luffy's charm. With such a pure heart, as long as the other party isn't a bad person, he can really communicate well. Sure enough, the gorilla and the ape were moved to tears, replying, "You are really good people." Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper, who were scared, fell over, surprised that they actually believed it. Since Mont-Blanc Kurokai had not yet woken up, everyone went outside to chat. "Luffy, you guys live here too?" The ape replied, "Because the boss's house is originally the base of our Ape Mountain United Army." The gorilla added, "But we usually sleep on the ship. This place is too small for us." Luffy remarked, "It's because you two are too big. But if the giant uncle from Little Garden saw you too, he would probably think you look like lumps of earwax." Listening to their conversation, Lin Hai was speechless. "What is Luffy doing?" Usopp weakly said, "What is going on?" "They're surprisingly having such a good time." Zoro, "Because they have something in common." After chatting for a while, Mont-Blanc Kurokai woke up, and Luffy couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, I have something to ask you." Mont-Blanc Kurokai took a puff of smoke and replied, "Ask away." Luffy excitedly said, "Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island. Can you tell us how to get there?" "Sky Island?" Mont-Blanc Kurokai laughed heartily. Haha. "Do you really believe in Sky Island?" Nami thought Mont-Blanc Kurokai was mocking her like the people in town, so she exploded again and went to beat him up. Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly hugged Nami's waist, explaining, "He is not mocking. He is expressing joy at finding a kindred spirit." After laughing for a while, Mont-Blanc Kurokai replied, "Sky Island, actually I don't know if it exists, but I do know someone who believes in its existence. But that person became a world-famous con artist, and his descendants will never hold their heads high." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy looked at Usopp in disbelief, and Usopp exclaimed, "It's not me." At this moment, Sanji asked, "Mont Blanc, you have the same surname. Could it be that you are a descendant of Nolan?" Mont Blanc Kurokai nodded. "That's right. I'm a descendant of that big con artist, Nolan. I get it now." Usopp said excitedly, "Uncle, you're trying to clear the Mont Blanc family's name by finding the gold under the sea, right?" Mont Blanc Kurokai angrily raised his gun. "Idiot, when did I say that?" Lin Hai instantly appeared in front of Usopp, catching the bullet that was shot. Based on the bullet's trajectory, Kurokai was just trying to scare Usopp, while Lin Hai acted on reflex. Mont Blanc Kurokai was not shocked by Lin Hai catching the bullet. He was burning with anger. No matter how honest and upright my ancestor was, no matter how great an explorer he was, it has nothing to do with me. Just because I have some blood relation to that idiot, I am scolded by strangers. Can you understand the feeling of a child being wronged? I grew up in such an environment. I have always been ashamed of having such a family. For a moment, the room fell silent. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for Crossing the Pirate. I have a stylish system update. Chapter 117. The Fury of Kalikai is available for free reading. Chapter 118. Cowered after everyone listened to Kalikai's words, they all fell silent. At this moment, Lin Hai suddenly stepped forward and said, "I say, Uncle, actually your ancestor Norland is innocent." "Innocent?" Everyone looked at Lin Hai with curiosity. "That's right," Lin Hai explained. "I guess that the Golden Island at that time did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but was instead swept up into the sky by a massive updraft current. Under the amazing effect of gravity, that island became today's Sky Island." Kalikai skeptically asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Lin Hai took out a map and explained, "When we came to the sea area earlier, a ship from over 200 years ago fell from the sky, and this map was found on that ship." After Kalikai took the map from Lin Hai's hand, it indeed showed a map of the Sky Island. However, Kalikai still said, just because a ship fell from the sky doesn't prove that the Sky Island exists, right? And this map could also be forged. I ask again, where's the evidence? Lin Hai was speechless and said, "That ship is from over 200 years ago. If there were no Sky Island, why would a ship from over 200 years ago fall down more than 200 years later? Also, that day we saw a huge phantom, which also proves that there are people in the sky." At this moment, the orangutan exclaimed, "I know this. That day, I saw it too." After hearing Lin Hai's explanation, everyone's eyes suddenly sparkled. "If the Sky Island exists." Just then, Luffy suddenly said, "What are you all talking about? We can't ask you how to get to the Sky Island." Kalikai couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing his laughter, Nami immediately lost her composure again and shouted, "Are you laughing at me for being naive and stupid?" Lin Hai quickly stopped Nami and awkwardly said, "No need to mind her. This woman has been stimulated." "Don't be so impatient," Kalikai said nonchalantly. "To be honest, I'm not sure if the Sky Island exists. But if you want to go, you need to be prepared to risk your lives. The updraft current can take you to the sky. That's a theoretical issue, understand?" Zoro asked, "So it's the current that sweeps the ship up, right? Is it?" Luffy laughed and said, "As long as we get swept up, we can go to the clouds, right?" On the side, Robin calmly analyzed, "That's if we're lucky. If we're unlucky, we could fall from midair, possibly into the sea or onto land. In either case, we'll all probably die, right?" Usopp and Chopper exclaimed, "We're not going to Sky Island anymore." Usopp hurriedly said to Lin Hai, "Lin Hai, you have to talk Luffy out of it. What Robin said is really too terrifying." Chopper also hugged Lin Hai's leg and said, "Yeah, please talk Luffy out of it. We're not going to Sky Island anymore." Lin Hai chuckled and said, "Don't worry, with my space fruit ability, you won't get hurt from falling. You don't need to be so scared." With Nami's navigation skills, Nami looked at her fist and said, "What do you mean, stinky woman? Call me a beautiful lady." After that, Nami's eyes sparkled with money as she continued, "What's there to be afraid of going to the Sky Island? I heard there's a land of gold there. Uncle, quickly tell us what to do." Lin Hai slapped his forehead, realizing that this woman had really fallen into a money pit. At this moment, Kalikai said seriously, "Listen carefully. First of all, being pushed up high by the current sounds easy, but it is definitely not the kind of easy sky trip you imagine. The updraft current can be considered a disaster, and it is something that should be avoided at all costs. The principle of this monster current can only be speculated, because no fool would go there to investigate. Although theoretically, there is a large cave at the deepest part of the sea where cold seawater flows in, combined with geothermal heat to create immense steam pressure. Once it reaches a limit, it can cause an underwater explosion. The result of this explosion is that the current bursts out from the seabed, reaching the sky. This lasts for about a minute, with seawater continuously rushing into the sky. Nami exclaimed, "Seawater rushing into the sky? How massive of an explosion would that be?" Kalikai continued, unfazed by her question. The location of the explosion varies each time, occurring 5 times a month. Of course, expressing such grand natural phenomena in words and theories is an extremely foolish thing to do. Usopp curiously asked, "Does that mean the Sky Island must appear just above that current that only occurs 5 times a month?" Kalikai nodded, "Yes, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. If it doesn't T-land on anything and just falls back into the sea like that." Robin calmly added, "Everyone would perish in the depths of the sea." Usopp said, "All right, let's give up on going to Sky Island." Chopper agreed. "That's right, we're not going to any Sky Island." "Ha ha ha," Luffy excitedly said. "It's fine, let's go." At the same time, Lin Hai and Zoro suddenly slapped their left palms with their right hands and said, "So it's the incredible current and the incredible clouds." Sanji exclaimed, "You two really don't understand, do you?" At this moment, Lin Hai pointed to the Mary and said, "Luffy, going to the Sky Island is fine, but look at our ship that's about to fall apart. It won't be swept apart by the current, right?" Kalikai followed Lin Hai's gaze and was utterly speechless. It was as if patching it up was like an old man's worn-out clothes. Indeed, given the condition of that ship, Kalikai said, even if it were brand new, it wouldn't be possible. Considering speed, weight, and strength with the condition of that ship, it would be shattered into pieces in the explosive current. Lin Hai asked, "Uncle, do you have a solution?" Kalikai nodded, "There's a way. Wait a moment. I'll have the orangutan and the gorilla assist you in navigating. Of course, we need to reinforce the ship from top to bottom first." "Oh," the orangutan and gorilla replied in unison, "Leave it to us." Luffy smiled and said, "Thank you." Usopp and Chopper commented, "What a meddlesome thing to do." At this moment, Kalikai turned and said, "Get ready. Tomorrow at noon, there will be an updraft current." "Isn't that just in time?" Usopp skeptically said, "Are you kidding? This is too strange. We just met today, and you're being too enthusiastic about us, right? And also," Luffy stepped forward unhappily and said, "Usopp." Lin Hai couldn't help but frown at Usopp. "Shut up." Usopp continued to question Kalikai, Sky Island, or whatever. "You actually say that we can go to such a legendary and uncertain place tomorrow? For this, you're going to reinforce our ship and assist us in navigating? Isn't this too coincidental? What exactly are you plotting? Are you a descendant of the big talker Roland? Completely untrustworthy." Kalikai turned back and replied, "The day after the phenomenon of day and night appears on the gorilla's base, cumulus clouds will appear in the southern sky. Based on the cycle of 5 times a month, the activity of the updraft current will probably be tomorrow. Moreover, it can also happen in locations south of here. Although it's not 100% guaranteed, the probability of overlapping tomorrow is very high." Kurikai's words were reasonable and well-founded, which immediately made Usopp shut his mouth. As Kurikai walked back to his room, he continued, "I am really happy to meet fools like you. Come on, everyone, let's go eat. Today, let's enjoy slowly at my place." "Hee. Luffy happily said, "It's time to eat. Hurry up, Usopp." Lin Hai looked at Kurikai's back, then at Luffy. Both were really nice people, at least in terms of dealing with others. They were much gentler than Lin Hai himself. Lin Hai suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, do you have noodles? I want to eat noodles." Seeing Usopp slumped helplessly on the ground and not following them in, Lin Hai patted Usopp's shoulder and said, "Uncle has a good temper like Luffy. Let's study hard. You don't have to be like this. They won't mind your rudeness just now, but Usopp, you must not offend the captain's authority again." Usopp replied off topic, "Lin Hai, am I a useless coward?" Lin Hai nodded, "Yes, not only are you a coward, but you're also a fool. Go apologize, you bastard." Usopp's face darkened, but he still listened to Lin Hai and quickly ran into the house. "Uncle." "Luffy, I'm sorry." Soon, a voice of irritation came from not far away. "Bastard, don't wipe your snot on me." Ha ha ha. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on Crossing Pirate. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 118. Coward, free to read. Chapter 119. Hunting Dog Bellamy Chopper. You really have some guts to dare to take my things. Lin Hai was holding half of a mackerel in his hand, while the other half was already in Chopper's mouth. "Boo-hoo." Chopper quickly reminded Lin Hai, "Your food on the table is running out." Realizing this, Lin Hai immediately pinned Luffy down. "Stinky rubber, aren't you afraid of becoming fat with all that you eat every day?" Luffy, still savoring his food, replied, "Thanks for your concern, but I'm not afraid." Usopp exclaimed, "Is he really concerned about you?" The orangutan suddenly spat fire from his mouth. Ah, it's so spicy. Usopp covered his mouth with both hands and laughed. Ha, how about that? My spicy fish torpedo. Damn it. The orangutan shouted angrily. You long-nosed brat, stand still. Meanwhile, Kurikai, who had drunk some alcohol, blushed and asked Nami, Miss, come sit over here. Saying that, he patted the seat next to him. Sanji couldn't help but retort. You think you can hit on Nami? Wait 100 years and then talk. Ha ha. Kurikai laughed. If you don't want to sit, then don't. The wine today is really good. As everyone chatted, Kurikai suddenly realized, oh no. You all quickly go to the southern forest and catch a guiding bird. Otherwise, we won't be able to set sail tomorrow. Why? Everyone wondered. Luffy asked, Uncle, what are you talking about? Kurikai explained, this is the Grand Line. Once the ship goes out to sea, can you still tell directions? Stop eating, hurry up. All right, Nami said in realization. This time the target isn't an island, but the ocean current. That record pointer won't be of any use. Kurikai nodded and said, this time we need to ride the southern ocean current, and the guiding bird, no matter what, its habit is that its head will always point south. Ha ha, Luffy laughed. So that means Zoro is even worse than an animal. Lin Hai exclaimed, what a sharp comparison. Zoro widened his eyes, veins popping, and said, you two bastards have the right to talk about others? Kurikai urged, hurry up and find the guiding bird. Otherwise, don't even think about going to the Sky Island. You won't even be able to find the ocean current. Why is such an important thing only being said now? I just remembered it. Luffy said seriously, although I don't understand, whatever that bird is sounds very important to us. Everyone, let's set off. By the time everyone was ready to catch the guiding bird, it was already deep into the night. Kurikai said helplessly, how did one meal take so long? Remember, you must come back before dawn. Don't worry, Uncle will definitely catch it, Luffy replied while walking. Soon, Luffy noticed something off about Lin Hai and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Lin Hai stopped and said, you guys go catch the guiding bird. We have guests coming, I'll go greet them. Really? Luffy's eyes lit up. Are we having another feast? No, I want to join. Bah, Zoro said speechlessly. Look at his expression. Is he preparing for a feast? Nami asked, is it okay? Lin Hai waved his hand. They're just some small fries, but Uncle and the others might not be their match. You go ahead. I'll stay and deal with them. We're not their match. You really startle me. The nearby gorilla patted his chest, but still displeased said, little brother, although I admit you're very strong, you underestimate us too much, right? Lin Hai replied, then you guys can go and spar with them first if you can't handle it. I'll step in. The orangutan patted his chest and said, leave it to me, I'm the salvage king. Meanwhile, Kurikai looked at the pitch-black sea surface and wondered, is there really someone coming this way? Lin Hai nodded, there's a ship coming. Really? Looks like that pirate crew is here to rob our gold. Let's go meet them. Ooh. The orangutan and gorilla replied simultaneously. Soon, a ship really did dock near Kurikai's home, and a tall figure jumped off the front of the ship. Who else could it be but Bellamy? The gorilla spoke first. Little brother, I advise you not to mess with us. The orangutan echoed. You don't want to try and rob our gold under the cover of night, do you? You little shorties, hurry home. Don't bother us. We have important things to do. Ick. Lin Hai, however, lay on a patch of grass, thinking they should take the initiative since they underestimated him. But they had nothing bad to say about the Straw Hat crew. They were even going to help remodel the ship tomorrow. So, to take care of their dignity, he decided to let them handle it themselves. But would they be a match for Bellamy and his crew? The answer was obvious. But if he didn't act, what if they got hurt? Repairing the ship while injured? Oh, being a person is so hard. Thus, Lin Hai had no choice but to lie down and sleep. At that moment, after the orangutan and gorilla finished speaking, Bellamy laughed. Ha ha. Are you the gate monkeys? I didn't expect you to be here, Pirate Kurikai. And the one next to you. Lin Hai waved his hand. I say, why are you acting like a mad dog? Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb my sleep. TCH, I'll make sure you sleep well later. I still want to take revenge for last time. After saying that, Bellamy turned to Kurikai and said, I heard the tragic story of your Mont Blanc family in the tavern. It's really touching. But stealing the treasures that others fought so hard for is quite a different flavor, you know? I'll just tell you directly how everyone calls me. It's Hunting Dog. Not Mad Dog, ha ha ha. Stealing treasures that others fought so hard for. What a different flavor, huh? Lin Hai, lying on the ground, was truly speechless. This was not just a rogue behavior. Was this a distortion of humanity? Or was it just a good teaching for Doflamingo? Hunting Dog, huh? I'll turn you into a dead dog later. Chapter 120. A question from Bellamio? Hunting dogs? The gorilla said, since you came to our door, don't blame us for being ruthless. The orangutan chimed in, don't underestimate our 8 Mountain United Army. Everyone attack. Bellamy's crew immediately drew their swords and took the lead. Bellamy's first mate, Sachis, confronted Kalikai directly, obediently handing over the gold coins, or else he would face dire consequences. Sachis quickly exchanged punches with Kalikai, targeting his face. But Kalikai was skilled enough to block each of Sachis' punches. As Kalikai found the moment when Sachis retracted his fist, he kicked Sachis in the chin, sending him flying. Lin Hai, watching from the side, was somewhat surprised to see Kalikai, who had a bounty of 38 million berries, actually winning in hand-to-hand combat. The gorilla and the orangutan quickly dealt with the minor soldiers. At this moment, Sachis took out his blade. His true skill was actually in swordsmanship. Sachi spun his blade, and after reaching a certain speed, he leaped up, preparing to slash down diagonally. However, just as his blade was about to reach Kalikai, Kalikai kicked Sachis' hand holding the blade, sending it flying away. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Uncle, this is..." "Startle me." The gorilla patted his chest and said, "You bastard. Speak a little quieter. You're making me nervous." Kalikai glanced at Lin Hai and then said to Sachis, "You little brat, swinging that big knife around is dangerous." Slurp. Bellamy on the side licked his lips and said, "All right, the most exciting performance of the night is about to begin." Spring Sniper. Bellamy's feet sprang like a spring, pushing off the ground, which cracked under the force. Due to Bellamy's incredible speed, the gorilla and the orangutan were instantly subdued. With the foresight of observation hockey, it was clear that Bellamy would use the spring fruit to launch an attack on Kalikai with the help of the Mary. Lin Hai couldn't sit still anymore, because if Bellamy stepped onto the Mary, it would break apart. Spring Sniper. Just as Bellamy leaped up, preparing to strike Kalikai, whoosh. Lin Hai instantly vanished from his spot. In an instant, everyone saw Lin Hai holding Bellamy by the neck. Kalikai, who had just reacted, dropped his cigarette onto the ground and couldn't speak for a while, wondering what kind of speed that was. Sachis, holding his blade, dropped it to the ground, mumbling in confusion. "Is this a joke?" "Hey," Sachis shouted, "Bellamy, don't joke around with us. This isn't funny at all." Sachis' female companion sat on the ground in shock, unable to believe what was happening in front of her. "Cough, cough," Bellamy said with difficulty. Let me go." Ignoring Bellamy's words, Lin Hai asked, "Isn't it a special feeling to rob someone else's hard-earned treasures? Answer me." "Cough, cough," Bellamy replied nonsensically. "How did you keep up with my speed?" Lin Hai looked at Kalikai and asked, "Uncle, this guy's trying to rob you. What do you say we do with them?" Kalikai glanced at the gorilla and the orangutan lying on the ground and calmly said, "Let them go." "Lin Hai zipli speculets." "What kind of situation is this? Don't you want medical fees?" Looking at the terrified Bellamy pirates, Lin Hai released his grip and then drew his sword, Galphone. Lin Hai said, "If it were my old temper, you should be feeding fish in the sea right now. Pirates like you, who are so self-righteous, are honestly too low-level." Clang. As he spoke, Lin Hai slashed upwards towards the sea surface. Boom! The sound of huge waves echoed through the quiet night. In an instant, the sea seemed to part. Pirates like Bellamy had never experienced such power before. Now, they were terrified by Lin Hai's slash that cut through the sea. Especially Bellamy's first mate, who was so scared he wet himself. "Oh, what is that? Is this human strength? My God, the sea has been split open. What kind of existence have we provoked? Run." Soon, all the crew members Bellamy brought began to run everywhere, hoping to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible, fearing that if they ran slowly, they would be cut down like vegetables by Lin Hai's sword. After a while, Lin Hai frowned. Bellamy was staring blankly at the sea surface, looking so calm. Bellamy asked, "How could someone like you be in the EC? I don't have the mood to answer your questions, nor do I want to chat with you." Lin Hai turned back after walking a bit and said, "If you bother Uncle again or try to rob him, no matter where it is, I will kill you. Hurry up and get lost." Bellamy stared blankly at Lin Hai's back, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. That last move seemed to have awakened Bellamy, especially Lin Hai's words, which made him feel like an ant in someone's eyes. Suddenly, Bellamy asked, "Huaxia, Lin Hai, does Sky Island really exist?" Lin Hai stopped, turned back, and replied, "Whether it exists or not, go find out for yourself, instead of beating up those who believe in its existence like a thug. I have a very poor impression of you, so hurry up and get lost. Do you still expect me to invite you to supper?" Sachis, who had regained his senses, quickly pulled Bellamy. "Are you crazy? Let's run. I never want to see such a terrifying existence again. This world is truly magical, a complete villain. Upon finding his belief, becomes extraordinary, just like Bellamy at this moment." After returning to the ship, Bellamy became silent. He began to truly reflect on whether he was really a low-level pirate. Does Sky Island really exist? How should pirates survive? Thus, Bellamy started a new chapter in his life. However, Lin Hai was not interested in what Bellamy was doing. What troubled Lin Hai was that in the future, Bellamy was determined to follow him. After Bellamy and his crew boarded the ship, Lin Hai and Kalikai carried the gorilla and the orangutan back into the house. Looking at the two who had regained their vitality, Lin Hai said, "You two are truly beasts." The gorilla patted his chest and sighed. "That really startled me. I didn't expect to be defeated in one move, but thanks for saving us." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I didn't want to save you. I was afraid my ship would be damaged." The orangutan put his arm around Lin Hai's shoulder and smiled. "You should just admit it. Thanks a lot. Stop being sentimental and let go of your hand." Kalikai looked at the two and asked, "Are you all right? Let's start modifying their ship." "No problem, boss." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for Crossing Pirate. I have a stylish system update. Chapter 120, Bellamy's Question, is available for free reading. Chapter 121, What is a Pirate? As night fell, Luffy and his crew went into the forest to catch guiding birds, while the gorilla and the orangutan went to call their crew members. Kalikai was outside observing the Mary, thinking about how to strengthen it. Lin Hai lay in a spot with his hands behind his head, pondering what had been going on with him lately. After all, he had seen that the Straw Hat crew was actually a group of adventurers under the banner of piracy, influenced by Luffy's charm and the pressures of the times, each setting out to sea for their own purposes. In this world, pirates and adventurers seem to be no different. Listening to the sound of the sea breeze and the occasional crashing waves, Lin Hai wondered where he should go next. He had noticed that he had changed a lot, and how to be a person had troubled him for a long time. What is a pirate? In Bellamy's eyes, pirates belong to a new era and should abandon those empty dreams, focusing on immediate benefits. In Luffy's eyes, pirates are free and should adventure on the sea without restraint. In the eyes of the Navy, pirates are all irredeemable and have committed countless crimes. And in the eyes of the common people, some pirates are good, while others are bad. Different people have different views of pirates, but are there really so many concepts of piracy? In this world, pirates are simply different people in the same time and space, shaped by their experiences and perceptions, leading to their varying understandings of piracy. And piracy is just a label. There is no need to define what a pirate must do in the mundane world to be worthy of the title. At one moment, Lin Hai recalled the initial reason he set sail. Did he really need to change himself to fit in with others? Ha ha! Suddenly enlightened, Lin Hai burst into laughter. What's wrong? Kalikai, outside, heard Lin Hai's laughter and thought he had gone crazy, so he hurried back inside to see what was happening. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Uncle, you a big shot. Can you please put on some clothes? What kind of appearance is this? Are you trying to show off your muscles?" Kalikai was baffled by Lin Hai's words, but still looked at himself, and then angrily said, "It's the middle of the night. Why are you acting crazy?" Just as he was about to leave, Kalikai turned back and said, "You little brat, aren't you going to help them? The forest at night is very dangerous." Lin Hai replied, "Go play somewhere else. What time is it? Don't disturb my sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow." After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hai was awakened by a commotion, and he immediately snapped, "What now?" He saw Luffy and Chopper with bumps all over their heads. Lin Hai kicked over and asked, "What kind of monster dares to scare me?" "Woo woo woo." Chopper cried, "Lin Hai, I went with Luffy to catch that bird." "What was it called again?" Luffy chimed in, "It's that incredible bird. And then we were chased by a swarm of bees." Lin Hai pondered, "So you guys are even worse than those insects? What did you say, you jerk?" Both of them exploded in anger. At that moment, Zoro returned holding a strange bird and asked, "This is the bird you wanted us to catch, right?" Kalikai exclaimed in delight, "That's right. This is the guiding bird. It's great that you caught it. It could be difficult to find." Zoro proudly stepped forward to show off. "What were you guys doing in the forest? You even got chased by some bees. How useless." Before anyone could respond, Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "You're pretty good. No wonder you're Roronoa, Zoro. But for safety's sake, could you please catch one more?" Zoro incredulously replied, "You jerk, what are you talking about? If you want to go, go yourself." Ha ha. After a while, Robin curiously asked, looking at the surroundings, "Didn't a fight just happen here?" Lin Hai nodded, "Yeah, those are just some small fries. It's all fine now. Everyone, take a rest. After dawn, we need to head up." Fishing well, fishing well." Hearing these voices, Lin Hai complained, "I say, gorilla and orangutan, did you deliberately design our ship's bow like this?" Luffy nonchalantly replied, "I think it's great. Yes, very majestic." Zoro said seriously, "I think it should be designed like a dove's head. Doves can fly better than roosters, right? Enough already. Lin Hai pulled Luffy over, pointing at the ship's bow. The chicken head design. Lin Hai, sweating, asked, "Did you see clearly? That's a rooster. With this design, if other pirates see it, won't we be laughed at to death?" On another ship, the orangutan said, "How about we take the ship back and help you redesign it?" "What kind of joke is that?" Lin Hai angrily replied. "You must be doing this on purpose. Are you still mad about me scaring you before?" "It has to be." Luffy turned to everyone and asked, "Why is Lin Hai so against this design?" "I think it's really nice." Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. As for why Lin Hai opposed this design so much, that was obvious. It was a chicken head. In Lin Hai's hometown, what did that represent? How could not oppose it? That really startled me. The gorilla asked, "Little brother, about those treasures you gave." Lin Hai waved his hand. "Those are what you deserve. If you dare to refuse, it would be an insult to us, and then we would have to beat you up." "Ah, your answer is making me nervous." The gorilla patted his chest and replied, "In that case, we will accept it." Beside Lin Hai, Nami had a gloomy face, because Lin Hai had taken some of Nami's treasures as repair costs for the ship and given them to the gorilla. Now, hearing the gorilla mention it again, Nami angrily said, "What are you nervous about? If you mention this again, return my treasures. Those are my treasures." After saying that, the furious Nami twisted Lin Hai's ear and said, "Lin Hai, remember this. If we can't find the land of gold, I'll throw you down from the sky." Luffy innocently said, "Nami, Lin Hai is right. We have to pay for the ship repairs." Before he could finish, Nami retorted, "That's your business. But those treasures are all mine." Lin Hai pulled Luffy over and quickly said, "Nami, Luffy is my captain. If we can't find the land of gold, you can throw him down. If anything happens, find him. It has nothing to do with me." "Nanny." Luffy's eyes bulged out. "Am I that great?" Sanji said speechlessly, "What does this have to do with your greatness? How scary." On the side, Usopp and Chopper were shivering, huddled together. Chopper, in fear, said, "It's over. The terrifying Nami is back." And so, amidst the noise, everyone set off on the path to the rushing sea current, embarking on their aerial journey. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the How You a Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You a Novel app. The fastest updates for Crossing the Pirate and I Have a Flamboyant System. Chapter 121. What is a pirate? Free reading. Chapter 122. Actually, I'm quite impressive. After the ship had been sailing for a while, the silent Kalikai suddenly said, "Little brothers, we'll soon have to say goodbye. But there is one thing you must understand. No one has ever been able to prove the existence of the Golden Bell and the Sky Island. Perhaps someone will laugh at me and say that this is nonsense, but what is wrong with that? This is the romance of a man." "Romance?" Luffy and Usopp exclaimed excitedly. "Romance." Lin Hai retorted, "Old man, you've been going to the bottom of the sea every day and have caught a serious illness. What romance are you talking about? Your life is almost gone, and you're still talking about romance?" Kalikai raised an eyebrow. "You bastard, we're about to part ways. And you can't say something nice? Oh, all right then." Lin Hai immediately changed his tone and started singing a terrible song, wishing you good health. Being a groom every night, year after year, today is like today, every year is like this. You, enough. Everyone near Lin Hai was covered in goosebumps. "Lin Hai, you are so disgusting." They all shouted in unison. Lin Hai shot back, "You're just jealous of my talent. Can you come up with something so?" "Ah." Sanji, while punching Lin Hai, said, "Why do I feel like I went to the forest and came back to find that annoying Lin Hai has returned?" Zoro nodded. "I thought this guy had changed, but he is still so infuriating." "Ha ha ha." Luffy noticed Lin Hai's change, but realized he had reverted to his old self and found it amusing, bursting into laughter. "Hey." At this moment, the gorilla reminded them, "You all better get ready. We are about to reach our destination." Unbeknownst to them, the sky had turned overcast, as if a storm was about to break. On another ship, the gorilla waved, "All right, brothers, from here on, you're on your own." "Okay." Luffy waved back, "Thank you for the escort." Hey, they said you're on your own. Did you hear that?" Suddenly, the Mary was caught in a gigantic whirlpool. "Wait a second." Usopp exclaimed in horror. "I can't take it anymore. Spare me. This is too terrifying." "Come back, you bastard." Chopper cried, "Come back, you bastard. I don't want to die." Seeing the large whirlpool not far away, Nami also panicked. "Quick, return my treasures. You bunch of frauds. With such a big whirlpool, we're going to die." The sky darkened, and the enormous whirlpool made a deafening sound, as if it was the end of the world. Damn it. Lin Hai felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This scene was truly frightening. But Lin Hai still said, "Luffy, this whirlpool is several times larger than the one we encountered when we first set sail. right? Damn it, I'm gonna chop it. Zoro shouted, hey. Hey, don't be reckless. Nami, Nami. Lin Hai replied, I'm not gonna chop the whirlpool. A big thing is coming up. Big thing? Coming up. Soon, a fish several times larger than the Mary leaped out of the whirlpool. Spatial field. Spatial swap. Lin Hai used his ability to swap positions with the fish, placing it near the whirlpool's center, and everyone watched as the fish was swallowed by the enormous current. Seeing this, everyone on the ship swallowed hard. Robin calmly analyzed, will our fate be the same as that big fish instantly swallowed? Ah! Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide. Luffy, should we go back? It's not too late to turn around. With such a big whirlpool, we will definitely die at the bottom of the sea. The Sky Island is just a dream of a dream. A dream of a dream? That is true, Luffy said calmly. Nami cried, yes, Luffy. I also think we were pushing it too hard this time. Luffy said to himself, a dream of a dream island. Missing out on such a big adventure will make one regret for a lifetime. After saying this, Luffy turned his shining eyes to look at everyone. Seeing such an excited Luffy, Lin Hai was speechless. This guy seemed unafraid. At this moment, Zoro said, I say, isn't this a time to be scared? Look, the ship is about to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Lin Hai quickly asked, Nami, what should we do? Before he finished speaking, the ship had already fallen into the whirlpool, and just as Lin Hai was preparing to use his ability, everything suddenly became eerily calm. The whirlpool disappeared? Why? Sanji was the first to ask. Luffy also asked, what happened? Usopp exclaimed, such a big whirlpool suddenly disappeared? What is going on? Nami, based on the information from my observation haki, the water below the sea surface is very unstable. No way. Nami suddenly realized the underwater explosion has started, which is why the whirlpool has temporarily disappeared. No, it can't be. Usopp looked terrified at the bottom of the ship. Lin Hai quickly said, just as you think, hold onto the ship's body or hide in the cabin. Don't get thrown out. Whoa, everyone exclaimed. Huh? Lin Hai asked in confusion, Nami, what are you doing? Do you want to dye my arms? Nami angrily replied, what nonsense are you talking about? You have to protect me well. You still owe me 2 million berries. Sanji was immediately in tears. Nami, why don't you hide in my arms? I can also owe you 2 million berries, no, 100 million. A billion. Zoro rolled his eyes. Stop rambling. The ship is about to fly up. The Mary, at the center of the upward current, was directly thrust upwards. A surge of upward current instantly shot into the sky, taking the Mary along with it as it rose vertically along the water column. For a moment, everyone couldn't adapt to this vertical sense of direction and could only cling tightly to the ship's mast. Whoa, this is so much fun. What the heck is this principle? This is great. We're definitely going to reach the sky. Lin Hai retorted, don't celebrate too soon. Quickly pull down the sails. Why? Soon everyone realized something was wrong. The ship started to float up from the water column. If they didn't pull down the sails and let the wind from the upward current take them, the whole ship would be thrown out. Usopp shouted, what should we do? All we can do now is hold on tight. Just as he finished speaking, objects began to fall from above the water flow. Some sea kings. Some disintegrated ships. Chopper exclaimed, so many things are falling from above. Those are the sacrifices of the upward current. It's over, it's over. Usopp cried, this time we're really done for. Falling into the sea from this height, we will definitely die. Lin Hai replied, is it really that scary? I've said it before, my spatial ability can protect your lives, provided you don't get thrown out. Ha ha. Nami, how to use the upward wind? You'll have to direct it. I don't understand. Upward wind? With a slight hint, Nami quickly understood and immediately said, set sail right now. Move quickly. Seeing that everyone was still confused, Nami explained, this is the sea, not an ordinary water column. It's a towering ocean current. Moreover, the wind blowing up from below is an updraft generated by the geothermal heat and steam explosion from the seabed. Since the subjects are wind and sea, I have a way to navigate. Don't forget, who is the navigator of this ship? Looking at Nami's confident demeanor, everyone felt a sense of relief and pride. It's Miss Nami. Sanji exclaimed with hearts in his eyes. Lin Hai grumbled, Nami, can you stop being so smug? I was the first to tell everyone to lower the sails, and I explained these principles to you. Hey, why is no one listening to me? I'm also quite impressive, Lin Hai's words were ignored by everyone. Brothers, quickly do as Nami says. All right, now the starboard is catching the wind. Immediately turn the helm left. Try to line the ship with the ocean current. Understood. Soon, the ship began to hover at the edge of the water column, soaring into the sky. The web version's chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on pirate crossing. I have a cool system. Chapter 122. Actually, I'm quite impressive for free reading. Chapter 123. Take my kick, a towering column of water shot up into the clouds, and the Mary was suspended on it at a 90-degree angle, as if it were riding a floating train. Facing such a natural wonder, it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Wow, everyone, we're really going up to the sky. Look at the scenery next to us. Isn't it outrageous? Lin Hai shouted et sitten Li. Yeah, it's amazing. Our ship is going to fly up. Luffy chimed in, what is up there? Usopp, reminded by Lin Hai, looked to the side and immediately trembled. Wow, it's so high. I'm afraid of heights. Help me, Zoro. Bastard, you're choking me. He exclaimed as they rushed towards the cumulus clouds. After a while, the view suddenly became blurry, indicating they were about to pass through the clouds, and everyone felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. After a moment, a bright light appeared ahead, and the Mary broke through the clouds, soaring into the sky. In the open space, once the ship stabilized on the sea of clouds, everyone lay on the deck gasping for air. It turned out that the oxygen content in the high-altitude air was thinner than on land, making it hard for everyone to adapt at first. This is uncomfortable. Zoro leaned against the railing and asked, confused, what happened? Is everyone okay? Lin Hai replied, we're all fine. It's just that we can't adapt to the air here for a moment. Before he could finish, Luffy shouted excitedly, look outside the ship. Where's this? Sanji asked. It's all white. Chopper exclaimed, is it clouds? Everyone quickly shifted their mood and became energized. Lin Hai suddenly shouted, what kind of monsters are you? You're fine so quickly? Sanji rolled his eyes. You're the monster, okay? Are we on the clouds? Nami looked at the sea of clouds and asked, why aren't we falling? Why not? Luffy explained, well, you can sit on clouds. Hey. Lin Hai's face darkened. If it were in the future, people couldn't survive in such high altitudes, and the insides of the clouds were much more terrifying. Aren't there too many clouds? Usopp exclaimed, what is this? Nami explained, this should be what they call the sky sea. But then she pointed at the log pose in her hand and asked, look, the log pose is still pointing upwards. Robin, sitting at the railing, replied, it seems we were just in the middle of the cumulus clouds. Chopper asked, so, do we have to keep going up? But how do we go up? Robin shook her head. I don't know about that. Bastard. Sanji exploded. Lin Hai, you bastard, let go of your hand. Who allowed you to hold Miss Robin's waist? Lin Hai replied, speechlessly. Aren't I just afraid Robin will fall? Roar. Sanji glared at Lin Hai. But Lin Hai couldn't care less. Is this the sea? Usopp looked at the sea of clouds and immediately took off his clothes, revealing his bony figure. Flexing his muscles and laughing. Step 1, Captain Usopp swims. BB. Luffy whistled from his side. Awesome. Chopper also started cheering, while Lin Hai violently pulled Usopp down from the railing. Bastard Lin Hai, what do you want to do? Don't stop me from swimming. Yeah, why are you stopping, Usopp? Lin Hai replied, speechlessly. Did you not notice that we came up through gaseous clouds? Do you think there's a seabed here? Sanji exclaimed, if we swim down, will we fall through the clouds? Lin Hai nodded. Usopp, you can verify it. I will definitely burn more paper money for you later. Usopp, thinking about falling through the clouds, immediately panicked. The sky sea is too scary. I want to go home. Huh? Zoro asked in confusion. Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai was practicing punches against the air and explained upon hearing Zoro's question, I need to adapt to the environment here first. If something unexpected happens. Unexpected? Luffy asked, confused, what are you talking about? Lin Hai replied, there's a guy with bad intentions coming this way. Where? Chopper quickly looked around. Lin Hai, you're not lying to us, are you? Where is he? Zoro readied his sword and stepped forward. We just arrived. And someone is already looking for trouble? Luffy said sourly. When will I ever learn to use observation hockey? Lin Hai smiled mischievously. That's easy. Just blindfold yourself, and I'll hit you with armament hockey. When you can dodge them all, you'll have learned it. It's really fun. Luffy, want to try? Everyone's faces darkened. This guy. But soon, Lin Hai's words came true. A guy wearing a mask, holding a cannon in one hand and a shield in the other, wearing the unique shell shoes of a sky island, charged directly at the Mary without saying a word. Stop. Sanji said first, what do you want? The man simply replied, elimination. Not good. Sanji said, Lin Hai, leave this guy to me. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, watch my handsome figure. Zoro looked at the man with a dark expression and whispered, what a bold guy. What is going on? Luffy asked. In an instant, before Sanji could finish speaking, the man kicked him away. Zoro had just drawn his sword when he was also kicked away, and Luffy met the same fate. What happened? Nami asked in confusion. You three can't even take on one? Hey, you guys are too weak, Lin Hai said with a dark face. They probably still can't adapt to the environment here. The man had already jumped into the air, aiming his cannon at the Mary. Chopper exclaimed, "The Sky Island is so scary. The Sky Island is so scary." Swish. Lin Hai, standing still, instantly disappeared, before the man attacking the Mary could react. Lin Hai had already appeared above him. "Take my kick." Without asking any questions, Lin Hai kicked him into the sea of clouds, just like he did with Van Oka. Chapter 124. Let it go. As soon as Lin Hai returned to the Mary, Chopper rushed over, pleading, "Sky Island is too scary. Lin Hai, you have to protect me, okay? What's wrong?" Lin Hai said, "Someone else is coming." "What?" Everyone exclaimed in unison. Usopp shouted, "What the heck is going on here? Is he coming to attack us too?" Lin Hai laughed. "Don't worry. If one comes, I'll take care of him." Hey. Usopp quickly reminded, "Don't go around recklessly like before." Soon, an old man in knight's armor with a white beard landed on the railing of the Mary, riding a creature resembling an eagle. Nami was the first to ask, "Who are you? Are you here to attack us too?" The knight replied, "I am the Sky Knight." "Hey there, little brother. You're quite skilled." "Sky Knight?" Lin Hai assessed him and gave a knightly salute, then said, "My name is Lin Hai, and these are my crew members. We come from the sea below. What do you call yourself?" The Sky Knight glanced at everyone on the ship and replied, "My name is Sky Knight Gon. Foul, and this is my partner, Pierre. I'm not with that guy." Upon hearing that he wasn't there to cause trouble, Nami immediately felt relieved, but looking at Luffy and the others panting heavily, she said helplessly, "What are you guys doing? You're so useless. 3 of you together, and you still got beaten so badly." Sanji said gloomily, "Nami is right. It's really embarrassing." Luffy replied, "I feel weird, can't get my energy up." Robin explained, "Didn't Lin Hai just say? The air here is too thin." Zoro nodded, "Yeah, that should be the reason." At this moment, Gon Fowl walked to the second deck of the Mary and said, "You're Blue Sea people, right?" "Blue Sea people?" Nami asked, "What does that mean?" Gon Fowl explained, "Blue Sea people is the general term we use for those living below the clouds." To get to the point, did you come up from the Blue Sea? Lin Hai's face darkened. Didn't he just say that? Why ask again? At that moment, Luffy, lying on the deck, replied, "Yeah." "Then it's right," the Sky Knight said. "This place is 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. The White Sea above it is even 10,000 meters high. Generally, Blue Sea people would be unable to move once they get here." "Good, I'm finally getting used to it." Luffy sat up. Zoro also sat up and replied, "Indeed. It's much easier compared to just now." "To be honest," the Sky Knight explained, "I'm a professional mercenary. This White Sea is full of dangers, and those who are unaware of the sky's conditions are either targeted by people like the ones who just attacked you or become food for skyfish. So, if you blow this whistle, I will come to rescue you for 500,000 ikas." 500,000 ikas? Luffy asked in confusion. "What are you talking about, old man?" The Sky Knight replied, "My price is already very cheap. Don't haggle with me. I won't lower it by even 1 ikas. Don't make it hard for me. I have to live too." Lin Hai helplessly said, "Old man, can you explain the exchange rate of ikus to berries? If we can afford it, we'll take your offer." The Sky Knight looked puzzled and said, "Aren't you guys the ones who rushed down from the peak of the high-speed air route? There should be at least 1 or 2 islands on the way, right?" Luffy asked again in confusion, "Old man, what country are you speaking from?" "Wait," Nami asked, "for what you said? It seems there are other ways to get to this Sky Sea." Seeing the Sky Knight nod, Nami cried out, "I knew there were other routes." After that, she angrily grabbed Luffy by the collar and shouted, "We almost fell to our deaths because of you. If it weren't for you, we could have gathered intel and taken a safe route here. It's all your fault, you jerk." At that moment, the Sky Knight threw a whistle to Lin Hai and explained, "So-called blowing the whistle means that no matter when or where, if you blow this whistle, I will come flying down to rescue you. Normally, I charge 500,000 ikus for a single operation, but this time, consider it a meeting gift. I'm giving you the whistle for free." After saying that, Gon Fowl mounted his partner and flew away. Realizing what happened, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Hey, you didn't answer my question about the exchange rate of ikus to berries." Unfortunately, Gon Fowl had already flown far away. Luffy patted his clothes and walked over to Lin Hai, saying, "Didn't he say he would come if we blew the whistle?" Saying this, Luffy took the whistle from Lin Hai's hand, preparing to blow it. Usopp, Chopper, and Lin Hai hurriedly stopped him, with Lin Hai being the first to say, "Can you not waste this opportunity? This should be saved for Nami in case she runs into danger." Usopp said helplessly, "Why can't I have it? I need protection too." Lin Hai retorted, "Nami is a beauty. Are you a beauty? Go play somewhere else." Sanji agreed. "Lin Hai is right. Nami, quickly keep that whistle safe." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Sanji, after knowing you for so long, you finally said something sensible." "What are you talking about, you bastard? Do you believe I'll kick you to death?" Sanji immediately shot back. Zoro said helplessly, "Can you all stop arguing? By the way, that Sky Knight seems to have said nothing. What should we do now?" Robin said, from his words, "There's still a white sea above. Which should be the Sky Island?" Chopper pointed to the distant clouds that looked like a waterfall and asked, "Is the entrance to the upper part over there?" Luffy replied, "If we sail the ship over, we'll know, right?" At that moment, Lin Hai walked over to Nami and asked, "Nami, how much berries do we have left here?" "Berries?" Nami exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" Lin Hai, "Remember, you owe me 1,200,000 berries, and if there's no golden country here, you'll be in big trouble." "Damn woman." Lin Hai retorted, "Are you made of money? Is your life more important or the berries?" Nami replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it's the berries." "Fine, forget I said anything." Lin Hai spread his hands, speechless. Soon, everyone found the entrance. What? 1 billion ikus? 8 people, 80 billion. No matter how you count it, it should be 1 billion berries, right? That's really expensive, isn't it? Is there really that much money? Or is it just a rule here? Usopp couldn't help but mumble, "Do you really need this much money to enter? Is this old lady trying to scam us?" Nami quickly stopped him and asked, "Excuse me about this entrance fee. If hypothetically, we have no money, what would happen?" The old lady replied, "You can still go in. If you don't go in, that's fine too." Everyone was confused. Could this old lady be senile? However, Lin Hai didn't bother to ask. If he remembered correctly, the ruler of this Sky Island, Inaru, was a sadistic person, and his goal was probably to destroy the Sky Island, right? As a fine young man of the 21st century, influenced by good traditions, would he just let such things slide? If that's the case, do we still need to care about this? Anyway, we'll end up as enemies, so we might as well eat and drink while we can. At this moment, the old lady at the door explained, "Because I'm neither a gatekeeper nor a guard, I just wanted to ask what you meant." Luffy smiled and said, "Then let's go. We're heading to Sky Island." Usopp said, "Old lady, we don't have any money. Please let us in." The old lady replied, "All right. Do all 8 of you want to go in?" "Yes." Soon, a special local product of the White Sea, a fast shrimp, appeared. It pinched both sides of the Mary and carried the Mary into the unique passageway to Sky Island. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 124. Letting it go? Free reading. Chapter 125. The scene of the crash, just as the Straw Hat crew left, an old woman immediately reported to the authorities. It turned out she was the monitor of the gate to heaven, Amazon. Amazon reported to the Almighty God and the various priests that there were 8 illegal intruders in the land of the gods, requesting their punishment. The Straw Hat crew had fallen into a trap. At this moment, apart from Lin Hai, they still didn't realize they had been targeted. After passing through a spiral cloud passage, the Mary finally reached the real Sky Island. What lay before them was a vast expanse of white, with dreamlike buildings. Some castles were built atop the clouds, and beside the layered structures were towering giant vines, adding a touch of green to the white, misty sea of clouds, enhancing its beauty. Such a sight left even Lin Hai, who was usually composed, momentarily speechless in awe. "It's an island, a Sky Island," Luffy exclaimed first. "Wow, wow, wow." Lin Hai asked everyone, "I've never seen such wonders even in paintings before." "Ha ha ha, it's really beautiful," Usopp said as he looked at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, Usopp, and Luffy exchanged glances, and the 3 of them threw their arms around each other's shoulders, chanting, "Sky Island, Sky Island." Chopper jumped up and joined Lin Hai and the others, shouting, "Sky Island, Sky Island." Soon, the Mary docked, and Luffy could no longer contain his excitement. "Where's this place? Exploring here must be so fun." Just as Luffy spoke, Lin Hai jumped up first and started rolling on the shore, exclaiming, "Oh, the blue sky. The white clouds, Nami and Robin, you are all mine, mine." Sanji shouted angrily, "Bastard, what are you talking about?" Nami and Robin on the ship exchanged glances, their faces turning red, and Nami retorted angrily, "Who belongs to you?" "Hit him." Robin chuckled and said, "Nami, shall we go down and play too?" At that moment, Chopper jumped up and imitated Lin Hai, rolling on the beach. Lin Hai asked Chopper, "How is it? Isn't it fun?" "Yes," Chopper exclaimed excitedly. "The Sky Island is truly an incredible place." "Hey, Lin Hai." Luffy, hanging from a tree, picked a fruit resembling a large pumpkin. Finding it hard to bite, he tossed it at Lin Hai's face, saying, "Catch this fruit." Lin Hai, lost in admiration, just heard the words when a hard object hit his head. He immediately shouted angrily, "Bastard, do you want to kill me? Get down here." Luffy stuck out his tongue and replied, "You come up here." "Lin Hai, you come down, or I'll beat you up." Luffy, "Nah, You come up, or I'll beat you to the sky. Lin Hai, you think you're tough, huh? Get down here. Luffy, no way. You come up. Zoro, walking over, asked, what are you two doing? As he spoke, he revealed a fox in his hand and asked, what is this? The fox was pure white and very cute. It was Lin Hai's first time seeing a fox, so he quickly took it from Zoro. Chirp, chirp. The fox squinted and called out to Lin Hai a few times. Just then, a melody started playing, not far from the beach. A graceful figure stood atop a cloud. Zoro said, look over there. Usopp hid and asked, could it be those masked weirdos again? Chopper hugged Lin Hai's leg and hurriedly said, whistle, where's the whistle? Quickly call that old man to save us. Wait, Sanji said, no, that's an angel. Angel? Lin Hai's expression darkened. That woman had wings on her back, but those tiny wings hardly qualified her as an angel. Besides, angels should be stunning beauties like she, Kaisha, or Yan, right? At that moment, the woman looked at the fox in Lin Hai's hands and smiled. Cece, come here. Chirp. The fox called out and then leaped toward the woman. She approached and asked, did you come from the blue sea? Yes, Luffy replied. We flew up from below. Do you live here? Yes, the woman said. I am a resident here. Welcome to the Angel Beach of the land of the gods. Do you want to drink this? Luffy handed the green, pumpkin-like fruit to the woman, who used a small knife to cut open the top, and explained, the shell of this coconut is as hard as iron. No matter how you bite it, you can't break it. Well, here, please drink. It's so good. Luffy exclaimed in surprise. The woman introduced herself. My name is Konis. This is Cece the Cloud Fox. If you have any questions, I will try my best to assist you. Wow, Lin Hai exclaimed. Nami, look at her, so gentle, so polite, and so articulate. Now look at you. Duong. At this moment, Sanji stepped forward and said to the woman, please listen. Your gaze has healed the burn in my heart. Duong. Nami smiled and said, that's great. We have many questions, after all. This place is truly incredible for us. Sure, Coney smiled. Feel free to ask anything. Hey, Zoro said. It seems someone is coming. Coney's replied, that's my father. Across the sea of clouds, a man rode a unique sky island vehicle, Wibba, coming toward the shore. He waved and shouted, Coney's, Cece, I'm back. Coney's waved back, welcome back, father. Seeing Coney's father riding the Wibba, Luffy exclaimed, that thing looks so cool. I want to ride it. Coney's explained, that's the transportation tool of the Sky Island, Wibba, but you can't control it without over 10 years of training. Hey, Lin Hai shouted, Uncle, stop. You. Hurry up and stop. Coney's father crashed into a big tree. Are you hurt? He asked as he got up. Zoro deadpanned. You should worry about yourself first. Haha. Lin Hai walked over and asked, Uncle, you're so funny. Are you okay? Coney's father waved and said, I'm fine. Lin Hai glanced at the Wibba, which looked a bit like a motorcycle from the future, and coughed, wishing to ride it and feel the wind. So, Lin Hai pointed at the Wibba and asked, Uncle, can I ride this thing? Coney's father replied, sure, but it's hard to control, so don't push yourself. Lin Hai smiled. Don't worry. Seeing Lin Hai fixing the Wibba, everyone asked, can you ride that? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, of course. Luffy's eyes lit up. I want to ride it too. Lin Hai took out his mirror, styled his hair into a slicked back look, and also helped Luffy with the same hairstyle. Luffy asked in confusion, what are you doing? Lin Hai tossed a pair of sunglasses to Luffy and said, put these on, bro. I'm taking you to experience the feeling of the wind. Chopper and Usopp's eyes lit up as they exclaimed, take us with you too. Chopper said excitedly, the feeling of the wind? That sounds amazing. Lin Hai nodded and said, I'll take Luffy for a spin first, then I'll take you guys. Luffy, hold on tight. Okay. Luffy replied excitedly, I'm ready. Let's go. Why aren't you taking us? Can't you see the space? It can only fit 2 people at most. Soon, the dashing Lin Hai and Luffy stood on the Wibba and shot straight into the clouds with a whoosh. Luffy felt a rush of wind sweep across his face and then exclaimed, danger. The people on the shore watched as the two rode the Wibba into the clouds. And within 2 seconds, Lin Hai and Luffy fell directly into the sea. Zoro asked in confusion, what are they doing? Chopper and Usopp hugged each other, simultaneously exclaiming, the Sky Island is so scary. Kenneth, who had been confused until now, suddenly shouted, quick, save them. Sanji comforted, don't worry with that guy around. They'll be fine. Chapter 126. Lin Hai the Big Fool at Cornus's home. After some introductions, it turns out that Cornus's father is named Pagaya, a mechanic. The Straw Hat crew was invited by Pagaya to have dinner at his house. At this moment, Lin Hai was sitting in a corner feeling gloomy, and Nami also complained, hey Lin Hai, I haven't had enough fun with Wiper yet. Why did you suddenly stop me from riding? Chopper replied, he's jealous that you're good at riding. Lin Hai said in a low tone, what did you say? Chopper hurriedly hid behind Usopp and exclaimed, Lin Hai's so scary. Huh? Lin Hai the big fool. Luffy said to a sound shell from the Sky Island, Cornus, is this for recording? But it has no sound. Usopp laughed and said, fool. That's how you use it. As he spoke, Usopp pressed the switch on the top of the sound shell. The sound shell said, Lin Hai the big fool. Nanny. Luffy exclaimed in shock. Even the sound shell looks down on Lin Hai. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Hai raised his eyebrows, thinking, this bastard must be retaliating for what happened earlier. Damn it, Lin Hai decided not to respond, absolutely not to mention that incident again. Then everyone would definitely forget about it. Yes, that's it. However, the sound shell repeated, Lin Hai the big fool. Over and over again, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were having a great time. It wasn't over yet. Luffy excitedly ran over to Lin Hai with the sound shell and said, Lin Hai, come play with us. Look how interesting this sound shell is. It says you're a big fool. The others nearby covered their mouths and laughed. This is outrageous. Lin Hai's face turned red. And he angrily said, damn straw hat. Are you done yet? I already said that was an accident. Do you believe I'll throw you out? Lin Hai the big fool. The sound shell continued to play Luffy's earlier words, as if mocking Lin Hai. Lin Hai angrily said, hurry up and turn it off. Are you done yet? Everyone. At that moment, Cornus said, dinner is ready. Please come over to eat. The aroma was definitely from carefully cooked seafood, and Lin Hai instantly forgot about what happened earlier. After kicking Luffy away, Lin Hai stepped forward to greet them. Thank you for the hospitality. You are really good people. Cornus smiled and said, you're too polite. Hee hee. After saying that, Cornus covered her mouth and chuckled, causing Lin Hai's face to turn red again. Seeing Luffy kicked outside, Chopper immediately ran out and exclaimed, Luffy, are you okay? A while later, everyone gathered around the dining table. There were all kinds of food in the bowls, not only fragrant, but especially the color of the large lobster, which was mouth-watering. Sanji introduced, all right, everyone. This is a full meal of Sky Island specialties, the fruit of the heavenly treasure seafood. Oh, that's great. Nami sat next to Lin Hai and said with a smile, Sky Island is really amazing. Soft clouds, sound shells, wind shells, roasted shells, and so on. I've never seen these before. It's so magical. Robin nodded and said, I wonder what principles these are based on. Luffy grabbed a lobster, took a big bite, and then replied with his mouth full, it's just the incredible clouds and shells. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I'm telling you, Luffy, these things are made with care. You should taste them, not just gulp them down. But they are too delicious. Luffy swallowed the rest of the lobster in one bite. Well, saying it was useless. Cornus poured everyone a glass of red wine and said with a smile, there is plenty more in the kitchen, so don't be shy. Looking around at the buildings, to be honest, they were clean and tidy, looking very nice, and this father and daughter pair were really warm and hospitable, with such good hearts. Lin Hai secretly made a plan in his heart. He absolutely could not let Enel destroy this Sky Island. So delicious. This shrimp was so good that it was hard to describe. It was just amazing. After a while, Pagaya said, everyone, there is something I need to explain. What is it? Pagaya exchanged glances with Cornus, and Cornus explained, in the land of the gods, there's a place that one must never step into. And that place is right next to our island. If you ride Wiper, you can get there in no time. Usopp asked in confusion. Not even one step can be taken? What kind of place is that? Pagaya replied, that is the Holy Land. Holy Land? Robin asked in confusion. Yes. Cornus explained. People refer to that place as the land where the gods reside, the island of the gods, Appiato. Island of the gods? Lin Hai laughed, that's really speechless. Luffy exclaimed, are there really gods living in that place that absolutely cannot be approached? Cornus nodded and said yes. Chopper sweated a drop and asked, the god you're talking about, is it the god people speak of? Is there really a god living on Sky Island? Yes. Cornus nodded and said, our kingdom of gods is ruled by the omnipotent god, Enel. Omnipotent god? Sanji asked in confusion. Cornus explained, Enel knows everything and controls everything in the world. Everything we do, he sees it all. Spatial field. What's wrong, Lin Hai? Luffy turned to look at Lin Hai and asked. Lin Hai stood up and explained. That Enel he mentioned is just someone who ate a Logia-type devil fruit. What god? That's just ridiculous. Cornus and Pagaya stood up in a panic, wanting to say something, but Lin Hai raised his hand and said, don't worry. Even if he uses observation hockey now, he can't sense us. Nami asked curiously Lin Hai, the Enel you mentioned ate a Logia-type devil fruit? Usopp exclaimed, could it be like that smoke guy and that crocodile? Lin Hai laughed and said, not on the same level. That Enel is the user of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Rumble Rumble fruit. Everyone exclaimed. That's right, Lin Hai explained, which means that guy can not only release lightning, but those who don't have hockey can't hit him. Nanny, releasing lightning? Isn't he invincible then? Is there really such a terrifying devil fruit in the world? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "First, let me finish, okay?" After that guy ate the rumble fruit, he used the magnetic field of Sky Island, so his observation haki can cover the whole island. Saying he's omnipotent? That's a bit exaggerated. Sanji asked curiously, "So you activated your ability to prevent him from hearing us?" Zoro also asked, "Can your spatial field do that?" Lin Hai replied, "In my spatial field, the magnetic field has already changed, so he can't use observation haki to hear our voices." "Silk cake," Chopper exclaimed. Meanwhile, Usopp curiously asked Lin Hai, "This is your first time here, right? How do you know so much about that and all?" "Damn it." Lin Hai turned back and fabricated, "I can also use observation haki." "Okay. Naturally, I understand. By the way, I have to remind you that since we entered the gate to the Sky Island, we have already been targeted. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Uedu novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Uedu novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate. I have a flamboyant system." Chapter 126. Lin Hai the Big Fool. Free to read. Chapter 127. "Be good. Mommy's here. Are we being targeted?" Everyone shouted in unison. Nami immediately grabbed Luffy by his collar and angrily said, "It's all your fault, you bastard. Want to go to some Sky Island? And now we're being targeted by such terrifying people. Ah, no way. We need to leave this place quickly." Usopp nodded and said, "Nami is right, Luffy. Let us get out of here." "What the hell?" Luffy completely ignored the so-called god and complained, "I thought there really was a god, but it turns out to be a devil fruit user." Everyone stared blankly at Luffy, wondering what was going on in his mind. "Ha ha." Lin Hai laughed and said, "Don't worry, we won't die. If I run into Inaru, I'll take him down in one blow. Besides, Luffy is a rubber fruit user, so he's not conductive." Robin exclaimed, "Are you saying that lightning won't affect Luffy?" Lin Hai nodded. "In this world, Luffy is Inaru's nemesis." Luffy proudly showed a smug expression to everyone. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper started hitting and kicking Luffy.